Mom, please, Anin is still alive. Don't let her go for the ghost marriage. Dad, please save Anin. Woo-woo, my dear Anin. A young woman's desperate cries echoed in my ears. Stop your wailing, you little troublemaker. 10 taels of silver. She has to go, whether she likes it or not. Wang Fugui, are you going to let this girl make such a scene? Hurry up and take her away. Another harsh voice, that of a bitter old woman, shouted. Then came the sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by a man's rough voice. Luyu, do you want to drive your mother crazy? Get up. I'll teach you a lesson, you waste of space. Don't hit Mom. Dad, please don't hit her. I want my sister. Don't send her away. Finally, a child's heart-wrenching cry jolted me awake. I opened my eyes to a dark, shabby earthen house with peeling walls and cobwebs in the corners. In front of me was a young woman with swollen, red eyes, her face pale and thin, shielding herself in front of the bed as a man struck her. A scar running from her mouth to her ear made her look somewhat fierce, and her clothes were tattered and patched. Everything around me screamed poverty. I turned my eyes, my mind a jumble of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Who are these people? Mom, my sister's awake. A frail little girl pointed at me with her tiny, dark hand, her beautiful eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Anin, you're awake. The woman joyfully hugged me tightly, almost sending me back into unconsciousness. At that moment, flashes of memories that clearly weren't mine raced through my mind. Though I didn't fully understand how I got here, I realized what was happening in front of me. The original owner was called Luanin, who had fallen ill. To pay for a ghost marriage, her aunt had given her a bowl of porridge laced with poison, leading to her demise. I, a modern woman named Luanin, had been involved in a major project worth millions and had a fatal accident while driving my sports car in excitement. By some twist of fate, I ended up in this strange time and place, taking over Luanin's life. Mom, Anin is not dead. I beg you, don't send her away. The young woman, Luyu, was my mother, and I carried her surname because I was her child. She knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head until blood appeared on her forehead. Fugui, take her away, you heartless man. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm not afraid. After saying this, Lianin pushed hard, and blood started to seep out. Ah! Mom, it hurts. My face. Wang Meixiang had never experienced such pain before and cried loudly. Seeing this, the woman with the monkey face noticed the situation. The eldest and second sons were sweating from fear. The third son was missing, and her precious daughter's face was bleeding, which made her anxious. Has this wild child been possessed? We're leaving. After saying that, she shot a fierce glare at Lianin and turned to leave. Lianin pushed Wang Meixiang towards the big donkey face, and with her waist nearly 2 feet 6, she knocked the big donkey face back down. A group of frightened people hurriedly left. Wang Fugui, the second son of the Wang family, did not leave. This was the courtyard of the second branch of the Wang family. Looking at the sullen Wang Fugui, Lianin pointed to the door and said coldly, "You go out. Don't make me say it again." Wang Fugui, with a blank expression, glanced at his suddenly fierce foster daughter and slowly turned to leave, holding his stomach. Once everyone was gone, Lianin saw stars in front of her eyes, feeling dizzy. As she exhaled, her body swayed, and Luyu quickly supported her. "Anin, it's my fault. I couldn't protect you," Luyu cried. Lianin frowned. Her adoptive mother cried too much, almost like a crybaby. "Anin, you should lie down for a while. I'll make you something to eat." After wiping her tears with her sleeve, Luyu turned and walked out. She felt a bit confused. Her daughter seemed different from before. But no matter how her daughter changed, she was still her flesh and blood, and her daughter had been pushed to her limits. Lianin lay back down, feeling hopeless. She needed to sort things out. "Heaven, if you truly care for me, at least let me go to a better home." It's so unfair. But it seemed like she couldn't go back. In that world, she might have been crushed to pieces. For now, she had to focus on the present. Quickly organizing the memories of the original owner, she realized she had come to the era of Deepening, and this place was called Kaoshan Village. The original owner was taken away by someone when she was 2 while visiting relatives with her mother. She survived a fall and ended up here, saved by Wang Fugui, the second son of the Wang family. The Wang family was poor, and Lu Yu, who lost her memory after injuring her face during her journey, was taken in without any conditions, becoming a wife, and 10 years passed. She dealt with a difficult mother-in-law, a troublesome sister-in-law, and a bunch of troublesome brothers. Wang Fugui was quite honest but too soft-hearted, always obeying his mother, Wang Posey. Moreover, this man easily gets provoked by others and starts hitting his wife without asking any questions. The original person began working at a young age, around 3 or 4, gathering pig grass, washing the family's clothes, and cooking, yet still struggled to have enough to eat. In such an environment, the original person learned to read people's expressions and be cautious, but still faced beatings from a bamboo stick from time to time. Considering the difficult life her mother had over the years, it was even worse than a raging fire. I am so unlucky. Why couldn't I have been placed in a normal family? Don't they know I can't stand terrible relatives? Because I can't control my temper. Oh, heavens, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. I am not the original person. I will fight back. I can handle everything, but I won't let myself be taken advantage of. Before Li Enin arrived here, she was a top student at a traditional Chinese medicine university. After graduation, instead of working in a hospital, she dove into the beauty industry. This was thanks to her selling face masks, lipsticks, and essential oils to her classmates since high school. Her products were good, priced for students, and she was very persuasive, making her popular among her peers. After graduating, she confidently entered the beauty world and quickly became a sales director at a company. In her spare time, she loved cooking, learning from her uncle who was a chef, and accidentally became a food blogger with millions of followers. She was nicknamed Little Spicy Pepper, and while her friends said she had a sharp tongue and a bad temper, no one knew she had supported over 100 impoverished students. Sigh, a hero doesn't boast about past glories. I hope her friends can help her financially. Drink some porridge first. I'll cook you an egg later, said Lu Yu as she entered with a large ceramic bowl. Lianin immediately noticed the woman's swollen hands with various cuts. Little Doding hurried over, quickly kicking off his shoes and climbing up, carefully calling out sister. Seeing her mother's pale face and her malnourished brother, the once fiery Little Spicy Pepper felt her heart soften. Fine. Since she has taken on Anin's life, she will protect her mother and brother from now on. Starting today, she is Lu Anin. The woman and Little Doding in front of her are her mother and brother. No one will bully them again. Struggling to sit up, Lu Yu propped a pillow behind her daughter. Lu Anin glanced at the bowl of batter and felt a rush of frustration, but her hunger took over. She instinctively reached for the bowl and heard a gurgling sound from Little Doding's stomach. Muyang is coming down. Your sister hasn't eaten for 2 days, Lu Yu said as she pulled Little Doding up, who obediently got up. Mom, please get another bowl, Lu Anin said. Lu Yu thought her daughter was afraid the batter was too hot and quickly left to get one. As Little Doding tried to get down, Lu Anin pulled him back. Soon, Lu Yu returned with the bowl. Lu Anin poured half of it out and handed the bowl to Little Doding. Drink slowly, on it so it's not too hot. Sister, eat. I'm so hungry. Little Doding struggled to lift the big bowl to Lu Anin's mouth. She touched Little Doding's dry, yellow hair, feeling a surge of anger towards the Wong family. I just woke up and can't eat much. Be good, or I'll get mad, Lu Anin said, deliberately frowning. Only then did Little Doding take big gulps from the bowl. Lu Yu wiped her tears, feeling useless for letting her children suffer so much. Mom, don't cry. It was Wang Meixiang who put rat poison in my porridge. Luckily, the poison didn't work. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. They would do anything for 10 taels of silver. Lu Yu stood up abruptly, her pale face even whiter. How could they do that? How could they? Seeing her mother on the verge of breaking down, Lu Anin asked, Mom, Do you think I've changed? She wanted to gauge her mother's thoughts. After all, she was different from the original girl, and if her mother thought she was possessed, it could lead to trouble. Lu Yu gently stroked her daughter's hair, filled with love. "Enin, no matter how you change, you are still my daughter. It's my fault for letting you suffer so much." In the original memories, she and her mother had endless chores, and the original girl hardly spoke. The mischievous kids in the village called her Little Mute. Sadly, the poor child lost her life. Luonin took a deep breath and said, "Mom, I hate them. This family suffocates me. If they dare to poison me today, they'll sell me to a brothel tomorrow. I don't want to live like this anymore." Luonin held her mother's hand tightly, her grip so strong that the veins on her hand stood out, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with anger. She wanted her mother to know that her drastic change in temperament was due to years of accumulated hatred. If one does not explode in silence, they will perish in silence. To risk everything, one must dare to bring down the emperor. Lu Yu understood this well. She had seen her daughter look at Wang Fugui with such hatred more than once, and she feared her daughter might harm him. Wang Fugui's death would not be regrettable, but her daughter was still so young. If something happened, how could she live? Lu Yu held her two children tightly, tears streaming down her face. Luonin felt much more at ease. This woman before her seemed fragile, but she truly loved her children, using her slender body to shield them from hardship. She had come here with her 2-year-old daughter, enduring all kinds of suffering to survive. She had tried so hard. Luonin could not blame her, nor did she have the heart to do so. "Mother, I really did die. I went to the underworld and even saw the guardians of the afterlife."
"What?"
Lu Yu was startled, her lips trembling as she looked at her daughter. "But the king of refused to take me, saying my life was not yet over. I cried to him about my grievances, and he took pity on me, allowing me to return to life and teaching me some skills to protect myself." Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her daughter.
"So that was it."
No wonder her daughter had changed so much after waking up. She had been enlightened by the king of. Realizing this, Lu Yu knelt on the ground, hands together, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, king of, for your great kindness." Luonin sighed, knowing she had to explain this way. In this era, everyone believed in spirits, and she herself was a soul from another world. This explanation was simply perfect. "Mother, have you thought about leaving the Wang family? Wang Fugui is not a good match for you. He is not a good husband or father. Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but he truly is not a good person." Luonin needed her mother to see Wang Fugui's true nature. The original owner had discovered that Wang Fugui was involved with the wife of the third branch, but she had kept quiet to protect her mother from sadness and fear of that man. Luonin understood that in this era, men could divorce their wives, but it was very difficult for women to leave their husbands. Many women could not remarry even if their husbands died. Lu Yu lowered her head, knowing Wang Fugui was not a good man. She had thought about leaving with her children, but Mu Yang was his biological son, and the Wang family would never allow him to leave. How could she abandon Mu Yang? "Hun, you rest a bit longer, and I'll cook you an egg. Mu Yang, stay with your sister." After saying this, Lu Yu wiped her tears and left the room. Luonin sighed softly, knowing that changing her mother's mind wouldn't happen overnight. It would take time. For now, she needed to deal with the marriage arrangement. Old Wang had taken 10 taels of silver from the Lu family, and they wouldn't let this go easily.
"Sister."
Little Do Ding approached Luonin, her tiny hand gripping her sister's sleeve tightly. The 5-year-old was as thin as a 3-year-old, with tear-filled eyes that stubbornly refused to cry. Feeling warmth in her heart, Luonin remembered how little Do Ding had protected her earlier. She lifted her onto her lap and said, "Mu Yang isn't afraid. Sister is fine." The original owner had a good relationship with this half-brother. In her past life, she had lived to 28, with talent, beauty, and wealth, yet in this life, she had become a pitiful little cabbage. No worries, she could always fight again. With her brains, there was no way she would starve here. Heaven wouldn't go through the trouble of bringing her back just for that.
Ah.
Suddenly, a scream came from outside. It was the sound of crying from her mother, and little Mu Yang in her arms clearly got startled. Stay here. Sister will check, Luanin said before stepping out of the room. She never expected that the man, Wang Fugui, would once again act without any shame, putting the second family in a difficult position. In the kitchen, Luyu sat on the floor, covering half her face. Wang Fugui held half a bag of something that looked like grain. Luyu grabbed his pants and choked out, "Husband, this is all the food we have left. If you give it to your mother, what will we eat? Mother, my older brother, my younger brother's family, and my little sister are all here. There are many of them, and we are few. What's wrong with mother needing some food? I'm her son, and I will starve to feed her." He said this and tried to leave.
Stop.
Luanin blocked the kitchen door. To be honest, Wang Fugui's legs were cramping a bit. That kick from the adopted daughter had left him with a lingering pain in his chest. Especially the wild girl's eyes, as cold as ice, made him feel uncertain. Luanin stepped forward to help her mother up. Seeing her mother's swollen face, Luanin clenched her fists and said coldly, "There is only this half bag of grain left. I am your adopted daughter, and you may not care about my life, but this woman is your wife, and that skinny one inside is your own son, right? Are you really going to let your wife and son starve just to send food over there?" Wang Fugui pressed his cracked lips together. "But I can't let my mother go without food."
Will they really go without food?
5 days ago, the old house made fish stew, and the smell spread far. 10 days ago, Uncle Wong bought 2 pig knuckles, and the whole village knows they had pig knuckles. The day before yesterday, Wang Xiaobao was standing at the door with a white bun. Do you think your mother will go without food? I'm telling you, you can't take this grain today. If you do you believe I will burn down the old house? No one will survive. Luanin glared fiercely at Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui remained silent, his expression changing as he seemed lost in thought. Luanin didn't care. She absolutely couldn't let him take the grain today. After a long hesitation, Wang Fugui finally set down half a bag of grain and left with his head down. Your grandmother will definitely come to cause trouble soon. And you should go back inside and not come out. I'll handle it. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with worry and fear, but she had no way out. Mom, don't be afraid. I'm here. Mom, we've worked like oxen for the past 10 years, while they do nothing and just take advantage of us. Mom, being weak will only lead to being bullied for a lifetime.
I don't want to die again.
She didn't care what her mother thought. After all, those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who have something to lose. Lu Yu, with red eyes, fell silent. She couldn't remember where she came from. The past 10 years felt like drifting weeds. She thought about following her husband wherever he went, but did she really want her children to live like her? Lu Yu's heart began to waver. Wiping her tears, she boiled an egg for her daughter. There were still a few coarse grain buns at home. Enin, eat a little more. The porridge won't fill you up. Lu Yu handed the egg to her daughter and poured her a bowl of hot water. Looking at the egg in her hand, Luanin felt a mix of bitterness and sadness. She peeled the egg and took a bun into her small room, where her little brother sat quietly by the bed. She handed the peeled egg to him, and his eyes lit up with surprise as he eagerly licked his lips. Sister, you eat. I've already had porridge, so I'm not hungry. He jumped off the bed and tried to run away. Luanin grabbed his thin arm. Sister just woke up, so you can't eat too much. Will you help me eat half? The light in his eyes grew brighter, and under his sister's warm gaze, he carefully held half the egg in his small hands. He hesitated, then stuck out his little tongue to lick it. I'll just eat a little bit. The rest is for Mom. Luanin wiped her tears and stuffed half a boiled egg into her mouth, chewing eagerly. She needed to gather more energy because there was a tough battle ahead. As she swallowed the coarse bread, she thought to herself that once she had money, she would eat meat every day, throwing away what she didn't want. Just then, after finishing her last sip of water, the broken gate was kicked open again. A woman with a monkey-like face, Wang Posey, entered with her eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Huahua, and her third daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaotsue, striding in like they own the place. Anan, quickly hide. I'm not afraid of being hit. Mom, don't worry. Muyang, find the village chief and tell him that the Wang family wants to harm the second branch. Remember? Little Do Ding nodded vigorously, gripping his hands tightly. He had to help his sister. In Luanen's memory, the village chief, Zhou, was respected in the village and was fair, often speaking up for her mother and the others. However, it was hard for even a fair official to resolve family matters, especially since everyone knew Wang Posey was good at causing trouble. The village chief had a hard time managing her and could only secretly help his daughter-in-law support her mother and siblings. One day, she would take her mother and brother away from the Wang family. Right now, she was alone and needed to gain the sympathy of the village chief and neighbors. Without the chief's support, leaving would be difficult. Sometimes, strength alone wasn't enough. You, get out here. Someone who doesn't even have anyone to take care of them dares to withhold my food. I'll make you pay. Wang Posey stood in the yard with her hands on her hips, spitting as she spoke.
Who are you calling that?
Luanen didn't let her mother come out. Instead, she opened the door and stood on the steps with her arms crossed. I'm talking to you. Oh, so you're the one. Ugh, looking at you makes me want to for 3 days. Wang Posey almost choked on her words, glaring with her beady eyes, breathing heavily. Seeing her mother-in-law falter, Zhang Huahua stepped forward with a fake smile, saying, although you are a foster daughter of the Wang family, they have raised you for 10 years.
How can you speak like that?
It's really disappointing. At that moment, several people gathered at the gate, whispering among themselves, and Zhang Huahua felt pleased. How could Luanen not understand Zhang Huahua's intentions? She was trying to label her as an ungrateful person, ruining her reputation. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Lu Yu gathered her courage and stepped forward. She could no longer hide behind her daughter. Village chief, we only have half a bag of grain at home. My husband wants to take it to his mother. We already gave her a year's worth of food, and 2 weeks ago, we gave her 3 bags of grain. She said she sold the grain to buy supplies for my brother's family. What will we eat if she takes the last half bag? Lu Yu broke down in tears, and Muyang cried along with her. Luanen pulled little Muyang over and said, Village grandpa, look how thin my 5-year-old brother is. Dad, I may not be your biological child, but Muyang is your real son. Look at my mom, my brother, and then look at that family. How can you be so heartless? After saying this, Luanen pinched her thigh hard when no one was watching, and it hurt so much that tears streamed down her face. Everyone noticed. Lu Yu and her children looked pale, while little Muyang was thin, but the son from the other family was chubby. Others might not have rosy faces, but they looked strong. Wang Fugui, is this how you act as a father and a husband? What about the grain from the first and third families? Why did you sell it? Village chief Zhou glared at Wang Fugui, frustrated. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together nervously. Village chief, that's my nephew calling me uncle. What's wrong with selling grain to help him? Fine, even if you're not wrong. We only have half a bag of grain at home. Why do you still want to take it? What will Lu Yu and the kids eat? I can't let my mother go hungry. She has many mouths to feed and little grain. What's wrong with me being filial? We can survive on wild vegetables for a while until the new grain comes in. The more Wang Fugui spoke, the more he felt justified. After all, his mother had just given him half a white bread bun. The villagers shook their heads in disbelief. Village chief Zhou was so angry he wanted to knock some sense into him.
Fool.
Luanen said bluntly. Wang Xiaobao, what did your family eat for lunch? Luanen asked the chubby son from the third family loudly. Little wild brat, we had big white buns and stewed chicken for lunch. It's so delicious. Wang Xiaotsue quickly covered her son's mouth, but it was too late. Everyone heard. Did you hear that? Your son is eating well. Lu Yu pulled Muyang over and took out a half-eaten, hard, dark grain bun from her pocket. Mom also gave me half a white bun, but it was saved from her own share. Are you still counting these? Wang Fugui frowned, looking at Lu Yu with displeasure. How could she be so inconsiderate? Lu Anin truly wanted to take a knife to him. Dad, where is your white bread? Muyang has never eaten it. Since Grandma saved it, it should be given to Muyang, as he is her grandson. Wang Fugui was taken aback. He hadn't eaten white bread in many years, and it was truly delicious. Did you eat it with tears in your eyes? Thank Grandma for thinking of you, her son? Lu Anin sneered, looking at this foolish man. Mom, wake up. Wang Fugui is not a good match for you. Leave him as soon as possible. Lu Anin had no respect for such a man. At that moment, Lu Yu's heart was also cold. This was her man. You little troublemaker. Don't stir things up. Lu Yu will never leave the Wang family. If anyone leaves, it will be you. Old Lady Wang was furious and started shouting, her words becoming more outrageous. A knife suddenly flew through the air, landing between Old Lady Wang's feet. She was so scared that she fell to the ground, her legs trembling. Village Chief Zhou stepped forward and picked up the knife. Stop causing trouble, Wang family. Leave the second branch away to live. Everyone knows how you've treated them over the years. Just yesterday, Anin was upset, and you took their money to arrange a ghost marriage. If you keep this up, heaven won't spare you. Old Lady Wang moved her lips but said nothing. Village Chief Zhou glanced at Wang Fugui. Fugui, your head is not just for show. It's good to honor the elderly, but you need to think. Your mother is eating white bread with chicken. She doesn't need your half bag of grain. Also, starting today, my mother and I will no longer do any work for your family. Aunt, my father can wash your monthly supplies. After all, you both have said bad things about my mother in front of him, causing her to be mistreated. Lu Anin added without hesitation. The villagers burst into laughter, while Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue wished they could disappear.
Get back.
Useless people. You little troublemaker, just wait. Old Lady Wang cursed as she walked away. Village Chief Zhou looked at the dazed Wang Fugui and shook his head. Fugui, Anin may not be your biological child, but she has called you Dad for 10 years. The child has worked hard since she was little. Why can't you warm your heart towards her? And your wife and youngest son, they are the ones who will be with you for life. Are you just going to watch them suffer? Wang Fugui was stunned. His mother said a wife must be disciplined. Fear would make her obedient. He thought he was hitting Lu Yu to make his mother happy, so she wouldn't make things difficult for her anymore. Was he wrong? Lu Anin no longer wants to see her untrustworthy father, but there is still something to resolve. Grandpa Zhou, regarding the marriage arrangement with the Lu family, my grandmother received 10 taels of silver from them yesterday. That silver is definitely for Wang Debao, and I don't think the Lu family will let this go easily. Uncle Village Head, please help Anin. Lu Yu tightly held her daughter's hand, fearing that her daughter might get into trouble again. Village Head Zhou slapped his forehead, remembering the situation. Anin's mother, girl, wait here. I'll go find some uncles. I won't let the Lu family take our living daughter for a ghost marriage in front of the whole village. After saying this, the old man angrily went to call for help. Lu Anin supported her mother with one hand and held little Mu Yang's hand with the other as they returned to their home. Wang Fugui stood alone in the yard, suddenly feeling abandoned. Before long, Village Head Zhou and over 10 uncles from the village arrived. Before they could catch their breath, chaos erupted at the old Wang family gate as the Lu family came to take someone away. That girl is in the courtyard across. Go over there to take her, shouted Wang Futsai, the eldest of the Wang family. Instantly, the gate of the second house burst open, and a group of men wearing white cloth sashes rushed in. Where's Wang Fugui's daughter? We're here to take her. Hurry. What are you doing? Do you think our village is easy to bully? We don't have any dead daughters here. With a wave of his hand, Village Head Zhou and the uncles surrounded them. Hey, Wang Posey received 10 taels of silver from us yesterday. Yes, that girl. Our young master is being buried today. Whether dead or alive, she has to go, shouted the Lu family's steward angrily. Lu Anin told her mother to take care of little Mu Yang, then pushed through the uncles and stepped forward, with the village head right beside her. I am Luanen. I am not from the Wong family. The one who took the money is from the Wong family, and the marriage should be arranged by them. The Wong family cannot decide for the Lu family. If you want to arrange a marriage, you should look for someone from the Lu family. Aren't you afraid your young master will come back to haunt you? The steward was taken aback. This girl isn't from the Wong family? That deceitful woman tricked us. Seeing the steward hesitate, village head Zhou stepped forward. Lu family steward, I am the village head of Kaoshan village. This girl is indeed not a child of the Wong family. If you try to take her, that would be against the law. The steward gritted his teeth. Let's go. We'll find Wang Posey. How dare she deceive the Lu family? With that, he led a group of people rushing toward the old Wang family house. In the end, the Lu family almost took Wang Meixiang, but Wang Posey ultimately returned the silver that had not even warmed up to the Lu family. The Lu family smashed the Wang family's old house to pieces before leaving in anger. Old Wang would not let the second branch off easily. She caused a scene in their yard, demanding money and shouting insults. Wang Fugui was about to hit Liu again. Zhou Chongsua, the eldest son of the village head, couldn't hold back and, along with two other men, gave Wang Fugui a beating. The village head was also furious, saying, Wang family, if you keep causing trouble, your whole family will be kicked out of the village. We don't want malicious people in our village. Yes, kick them out. We don't want to ruin our village's reputation. Everyone echoed. There were families in the village with conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, or between children, but it was rare to see a family like the Wangs. Old Wang was scared and left with her group, looking defeated. And then, keep an eye on the children and stay away from the old house, said Taohua, Zhou Chongsua's wife, kindly reminding Lu Yu, who thanked her gratefully. Everyone then dispersed. Mom, let's go back inside, Anan said, pulling her mother and brother to their small room. From today on, she would be the bad person, making sure her mother no longer shared a bed with that fool. She wanted to completely separate from the Wang family. Although Lu Yu was gentle, she was not foolish. She could read and write, and 10 years of hardship had left her scarred, but her upbringing remained intact. She had completely lost hope in Wang Fugui and listened to her daughter. Otherwise, they would all end up in danger with the Wang family. Old Wang was furious about losing 10 taels of silver and scolded Wang Fugui again. Wang Fugui felt wronged. It seemed Lu Yu would be sleeping in Anan's room and had no plans to return to her own. He was afraid of Anan and didn't dare to force Lu Yu, which made him frustrated to the point of getting blisters on his lips. Anan didn't care about him. The original owner used to call him Dad, but now Anan preferred to take action rather than waste words. Once they were back inside, Anan quietly asked, Mom, how much silver do we have? Hearing this, Lu Yu nearly cried and instinctively grabbed her clothing. Anan, I have no silver, not even a single coin. What? Anan checked her ears, thinking she must have misheard. Mom, not even a single coin? Before, I used to embroider handkerchiefs and pillowcases, but all the money I made went to the public fund. Now my hands are rough, and I can't embroider anymore. If I ruin the fabric, I would have to pay for it. Luanin was about to complain again, thinking that life was unbearable. Suddenly, she had an idea. The village was near the mountains. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains for food. There must be treasures in the mountains. Since she graduated from a traditional Chinese medicine university, she recognized herbs. Yes, she could gather some herbs from the mountains and make money. Having money gives her confidence. Without it, she feels stuck. Mom, I'm going to the mountain to take a look. The previous owner of her body used to go up the mountain every day to collect pig grass and wild vegetables. The children from nearby villages also went into the mountains. It was a gentle, so it wasn't dangerous. Just don't go too deep into the mountains and come back early. Seeing her mother's genuine concern, Luanin hugged her. Mom, while I'm gone, if Wang Fugui bothers you, call for help. Don't endure it anymore. After saying this, Luanin put on her backpack and left home. The road was quiet, and she quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Instead of taking the usual path, she turned onto a smaller hill. Halfway up the hill, there was a hidden cave that only a few people knew about. An old man and his 2 servants used to live in this cave, and the previous owner had stumbled upon it. The old man felt sorry for her and gave her food and taught her about herbs. He left 2 years ago, but gave her the land deed for the small hill before he left. The old man was real, so Luonin wasn't worried about her mother finding out about her knowledge of herbs and the land deed. She easily reached the cave, which would now be their shelter. Luonin spent some time cleaning the cave inside and out before leaving for the nearby mountain. It was early spring, and the mountains were starting to show signs of green. The places where villagers usually went had little to offer, so Luonin ventured further. After walking for a while, she entered deeper into the mountains, but not the deepest part. Looking around, it was clear that no one had been here before. As she scanned the area, Luonin squinted her eyes in surprise. What did she see? Although the plants hadn't sprouted yet, she immediately recognized it as the 7-leaf flower. Luonin looked up through the trees and said, "Thank you, Heavenly Father." The 7-leaf flower, also known as Chonglu, is valuable for its ability to clear heat, detoxify, reduce swelling, and treat various ailments like abscesses, sore throats, and snake bites. Luonin put down her basket and carefully dug out the roots of the wild 7-leaf flower. She found quite a few of them in this small area. Luonin worked quickly and finished collecting them without much effort, making sure each root was clean. Standing up, she looked around and saw that there were no other herbs in this spot. It seemed she would have to venture deeper into the mountains. She didn't want her mother to suffer, so she needed to save some money to feel confident about taking her mother and brother away. She was waiting for an opportunity. Leaving the Wang family abruptly would be difficult, not just with them but also with the village chief. With her basket on her back, Luonin came down from the mountain and headed straight to the town's herbal shop instead of going home. Fresh 7-leaf flowers were worth about 220 yuan per pound in modern times, but she wasn't sure how much they were worth in her era. She estimated her basket weighed around 15 or 16 pounds. When she arrived at the herbal shop, the shopkeeper was quite friendly. Seeing the frail girl with cuts on her hands but beautiful, bright eyes, he felt a bit of sympathy for her. The assistant weighed the herbs and found they were about 17 pounds. Since Luonin had cleaned the roots well, the shopkeeper was satisfied and paid her 20 yuan per tael. This was less than Luonin had hoped for, but she had no choice. Holding 5 taels of silver and an extra 441, she almost cried. For her, this was a significant amount of money. It was tough living like this. Luonin couldn't help but feel frustrated, but she held back her anger, fearing bad luck. She initially planned to buy some rice and flour, but then thought that if she brought those home, Wang Fugui would just take them to the old house. She would rather feed the dogs than let the old house benefit from her efforts. At that moment, her stomach was also growling. She first went to a bun shop, spending 10 yuan on 4 meat buns and 2 yuan on 2 vegetable buns. She wrapped the meat buns in oil paper and put them in her basket, eating the vegetable buns herself and asking the owner for a bowl of hot water. Next, she bought some jerky, which was filling and easy to hide. Thinking about how her brother's shoes were worn out, she turned and went to the shop. The old shopkeeper, Mr. Qian, understood her situation as soon as she explained her purpose. Seeing her appearance, he realized that her family must be struggling, or else she wouldn't be looking for second-hand clothes. Luonin picked out a few outfits for Xiao Muyang, her mother, and herself. The original owner only had 1 set of clothes, and her pants were so short that her ankles were almost exposed, definitely a pair of cropped pants with many patches. However, there were no second-hand shoes available here. Luonin looked down at her shoes, and her big toe was already sticking out. Manager Qian noticed this too and sighed. "Girl, I have a granddaughter about your age. She has a few pairs of shoes that she no longer wants. Don't worry, they are all clean and free of charge. I'll give them to you." At that moment, Luonin knew she couldn't pretend to be better off than she was. Buying a new pair of shoes would only earn her the old woman's scolding. "Thank you, Grandpa." Luonin bowed to the old manager. Manager Qian quickly went to the backyard and brought out 2 pairs of shoes. Luonan saw that they were actually quite nice, but since the family was well off, the child might be picky. Accepting manager Qian's kindness, Luonan left the shop. Not being able to buy shoes for Xiao Muyang left Luonan feeling a bit frustrated. The shoes in the shop were quite fancy, but she couldn't buy them yet. After looking around, she found a woman selling items at a stall and bought a pair of black cloth shoes for Xiao Muyang that were durable and not too flashy. Feeling satisfied, Luonan headed home. The village was not far from the town and county, and Luonan walked quickly. Thanks to the original owner working hard every day, she was thin but surprisingly strong despite often being hungry. After walking for almost 2 hours, Lu Yu grew worried and came out several times to look at the gate. Wang Fugui was not home. He had gone to work in the fields, but that land belonged to the old house. When Luonan entered the yard, Lu Yu hurried over, taking the basket from her and asking, "Why did you take so long? Are you hungry? I can heat up some bread for you." "Mom, I'm not hungry. Is he at home?" Luonan asked quietly. Just then, Xiao Muyang ran out and hugged her sister's leg. Lu Yu knew her daughter was asking about whom. "He's not here. He went to work in the fields." "Mom, let's go inside. I need to talk about something." Luonan picked up Xiao Muyang and went into her room, with Lu Yu following her. She took out an oil paper bag from the basket and placed it on the old table, revealing 4 large buns. "Mom, the buns are cold. I'll heat them up." When Lu Yu saw the buns, her expression darkened. Where did these buns come from? Their family was poor, and Lu Yu had never taken advantage of anyone. She was very strict about her children's behavior. Luonan quickly realized that her mother misunderstood her, so she quietly explained to her mother about finding the 7-leaf flower. After hearing this, Lu Yu started to cry again. Luonan couldn't bear to see her mother cry. It hurt her heart deeply. "Mom, please don't cry. I've received guidance from the king of, and our lives will get better slowly." Little Mu Yang's eyes lit up, and without caring whether the buns were cold or not, he grabbed one and started eating it eagerly. "Mom, sister, this is a meat bun. It's really delicious." Luonan patted her brother's head. "In the future, when I have money, you can eat meat buns every day, okay?" Little Mu Yang nodded vigorously like a little squirrel, believing his sister's words. Luonan then took out old clothes, scraps, dried pork, and little Mu Yang's new shoes from her backpack. When Mu Yang saw the new shoes, his eyes widened. "Sister, I want to save them to wear for the new year." "Silly Mu Yang, they might be too small by then. Besides, it's cold during the new year, and you can't wear these shoes." Without saying anything more, Luonan took off Mu Yang's open-toed shoes and put the new ones on his feet. Little Mu Yang carefully walked a few steps on the ground, afraid of getting the new shoes dirty, squatting down to touch them gently. He even lifted his foot to rub it on his pants to wipe off imaginary dust, which made Luonan's heart ache. "Mom, these old clothes didn't cost much. If we wash and dry them, we can wear them again." The 2 pairs of old shoes were kindly given to me by the pawnshop owner. I didn't dare to buy new shoes for you, so I spent a few coins on some scraps. You can make 2 new pairs. Lu Yu watched her daughter manage everything so well, feeling both happy and sad. Her daughter had grown up so quickly. In the end, Luonan gave all the remaining silver to her mother, asking her to keep it safe, along with the dried pork. Lu Yu knew very well that these things needed to be hidden carefully. The silver was too important for them, and they couldn't let the old house find out, or it would cause a big uproar. However, she never expected that the uproar would come so quickly. The next day, Luonan went up the mountain as usual to collect firewood for cooking. As she arrived at the village entrance with a large bundle of dry branches, she ran into Tiger's father, Uncle Futian, who was rushing out of the village. "Uncle Futian," Luonan called out. "Anan, I was just looking for you. Hurry home. Something has happened."
"What?"
Luonan's mind buzzed with confusion. Uncle Futian quickly explained the situation. Little Mu Yang was playing at the gate, and Wang Xiaochui from the old house saw him wearing new shoes. She told Wang Posey that Lu Yu was hiding money, and Wang Posey followed her to cause trouble at home. The village chief and others had already left. Early in the morning, Huzi's father saw Lu and going up the mountain to gather firewood and hurried out to find her. Lu and dropped the firewood on her back and ran home. As soon as she reached the door, she heard Wang Posey shouting inside, "You wicked person, how dare you hide money? Hand it over. Beat her. If you kill her, I'll find you another young girl. Wang family, you're going too far. Wang Fugui, do you really want to kill Lu? She is Mu Yang's mother." It was the voice of village chief Zhou. Luan pushed through the crowd and ran inside. She saw Wang Fugui holding a bamboo stick, her mother lying on the ground with messy hair, and little Mu Yang barefoot, with his shoes being held by Wang Xiaochui. Luan An's eyes turned red. This was too much. She couldn't stand it anymore. Luan pulled out the whip tied around her waist, which she had bought in town yesterday without telling her mother, for self-defense. The whip struck at the Wang family members like it had eyes. Wang Posey got hit on her backside and jumped up in pain. Wang Xiaochui and Wang Fugui ran around the yard holding their backsides. None of the villagers, including the village chief, stepped in to stop them. The Wang family deserved it. While the Wang family was running around, someone had closed the yard gate and locked it. Luan was precise. She didn't want to cause serious harm, so she aimed for the fleshy parts and made sure not to break any bones. Village Chief Zhou saw it was enough and shouted, and then, "Stop." Luan paused and pointed at Wang Posey. "I don't have the Wang surname, but I will still call you Grandma Wang. Leave some room for others. Don't push people too far. I've already died once. Village Chief, everyone, yesterday I went to town and chopped wood for a shop for half a day. At the end, I asked the shopkeeper for these shoes for my brother. Since the villagers wouldn't go to town to check, Lu and naturally wouldn't mention that she bought them. After that, she took out little Mu Yang's old shoes from the wall. These are Mu Yang's shoes. Aunts and mothers, you can see, no matter how worn your children's shoes are they worse than Mu Yang's?" Everyone looked, and indeed, the shoes had several holes, and the soles were almost separating from the tops. "Although my child's shoes are not new, they are still much better than Mu Yang's shoes." Luan looked at Wang Posey and said, "You trouble my mother and accuse her of hiding money. If my mother had extra money, why would Mu Yang have to wear these worn-out shoes? Just look at how many patches are on my mother's clothes. Wang Fugui, you saved my mother, but you have never treated her well. Let me make this clear. If you dare to hit my mother again, I will fight back." Wang Fugui remained silent. "We don't know anything. You haven't told us," Wang Xiaochui muttered. Luan suddenly turned her head. "Why should I tell you? We have separated our families. Who do you think you are to meddle in my family's affairs? Are you Wang Fugui's little mistress? You? Nonsense." Wang Xiaocui's face turned pale as she secretly glanced at Wang Posey. Wang Posey, feeling pain in her back and bottom, couldn't pay attention to Wang Xiaocui at that moment. "Give it to me." Luan reached out to Wang Xiaocui, who reluctantly threw the shoes over. Luan raised her whip, and Wang Xiaocui yelped, jumping behind Wang Posey. Wang Posey looked at Luan, who was staring at her like a wolf watching its prey, making her heart tremble. A sharp pain shot through her fingers, and she felt a chill run down her back. Wang Posey turned to leave. Luan said softly from behind, "Wang family matriarch, we have separated our families. It's best if we keep to ourselves from now on. I have met the king of..." After saying that, Luan turned and squatted down to help little Mu Yang put on his shoes. Kind Aunt Tao Hua helped Lu Yu into the house. Luan bowed to village chief Zhou and the kind villagers. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhou, and thank you to all the uncles, aunts, and ladies. Girl, it's good to know how to resist. Never hold back. The Wang family has no good people. If you don't fight back, they will bully you and your mother even more," Aunt Tian said straightforwardly. She didn't care about Wang Fugui standing in the yard. She couldn't stand men like him. Those who knew Lu Yu understood that she was gentle, but since Anan got better, her personality had changed, and everyone was quite happy about it. "Aunt, it won't happen again. I have walked through the underworld. If we don't stand up for ourselves, we will die at the hands of the Wang family. Most villagers shared Lu Yu's thoughts. They believed that Anan must have been pushed too hard by the Wang family, causing her to have a realization and change her attitude. This was exactly the effect Anan wanted. In the future, when she dealt with the Wang family, everything would make sense. Village Chief Zhou glanced at Wang Fugui, feeling too annoyed to talk to the fool, but he held back his disgust for the sake of the women involved. Fugui, everyone has feelings. The first and third branches of the Wang family have money. Otherwise, how could Wang Debao go to school in the county and Wang Xiaobao be so well-fed? Does your son not deserve new shoes? Aniston worked hard to get a new pair for her brother. Don't you feel guilty about that? But Lu Yu shouldn't hide her savings. She should give them to my mother. Did you see her hiding money? Did you earn it? Or didn't Anne's mother earn it?
Tell me.
My mother said so.
You?
Village Chief Zhou was nearly losing his mind. The villagers in the yard looked at Wang Fugui with disdain, feeling sick at his words. You believe your mother? Do you trust Wang Xiaotsue? Is her word so reliable? Is my mother your wife? Or is Wang Xiaotsue your wife? Anan felt sorry for her mother. How could she have ended up with such a man? Village Chief Zhou decided that if he ever stopped being the village chief, the first thing he would do is deal with Wang Fugui. Hearing An's words, Wang Fugui's heart sank, and his expression changed slightly, a change that did not escape An's notice. Could it be? Wang Fugui, you've lived for over 30 years, and this is how you are? One day, you will regret it. And if anyone bullies you or your mother again, feel free to fight back. With that, Village Chief Zhou turned and left, afraid he would lose his temper if he looked at Wang Fugui again. The other villagers shook their heads and sighed as they departed. Anan went to the kitchen to boil water and brought the warm water into the house. Since the villagers arrived quickly, Wang Fugui's bamboo stick didn't hit her mother, but she had still received a few slaps. Mom, you should wash up. I'll clean up my brother in the kitchen and then make dinner. You can rest in here. Anan didn't want to say much more. She didn't want to force her mother. Only when her mother had completely given up could they leave the Wang family more easily. Carrying little Mu Yang to the kitchen, she cleaned him up, changed him into fresh clothes, and let him sit aside. Looking at the sky, it was time to prepare dinner. Lu Anan only cooked for 3 people, brown rice, a big bowl of mixed wild vegetables, and 3 scrambled eggs. She brought everything to her small room, leaving not a drop of water in the kitchen. Mom, it's time to eat. I only made enough for the 3 of us, Lu Anan said directly. Lu Yu said nothing and silently picked up her bowl. Her daughter had sacrificed her reputation for her. If she continued to care for Wang Fugui, she would no longer deserve to be called a mother. After they finished eating, Lu Anan cleaned the bowls and washed up, and then they blew out the oil lamp. Wang Fugui knew Lu Anan was cooking and could smell the scrambled eggs, but he didn't dare to come out. He thought he would wait until they finished eating before going to the kitchen. He had a good plan, but when he entered the kitchen, he found nothing. He had to settle for a belly full of cold water. He felt a bit scared, wondering if Lu Anan had been possessed by a ghost. After working all day, he was already hungry, so he had no choice but to go back to the old house to find his mother. Meanwhile, Wang Posey returned to the old house, lying on the bed and grumbling, "This is really strange. Ever since that girl got better, she's like a different person. Not only is she quick with her words, but she even hits people." Mom, do you think that girl might be possessed by an evil spirit? Wang Xiaotsue chimed in, still feeling pain from the lashes she had received earlier. I don't know. Ouch, it hurts so much. Bring me some medicinal oil from home to rub on it. Listening to you has brought me bad luck. I got whipped several times. Wang Posey shot a glare at Wang Xiaotsue. Wang Xiaotsue smiled sweetly. Mom, I have a piece of floral cloth in my box. I'll get it for you so you can make a small shirt to wear. Wang Posey finally smiled. The clothes from outside aren't washed yet. I'll have Lu Yu wash them first thing in the morning. I don't believe I can't handle her. After Wang Xiaotsue applied the medicinal oil, she was about to head out when Wang Fugui arrived. What are you doing here? Useless thing, I raised you for nothing. You can't even handle a girl. What good are you? Wang Posey was furious when she saw Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui didn't say much and quietly replied, "Mom, I haven't eaten yet."
What?
Wang Posey thought she was imagining things. Second brother, you didn't eat? Wang Xiaotsue looked just as shocked. Luanin cooked, but there was nothing for me. The kitchen is empty, Wang Fugui said, feeling very frustrated. Wang Posey slapped the earthen bed. You really are useless. Get out, I don't have extra food for you. Mom, my brother has worked all day, and there are some buns in the kitchen. Xiaotsue, please get him some. Wang Fuyo happened to walk in and heard that his brother hadn't eaten, so he casually mentioned it. Wang Futsai and his wife had been in their room the whole time. Xiaotsue responded and went to the kitchen, while Wang Fugui followed her. Why do you care? Let him starve. Wang Posey said through gritted teeth. Mom, missing one meal is not a big deal. My brother cares about you. No matter how much trouble the others cause, with him around, they won't get far. Wang Posey fell silent. After a quiet night, Lu Anan got up early. She decided to take over the kitchen until they left Wang's house. As long as she was there, Wang Fugui wouldn't get a bite to eat. There wasn't anything special for breakfast. They just heated some grain buns, made a little porridge, and added a small dish of pickles. No worries, there was some jerky hidden in the small room that could be eaten with the porridge. Breakfast was served in the small room, and the big iron pot was cleaned out completely, leaving Wang Fugui with nothing. He had to go to the fields on an empty stomach, holding a. After breakfast, Luyu took out some scraps to start making shoes. Second sister-in-law, Mom asked you to wash these clothes. At that moment, Xiaotsue came in with a big basin of clothes. Luyu was about to get up when Lu Anan pressed her down and shook her head. Luyu bit her lip and stayed put. Lu Anan casually picked up the scissors from the small basket and walked out of the small room. What are you doing? I told you that my mom and I won't do any work for the old house anymore. Are your ears not working? Xiaotsue nearly dropped the big wooden basin in shock and forced a smile, saying, Anan, we are family. Your mom always washes these clothes, and that's what your grandma said. Do you dare to ignore it? Lu Anan smiled, almost dazzling Xiaotsue. Wow, this girl looks really pretty when she smiles. She walked over slowly, pointed at a piece of clothing, and realized it was indeed Wang Posey's. Then she pulled out the scissors from behind her and quickly cut through it. With a strong pull, the clothing was torn into several pieces. Before Xiaotsue could react, she cut through a few more pieces, turning them into strips. Stop it. Xiaotsue was nearly frantic. One of those clothes was her favorite. She usually didn't dare to wear it, thinking she would wear it for her nephew's wedding in a few days, but now it was ruined. Lu Anan didn't care about her feelings and quickly cut through the entire basin of clothes. Lu Yan, you're crazy. Wang Xiaotsue was too scared to approach. She feared Lu Yan would hurt her and shouted loudly. Lu Yan grabbed a large wooden basin and Wang Xiaotsue turned and ran away in fright, quickly leaving the second house's yard. Since the old house was diagonally across, Lu Yan reached the entrance of the old house and slammed the basin against the door. It was a close call. She almost broke the wooden door. The men from the old house came out, but the women didn't dare to cause a scene. Once Lu Yan left, Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue cautiously came out to pick up the clothes and basin from the ground. Mom, look, that rude girl ruined my clothes. Zhang Huahua lamented as she saw her nice clothes torn into rags, feeling very upset. Wang Posey's eyes were dark and cold as she stared at the second house's yard, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yu felt worried, fearing Wang Posey would cause more trouble. Mom, there's no need to worry. Besides, worrying won't help. We have endured so much, and they haven't let us off the hook. Whether we stick our necks out or hide, it's all the same. Seeing her daughter with a cold expression, Lu Yu decided to stay silent. If the old house caused trouble, she would do anything to protect her daughter, so she couldn't let her daughter down now. Around noon, Lu Yan prepared the meal early. Wang Fugui didn't expect Lu Yan to save him any food. He followed Wang Futsai, who went to the old house to eat. When they arrived at the old house, Wang Xiaotsue told Wang Fugui about the laundry situation. As soon as Wang Fugui heard this, he dropped his and rushed to his own yard. The people from the old house naturally didn't follow. They listened to the commotion from afar. With a loud bang, Wang Fugui burst through the door. "Luyue, why didn't you wash the clothes for the elder brother and third brother? Why did you ruin them? What are you planning?" he said, raising his hand to hit her. Luyue instinctively flinched, but quickly pulled her children close. Luyan patted her mother's back, breaking free from her embrace and pushing her and little Mu Yang aside. "I cut the clothes. I told my mom not to wash them. Do you have a problem with that? That's her responsibility. She's a woman from the Wang family and should do the work," Wang Fugui said through clenched teeth.
Get out. I'll talk to you.
Luyan pointed to the door, and Wang Fugui, with his cracked lips pressed together, stepped out of the room before he could think. Luyan shut the door behind her, and at that moment, a few villagers stood at the entrance of the second house. Maid Zi is a gossiping woman. She pouted and said, "I say, Luanin, you really are something. Where in the world is there a daughter who doesn't let her mother and husband sleep on the same bed? Not only that, but you won't even let your mother work. I heard you don't even feed your adoptive father. You're really ungrateful." Exactly. The Wang family raised you for 10 years. Another woman chimed in. Luanin crossed her arms and scoffed. "Who are you, you nosy woman? Do you live by the sea? You sure have a lot to say. What, are you worried about Wang Fugui? Come on, then you can sleep with him. One can take the first half of the night, and the other can take the second half." As soon as the villagers heard this, they burst into laughter. "You little brat, I'll tear your mouth off," Maidzi shouted as she lunged at Luanin, reaching out to grab her. Another woman, the wife of Lai Zitu, also jumped in to help. "Help! Maid Zi and Lai Zita's wife are worried about Wang Fugui and want to keep him warm. They also want to wash clothes for the men of the Wang family," Luanin shouted as she dodged Maid Zi and Lai Zita's wife, running towards the yard exit, her voice carrying far. It was noon, and the men had just returned from the fields, rushing out of their homes. Lai Zita came running over, and seeing his wife chasing Luanin with red eyes, he was about to step in. At that moment, Huzi's father pushed him aside. "Lai Zitu, your wife is meddling in other people's business, and you still want to hit a child? Have you no shame? Right. Maid Zi and your wife are gossiping about Anan's mother, and you think she can't respond?" Tao Hua shouted as she arrived, and a villager quickly explained what had happened. It was clear that Maid Zi and Lai Zita's wife were in the wrong.
Stop it.
Village Chief Zhou ran over, and a few kind villagers stepped in to block Maid Zi and Lai Zita's wife. "Village Chief, I can't show my face anymore. This brat said I keep Wang Fugui warm," Maid Zi cried as she sat down on the ground. Village Chief Zhou nearly burst out laughing, and really dared to say anything. "What's going on?" Village Chief Zhou asked sternly. "Village Chief, here's what happened." A man quickly explained the situation. Village Chief Zhou looked at Maid Zi and Lai Zita's wife. "Forget about keeping warm. You two really seem to care about the men of the Wang family." "Village Chief, you can't say that." Maid and the wife of Lai Zita became anxious upon hearing the village chief's words. It seemed he wanted to harm them. "Why are you so concerned about the second family's matters? Does it matter to you if they share a bed? Why do you care? Should every couple's private moments require your supervision?" The villagers burst into laughter. Lai Zita suddenly felt uneasy and glared at his wife. She trembled, her face turning pale. "You useless woman. Always gossiping instead of doing your duties. If you keep this up, I'll leave you." Maid's father, listening from the crowd, was furious. He pushed through the people, grabbed Maid, and slapped her twice. "Go back." Lai Zita shouted at his wife and left with heavy steps amidst the laughter of the crowd. The commotion ended, and the reputation of Lu Anxin, known for her sharp tongue, spread. However, she didn't care. As long as the villagers stopped bullying them, a good reputation wouldn't fill their stomachs or keep them warm. "Anxin, did you really not let your mother and adoptive father stay in the same room?" "They're a couple," the village chief asked, worried that she might have gone too far. Grandpa Village Chief, Wang Fugui is not a good match for my mother. You know she stays with him because he beats her regularly and never treats her as a wife. I didn't force her, Anshin replied. The village chief understood. It seemed Lu Yu had truly given up on Wang Fugui. Dad, I think Anshin is right. Wang Fugui needs to learn a lesson, Taohua said. Although Taohua was the village chief's daughter-in-law, she was kind-hearted and often helped Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu's stubbornness sometimes frustrated Taohua, making her feel helpless. Now that Anshin was standing up for herself, Taohua felt happy for Lu Yu and supported her. The village chief said nothing more but reminded Anshin to be careful and not give Wang's family any reason to complain. In the village, there weren't many entertainment options. Men worked in the fields, while women gathered after finishing their chores to chat while mending shoes. In the Wang family, the wives of the first and third households refused to wash their husbands' clothes, leaving dirty pants and menstrual rags for the second household to handle. Wang Fugui frequently mistreated his wife, making it a common occurrence. Why did Maid and Lai Zita's wife stand up for the Wang family? What was their connection? Anyway, the people from the Wang family's old house felt like they were being pointed at when they went out. A few girls who usually talked to Wang Meixiang stopped speaking to her. Because of this, Wang Meixiang cried several times. Wang Posey stood at the door, shouting angrily, and was splashed with hot water by Aunt Tian from next door. In short, the Wang family lost all their dignity. Luonan didn't have time to worry about this. Every day she went up the mountain, occasionally looking for some common herbs. She didn't plan to go deep into the mountains for now. Everything would wait until she left the Wang family. In just a few days, she sold enough herbs to gather over 6 taels of silver, which was enough for a family to live on for half a year in the village. When she went out, she made sure her mother took her little brother to Aunt Tian's house, so they wouldn't be left alone at home. Wang Fugui really wanted to take advantage of Luonan's absence to bring Lu Yu to bed, but he couldn't find the chance. He was so anxious that even the village dogs looked like fairies to him. One day, after Lu Yu's mother finished breakfast and hadn't cleaned up the dishes yet, the courtyard door was pushed open with force. "Master, this is my second son's home." As she spoke, Wang Posey led a middle-aged man who looked like a Taoist priest into the house. "Mother, who is this?" Wang Fugui came out of the main room, unsure of what his mother was up to. "My poor son." "Master, please take a look. My second son used to be healthy, but now he has lost so much weight. I told you the courtyard is not clean. Please help him." Wang Posey was crying, and Wang Fugui felt tears welling up in his eyes, touched by his mother's concern. Luonan glanced at her mother and whispered, "Mother, do you see? They are coming for me." Lu Yu bit her lip so hard that she tasted blood. In that moment, her hatred surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her. She had endured so much, only to have her daughter nearly lose her life. Her daughter was protected by heaven and survived, yet the Wang family still wouldn't let her go. As for that so-called master, after wandering around the yard, he fixed his gaze on Luonan's small room. "Master, this is where my second son's adopted daughter lives. Just a few days ago, she seemed lifeless, but now she is alive again. We are all very happy. Although she is the Wang family's adopted daughter, I treat her like my own granddaughter." Wang Posey had a loving expression, making it seem like she truly cared for Luonan. Luonan quietly said a few words to Xiao Muyang, who carefully slipped out of the small room. The old woman wanted to grab him, but Muyang was quick and managed to dodge her, running outside. The master did not take the little child seriously. He shook the dust whisk in his hand, made a gesture, and said mysteriously, "Your granddaughter still has a slim chance of survival. Right now, a malevolent spirit is attached to her. If you don't get rid of it, your family will be doomed." Hearing this, the old woman stepped back a few paces and said with a trembling voice, "Master, can this evil spirit harm my son? If it is not removed, your second son will be the first to be harmed. Can't you see his pale face and sunken eyes?" The old man's words shocked Wang Fugui. No wonder Lu Yu had been avoiding him these days. He had not been feeling well and had lost a lot of weight. It turned out he was just hungry. Hungry. The old woman treated him like a donkey every day and didn't even give him a full meal.
My son.
Master, please save my son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. The old woman cried as she sat down on the ground. The commotion from the second house attracted nearby villagers. Everyone believed in spirits. However, although Anan had changed, her beautiful and clean eyes made no one believe she was possessed by an evil spirit. Mother, do we bother you that much? If so, just let us go, Luyu said as she opened the door and pulled Lu Anan outside. The old woman stepped back a few paces, looking sorrowful, and said, Second daughter-in-law, I'm doing this for your own good. The evil spirit next to you will leave if you get rid of Anan. Otherwise, your husband will be in danger. Do you want to watch him die? The old woman wiped her tears, crying sadly, making it seem like her own parents had died. I know best whether Anan is my daughter. If anyone dares to harm her today, I will take their life, Luyu said fiercely, holding a pair of scissors. Wang Posey, what are you causing trouble for? Can't you go a day without picking a fight? Aunt Tian was the first to stand up. She despised the old woman. Tian Danny, what does it have to do with you? Fugui is my son. Is it wrong for me to worry about him? The master said that if the evil spirit is removed, my granddaughter and him will be fine. Otherwise, our whole family will be in trouble. The old woman replied defiantly. Other members of the Wong family echoed her, loudly insisting that the master get rid of the evil spirit. Everyone be quiet. A deep and commanding voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to see village chief Zhou, his eldest son Zhou Changshua, his daughter-in-law Taohua, and Huzi's father approaching. Taohua was holding little Mu Yang in her arms. Village chief Zhou walked quickly, slightly out of breath as he spoke. Wang Posey, what are you trying to do? Chief, my granddaughter and is possessed by an evil spirit. Otherwise, how could her personality change so much? I invited a master to exorcise the ghost. What's wrong with that? Wang Posey replied, a bit intimidated by the village chief, but still defending herself. Your granddaughter? Wang Posey, you really have some nerve. If you truly cared for Anan, you wouldn't have offered her for a ghost marriage just for 10 taels of silver. Taohua mocked, wishing she could silence the old woman. Chief, what if Anan really is possessed? A timid villager murmured. The village had all kinds of people. Most sympathized with Lu Yuanong and her family and had offered help. However, a few were timid and easily swayed, struggling to accept An's sudden personality changes and making wild guesses. Lu and patted her mother's arm. Don't be afraid, Mom. If I'm innocent, the truth will come out. I'm your daughter, and that won't change. With that, Lu and stepped forward. Little Mu Yang rushed forward, hugging his sister's leg. I'll help you, sister. Lu and gently patted her brother's head. Be good, stay with Mom.
I'm Fine.
Then she walked over to a spot not far from the old priest. If you want to exorcise a ghost, come on. The middle-aged man glanced at the girl in front of him. She was quite pretty, despite still having a hint of childishness in her face. However, her cold gaze was not typical for a 12-year-old. No matter who you are, you're finished today. A flash of malice crossed the old priest's eyes. He drew a peachwood sword from his back and made a hand gesture. Heavenly spirits, earth spirits. I urgently summon the Maoshan command to eliminate all evil spirits and demons. By my command, the talisman in his hand suddenly burst into flames, startling everyone. Luan watched the middle-aged man with a cold smile. Spontaneous combustion? Such a childish trick. Seeing the disdain in Luan An's eyes made the old priest furious. You refuse to repent. Come forth, evil spirit. Just then, Wang Fuyo unexpectedly rushed in and splashed a bowl of dog blood, catching Lu and completely off guard. Blood flowed down her face, making Lu Anin feel sick. At that moment, Lu Anin smiled, showing her small white teeth, looking a bit like a mischievous spirit. The timid villagers stepped back in fear. Lu Yu tried to rush forward, but Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue quickly grabbed her and Xiao Muyang. Sister-in-law, don't go. She's a wicked spirit. Just as Lu Yu opened her mouth, Zhang Huahua covered it, causing Lu Yu to burst into tears. The middle-aged man's eyes were fierce as he shouted, "You troublemaker, come here." With that, he swung a peachwood sword down toward Luonin's head. The village chief and others were blocked by the Wang family's sons and couldn't move forward. Many villagers closed their eyes, thinking Anin was done for. Lu Yu felt dizzy, and Tao Hua and Aunt Tian were worried. Tao Hua scratched Wang Futsai's face, making him flinch. She pushed him away and rushed to Lu Yu. Aunt Tian followed, along with a few kind-hearted women who took the chance to help. The women quickly dealt with Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue, allowing Tao Hua to support Lu Yu. With a loud shout, everyone looked to see the master lying on the ground. Luonin was swinging the peachwood sword, hitting the master on his backside, making him cry out in pain, unable to fight back. "Please stop hitting me. Spare my life. Am I a wicked spirit?" "No, you are not." "Who is a wicked spirit?" "I am. Please spare me." The Wang family was stunned. What happened to catching spirits? What happened to the great master? "Old witch, I'll fight you." Lu Yu, with red eyes, rushed forward, grabbing Wang Posey and slapping her until she was confused. The Wang family's sons were not happy with this. Seeing this, village chief Zhou called for Zhou Chongsua, and his eldest son understood, leading a group of men to join in, starting a one-sided brawl. Only Wang Meixiang wasn't hit. She was scared and hiding in a corner, too afraid to speak. When the village chief thought it was enough, he shouted, "Everyone, stop." Only then did they let go of the Wang family. The Wang family was now battered and lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The master was in worse shape. His peachwood sword was broken, his hair was messy, and his robe was torn, lying on the ground groaning. Luonin squatted beside him, pinching his arm, making the master cry out in pain, nearly biting his tongue. "Tell me, who sent you here? How much did you get from the old woman?" "Auntie, please let me go. The old woman came to me the day before yesterday and offered me 5 taels of silver to come here, with another 5 after the job is done. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. You are a living person, not a ghost." "I am."
"I am a ghost. Sobe.
The man cried very sadly. At this moment, everyone understood that this was all the old woman's doing. "Hey, isn't it the fake priest from Lu Village?" A woman's voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was Feng, the niece of Sanhua's mother, who often visited the village, so everyone recognized her. Village Chief Zhou immediately asked, "Feng, do you know this priest?" "Uncle Village Chief, what priest?" "He's just a fraud. He tricks people for money. Recently, he claimed that the new bride of Dogsheng from Li Village was possessed by a ghost, and he was going to exorcise it. Dogsheng's mother was confused, and the new bride almost lost her reputation because of him. Dogsheng nearly killed him with a knife, but he ran away and ended up in your village." The crowd erupted in discussion. "Old woman, you must be out of your mind. Do you really hate Inen and her family this much? If you want to take revenge, just let them go and stop causing them trouble." Upon hearing the village chief's words, the old woman immediately began to wail. "Village chief, I didn't know he was a fake priest. I was just trying to help Lu Yu. And it has changed so much, and I was worried. Village chief, I'd rather destroy 10 temples than ruin a marriage. You can't let my second son remain single." With her plea, the village chief found it hard to respond. A flash of disappointment crossed Lu and Anne's eyes. "Dad, what should we do about this fake priest?"
Su Changsu asked.
The village chief pondered for a moment and said, "Let's hand him over to the authorities." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a loud cry and fainted, realizing it was all over for him. Zhou Chongsua and a few men approached to take the middle-aged man away to the county office. "Wait a moment, Uncle Chongsua," Lu Anin called out. "Anin, what are you doing?" Without saying a word, Lu Anin stepped forward and searched the middle-aged man, finally pulling out a money pouch from his clothing. She weighed it in her hand. Opening the pouch, she found quite a bit of silver, around 50 taels. Luan and took out a 5-tael silver ingot and said, "Village chief, this money is for my emotional distress. There's also some extra silver here. Please share it with the uncles and aunts as a reward for their hard work." After speaking, he handed the money bag to Village Chief Zhou. Village Chief Zhou laughed heartily. "Good child." Wang Posey shouted, "That's my 5 taels of silver. Give it back." "Give it back to you?" Village Chief Zhou sneered. "Chong Sua, take Wang Posey away too. You conspired with a fake monk to harm Anan. How can you still ask for your 5 taels? You owe a share here too. Your 5 taels are compensation for Anan." After saying this, Village Chief Zhou took out another 5 taels and handed it to Luanin. No, I don't want the silver anymore. I was deceived too. I didn't conspire with him." Wang Posey scrambled out in a panic. Everyone laughed behind her. Luanin didn't care how Village Chief Zhou distributed the silver. Soon, everyone dispersed. Lu Yu glared at Wang Fugui with hatred, causing him to step back. "Mom, let's go back inside." Luanin supported her mother, not giving Wang Fugui a glance, and took little Muyang back to their small house. After calming her mother down, Luanin went to the kitchen to heat water, cleaned herself up, and tossed her blood-stained clothes into the stove. While busy with her tasks, Luanin's mind kept racing. Grandpa Zhou also noticed that Wang Fugui was not a good person and thought about helping her mother leave, but Wang Posey refused, and the village chief couldn't force her to separate. It seemed that getting her mother out of the Wang family would depend on finding the right opportunity. After taking care of herself, Luanin left the kitchen and returned to her small house. Lu Yu had calmed down by this time. "Mom, please keep this silver safe." Lu Yu took the silver, tears streaming down her face, and then, "I will definitely take you away from the Wang family, even if it costs me my life." "Mom, you don't need to worry. When I'm not home, take your brother to Aunt Tian's house. Our lives are valuable. We can't waste them in the Wang family. I will make sure you leave openly, trust me." Lu Yu nodded. With her children by her side, she would endure any hardship. The winds kept blowing despite the trees wanting peace. Wang Debao, who was studying in the county, returned home that evening, feeling tight on money. When Luanin saw Wang Debao come back, she knew the Wang family was planning something again. Wang Debao was a student now, but he had a lot of bad ideas and needed to listen to what they were discussing. "Grandma, what happened to the 10 taels of silver? And why do you all look beaten up?" Wang Debao entered the main room and noticed that not only his grandmother but also his parents and his uncle and aunt all had swollen faces. Had they been beaten up?
Don't mention it. That little wild child didn't die.
She woke up with a changed attitude, and that little girl even dared to speak back. "It's really strange," said Granny Wang, recounting everything that had happened in the past few days to her grandson. The Wang family had a promising student, and their ancestors would be proud. Everyone was counting on Wang Debao to pass the exams and become a scholar. Wang Debao listened with a frown, pondering the situation. This wild child had previously kept to herself, hardly speaking, and her mother only cried. How could everything change in just a few days? However, Wang Debao was naturally selfish and didn't care why his family had been beaten. "Grandma, hurry up and gather the money. I need to attend a poetry gathering soon. I heard some wealthy young masters will be there. If I get to know a few of them, it could be beneficial for me in the future." Hearing this, the whole family brightened up. They suddenly felt their pain fade away, as if a miracle had occurred. The money from the wealthy could cover their family's expenses for a year. "Grandma, if I get to know the wealthy, it will be easier for my aunt to find a match." Wang Debao knew his grandmother's weakness was his aunt, Wang Meixiang. He looked down on her self-righteousness, but thought he could use her. When Wang Meixiang heard this, her face flushed with shyness as she hugged Granny Wang's arm and said, "Mother, you need to think of a way. I don't want to marry a poor man. I want to be the wife of a top scholar." With her barrel-shaped figure and round face, along with her slanted eyes, Wang Meixiang looked quite silly, and Wang Debao couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't blind. Granny Wang sighed and took a moment before saying, "Grandson, this is difficult. That wild child really dared to use a knife. She broke my finger. Just look at how everyone in the family has been beaten, and even the villagers are siding with them. Granny Wong looked at her injured finger and took a deep breath. It hurt, and the village doctor, Lu, seemed to have made a mistake in setting it. The hidden talent, Dr. Lu, I did it on purpose. You deserve it, old woman. Wang Debao glanced at his family, all of them foolish, unable to handle a single girl. Grandma, I have some good news this time. Wang Debao deliberately left his sentence unfinished, watching the reactions of the people in the room.
Oh.
My dear nephew, what good news? Uncle Wang Fuyo was the first to speak. Yes, son, tell us. His father, Wang Futsai, looked excited, not to mention the women, who gazed at him with admiration. Wang Debao enjoyed this feeling of being adored. Under the eager and expectant gazes of everyone, Wang Debao slowly spoke. Grandma, the second young master of the Sun family in Shili Town wants to take a concubine. His wife can't have children, and I think Luinen would be a good match. She may be a bit young, but marrying her off for a few years could work. Before I came back, I specially visited the Sun family. Luinen is quite pretty, and although she looks a bit worn out now due to the tough times in the village, if she is well taken care of for a few months, she will look lively again. The Sun family is interested in meeting her. This could be worth 100 taels.
Huh.
100 taels? The Wong family was stunned. They thought 10 taels was a lot before, but now it was 100. 100 taels. That was enough to buy land and build a house. Mom, this won't work. They will definitely be cautious of us. Even the village head is speaking up for them. We can't just go and take her, can we? Said Wang Xiaotsue. Wang Xiaotsue, being the niece of Wang Pozi, usually stayed back and only caused trouble quietly. Aunt, Lu Yu is my second uncle's wife, and Luinen is the adopted daughter of the Wang family. We can't just go and take her. We need to earn their trust. Wang Debao had a cunning plan. How can we earn their trust? Everyone looked at Wang Debao. Grandma, here's what I think. You are the elder, and to avoid conflict, why not invite them over for a meal? Elders can sometimes forget things. If they refuse, it would show their lack of respect. They will definitely come, and once they do, it will be easier. Wang Pozi rolled her eyes and clapped her thigh, saying, I must say, my grandson is clever. The Sun family can come to take her, so hurry and finalize this with them. The others were still confused. Wang Debao nodded and turned to everyone. You don't need to worry. We can add a little something to the food, and when the time comes, we can carry her to the Sun family. Once she's there, she won't be able to leave. But this needs to be discussed with Grandma and my second uncle. He listens to Grandma the most, Wang Debao said slyly. Only then did everyone understand, and mysterious smiles appeared on their faces. Yes, Mother, you need to personally talk to the second son about this. Once we have money, I will buy you a little maid to take care of you. At that time, you will be the respected matriarch of the Wang family, and everyone in the village will honor you. Wang Futsai looked at his mother with a big smile. After hearing her eldest son's words, Wang Pa straightened her back, as if she were already the matriarch of the Wang family, her face breaking into a smile. Everyone in the room wore smiles that looked almost dreamy, and the atmosphere was quiet. Wang Meixiang was daydreaming about a loving scene with the top scholar. Luinen, hiding by the wall, couldn't help but sneer. What a scheming boy, Wang Debao. Just wait. I won't let any of you off the hook. It's time to resolve the issues between my mother and Wang Fugui. Let's take this opportunity to end everything. Luinen quietly turned and left for village chief Zhou's house. As Zhou's family finished their meal, Luinen arrived. Grandpa Zhou, Uncle Chongshua, Aunt Tahua. When they saw Luinen, Aunt Tahua quickly approached her. Girl, have you eaten? Let me get you some food. Aunt Tahua had several mischievous boys, but cherished the well-behaved Inen.
Eva eaten, Aunt.
I'm here to discuss something with Grandpa Zhou. All right, you two talk. I'll clean up the kitchen. After Aunt Tahua took the dishes and left with a few boys, Luinen knelt down. Tears streamed down her face, startling village chief Zhou and Uncle Chongshua. What's wrong, child? Get up. Uncle Changshua quickly helped her up. Take your time and tell us. Is it that Wang causing trouble again? Grandpa Zhou, Uncle Changshua, I want my mother to divorce Wang Fugui.
What?
The two men exchanged glances. Girl, why would you want your mother to divorce Wang Fugui? Little Muyang is Wang Fugui's biological son. Last time, Wang Po's attitude made it clear that a divorce wouldn't be easy. Village Chief Zhou looked at Lu and seriously. He didn't expect this girl to have such bold thoughts about her mother leaving. Grandpa Zhou, Wang Fugui saved us, but after 10 years of hard work, haven't we paid our debt? The Wang family took advantage of my illness to harm me. For just 10 taels of silver, Wang Meixiang tried to poison me. Wang Fugui married my mother but never treated her well. Beatings and scolding were a daily occurrence. Don't say that no man hits women, but he is so foolish that just a few words from two sisters-in-law can make him beat my mother almost to death. Mu Yang is his own child. Yet for Wang Xiaobao from the third branch, he slapped my brother so hard that it made him bleed from his ear. You have seen what has happened these days, but do you know? Wang Fuyo has been spying on my mother. She is scared to tell Wang Fugui, but he says that is his own brother. When Wang Xiaotsue came to our house, he actually made my mother bow and apologize to her. We have lived worse than pigs and dogs for 10 years. Grandpa, I am not willing to accept this. Luanan covered her face and cried softly, curling up in the chair. The 12-year-old girl had her hands covered in cuts of various sizes, making anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. They all deserve to be punished. Wang Fugui is just a fool. Taohua stepped into the main room and hugged the frail girl tightly.
Dad, please think of a way.
This is about saving Lu Yuanong and the others. Village Chief Zhou took a few puffs from his pipe. After thinking for a moment, he said, "This matter needs your mother to take the lead. Little girl, I want to help your mother leave the Wang family, but they won't agree. If outsiders find out that a daughter is making her mother leave, your reputation will be ruined." Luanan raised her face, scoffed, and wiped her tears away forcefully. Grandpa, I have already died once. As long as my mother can escape from this suffering, I don't care about my reputation. I have no plans to marry, anyway. What good has being obedient brought in? Only repeated harm in return. Village Chief Zhou sighed deeply. Girl, I will discuss this with your uncle. Wang Pozi has suffered a great loss because of you, so be careful these days. I understand. Luanan didn't expect her mother to leave the Wang family immediately, as Wang Pozi hated her deeply. However, she couldn't miss the opportunity that Wang Debao had brought. That Wang Meixiang is already 15, and it would be more suitable for her to become a concubine for the Sun family. I, Luanan, am not a saint. If you treat me well, I will repay you if you want me to suffer. It doesn't matter who you are. After leaving the village chief's house, Luanan told her mother what she had heard. Lu Yu trembled with anger after listening. How dare they?
How dare they?
Her deep-rooted upbringing prevented her from saying anything too harsh. There were no more tears in her eyes, only intense anger and overwhelming hatred. Mother, please listen to me. Her daughter is her support. She cannot hold her back. Lu Yu, you must stand strong. Lu Yu swallowed her last bit of weakness, mixed with blood and tears, deep down inside. 2 nights later, Wang Pa called the family from the second house to the old home, saying that Wang Debao was back and everyone should have a meal together. She also wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to Lu Yu, admitting that she had misunderstood before and promising to treat Lu Yu and her daughters better in the future. No one believed her words. Lu Yu glanced at her daughter, realizing that the Wang family was planning something against her girl. Luanan gently patted her mother's arm. She had already prepared the antidote for the sleeping medicine. If they were looking for trouble, then let them come. At the dining table in the Wang family's old home, the food was not very plentiful. Lu Yu and her daughters watched Wang Pa closely, eating whatever she chose, knowing that they must be aware of where the medicine was placed. Sure enough, the expressions on the faces of the Wang family members were not good. Wang Debao noticed that Luanan was not falling for their tricks. This little girl was quite clever. He glanced at his uncle Wang Fugui, who was eating quietly, and then at his grandmother. Wang caught her grandson's look and forced a laugh, saying, "Second son, don't just eat for yourself. Go get some soup for your wife and daughter. This soup is made from the big bones Wang Debao brought back, and it's delicious." Wang Fugui felt a shiver. His mother's words kept echoing in his mind. Luonin was a wolf that could not be tamed. The Wang family had raised her for 10 years, and it was time for her to repay them. If Luyu caused trouble, they would just get rid of her and find a proper girl for him. Why cherish a woman who had already had children? Wang Debao was for the Wang family. Yes, Wang Debao was for the Wang family. Luonin was betraying them. Wang Fugui swallowed his last bit of unease and turned to get 2 bowls of soup, placing them in front of Lu Yu and Luonin. Luonin stared hard at Wang Fugui, and seeing the hatred in her eyes, he became even more convinced that his mother was right. Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue also brought soup to others, but only Wang Fugui's 2 bowls had extra ingredients, which he had added himself. "Mom, drink it while it's hot. The bone soup is very fragrant," Wang Fugui said. Luonin quickly drank her bowl in a few big gulps, and Luyu did not hesitate either. Before long, Luonin mumbled, "Mom, I feel a bit dizzy." Luonin looked at her mother, and Luyu understood, saying, "We stayed up too late last night. I'm a bit tired too." "Take in and Luyu to the east wing, so they can rest for a while," Wang Pu instructed. Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue helped them to the east wing. No one noticed that Xiao Muyang quietly slipped out and entered Wang Meixiang's room in the west wing. Wang Meixiang had not come out for dinner. She disliked Luonin and didn't want to see her. "Little aunt, what are you doing here? You troublemaker." Wang Meixiang glared at Xiao Muyang with annoyance. "Little aunt, my sister has a shiny thing in her pocket that looks like something you wear on your ears. It's really pretty." After saying this, Xiao Muyang quickly left. "Shiny? Something for the ears? Could it be a silver earring?" Wang Meixiang, who had always bullied Luonin, would not miss this chance. If she didn't come, Luonin would have a backup plan. Wang Meixiang sneaked into the east wing. "Debao, when are the Sun family coming?" Granny Wang felt a bit anxious, hoping nothing would go wrong. "Don't worry, Grandma." Wang Debao smiled, thinking about the 100 taels of silver he would receive. It was truly exciting. Sure enough, not long after, there was some noise at the door, and an unremarkable cart stopped in front of Wang's old house. "Hurry up, second uncle, get the person out quickly." Wang Fugui obediently ran towards the east wing. The yard and the house were pitch dark. The villagers were reluctant to light lamps, and the Wang family was no different. With a bit of moonlight, he vaguely saw someone on the Kong being carried away. Why does this person feel a bit heavy? Just as Wang Fugui was about to say something, someone whispered, "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Wang Fugui didn't think about anything else and quickly went out, stuffing the person into a blue cloth cart. The group finally sighed in relief, sitting in the main room, staring at the little bit of moonlight shining on the silver on the table, saliva dripping. "Hey, where's Meixiang?" Granny Wang asked, noticing her daughter hadn't eaten dinner. "Mom, little aunt is sleeping. I just checked." Zhang Huahua indeed went to the west wing door and saw Wang Meixiang lying on the Kong with her back to the door. "All right, everyone disperse. Second brother, get that little troublemaker out of here. Just looking at her annoys me." Granny Wang wobbled back to her bedroom, holding the money box. In the quiet of the night, the group fell asleep, dreaming sweetly. No one expected the door of the west wing to quietly open, and a slender figure slipped away. When morning came, Luonin felt unusually happy. "Mom, the porridge is ready." Just as Luonin finished speaking, the main door burst open, and Wang Fugui stood there, looking terrified. "You? How could this be?" Wang Fugui stammered, his eyes wide with shock. "What's wrong with me?" Luonin raised an eyebrow, looking at this fool in confusion. Wang Fugui ran out of the yard as if he had seen a ghost, fleeing like he was being chased by a dog. "Don't worry, Mom. The Wang family won't dare to speak out. Even if they are hurt, they have to accept this matter. However, they won't let us leave easily." Lu Yu gently stroked her daughter's pale face with her rough hand. Don't be afraid, my dear. I will do everything I can to take you away from this dangerous place today. Lu Yunin whispered a few words to Xiao Muyang, who nodded vigorously and ran off. Before long, chaos erupted at the old Wang house, with the sound of Wang Posey's curses echoing out. At this time, no one in the village was working in the fields. The Wang family's old house was in disarray, and Lu Yu's name could be faintly heard. A few kind villagers came out, thinking that Wang Posey was causing trouble for Annen's mother again, and they felt they had to help stop it. Leading the charge was Wang Posey, followed by Wang Futsai and his brothers, all wielding pickaxes. A group of men and women rushed out. Some quickly ran to call the village chief, while a few ants followed closely behind, sensing that things could turn deadly. The gate of the second house was wide open, and Lu Yunin stood in the yard with a large chopping knife. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you all need to kill this little wild child. Sell that little woman to the brothel. You heartless ones, you harmed my Meixiang, may you all have bad luck. Wang Posey sat on the ground, crying and pounding her thighs. A few men rushed forward with their pickaxes, while Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue charged towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu swung her stick wildly, hitting Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue, who screamed in pain. They never expected this seemingly weak woman to be so fierce when provoked. Lu Yunin also swung her chopping knife, and soon the three men were bleeding. Wang Debao was nowhere to be seen. He had gone to Sun Dahu's house. Several ants rushed in to pull Zhang Huahua and Wang Xiaotsue away, trying to stop the Wang brothers, giving Lu Yu a chance to hit them again.
Stop it!
Village Chief Zhou ran over, followed by Zhou Chengshua holding Xiao Muyang, along with a few men who blocked the Wang brothers. Lu Yu dropped her stick and knelt on the ground. Village Chief, please help us. They wanted to beat us to death this morning. You're talking nonsense. You all conspired against Meixiang, my daughter. How did Anin and her mother harm Wang Meixiang? My Meixiang is missing, and it's their fault. Wang Posey looked around, realizing she couldn't speak about the matter. Wang family, how is Meixiang's disappearance related to Anin and her mother? You need to provide evidence for your claims. Village Chief Zhou glanced at Wang Futsai and the others, saying, Your three sons came with tools to hurt people, and you, Wang Fugui, are quite something. Wang Fugui, panting and wiping the blood from his back, blurted out, They harmed my sister. It should have been Lu Yunin who became Sun Dahu's concubine. They clearly drugged her. Fugui, shut your mouth. Wang Posey shouted as she got up and slapped him hard. The villagers understood the situation. The Wang family planned to sell Anin as a concubine and had mistakenly drugged Wang Meixiang instead. This is karma. Village Chief, I want a divorce, Wang Fugui. Lu Yu said, tears on her face, pointing at the Wang family with anger. Last time Anin was sick, they gave her poison to try to kill her for a ghost marriage. Now they want to drug her again to sell her as a concubine. Wang Fuyo took advantage of me being alone at home and tried to ruin my reputation. If Anin hadn't come back, I would have been done for. Wang Fugui even forced me to apologize to Wang Xiaotsue. Everyone, you know how we've been living these years. They have left us with no way to survive. Please help us. Wretched Wang Posey. Village Chief, let them divorce and give Anin's mother a chance to live.
Yes.
They must divorce. Wang Fugui, do you have any sense at all? You're not a man. Wang Fuyo, you're a beast. Angry voices filled the air. Wang Posey was stunned but still struggled, shouting, Be quiet. This is none of your business. I won't agree. Lu Yu will die in the Wang family. Wang family, I advise you to let Lu Yu divorce Wang Fugui. Today, we must give Anin's mother justice. Village Chief Zhou entered the main room with a man, moved the table and chairs, and sat down to write the divorce papers. Xiao Muyang had come home looking for him, and he was ready. When Wang Posey heard this, she screamed and rushed over, tearing the papers apart. Wang Fugui glared at Lu Yu and said resentfully, I won't agree to the divorce. You might as well give up. Lu Yu's face turned pale, her gaze dimmed, and she swayed, prompting several women to rush forward to support her. Luonan stepped forward and asked, "Grandpa Zhou, when my mother married Wang Fugui, was there a marriage certificate? Was there a matchmaker? Were there witnesses in the village?" Everyone was stunned, and village chief Zhou quickly understood. "I'm not aware of anything, even as the village chief. The Wong family didn't even have a banquet. The day after your mother was rescued, I heard that the second son of the Wong family entered your mother's room. Everyone in the village knows about this." Lu Yu cried, "Dear neighbors, I'm not afraid of losing face anymore. The day after I was rescued, I still had injuries. He, Wang Fugui, came into the room and forced me. Wang Fugui, you scoundrel." Luonan kicked Wang Fugui hard, sending him flying. Poor mother accepted her fate for the sake of her child. "Grandpa Zhou, there is no marriage certificate or agreement signed by a matchmaker. My mother is not his wife. Instead, Wang Fugui forced her to be his wife. I can go to the county magistrate to seek justice for my mother. Wang Debao is a scholar. If the academy finds out that his uncle has imprisoned a good woman for 10 years, I wonder what the teachers will say. You little brat, how dare you?" Zhang Huahua and Wang Posi's faces changed. Wang Debao is the hope of the main family and the Wang family. "I've already died once. Do you think I'm afraid?" Wang Posi, "I've tolerated you for 10 years. Our lives have been saved long ago." Wang Posi felt a bit scared. Luonan really could do it. The Wang family can give her a divorce. Without a marriage certificate, how can there be a divorce? "I want to sever ties. I will take Muyang away, Wang Posi. Don't challenge my limits." "Mother, Muyang is my son. You can't take him away." Wang Fugui gritted his teeth and approached, holding his waist. "Muyang, come here to your father." Little Muyang looked at him with tears in his eyes and shouted, "I'm not your son. I only have my mother and sister." Then he ran into his sister's arms. "If you won't let me take Muyang, we will go to the authorities. Please, village chief, watch over Muyang while I take my mother to the county. We can deal with the issues of the poison and being sold as a concubine at the same time." Saying this, he pushed little Muyang towards village chief Zhou. Luonan turned and pulled her mother to leave. "Stop. If you want to sever ties, then do it. Second son, I'll find you a beautiful bride." Wang Posi glared at Luonan fiercely, fearing that she might go mad and cause trouble at the academy, which could lead to her downfall. Wang Fugui looked at his mother and the others standing together. "I will listen to my mother. Don't regret it." Wang Fugui, Lu Yu, will never regret it. Lu Yu stood tall. Even if she had to beg with her child, she would never compromise again. The village chief quickly wrote a letter to end their ties. Lu Yu opened a household account for herself and her child, and Xiao Muyang took the Lu family name. However, the old woman did not allow them to take anything, not even their bedding, just the clothes they were wearing. The old woman had her eye on the silver that Luonan had, but she didn't dare take it since it was fake. Lu Yu thanked the village chief and the kind villagers. The three of them held hands and left the courtyard of the second house without looking back. And Anne's mother, there is a house at the village entrance where old Lu used to live. It's empty now. You can stay there for a while. I will go to the county office to register your household, and later I will find a place for you to settle down, the village chief said. Time is precious, and the village chief needed to get this done quickly. Grandpa Zhou, I have a place to go. The one I mentioned is actually quite nice, Luonan whispered to the village chief, leaving him a bit stunned. And you are really clever. Take your mother there, he replied. Lu Yu didn't quite understand what was happening, but she trusted her daughter. Mother, let's go, Luonan said, leading Xiao Muyang and carrying the quilt that Aunt Tian and Tao Hua had insisted on giving them as they left the Wang family's courtyard. This village was called Kaoshan Village, nestled by mountains and water. The mountains were lush with tall trees that blocked the sun. Villagers often went up the mountains to hunt for food to sell. Instead of taking the usual path, Lu and led her mother and brother up a different small hill. Lu Yu wanted to ask but held back, trusting her daughter. Lu and used a machete given by the village chief to clear the way, cutting through weeds and branches. To her surprise, she found a hidden path with stones of various sizes. Soon, they reached halfway up the mountain, and as they pushed aside some thick vines, they discovered a cave entrance. Is this a cave? Lu Yu asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Mother, come in. I have a surprise for you. Luanin said, but her mother held her back. Let me go in first. Luan understood her mother was worried about danger inside, and her heart warmed. Don't worry, mother. I've been here many times. It's safe. Reluctantly, Lu Yu agreed to her daughter's words. As they entered the cave, Xiao Muyang exclaimed, "Ah, sister." Even Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Inside the entrance, it wasn't a cave, but a large, flat platform. The cave was on one side, and outside the platform was a gentle covered with colorful unknown flowers. Mother, come in and take a look. At this moment, Lu Yu's mind was blank as she mechanically followed her daughter. The cave entrance clearly showed signs of human alteration, with a sturdy wooden door. Luanin took out a key and unlocked it. Inside, the space was quite large, with a ventilation opening and all the everyday household items. Further in, there were 2 small rooms with beds after turning a corner. What is this place? How did you find it? Lu Yu needed to ask clearly. She couldn't let her daughter take advantage of others. Mom, I accidentally came in here while gathering pig grass when I was little. An old grandpa lives here, and when he saw I was starving, he gave me food and said I could come here often. He even taught me to read and identify herbs. Lu Yu remembered that her daughter would sometimes secretly give her half a bun or some dried meat. Now it all made sense. I would bring Grandpa fruits and fresh wild vegetables I picked on the mountain. Later, when Grandpa left, he gave this place to me, saying I would need it one day. Look, Mom, this is the land deed for the small hill. Lu Yu took the deed and saw the official red seal with her daughter's name on it. Oh my goodness, it must be the old deity watching over my child. Lu Yu quickly pulled her daughter and son to kneel on the ground and bow. Last time, it was the king who guided her daughter, and now another deity was helping her. Her daughter was truly blessed. Luanin felt a bit guilty, as she had come here unexpectedly. However, the original Anin had indeed met an old man who took pity on her and taught her many skills for survival, forming such a good connection. At the very back of the cave, there was even a small hot spring pool. Lu Yu was so excited that she shed tears, tightly hugging her 2 children. Muyang, I will work hard. I will definitely be able to support you both. Mom, I've secretly prepared some rice, flour, oil, salt, bowls, and 2 pots these past few days. I just didn't have time to move things from home. It was a miscalculation. Looking at her daughter's lively eyes, Lu Yu smiled through her tears. Meanwhile, the Wang family's old house was in complete disarray. Wang Debao had returned, bringing news from the Sun family. He was already engaged to the second young master of the Sun family and could not be returned. That night, the second young master and Wang Meixiang became a couple. Wang Meixiang was already 15, which was better than a 12-year-old girl. Moreover, Wang Meixiang was strong and healthy, so the Sun family would definitely not choose the delicate Luanin. Although the second young master's official wife had not given birth to a son, her family was wealthy, and the second young master was quite afraid of her. The concubine is there to bear sons, and once a son is born, he is raised by the legitimate wife. Meixiang is a concubine, but she is slightly better off than a maid, having only one rough servant girl by her side. In the morning, after getting angry, she was punished by the legitimate wife to kneel. When Wang Debao left the Sun family, his aunt was still kneeling. Wang Pozi truly cried after hearing this. She had hoped that Wang Meixiang would find a wealthy family, but now that chance is gone. It's like she shot herself in the foot. Life is tough for Wang Meixiang and the Sun family. Once Wang Pozi had cried enough, Wang Debao said, "It must be that little troublemaker's doing. Uncle, you can't let her off easy. Break her leg and see if she still acts so arrogantly." Everyone else fell silent, heads down. Wang Debao. Debao, here's what happened. It was his father, Wang Futsai, who explained everything in detail, leaving Wang Debao shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Anin to be capable of this. He had underestimated her before. You're all so foolish. Can't you treat them a little better? Lu Anin is 12. In a few years, she'll grow up. Grandma, even if you're just a step-grandmother, you can still influence her marriage, which will benefit me in the future. What about you?
Sigh.
After Wang Debao said this, everyone felt regretful. Uncle, after a while, go check on Lu Yu. Mu Yang, who is also a Lu, is your blood relative. That woman is easily swayed. If you visit her often, she might change her mind, and there's still hope. No wonder Wang Debao is considered ruthless. Wang Fugui nodded in agreement. He was holding back his anger. That night, he carried Lu Yu back, intending to put her straight to bed, but as soon as they entered the courtyard, she woke up, scratching herself and complaining of a headache. Little Mu Yang helped Lu Yu back to Lu Anin's small room, and they even bumped into the door. When she returned, he would make sure to teach her a lesson, so she understands that her husband is everything. However, he ultimately did not get his way. Village Chief Zhou led Chengshua and Taohua back to the mountain, bringing a bag of grain to help Lu Yu's family in their time of need. Upon seeing the place, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is really nice. And then how did you find this place?" Taohua stood in the main room, increasingly fond of it. It was truly bright and spacious. A curtain was drawn at the corner of the main room, and Lu Anin said that it was the sleeping area. Though Taohua is a woman, she felt shy about lifting the curtain to look inside. Lu Anin also didn't want anyone to see inside, especially the hot spring area. Lu Yu specifically reminded little Mu Yang not to tell anyone about it. And a few years ago, I met an old man by chance and became his apprentice. Before he left, he gave me this, Lu Anin said as she took out the red deed from the government office. Grandpa Zhou, this is the deed for the small hill. Please help me mark the area. This is for the wages of our uncles. Good. Good child. I was worried about the three of you. Anin, you have a wonderful daughter. Don't worry. Life will get better slowly, Grandpa Zhou replied. Yes, Uncle Village Chief. I can do some embroidery and earn a little money. Anin can find some herbs to sell as well. In short, we can support our family, Lu Yu added with a smile. Peach Blossom stared at Lu Yu for a while. Aunt, what's wrong? Lu Anin asked, puzzled. And I just realized that even though your mother has a scar on her face, she is actually very beautiful. You, my dear, have delicate features, especially your charming eyes. Just wait, there will come a day when Wang Fugui regrets his actions. Lu Anin smiled faintly. If he regrets, it has nothing to do with us anymore. That's right. Lu Yu, you must not be soft-hearted. Even if he kneels and begs you, you cannot go back to that wolf's den, understand? Peach Blossom had a fiery temper but a good heart. She was initially upset with Lu Yu but preferred the current version of her. Village Chief Zhou acted quickly. Before sunset, he gathered a dozen men from the village. They placed a large circle of wooden stakes around the small hill and tied sturdy ropes to mark it as owned. To avoid trouble with the Wang family, he told the villagers that this was the place of an old friend who was away and had lent it to Anin's family to live in, and no one suspected otherwise. A piece of barren land next to the mountain foot was given to Lu Yu as a homestead, conveniently enclosing the path leading up the mountain. They built a few thatched huts and constructed a solid courtyard wall with stones, securing the area first and planning to build proper houses once they saved enough money. Lu Anin remembered the kindness of the Zhou family and other neighbors, promising herself to repay them when she was able. Once everything settled down, Lu Anin began to think about what to do next. Her mother could embroider, but it was to her eyes and didn't earn much money, and merely meeting basic needs wasn't enough for her. Living by the mountains, which were like a treasure, Lu Anin decided to focus her efforts there before planning her next steps. The original owner was quite clever and had indeed learned a lot from the old man. In the environment of the Wang family, she had hidden herself very well. She also thought about leaving the royal family, but she was too gentle and young, and it would be foolish to risk her life. Mom, I want to go into the deep mountains to see if I can find some good herbs. Luonin had planned her first step and told her mother about going into the mountains. No, Anin, the deep mountains are too dangerous. I can't let you take that risk. Luyu opposed her daughter's idea of going into the deep mountains. Mom, I can take care of myself and won't go too far. Don't forget, the king have taught me some survival skills and that old man taught me about herbs. Please trust me. Knowing her mother was worried, Luonin pleaded with her until Lu Yu finally relented. Luonin packed a basket, took a small shovel, and put some powder in her pocket, tying a short knife to her leg before setting off. She had secretly gathered these things over the past few days and hid them here. The side of their cave was next to a mountain with no path, so she had to go up using the route the villagers often took. Halfway up, she met a few villagers who recognized her. And going up the mountain? Boomed Huzi's father from a distance. Yes, Uncle Futian, I'm going to take a look. Don't go too far. Huzi's father kindly reminded her. Okay, Uncle Futian, I'll remember. Luonin cheerfully replied and continued up the mountain after greeting everyone. In places where people had been, there wouldn't be anything valuable. Once she was sure no one was around, Luonin left the path and ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, Luonin suddenly stopped. Wasn't the tall, sturdy trunk in front of her home to one of the 9 great herbs, Dendrobium? Luonin was so excited, she wanted to scream. Dendrobium is a wonderful medicine that nourishes and cools the body, supports digestion, and boosts vitality. She sincerely thanked that old man for teaching the original owner so much, without holding back. And I will take care of Mom and my brother, don't worry. Luonin pressed her hands together and silently said this in her heart when a gentle breeze suddenly passed by, and she seemed to hear someone say, Anin, thank you. I am leaving. A tear fell from her eye, and Luonin felt unusually light. Carefully, she cut the dendrobium, leaving 2 segments of each stem to allow it to grow again next year. Luonin had a strong sense of direction and remembered this place well. On her way back, to avoid being noticed, she covered the top of her basket with some wild grass. She just wants to quietly make money and help those who are close to her when she has the ability. Hey, Luonin, what do you have in your basket? On the way down the mountain, she met a few women, and the one speaking was Maisie, who had caused trouble last time. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the basket. Maisie, what are you doing? Said one of the other women, unable to stand by. Luonin put down the basket, grabbed a handful of wild grass, and stuffed it into Maisie's mouth. Wild grass. Aren't you curious about it? Here, have a taste. Maisie's eyes widened in surprise as she chewed on the grass, while the other women laughed and clapped their thighs. Hanan, you should go home now so your mother won't worry about you. Luonin smiled and turned to leave. Behind her, she heard Maisie cursing, but Luonin hummed a little tune and walked away happily. Mom, I'm back. Luyu ran out of the main room, looking her daughter up and down to make sure she was fine before relaxing. Mom, I found something great. Luonin whispered excitedly to her mother, and upon hearing this, Luyu's eyes filled with tears of concern. Seeing her mother cry, Luonin felt speechless. Her mother truly loved her, so let her cry. She would take care of herself. Mom, there's still some more to collect. I'm going to the pharmacy in the county to sell these fresh ones, and we'll gather more tomorrow. Anin, come eat something first and rest a bit. I'll go with you. Luyu looked at the sun, realizing it was close to noon. After saying this, Luyu hurried to prepare lunch, while Luonin carefully organized the dendrobium. After lunch, the family of 3 went to the county. Luonin chose not to go to the town but to the largest pharmacy in the county, Chuanha Hall. There was a bullock cart from the town, which was very convenient. The 3 of them spent 6 copper coins to take the cart to the county. When they arrived at Chuanha Hall, the young clerk saw a farmer woman with 2 children. Chuanha Hall treated everyone fairly and never bullied the weak. The clerk approached them warmly, saying, Madam, are you here to get medicine or see a doctor? Young man, we have gathered some fresh herbs. Does Chuanha Hall buy them? Luyu replied gently. At that moment, the shopkeeper came out from the back room. Madam, where are the herbs? I am Li, the shopkeeper of Chuanha Hall. Hello, shopkeeper. The herbs are right here, Luanin quickly said as she lifted the basket. The shopkeeper noticed that the one speaking was a young girl. Although her small face looked a bit pale, her delicate features and lively peach blossom eyes made me like her even more. When Li Zhonggui lifted the cover off the basket, his eyes widened. This was high-quality fresh dendrobium. It was neatly arranged and clean. Did Madame prepare this? Li Zhonggui casually asked. My daughter did. She learned a bit from an elderly person before, but she just copied what she saw. Please don't laugh at her, I replied. Madame is too modest. Your daughter is impressive. It wouldn't take her long to do this well, Li Zhonggui praised. The young assistant leaned in to take a look, and the shopkeeper playfully tapped him on the back of the head. You need to pay more attention. You've been here for years and still can't match this young girl. The assistant rubbed his head and chuckled. Uncle shopkeeper, how much do you pay for fresh dendrobium? Girl, this fresh dendrobium is of good quality. How about 220 coins for every 2? Uncle shopkeeper, I don't really understand the prices. I came because I liked the brand of Chuanhetang, so you can decide, Luanin said playfully, tilting her head. Li Zhonggui laughed heartily. Zhuzi, weigh this and settle the payment for Madame. Holding over 20 taels of silver, Lu Yu's hands trembled a bit. Seeing that Lu Yu was about to cry again, Luanin quickly said, Uncle shopkeeper, my name is Luanin. If I find good herbs in the future, can I bring them to you? Sure. Haha, Anan. Remember to bring good things to your uncle in the future. Li Zhonggui felt very happy. Lu Yu, a bit dazed, was pulled away by her daughter from Chuanhetang. Mom, can we buy some rice, flour, and oil for home, and also get some fabric? Lu Yu finally came to her senses. Okay, I'll listen to you. So the family of 3 started a shopping spree. On the way back, their basket was filled to the brim, and Luanin even bought an extra basket. Otherwise, it would have been hard to carry everything. The family returned home loaded with goods. Fortunately, it was already evening when they returned, and everyone was cooking, so they didn't run into anyone from the village. Otherwise, if the Wang family found out, who knows what trouble they would cause. Lu Yu rendered the pork lard into oil and made crispy pork cracklings. Luanin cooked a plate of spicy meat slices and prepared a plate of fresh wild vegetables. Finally, the family of 3 enjoyed a delicious meal. Xiao Muyang was so engrossed in eating that he didn't look up, and Lu Yu smiled happily watching her 2 children. Since Luanin needed to go into the mountains early the next morning to gather the remaining dendrobium, the family finished their chores early, soaked in the hot spring for a while, and then snuggled into bed. Before dawn the next day, Luanin set off with some oil cakes and a bamboo tube of water. She wanted to avoid meeting anyone from the village, especially chatty people like Maizi's mother, as it would take too much effort to talk. Familiar with the route, she quickly found the spot and began to harvest the remaining dendrobium. As Luanin was nearing home, she spotted some villagers coming out from the village in the distance. In the afternoon, the 3 of them went to Chuanhe Hall. Luanin informed Manager Li that they had gathered all the dendrobium from the deep mountains and would bring any other herbs they found later. Manager Li was naturally pleased and remarked that his second daughter was similar to Luanin, having been pampered since childhood. He joked that she would cry for a whole day if she got a small cut, unlike the children from poorer families who had to grow up quickly. The batch of dendrobium brought in over 50 taels of silver, which was a significant amount for a farming family. It's worth noting that an ordinary farming family would consider it very good if they could save 10 or 8 taels in a year, especially if they had many workers. In recent days, Lu Yu had been smiling more, as there were no troubling matters and life seemed to have hope, which naturally lifted her spirits. Mother, I'm heading into the mountains. Luanin called out to her mother as she grabbed her homemade sleeve arrows, a machete, and a backpack. Come back early and don't go too far, Lu Yu reminded her daughter, even though she knew Luanin had her own plans. Elder sister, come back soon, little Muyang said, his face chubbier these days as he ran up and hugged Luanin's leg. Okay, I will. You stay home and listen to your mother. Be good, Luanin replied before turning to leave. Today, she wanted to try out her new weapon. Before her journey, she had been a jack of all trades. knowing a little about everything but not mastering anything. Fortunately, she could make use of what she had learned. The sleeve arrows she had made recently were filled with anesthetic in the grooves of the arrowheads. This formula was much better than the local anesthetics of this time. She hoped to catch something big in the mountains. If the sleeve arrows and anesthetic worked well, they would be essential for her safety in the future. After walking for a while, without finding any herbs, Luonin sat by a small stream to wash her face and take a break. She pulled out a pear and was about to take a bite when a small furry head peeked out from the gaps in the leaves across from her. The little head stared intently at her, or more precisely, at the pear in her hand. "Wanna eat?" Luonin asked with a hint of mischief. Little Monkey surprisingly nodded vigorously. "Wow, it can understand human speech? Well, if I can travel here, it's not strange that the little monkey can understand me. Come over and eat." Luonin took out a pear, and Little Monkey jumped over, reaching out to grab the pear and even nudging it with its paw. "Is that a thank you?" After finishing the pear, Luonin tidied her clothes, ready to leave. Little Monkey suddenly grabbed her sleeve, its big eyes showing reluctance and sadness. "Little Monkey, I'm leaving. You should go home too. If there's a chance, we will meet again." After Luonin said this, she lifted her leg to leave, but Little Monkey held onto her sleeve and followed closely. "Walking upright? Has this monkey become clever? Do you want to follow me?" Little Monkey nodded vigorously again. Luonin thought for a moment. Her home felt too empty, and Xiaomiang didn't even have a little friend. It would be nice if Little Monkey could keep him company. "Little Monkey, you can come with me, but I have a younger brother at home. You mainly need to play with him. If you agree, I'll take you home." Little Monkey grinned widely, nodding enthusiastically, almost sparkling with excitement. "From now on, you will be called Zhuang. Let's go." After saying this, they happily left together. Luonin and Zhuang crossed a mountain. This side was new to her, and they hadn't gone far when they heard some noise nearby. Zhuang quickly climbed the tree. With that, Luonin climbed the nearest tree first, and Zhuang quickly followed. They hid behind the thick leaves, watching their surroundings cautiously. "Oh my!" Luonin's eyes widened. An old tiger was approaching. A large tiger walked slowly, and Luonin could smell the scent coming from its mouth. "Heavens, I was sent here by you. We have a bond, so please help me today." Luonin prayed in her heart. Whoosh! 2 short arrows flew out quickly while the tiger looked up, hitting its eyes perfectly. The tiger roared in pain, shaking the ground, and its tail swept wildly, knocking down nearby small trees. 1, 2, 3, down. As soon as Luonin finished speaking, the tiger fell to the ground. Just as one person and one monkey were about to come down, 2 men ran from a distance, panting as if they had traveled quite a way. "Dad, why is this tiger lying down?" the young man asked in a rough voice. Another middle-aged man carefully approached and poked the tiger with the tip of his knife. Seeing no danger, he stepped closer. "It seems to have been injured in the eye." "No, if it were just that, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly. It must have been drugged." "Dad, we've been watching this tiger for almost a month. We finally found it. Let's take it home," the young man said excitedly. "Chongqing, even though we've tracked it for a month, we don't know who injured this tiger. We can't take someone else's catch." After saying this, the middle-aged man raised his voice and called out, "Whoever injured this tiger, please come forward." Luonin listened and thought to herself that this man was someone who valued loyalty. "Sir, I shot the tiger." The middle-aged man and his son turned to see a girl and a monkey sliding down from a tree. Luonin confidently stepped forward and said, "Sir, my name is Luonin, and I'm from Mountain Village. I shot the arrow in the tiger's eye, and I coated it with a tranquilizer. You say it's you, but how can a little girl have such skill?" The young man clearly didn't believe her. "Chongqing, be quiet." The middle-aged man glared at his son. "Little girl, is it really you?" "Sir, you can pull out the arrowhead and see my name on it." Luonin wasn't upset with the young man. After all, she was still just a young girl. The middle-aged man bent down and pulled out the arrowhead with some effort. It was stuck in quite deep. Sure enough, there were 3 small characters, Luinen on the arrow. The young man's mouth dropped open, and his eyes widened in shock. "Hey, brother, you're drooling," Luinen quietly remarked, and the young man quickly wiped his mouth, finding nothing there. His face turned red. "Miss Lu, I was wrong to doubt you. Miss Lu, you're amazing. I'm E-Man from the village across the mountain, and I live by hunting. This is my son, E Chongqing. Uncle E, I'm sorry for interrupting your hunt. I didn't know the details." Luinen could see that the father and son were reasonable people, and she didn't want to offend anyone over a tiger. Who knows, they might become friends in the future. "Miss Lu, although we have chased this tiger for a month, it would not have been easy to catch it without your help. Since you caught it, it belongs to you. Chongqing, let's go." After saying this, the 2 turned to leave. "Hey, Uncle E, wait a moment." The impatient hunter, E, was ready to leave. "Hee, Uncle, there's a saying that when you meet, you share half. I just wanted to test my hidden arrows and sleeping powder, and I didn't expect to knock it out. I don't know how to handle this tiger." Luinen blinked her beautiful eyes and spread her hands. The father and son exchanged glances. "Miss Lu, my father and I can help. We don't want any money." E-Man quickly nodded. He didn't believe that a girl who could knock out a tiger would know how to handle it. This girl was loyal, seeing that they had worked hard for a month and ended up empty-handed. She was just making an excuse. "Brother E, how about this? You and Uncle E handle the tiger. We can sell the skin, meat, and bones separately. The shopkeeper Lee at Chuanha Hall in the county is a good person. We can ask him. We'll split the money evenly and meet at Chuanha Hall in 3 days. How does that sound?" The father and son were clearly surprised. "Miss Lu, you would be at a loss. It would be like us getting something for nothing."
No.
"Uncle, let's do it this way. I want to go deeper into the mountains and see if there are any good things. See you at Chuanha Hall in 3 days." After saying this, she and her monkey quickly ran off. "Dad?" E Chongqing was stunned. "Chongqing, did you see that? This girl will be someone important in the future. We appreciate her kindness. I have met Village Chief Zhou from Kaoshan Village a few times. Tomorrow, I will ask about Miss Lu's family to see how we can connect in the future."
"Okay, I trust you, Dad."
A girl going into the mountains likely means her parents are either unwell or not around. My little sister is already 15. We wouldn't let her go into the mountains. The father and son immediately felt sympathy for Luinen. Without discussing how the E family would handle the tiger, Luinen continued deeper into the mountains with Zhuang. "Zhuang, where do you think we can find valuable herbs? Lingxi or ginseng would be great." "Sai, where are you, my big Lingxi?" Luinen hummed a little tune. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," Zhuang called out, pulling on Luinen's sleeve with one paw and pointing in a direction with the other. "Zhuang, which way should I go?" Zhuang nodded his little head. Luinen squinted and touched her chin, saying, "I believe you this time. If you trick me, watch out for your bottom." Zhuang covered his bottom with his paws, jumped in place, and grinned widely. "You've really become clever," Luinen mumbled as she walked with Zhuang in that direction. "Oh my." Luinen was completely shocked and pinched her arm hard. It hurt. "Zhuang, you are truly my lucky star. I can't stand it."
Ha ha ha.
She suddenly picked up Zhuang and tossed him high, then hugged him tightly, almost squeezing him too hard. In front of her were some rotten tree roots with a few mushrooms that were bigger than her palm. These mushrooms were the king of supplements, resembling clouds, and were known as divine herbs. They not only had high medicinal value, but were also considered lucky. Luinen carefully picked the mushrooms, cleaned off the dirt, and packed them in a clean cloth bag. "Zhuang, get in the backpack and guard the mushrooms. We're going home." Zhuang obediently jumped into the backpack, carefully holding the cloth bag, and they hurried home together. Coming down the mountain took a lot of time. Seeing that the sun had already passed noon, Luinen hurried along, worried that her mother might be anxious. As they neared the bottom of the mountain, she spotted her mother and little Mu Yang at the gate of their yard. "Big sister," little Mu Yang exclaimed, running over with his short legs. Forgetting her fatigue, Luanin picked him up. Just as the little guy was about to speak, he turned and saw something strange sitting in the backpack. "Talk about it at home." Luanin gently patted Mu Yang's back. Little Mu Yang obediently closed his mouth and rested his little head on his sister's shoulder, looking at the small animal in the backpack. When the family reached halfway up the mountain, Luyu quickly brought her daughter some clean water and took out the food. Luanin quickly washed her face and then gave Zhuang a bath. "Is this a little monkey?" Luyu asked in surprise. "Mom, he's my little brother named Zhuang. He can play with Mu Yang, and he helped me a lot today." Carefully taking out the mushrooms, Lu Yu's eyes widened in amazement. "This is a mushroom. Mom, do you recognize it?" Luanin asked curiously. "I vaguely remember a bit from before. I saw it in a book." "Mom, do you remember where we came from?" "I can't recall. Thinking too hard makes my head hurt," Lu Yu frowned. "Mom, don't worry about it. The important thing is that we are doing well now. What does it matter if we remember? They haven't looked for us in 10 years. It's better to not have such relatives." Lu Yu nodded as she listened to her daughter, who was in charge of the family. After dinner, Zhuang played with Xiao Muyang, and Luanin shared her encounter with the Yi family father and son with her mother. Anin did the right thing. Having more friends opens more doors. "It seems we can befriend the Yi family." "Mom, I'm going to Chuanha Hall right away. Freshly picked Ganoderma has higher nutritional value. You don't need to come with me. I can get there quickly." Luanin didn't let her mother follow and hurried to Chuanha Hall with the Ganoderma. When Manager Li saw the Ganoderma, he nearly fell off his chair. "Anin, you are simply amazing. You are my lucky star." Watching Manager Li dance with joy, Luanin confirmed the power of Ganoderma in this era. "Anin, for these few pieces of Ganoderma, I should give you 3,000 taels of silver based on their age and appearance. However, I only have 2,400 taels in cash. Can I give you an IOU for the rest?" Luanin smiled, "Uncle Manager. That's enough. No need for an IOU. I want to invite the doctor from Chuanha Hall to my home to check on my mother and brother." Manager Li, having heard about the Lu family, sighed. "Anin, if you leave that wolf's den, you and your family will live better." "All right, I'll send Dr. Fong to your home tomorrow. I'll have Zhuzi take you back. It's getting dark if you walk." Luanin looked at the sky and realized it was true. She didn't refuse Manager Li's kindness, as she was indeed a bit tired. Meanwhile, the Yi family was thrilled to have brought the tiger home, a rare event that delighted everyone. Yiman shared the details of how they hunted the tiger with his father, Old Master Yi. Old Master Yi nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying he's a capable kid. "Find out if that family needs help in the future. We can assist them." After the family prepared the tiger, Old Master Yi took Yi Chongqing to the county to sell it. Yiman went to Kaoshan village to learn more about Luanin from village chief Zhou. He didn't mention the tiger but said he met a girl from the Lu family in the mountains and got hurt. It was Luanin who helped him with herbs. Injuries are common for hunters, so village chief Zhou didn't suspect anything. After learning about the Lu family, Yiman left Kaoshan village in anger. Back home, he told his family everything he found out, which made them very upset. Old Mr. Yi said, "Let's pick a good day for me, my daughter-in-law Chongqing, and Juanzi to visit the Lu family. The Wang family is in the village, and if you two go, it might cause trouble for them." Yiman thought about it and agreed, knowing that the Wang family was not trustworthy. Old Mr. Yi took out the money from selling the tiger, totaling 480 taels, including the tiger skin, meat, and bones. "We did take advantage of that girl. Given her straightforward nature, let's keep 200 taels for ourselves and give the rest to her." The family agreed. At the agreed time, Luanin arrived at the meeting place. The two Yis were sitting at a tea stall near Chuanha Hall, accompanied by a little girl with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, sorry to keep you waiting," Luanin greeted with a smile. "Anin, we just got here a little while ago," Yiman replied cheerfully. "And this is my youngest daughter, Juanzi. She's 15 and wanted to meet you. The little tiger hero, so she insisted on coming along, Iman said quietly. Juanzi looked at the girl in front of her, who seemed like a fairy from a painting, and thought she was really beautiful. Chongqing shook his head helplessly at his little sister, who was staring wide-eyed. Little sister, this is the Lu girl I told you about, Luanin. Hello, Sister Juanzi, I'm Luanin, she said. Seeing the beautiful peach blossom eyes and enchanting smile of the little fairy, Juanzi grinned and said, Dad, Anin is so pretty. I want to take her home. Iman playfully swatted his daughter, thinking she was being silly. Luanin covered her mouth and laughed at the friendly family. Juanzi giggled and tapped her head, and, don't laugh at me. It's just that you're so pretty. The two girls quickly started chatting and laughing together. Iman took out a small jar from his basket. Anin, this is pickled vegetables made by Chongqing. They taste good, so I brought you a jar, along with some wild vegetable buns. They're not expensive, just something to try. He patted the bag with the buns and nodded slightly. Luanin understood immediately. Uncle, I'm sure Chongqing's cooking is delicious. I won't refuse. Since they were at the tea stall, Iman couldn't take out the money directly, so he hid it among the items. After chatting for a while, Iman informed Luanin that old Mr. Yi would visit her family soon, and Juanzi mentioned she would come along then too. After parting ways with the Yi family, Luanin went to Chuanha Hall to thank Manager Li and Dr. Fong for helping her mother and brother recover their health. Dr. Fong, stroking his beard and smiling, said, You silly girl, how can you forget about yourself? You should take care of yourself too. You are the pillar of the family now. Luanin dreaded drinking bitter herbal medicine. In her past life, even when she was working, her mother would always have a sweet treat in one hand while giving her the medicine. Seeing Luanin's distressed expression, Dr. Fong burst into laughter. You won't have to drink the bitter medicine. I've made it into sweet pills. Your mother and brother will have the same. After a period of care, they will recover quickly with the right nutrition. Luanin was thrilled to hear this, making Manager Li and Dr. Fong laugh even more. After buying some daily necessities, Luanin returned home. Once home, she took out the pickled vegetables and wild vegetable buns that Uncle Yi had given her. Indeed, there was a small bag inside the cloth bag with the wild vegetable buns. Inside were 200 taels of silver notes, 80 taels in silver, and a note detailing the amount of silver sold. Luanin felt relieved. The Yi family was worth befriending. As a younger generation, she couldn't let the Yi family elder visit first, so she discussed with her mother about taking Xiao Muyang to the Yi family in a couple of days. Lu Yu agreed, realizing that as a woman without a man, it was indeed inconvenient for her to visit. With quite a bit of silver on hand, Luanin and her mother discussed properly organizing the cave. They decided not to rush into building a house, as doing so in such a short time might raise suspicions about the source of their money. The principle of not flaunting wealth applies both in the past and now, and Lu Yu understood this well. So, she approached village chief Zhou to help find a few villagers to make some furniture. They planned to surround the platform with wooden fences, leaving a small gate, and in the sloped area, she intended to create a small vegetable garden. Additionally, they needed to install a door at the entrance and properly repair the steps leading up. Lu Yu left 10 taels of silver with village chief Zhou, promising to bring more if needed. Naturally, Lu Yu didn't go to the Zhou family empty-handed. She brought 10 jin of pork belly, a large piece of lard, and even a few jin of fine wine for village chief Zhou. This was quite a generous gift in the village. The Zhou family was doing well. The eldest son was at home, preparing to take over the village chief position, while the second son worked as an accountant in the county, earning 1.5 taels of silver each month. However, the Zhou family still didn't indulge in meat every day. When Tahua saw Lu Yu bringing so many things, she couldn't help but complain. Lu Yu, you shouldn't spend money like this. You stay up late working on embroidery, and Anin is so young, running deep into the mountains to gather herbs. It's not easy. You need to save this money. Are you still living in a cave? Why not get a house? Hearing Taohua's complaints, Lu Yu felt warm inside. Sister Taohua, I understand. You have helped me a lot and no amount of money can repay that. Village chief Zhou acted quickly and gathered a dozen men the next day. He told everyone an old friend wrote to me asking for help to repair the place in the mountains. Also, Anne's mother has earned some money from her embroidery and needs to buy some decent furniture. We can't keep piling things in the cave. Everyone sympathized with Liu Yu's family, and since the pay was good, they worked enthusiastically. It had been a while since they left the old house, and Wang Fugui was having a tough time. When Liu Yu was around, someone washed the clothes, cleaned the house, and cooked the meals. After Liu Yu left, he had to do everything himself. After a long day of work, he was exhausted and still had to wash clothes and cook. He couldn't bear it for long. Old Wang didn't care for him, and Wang Fugui became quite messy. One day, Wang Xiaotsui ran home as if chased by a dog, bursting into the yard shouting, "Mom, Mom. Did a dog bite you? Calm down." Old Wang had been scolding her two daughters-in-law a lot lately because of Wang Meixiang's issues. "Mom, something big has happened." Everyone gathered around, curious about the big news. Wang Xiaotsui gulped down a cup of cold water, wiped her mouth, and said, "I heard that Liu Yu actually hired over 10 people to help her at home. She just left. Where did she get the money?" "Mom, she must have been hiding money all along." The crowd erupted in chatter. Old Wang slammed the table, her eyes wide with anger. That little brat has gone too far. People in the village actually believe her. Not only did she get a big house, but she also hired so many workers. How much money must that cost? "Mom, go call our second brother. Liu Yu must be hiding money. It's our family's money." Zhang Huahua rolled her eyes, stirring up trouble with her mother-in-law. Soon, Wang Fugui arrived. When old Wang saw her second son, she cried like a river, making it sound like a tragedy. If someone didn't know better, they might think her own parents had passed away again. Well, they actually had long ago. "My poor son, Fugui. It's only been a few days, and you look like a different person."
My son.
Wang Fugui felt warm inside. His mother still cared for him. "Mom, it's my fault for not being a good son." Wang Fugui quickly knelt down and comforted Wang Posey. "Son, it's my fault. I should have treated Liu Yu and the others better. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the Wang family. I was just too strict and I didn't realize it would make them resentful." Wang Fugui felt relieved. "Look, my mother is a reasonable person." "Mother, it's not your fault. You only wanted what was best for them." Every daughter-in-law listens to her mother-in-law. "Since she has left, you won't be upset anymore." Wang Posey thought, "Fool. I want her to come back. If she returns, the money will come back too." "Fugui, I think of Mu Yang as our family's bloodline. If Liu Yu gets married, she will have to call someone else father. You should spend more time with Mu Yang. If Liu Yu can change her mind, it would be great for our family to be together again. I could die in peace, knowing they are back. I promise, if they return, I will treat them well." Wang Posey spoke earnestly to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui was moved to tears, creating a touching scene of a devoted mother and son. At this moment, Wang Posey had completely forgotten about Wang Meixiang, who was still in a difficult situation. Wang Dabeat received news that Wang Meixiang was pregnant, and the Sun family was delighted, giving Wang Dabeat 50 taels of silver. Wang Dabeat quickly gave Wang Posey 20 taels. How could she not be happy? As for Wang Meixiang facing difficulties from the main wife? Sorry, a concubine must endure the main wife's pressure, and Wang Posey conveniently forgot about that. Soft-hearted and foolishly devoted, Wang Fugui tidied himself up and left the village. He only dared to visit when Luonan was not home. At the foot of the mountain was a large courtyard with 5 thatched cottages. The gate was slightly ajar, and inside, the flowers and plants looked beautiful. Following a stone path from the side gate, he reached the tightly closed main door, surrounded by blooming wisteria. Standing at the entrance, Wang Fugui felt uncertain. Liu Yu must be doing well. He knocked on the door.
Who is it?
A soft voice came from inside, making Wang Fugui feel a bit dazed. That voice used to be familiar, but he didn't know when it had changed. Liu Yu opened the door, clearly surprised. "What are you doing here?" Wang Fugui looked at Liu Yu, whose skin was fair and rosy, with a blue cloth wrapped around her head, looking fresh and clean. The scar on her side had faded significantly, making her look like a different person. "I came to see Yang," Wang Fugui said awkwardly.
Come in.
Lu Yu couldn't refuse when Wang Fugui came to see their son. Yang, at 5 years old, was already understanding. If Wang Fugui truly felt remorse, she wouldn't stop their father-son relationship, since she wouldn't return to the Wang family anyway. Upon entering the yard, Lu Yu didn't let him into the house, only allowing him to stay in the yard. The tidy little yard had a small vegetable patch on one side, where little Yang played with a small monkey, and a few chickens leisurely wandered in the corner. In the distance, a lush green landscape could be seen. This should have all belonged to him. "I'll take Yang back to stay for 2 days, Wang Fugui said to Lu Yu. "That's not possible. Yang is my son. You can visit him, but you can't take him away. He is from the Wang family. How can I not take him? If he weren't your child, I wouldn't even let you see him. You have held Wang Xiaobao more times than you have held Yang. Besides your mother, your brothers, your sister, and your nephew, have you ever thought about us?" Wang Fugui fell silent, darkly looking at little Yang. "Yang, come back with Dad." Little Yang ran a few steps to his mother and tightly hugged her leg. "No, you are not my dad. You are Wang Xiaobao's dad." "You?" Wang Fugui raised his hand. "What? Did I hit a sore spot?" "For Wang Xiaobao, you hurt Yang's ear, and how much suffering has Yang endured because of him? Now you still want to hit him?" "Lu Yu, my mother said that as long as you soften your stance, you 3 can return. It's not convenient for you as a woman to manage everything alone. My mother will take care of the household." Wang Fugui suppressed his anger. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was furious. She pointed to the gate. "Get out. Leave my home, and we never want to see you again. We don't want to see anyone from the Wang family." Wang Fugui didn't expect Lu Yu to stand against him. After hitting her, he still had to get his own foot bath ready, all because of that little wild child, Luonan. Thinking of this, Wang Fugui felt a surge of anger rising within him. He grabbed Lu Yu and pulled her toward the house. She was his woman, and she would always be. What did it matter if she left? Once he had taken her, she would have to obediently return to the Wang family. Lu Yu struggled desperately, but she wasn't as strong as Wang Fugui. Lu Yu bit down on Wang Fugui's hand, causing him to back in pain, and she fell to the ground. Little Yang rushed forward, desperately hitting Wang Fugui with his fists. But how much strength could a 5-year-old have? He was kicked away by Wang Fugui. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Dr. Lu was being pulled along by Tiger's father, his feet almost leaving the ground, nearly gasping for breath. "Lu, how is Yang?" As soon as Dr. Lu came out, Zhou Chengshua quickly asked. "Sigh. Wang Fugui's kick had a lot of force. Yang has a cracked rib, but thankfully his organs are fine. Otherwise, it would be a real problem." "That scoundrel." Dr. Lu gritted his teeth in anger. Dr. Lu left some medicine and asked a man to go back and get the ointment. Zhou Chengshua thought for a moment and said, "Taohua, you stay here with Anan's mother. We'll head back first. If Anan comes back, make sure to stop her and prevent her from acting impulsively. I'll discuss it with my father." Taohua nodded in agreement. Little Yang took his medicine and fell asleep, while Zhuang stayed with him. Lu Yu tidied up a bit and came to the yard. "Taohua, I feel so useless. Anan is willing to leave the Wang family for her reputation, while I still think of him as Yang's biological father. Does he ever think of Yang? You need to have limits with your kindness. Some people aren't worth your sympathy, like the Wang family. They won't change and will only get worse. The Wang family must have seen that you were doing well and came to take advantage. To put it simply, they are after your money." Taohua's words hit the nail on the head about the Wang family's intentions. Around noon, Luonan returned. She caught 2 nests of wild rabbits, 4 large ones and 6 small ones, which could be raised.
"Aunt Taohua."
As soon as Luonan stepped into the yard, she sensed something was off. Her mother's eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. "Mom, what's wrong?" Luanin was observant and noticed the details. "Anan, it's all my fault. I made a mistake." Seeing her daughter return, Luyu felt particularly upset, like a child who had done something wrong. These days, her daughter had been the one to face everything. She felt so useless. Luanin frowned. Seeing Luyu crying, Taohua had to explain the situation. Taohua wanted to stop Luanin, but Anan's strong personality was hard to hold back. "Aunt, please don't stop me. My mother has been bullied. If I don't stand up as her daughter, others will think our family is an easy target. Today they step on us. Tomorrow they will slap us. Reputation doesn't feed me, and I never plan to marry, so I don't care about it." After saying this, she turned and left. Seeing she couldn't stop her, Taohua quickly followed. Luanin was fast and soon disappeared from sight. The door to the Wang family's second house was locked. Luanin turned and rushed to the old house, kicking open the courtyard door. "Wang Fugui, come out here." Wang Posey peeked out from behind the curtain and started to scold her. Luanin pulled out the whip from her waist and struck it down at Wang Posey's feet. Wang Posey gasped, almost choking in surprise. Pushing past Wang Posey, Luanin entered the room. She immediately saw Wang Fugui lying on the bed and began to whip him like a rainstorm. Wang Fugui, ignoring the pain, scrambled to get up and stumbled out, tripping over the threshold and falling into the courtyard. Luanin chased after him and whipped him again, making him cry out in pain. No one from the Wang family dared to step forward. "Then stop." Village Chief Zhou rushed in from outside, and Luanin paused, keeping a serious expression. Seeing the village chief, Wang Posey sat on the ground and wailed, "Village chief, I can't live like this anymore. This wild girl is going to beat someone to death. What did my son do to deserve this? Wang Fugui, my mother has severed all ties with you. If you come to see Mu Yang out of genuine concern, I won't stop you. But if you think you can ruin my mother's reputation under the pretense of visiting, who gave you the courage?" "I didn't. I just wanted to see Mu Yang, but your mother wouldn't let me and chased me." Wang Fugui stubbornly denied it. "Grandpa Zhou, my zhuang bit him, and it wasn't through his pants. You can see that his pants aren't torn. If he didn't have bad intentions, his clothes should have been torn as well." Wang Fugui's expression changed. Village Chief Zhou waved his hand, and several men who had come with him went to check. "That's right, Village Chief. There are no signs of tearing or biting on the clothes, but there are injuries on his lower back and buttocks. These wounds definitely weren't caused by a person." One of the men, skilled in hunting, recognized the wounds as being made by some animal. Wang Posey's eyes darted around. "Well, you shouldn't have come here and attacked. You can only blame your mother for being improper. Otherwise, my second son wouldn't have cared about her. Who are you calling improper?"
"You?"
"You were already 4 months pregnant when you came to the Wang family. It's a pity that Wang Laohan never knew if the child in your belly was even his." A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Wang Posey's face turned pale instantly, and everyone was shocked by the revelation. What? The eldest son of the Wang family isn't Wang Laohan's son?
Whose son is he?"
My goodness, Wang Laohan raised someone else's son for decades? See. Did Wang Posey cheat before she got married? No wonder there's not a good person in this family. It seems they are bad to the core. Luanin looked coldly at Wang Posey, her words cutting like a knife, making Wang Posey wince in pain. Seeing Wang Posey's reaction, the others began to understand. The eldest son of the Wang family might really not be Wang Laohan's. If it were otherwise, Wang Posey would have already caused a scene. "You're talking nonsense. I'll make you pay for that." Wang Futsai, hearing this, felt a rush of anger and grabbed charging forward. Village Chief Zhou quickly stepped in to protect Luanin, and several men blocked Wang Futsai. "Wang Futsai, look at your mother. Wang Posey, Lu Dineo from Lishuigu has no children. If I tell him, do you think he would come to claim his son?" Luanin crossed her arms and stared coldly at the group. Wang Futsai turned to look at his mother. If this were a lie, she would have already been shouting, but she remained silent. "Could it be that I really am not a Wang? Wang Posey stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling, repeatedly muttering, "Futsai is my son with his father."
Mom?
This can't be true. Please tell me it isn't. Wang Futsai knelt on the ground, hugging his mother's leg, tears streaming down his face. No matter what, Wang Posey, despite her flaws, truly loved her son, except for that foolish Wang Guifu. The two daughters-in-law and Wang Fuyo stood by, stunned and unsure of what to do. Wang Posey chuckled softly, raising her head, her eyes glaring at Luanen. "Speak up. What are your conditions?" It seemed Wang Posey was quite clever. "Stay away from the Liu family. We don't want to see you all again. We've cut ties, and it's best to leave it that way." "Impossible. Mu Yang is a part of the Wang family. No matter where he goes, he is still Wang Fugui's son. If you try to control Mu Yang, I'll tell Liu Deneo and even visit the county school. Think about your eldest grandson. He has a future to consider." "Are you threatening me?" "Yes, I am. Try me. Can you guarantee these people won't talk?" Wang Posey glanced at the village chief and others. "Why would I guarantee that? I can only guarantee myself." You are shameless." Wang Posey was furious. "As long as you behave and don't cause trouble for Anan's family, I can assure you that after all these years living in the same village, Old Man Wang is a decent person. We are not doing this for you, but for the reputation of Old Man Wang," village head Zhou said slowly. "Yes, as long as you don't bother Anan's family, we promise not to say anything," several neighbors echoed in unison. Everyone wanted to use this opportunity to pressure Old Woman Wang a bit, and Luanen was naturally grateful for their kindness. How did Liu Anan find out Old Woman Wang's secret? It was quite a coincidence. Once, while taking an ox cart from the town to the county, she overheard two women gossiping. "Zhu's girl. Do you know Liu Denao from Li Shugo had a girlfriend named Wang Xiang years ago?" "Of course, I know. We used to play together when we were kids." "What happened?" "I heard that before she got married she was with Liu Denao, and I also heard." Luanen's ears perked up. "So, Old Woman Wang was involved with someone before her marriage? What about Wang Fukai?" A smile appeared on Luanen's face. After some careful planning, she managed to grasp Old Woman Wang's weakness. In the end, Old Woman Wang had to compromise. Living in the village, she didn't want to ruin her reputation, even though she didn't have a good one. The other Wang family members wouldn't dare to speak out either. The eldest son, Wang Debao, was their hope, and they were genuinely afraid of the fierce Luanen. After settling the issues with the Wang family's old house, Luanen went to Chunhatang to find Dr. Fong for some good medicine for injuries, as Dr. Lu's medicine was still lacking. Originally, she wanted to take Mu Yang to visit the Yi family, but since Mu Yang was injured and couldn't move for a while, she had to go alone. That day, Luanen found Aunt Tao Hua and asked her to keep her mother company while she went to the He village. It was a round trip over 2 mountains, taking a whole day. Aunt Tao Hua immediately agreed without hesitation. Luanen packed 2 small jars of good wine, some pastries bought from the county, and a couple of embroidered handkerchiefs for Juanzi and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chongqing family, along with some candies, and headed straight for Dehe village. She set off before dawn, and by the time she reached Dehe village, it was already around 9:45 a.m. When she inquired about the Yi family, a helpful person quickly offered to guide her, indicating that the Yi family had a good reputation in the village. "Grandpa Yi, you have guests," the young man who was guiding her shouted as they reached a large courtyard. The Yi family was all present, and Iwan was the first to run out, asking, "Who is it?" When I opened the courtyard door, I saw Anan and called out, "Grandpa, Dad, it's Anan. Anan has come." After saying that, I pulled Liu Anan into the yard, and she turned to thank the young man who led her here. The whole family was sitting in the main room. As soon as they heard Anan had arrived, they all came out. "Anan, why are you here?" "I was just discussing with your grandpa when we should visit your home," Iman said with a smile.
Hello, Unnei.
"I'm just a younger generation. How can I let the elders come to my house first? My mom can't come, and my little brother can't walk far, so I'm representing them," Luanen replied. Luanen looked at the lively old man in the middle, who was actually just over 50, still quite young compared to the past. "Hello, Grandpa E, I'm Luanin, sending my regards to you." After saying this, Luan bowed slightly. "Haha, I've heard about the little hero who fights tigers named Luanin. Come in and rest for a bit," Grandpa E said cheerfully. After greeting the other members of the E family, everyone settled down in the main room. Luan took out the gifts she brought for the E family, including fine rice wine that Grandpa E particularly liked, which was a heartfelt gift. Especially the embroidered handkerchief by Lu Yu, which Wan Zi and the daughter-in-law Cui Ji loved very much. The E family's little grandsons looked at the pastries and candies with drooling mouths. Cui Ji handed out 2 pieces to each child, and they carefully took them to play in a corner. The adults gathered together to chat. As they talked, Grandpa Yi's eyes grew brighter. In his youth, he traveled far and wide, so he had seen a lot. After talking with Luan today, he was surprised. The Wang family truly missed out. The Lu family's girl was remarkable, and the village was about to see a golden phoenix rise. Lu and also admired Grandpa Yi. Although he was a hunter and might not match the talents of scholars, he had a sharp perspective on issues. During her time here, to protect herself and her family, she preferred action over words. It was pointless to reason with some people. Only by showing strength would they be afraid. So, the villagers called her Little Chili Pepper and Fierce Woman, but she didn't care. Who had time for fancy words in the village? The E family suited her well. They were generous, clear about their relationships, and quick to settle scores. After having lunch at the E family and chatting a bit more, Luan said her goodbyes. Grandpa E was concerned, so E-Man and his son accompanied Luan in partway. They agreed to visit the Lu family on the 6th of next month. The days passed at a comfortable pace. Little Muyang had recovered and was back to his lively self. Luanin discussed with her mother about starting Mu Yang's education. Previously, while at the Wang family, Lu Yu had secretly taught Luanin and Mu Yang to recognize characters. Wang Fugui knew but didn't interfere. As long as they didn't neglect their chores, he was fine with it. In her past life, Luanin had written beautifully in small characters and even won awards in university calligraphy competitions. However, now she had to be discreet, so she practiced writing with her left hand. Lu Yu firmly believed that her daughter was blessed by the king of, and her learning speed was very fast. Since Mu Yang was only 5, Lu Yu personally started his education, planning to send him to school when he was older. Sometimes, Luanin would also teach Mu Yang, and what she taught opened a new world for Lu Yu. Occasionally, Luanin would take Zhuang to the deep mountains, and they always returned with something valuable. Whether it was high-quality tianma or bamboo ginseng, they would sometimes find reishi mushrooms, and Zhuang's skills never failed. However, she wouldn't go often. Even though it could earn money, it was important to keep a low profile. Besides, one shouldn't waste the blessings given by heaven, right? One day, the family of 3 took Zhuang to the county to buy some daily necessities. They didn't go to the town because Luanin wanted to explore the county and also check the local market. At noon, they went to Chun restaurant for lunch. It wasn't that Luanin wanted to waste money. She was looking for business opportunities. Being a food blogger wasn't just for show, and she had a secret weapon. She was well prepared. The young waiter saw a young woman with 2 children and a well-behaved little monkey. They looked like a family, and although they were dressed simply, they appeared neat and lively. The monkey was even wearing clothes and a little hat, and it was very obedient. Chun restaurant didn't judge by appearances, and the waiter warmly welcomed Lu Yu's family and showed them to their seats. Luanin ordered 3 dishes and 4 bowls of rice. Her mother and the others weren't in a hurry. They relaxed and ate. Zhuang was seriously eating with his little spoon, attracting curious glances from other guests in the hall. Lu Yu ordered a pot of tea, and the waiter brought it over with a pained expression. Luanin quickly asked, "Young man, what's wrong?" The waiter felt happy to be spoken to by such a beautiful young lady. I couldn't help but whisper, "Oh, little sister, don't mention it." 2 distinguished guests have arrived, friends of our young master. They are quite picky, and surprisingly, they don't appreciate Chef Wang's dishes. They almost poked a hole in the plate with their chopsticks. Luanin chuckled and thought to herself, I was just worried about how to connect with the guests, and now the opportunity has come to me. Big brother, these guests are used to fine dining. Maybe they would enjoy some local dishes, she suggested. The young man's eyes lit up, but then his face fell again. Little sister, we can't cook those. I can cook. Lu Yu immediately understood her daughter's intentions. Big brother, I'm quite good at cooking. My grandfather used to be a chef in a big household, and I can make a few local dishes that are presentable. If you trust me, why not give it a try? Even if the guests don't like it, we won't lose anything, right? Lu Yu felt both happy and sad as she listened to her daughter speak so seriously, even mentioning her grandfather. She gently added, My father's master was once a royal chef. Perhaps he can really help you. Lu Anin silently praised her mother for being so supportive. The young man realized this was a good idea. Even if the two gentlemen didn't like the food, they would only complain a bit to the young master. Little sister, wait here, I'll go talk to the shopkeeper. With that, the young man quickly left. Manager Fan, a slightly plump but very shrewd middle-aged man, was almost pulling his hair out, struggling to please the two difficult guests. As soon as the young man mentioned it, Manager Fan immediately agreed. It was a bit of a gamble, but what if it worked? Besides, the girl's grandfather was a chef who had learned from the royal kitchen, so she must have inherited some skills. Manager Fan began to brainstorm ideas. Thus, Lu Anin was invited to the kitchen. Chef Wang, seeing a young girl brought in by the manager, was not very pleased. However, he didn't show it, though his expression didn't escape Lu Anin's notice. Lu Anin didn't mind. Winning people over with skill was the way to go. The kitchen had all the necessary ingredients. Lu Anin quickly thought through her plan and got to work. First, she pulled out a grass carp weighing about 4 to 5 pounds, skillfully filleting it. Chef Wang's earlier dissatisfaction vanished as he watched her work. This girl must have practiced for at least 3 years to handle a fish like that. The first dish Lu Anin decided to make was boiled fish. When the hot oil was poured into the large soup pot, it sizzled and a delicious aroma filled the air. Not only Manager Fan, but even Chef Wang swallowed hard. It smelled amazing. After preparing 2 seasonal side dishes, Lu Anin used her homemade mushroom powder in all 3 dishes. The mushrooms were indeed the result of Zhuang's hard work, as he had picked several large baskets full. After drying, the mushrooms were ground into powder, which could be added to both dishes and soups for extra flavor. Once the 3 dishes were ready and plated, Lu Anin set aside a small portion of each. Uncle Huang, please try this and give me your feedback. You're the expert, and I need your guidance. Her words pleased Chef Wang, but also made him feel a bit guilty. Manager Fan nodded in agreement. This girl was impressive. He quickly took the dishes to the private room. Before long, Manager Fan returned with a big smile on his face. Manager, did it go well? Chef Wang couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha, of course. The guests are so pleased they can't even look up. Hanin, this is a reward from the guests. Take it. Manager Fan handed her a heavy bag. Lu Anin opened it to find 3 silver ingots weighing 5 taels each, and a small piece of silver weighing about 1 tael. Without hesitation, she took 1 ingot and handed it to Chef Huang, cheerfully saying, Uncle Huang, thank you for your hard work. If I have the chance, I'll come to ask you for advice more often. Then she took the small piece of silver and gave it to the young assistant, saying, Thank you. Without your cleverness, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Manager Fan. Finally, she stuffed the entire bag into Manager Fan's hands, saying, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You little rascal. I can't accept the silver. And then, how about we have a chat? Manager Fan was sharp. He realized this girl had talent, and she had the recipes and the fresh powder he needed. Seeing that Manager Fan refused the silver, Chef Huang and the assistant felt they couldn't accept it either and handed it back to Lu Anin. Manager Fan smiled. What you 2 received is from Anin, so just keep it. The 2 were then happy to accept their rewards. Young man, Please tell my mother that I'm talking with Manager Fan and to wait for me, Luanin asked the assistant before following Manager Fan to the private room. Then, what is that fresh powder you have? Manager Fan asked directly, without beating around the bush. Shopkeeper, this is my own special mushroom powder. You can use it in soups and dishes to enhance the flavor.
Oh.
Young lady, how much of this mushroom powder do you have?
Can you sell it all to me?
We can discuss the price. Also, I bought that boiled fish dish you made earlier. Shopkeeper Fan thought he must get the recipe and mushroom powder first. This would definitely boost the business at Lake Shun. Luanin smiled. Shopkeeper, to be honest, the ingredients in this mushroom powder are made from several fresh mushrooms I picked from the D Mountains, and I only have about 2 pounds. However, I plan to grow some mushrooms myself. I will control the quantity since rare items are valuable. As for the boiled fish recipe, consider it a gift from me. I have many more recipes in mind, and I trust Lake Shun's reputation. If all goes well, we can collaborate. Great, that sounds good. Shopkeeper Fan clapped the table. Hanan, you must work with Lake Shun. They are trustworthy and never cheat customers. Even if a beggar comes to my door asking for food, we will give them a few big buns. The old man and young girl chatted happily and quickly confirmed the details of their collaboration. They agreed on the quantity of mushroom powder and future mushrooms, and Lake Shun would accept all good recipes, with prices based on the dish type. Luanin did not hold back on the boiled fish recipe. She didn't charge for it because she wanted future cooperation. She carefully went over the details with Chef Wang, who had not missed a single step when preparing the dish before. Chef Wang made another serving, and it tasted just as good. At this moment, he was truly impressed by Luanin. Shopkeeper Fan personally escorted Luanin into the hall and thanked Madame Lu for raising such a wonderful daughter. Madame Lu was very pleased to hear this. Today, they accomplished something big and made money. The common folks were truly happy. After leaving Lake Shun, Luanin and her family went shopping for necessities when she suddenly felt a fierce gaze on her back. She turned around quickly, but saw nothing unusual. However, she caught a glimpse of a figure around the street corner that looked a lot like Wang de Bao. And what's wrong?
Oh, it's nothing, Mom.
Let's go. Luanin suppressed her curiosity. As they reached the grocery store, they saw a crowd gathered outside, with loud noises and cries coming from inside. Luanin didn't want to get involved. In these times, it's better to avoid trouble. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted, but she had no connections, and being overly eager could lead to problems. Things did not go as planned. Just as she wanted to walk around, someone suddenly bumped out of the crowd and fell at her feet. Anan, be careful. Luyu was startled, fearing she might hit her daughter, and shouted. Luanin was indeed taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was a young woman with bright eyes. However, if there were no hidden motives behind those eyes, they would be quite beautiful. Miss, please help me. The young woman clung to Luanin's legs, crying pitifully. If it were the original Anan, she would have helped her up and comforted her. But the current Luanin was not so easily swayed. Although she had reached a high status in her past life, it was through fierce competition and deception. The woman continued to cry, while Luanin watched her performance with a blank expression. Someone in the crowd couldn't stand it and said, "Young lady, look how she's crying. How can you be so heartless?" Luanin smiled slightly and glanced at the speaker. I'm heartless? You all watched for a long time, yet no one offered help. Why blame me, who just arrived? Besides, I'm still just a child. The people around fell silent. Seeing this, the young woman cried even harder and choked out, Please, miss, save me. Why should I save you? Miss, my name is Yang. My husband has died and my family is forcing me to remarry. I escaped and have nowhere to go. Please have mercy and take me in. I can cook, do laundry, and serve you and your family. I only ask for a meal. After saying this, Yang looked at Luyu. Luyu's heart softened, and she was about to bend down to help Yang when Luanin reached out to stop her. Yang, right? My family is just a small household with no men, so you might be disappointed. Yang was taken aback and the onlookers seemed to catch on to something. Yang gritted her teeth. I was too forward.
Then I will serve you. Please take me in.
She knelt down and repeatedly knocked her head on the ground, quickly bruising her forehead. And it wouldn't hurt to have one more pair of chopsticks at home. Before her mother could finish, Luanin raised her hand to stop her. How much silver did that person give you to stop me here?
Tell me.
Luanin's voice suddenly turned cold as she stared directly at Yang. Lu Yu was also taken aback, wondering what was happening. I don't understand what you mean, Yang struggled to say, avoiding the young girl's scrutinizing, icy gaze. To be honest, this silver ingot is yours. Otherwise, what a shame it would be if I were to scratch that beautiful face of yours. At some point, Luanin had a small knife in her hand, gently tapping Yang's face. Yang looked at the 5 taels of silver in the young girl's hand, her eyes shining with interest. After hesitating for just a moment, she quickly changed her words. I don't know him either. A scholar gave me 1 tael of silver to report to him regularly about what I see and hear at your home. That's all. Oh, he will contact me. Luanin glanced at her mother, as if to say, did you see that? Don't be too kind. Luanin kept her promise, tossing the silver to Yang before turning to leave. People around began to murmur, and Yang gritted her teeth and chased after her. Miss, I'm sorry, but if I really can't get by in the future, can I come to you? I can work. Luanin stopped and looked at her for a moment. I am not your mother and have no obligation to help you. I pay for information, and that settles it. No matter how many reasons you have, do you think I would accept you for becoming someone else's accomplice for just 1 tael of silver? Don't treat others as fools. Yang stood there in a daze, while the people around continued to discuss. On the way back, Lu Yu remained silent. She felt guilty for almost bringing trouble to their home. Yang's connections must be with the Wang family. Mother, kindness is a virtue, but sometimes being too kind can be exploited. Many people watching us are dressed better than we are. Why did Yang come to us? That raises suspicion. Plus, I just saw someone whose back looked a lot like Wang Debeo's, which is why I tested her, and it turns out I was right. Luanin knew her mother's soft-hearted nature wouldn't change easily, and she couldn't put too much pressure on her. Mother, if you ever feel unsure about something, just pass it to me. Okay, from now on, I will listen to you. You can be in charge at home. As long as you trust me, I will take charge. Luanin blinked and tilted her head, smiling sweetly at her mother. Oh, big sister is in charge, big sister is in charge. Little Mu Yang clapped her hands happily, and Zhuang followed suit. Luanin didn't expect that everything that had just happened, along with her conversation with her mother, would be overheard. In the backyard of the guest house, 3 young people in their early 20s sat by a stone table, all looking quite handsome. Together, they were equally striking, tall and graceful, making the young ladies blush. I said, Chu Xian, the 3rd young master of the Chu family, that girl working with your shop today is really interesting. Who would believe she's a farmer's daughter? If she had a tail, she'd be even more clever than a monkey. That's right. The show at the grocery store was quite entertaining. This girl is kind but can also be tough. Her mother is too soft-hearted and almost got tricked. Chu Xian, the 3rd young master of the Chu family, is the son of the governor, and his grandfather holds a position in the capital. Chu Xian's father is the only son and has 3 children. The eldest is in politics, the second is in the military, and only the 3rd is particularly interested in business from a young age. The Chu family has a good reputation, and since he is the youngest, they let him do as he pleases. The family business, Chun, has shops in the capital and surrounding areas. Seeing that his eldest son has talent, the elder Chu entrusted him with managing the business. These 2 young gentlemen are from prominent families in the capital, one named Gao Mingyan and the other Zhang Li, both known for their sharp tongues. Recently, while Chu Xian has been inspecting the shops, these 2 food-loving young men have been following him. With his keen business sense, as soon as he heard what Manager Fan was discussing, he immediately agreed. Anyone who disagreed would be foolish. However, he still wanted the chance to meet Luanin in person and have a deeper conversation with her. Not many people could earn Manager Fan's praise. Luanin was unaware of Chu Xian's thoughts, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She was focused on making money, earning more and more. Kaoshan village is located a bit to the south, and the current temperature is around 20 degrees. This is the perfect time to grow some oyster mushrooms and chicken leg mushrooms. If the weather turns cooler, a warm greenhouse will be needed. The several grass houses in her yard at the foot of the mountain are just right for this purpose. If the planting goes well, Luanin plans to invite village chief Zhou, Huzi's father, and Aunt Tian to join her in planting as a way to repay their help to her family. After returning home, Luanin took out the remaining fresh mushroom powder, and Manager Fan would arrange for someone to pick it up. Mom, I want to grow mushrooms like oyster mushrooms and chicken leg mushrooms. They can be made into fresh mushroom powder, and they are delicious and nutritious for cooking and soups. Lu Yu's eyes lit up with joy as she said, I remember now. A few days ago, you brought back those mushrooms you picked with Zhuang, right? They were very tasty. Mom, I will use a few of the grass houses at the foot of the mountain for planting. Manager Fan said he would buy as much as I produce. His business not only includes the Chun food shop but also warehouses and other trades, so he can use them in his own shop and sell them nearby. Of course, Luanin told her mother that they would start planting first. If the mushroom growth goes well, they would invite village chief Zhou, Tiger's father, and Aunt Tian to join them. The demand for fresh mushroom powder is very high, and their family's output is too small. Now that they have some savings, they can bring village chief Zhou and the others along. This way, they can repay their kindness, and everyone can prosper together, making their family less noticeable. Lu Yu understood her daughter's intentions and fully agreed. As evening approached, an unexpected guest arrived at their home. Manager Fan personally brought the third young master along. The third young master insisted on meeting Luanin, which left Manager Fan with no choice but to comply. When Chu Xian saw Luanin, he felt a stir in his heart. The 12-year-old girl was cool and composed, with bright peach blossom eyes and a hint of childishness on her face, yet her gaze was confident and steady. Anan, this is our boss's third young master, Chu. Manager Fan quickly introduced her. Hello, third young master. Luanin greeted him confidently. Miss Lu, I heard from Manager Fan about your collaboration with the guest spring. If you don't mind, could I watch when you grow the mushrooms? Don't worry, I'm just curious. I won't interfere with your process, but I'd like to come when they're ready. Is that okay? Chu Xian didn't understand why this girl had so many qualities he couldn't grasp. The innate charm she possessed was undeniable. How could a child raised in a farming village have such an aura? Sure, when the mushrooms are ready, I'll invite third young master to come.
Great.
If you need help, feel free to ask Old Fan. The third young master and Luanin hit it off well. The more they talked, the more surprised he became. This girl was clearly born to do business. Luanin also felt that the third young master was very shrewd, almost like the best of the clever ones. They continued to test each other through conversation, while Manager Fan proudly thought to himself, I really have good judgment. In the end, the third young master and Manager Fan stayed for dinner before leaving. Luanin was a doer and got right to work. In just a few days, she had organized the house at the foot of the mountain. To make things easier, she had dug a well in the yard and created her own blueprint for it. She had the local blacksmith make a watering can based on her design and sold the blueprint for a small fee. Occasionally, she could earn a little extra money, which made Luanin very happy. While they grew mushrooms at the house down the mountain, Luanin had other tasks to attend to, so her mother took care of most of the work. Luanin noticed that her mother was smiling more and seemed more positive lately. The weak and fragile version of her had not been seen for a long time. It's true that people often grow quickly after experiencing ups and downs, so Luyi was not surprised. That day, Luanin did not go into the mountains. She only planted 2 types of mushrooms, oyster mushrooms and chicken leg mushrooms, to see how they would turn out. The third young master of the Chu family came to visit again. Miss Lu, my young master, and I would like to see the mushrooms, said Manager Fan with a smile. Luanin replied, of course. I was just thinking of telling the manager about them in the next few days. She then led the two of them into the planting room. The temperature and humidity inside were just right, and a patch of fresh mushrooms greeted their eyes. Manager Fan, young master, this patch is oyster mushrooms and the other is chicken leg mushrooms. The chicken leg mushrooms have a shorter growing cycle than the oyster mushrooms. You both came at a perfect time. You can taste them today. Luanin picked some chicken leg mushrooms to stir-fry with shredded meat, make a soup, and prepare a cold dish. Manager Fan and young Master Chu were not polite and followed Luanin up the mountain. Luanin was in charge of lunch. Young Master Chu was very interested in Zhuang, and with little Muyang around, the big and small were having a great time playing together, while Luyu chatted with Manager Fan in the yard. The meal was quickly served, and both Manager Fan and young Master Chu were not shy about it. Since they were partners, they should treat each other sincerely, especially since Luanin's cooking was praised even by Chef Wang. This chicken leg mushroom is very tender. Although it's called chicken leg mushroom, it doesn't taste like chicken, young Master Chu said after taking a bite. The chicken leg mushroom looks like a chicken leg, and its texture is stringy like chicken, but it really doesn't taste like chicken. It's very nutritious and has a great flavor, Luanin explained while eating.
How do you know all this, Miss Lu?
Young Master Chu asked curiously. He knew that Luanin had lived in the mountain village for 10 years. How could a child raised in a farming family know this? Luanin glanced at young Master Chu and replied, although my mother doesn't remember her past, when she was saved by Wang Fugui, the only piece of jewelry she had left was sold by the Wang family for 10 taels of silver. So, it's clear that my mother came from a wealthy family, and she has eaten chicken leg mushrooms before. Lu Yu, listening to her daughter speak so seriously, raised her eyebrows slightly. She calmly added, I have also started to remember some fragments from the past over the past 2 years. I have indeed seen and eaten chicken leg mushrooms. Do you remember where your home is, Mrs. Lu? Manager Fan knew about the Lu family's situation and couldn't help but ask a question. I don't remember much, just that there were many maids and servants at home. It doesn't matter if I can recall everything. With Unin and Mu Yang, I am very happy with my life now. Lu Yu looked at her 2 children, her eyes filled with happiness. Manager Fan and young Master Chu both agreed. Over the years, Unin's family had not contacted her at all, probably not wanting to search for them. It was better to live a stable life like this. Young Master Chu, you know that our village relies on the weather for food. Many kind villagers have secretly helped us. My mother was able to leave the Wong family smoothly thanks to Grandpa Village Chief and others. I want to work with Grandpa Village Chief to grow mushrooms so we can increase our yield. After dinner, Luanin shared her plans. Now that she had some savings, she wanted to earn money with families she had good relationships with, including Uncle Yi's family. I support Nin's idea. Our family is settling here, and we will need help from the village. Actually, Lu Yu had another reason. She didn't want her family to stand out and attract attention. Manager Fan and young Master Chu nodded in agreement. Madam Lu and Miss Lu's ideas are correct. The mushrooms grown by the participating families will be collected by the spring market. If one family becomes wealthy, it may attract envy. Since you have no background, this approach benefits both sides. Young Master Chu clearly pointed out the pros and cons. Luanin was thinking along those lines. Providing everyone with a way to earn money would repay their kindness, and in the future, everyone could rely on their own abilities. After discussing some cooperation details, they agreed to collect the first batch of mushrooms in 5 days. Manager Fan and young Master Chu left with a few vegetable recipes. Luanin tidied up and went down the mountain to find Grandpa Village Chief, Grandpa Zhou. When Luanin reached the entrance of the Zhou family, she called out cheerfully, Anin is here. Aunt Tao was in the yard chopping vegetable leaves for the chickens. She put down her knife and smiled as she replied, Hello, Auntie. I'm here to discuss something with Grandpa Zhou. Luanin waved her small basket. What treasure do you have in there? Aunt Tao asked with a laugh.
Come in, Anin.
Grandpa Village Chief happened to be in the main room, and Aunt Tao followed her inside. Luanin quickly entered the main room, grinning hello, Grandpa Zhou, hello, Uncle Chongshu. You used to be so quiet and didn't like to talk. Since leaving the Wang family, you've become much more cheerful. Zhou village chief casually handed a handful of peanuts to Lu Yinan. Grandpa Zhou, back at the Wang family, whether I talked a lot or a little, I always got scolded. So, I just stopped speaking up. Lu Yinan was speaking the truth. The original owner had indeed become more silent. Zhou village chief sighed. Yes, you and your mother have changed a lot. Even Xiao Muyang has become much more cheerful. Grandpa Zhou, I came to discuss something with you. Zhou village chief nodded. Go ahead, child. What is it? Lu Yinan lifted the white cloth covering a small basket, and Zhou village chief, Zhou Changshua, and Tahua all looked over with curiosity. Girl, what is this? Are these mushrooms? Zhou Changshua asked. Yes, Uncle Changshua, these thinner ones are called chicken leg mushrooms, and this type is oyster mushrooms. Zhou village chief took the basket to examine it closely and said, I've picked mushrooms in the mountains before, and I've seen these thin ones. Grandpa Zhou, I grew these. I partnered with Lake Chun Restaurant to grow mushrooms, and they will buy them. I thought since you have helped my family so much, without your protection, who knows what would have happened to us. And Uncle Futian, Aunt Tian, I want you all to join in growing them too. I can teach you how to grow them, and we won't have to worry about selling them. As soon as Tahua heard this, she immediately said, Dad, let's grow them with an. Lake Chun is the only big restaurant in the county. Not only is their business good, but they also have a great reputation. It must be a good opportunity. Tahua thought that although their family was better off than others in the village, they still relied on the weather for their income, which was limited. Even though her younger brother worked as an accountant, he had his own family and didn't send much money home each month. With more expenses in daily life, if they could grow mushrooms and with Anan's help in selling them, it would be a fantastic opportunity. Zhou Changshua was even more excited after hearing this. Anan, we would be taking advantage of you. Zhou village chief was also tempted. Everyone wanted a better life for their family, and he trusted Anan. Despite her young age, she was reliable, as shown by her handling of the cave incident, proving she was resourceful. Anan, there are only a few dozen households in the village, and everyone is struggling. With such a good opportunity, do you think you could help the whole village grow them? Zhou village chief realized he was putting pressure on Lu Yinan. After all, she was only 12 or 13 years old, and at his age, he felt a bit guilty asking. But the village was poor, and he had to ask for help. Grandpa Zhou, most of the uncles in the village are very nice to us girls. Some may not have helped us, but at least they haven't bullied us. However, there are a few families like the Lu family, the Guzi's mother, the Mai family, and the Lai family that we definitely should not learn from. As for the Wang family, they shouldn't expect any help from me. Lu Yinan couldn't help but frown. Peach Blossom understood her father-in-law's difficulties as the village leader, but she agreed more with Lu Yinan's approach. It's foolish to help those who have treated you poorly, like the Wang family. After thinking for a moment, she said slowly, Dad, I think Yinan is right. If it were me, I wouldn't help someone who treats me badly. Why should I worry about you when you haven't been good to me? Please don't put pressure on Yinan. She is still a child and has no obligation to support the whole village. Yinan, I see where I went wrong, Grandpa Zhou said, feeling a bit sad. He knew that besides the Wang family, there were several others in the village who had bullied Lu Yuanyang and her sisters, especially a few gossiping women. Grandpa Zhou, since I share the mushroom growing method, I never intended to keep it to myself. Please gather everyone together at a time that works for you, and I will teach them all. Good child. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou said, his eyes getting teary. This matter was settled. A few days later, except for those few unkind families, the rest of the villagers were divided into two groups. In the evening, the heads of households quietly gathered at the village leader's house. Lu Yinan spent several days teaching the villagers the mushroom growing method in detail. Everyone was very grateful to Lu Yinan. The method she came up with was a gift. Whether she taught it or not was her choice, and no one could complain. As for the Wang family, led by the village leader, everyone simply ignored them. The village had plenty of space, and where there wasn't enough, the village leader arranged for more, so the mushroom houses were built quickly. Naturally, Wang and a few other families saw this and asked what everyone was doing. But no one said anything, which made Wang very angry, and she stood at the gate shouting for over an hour. In the end, Aunt Tian splashed her with dirty water. However, news travels fast, and those families eventually found out that Luonin was planning to grow mushrooms together to make money. It wasn't that the villagers intended to tell, it was just that Lai had overheard while eavesdropping. Now, the Wong family was furious and stormed into the village leader's house. Village leader, this isn't fair. Why aren't we included in growing mushrooms? Are we not from the mountain village? Wang Posey started with a series of questions. Before village head Zhou could respond, Taohua stepped forward. Zhou Changshua wanted to stop his wife, but he couldn't hold back Taohua's fiery temper. I'll tell you, Wang Posey, the method for growing mushrooms belongs to Luonin, and she donated it for free. You should understand why you weren't included. What happened with your Wang family is well known, and I don't need to explain it again, right? And what about how your families bullied Lu Yuanyang and the others? Have you forgotten? Erguzi's mother, I remember one time you pushed Xiao Muyang into the pond. If it weren't for Huzi's dad, Xiao Muyang might not have made it. You haven't forgotten that, have you? The mushroom method is from the Lu family. That's why you weren't included. Wang Posey and her group were left embarrassed. Humph. What's so great about it? Mushrooms are easy to grow? Even if they grow, they won't sell. Right? No one wants their mushrooms. Luonin is just a troublemaker. They continued to complain as they walked away. No matter how much they cursed and caused a scene, village head Zhou didn't change his mind. They were like snakes, but he wasn't a farmer. If he agreed, he wouldn't be able to face the Lu girl again. Although the villagers hadn't seen much of the world, they knew right from wrong. So they felt no sympathy for Wang Posey and her group. They chose their own paths and weren't foolish enough to help such people, quietly isolating Wang Posey's family. Days passed and all the mushroom houses, including the Yi families, were thriving. The villagers, who had tended to the land for generations, quickly became familiar with caring for mushrooms. Watching their mushroom houses improve day by day, smiles filled their faces. In contrast, the families led by Wang Posey were not so fortunate. Looking at the oilless, yellowed vegetables on their table, Wang Posey was furious. Oldest son's wife, look at how you cooked these vegetables. Is this fit for people? Are you feeding pigs? Mom, you know my cooking skills, Zhang Huahua replied quietly, afraid of being scolded. Mom, don't be angry. I'll go to town and buy some meat for us to stew tonight, Wang Xiaocui chimed in, trying to calm her down. Only then did Wang Posey show a slightly better attitude. Looking at the two daughters-in-law, she said, you should chat with them more often to learn how to grow those mushrooms. If they won't teach us, we can secretly learn to grow them ourselves and make money, right? Mom, we want to ask, but they completely ignore us.
How can we learn?
Zhang Huahua swallowed a bite of food and took a big bite of the bread in her hand. Mom, if it doesn't work out, let's send Erge to find Lu Yu. After all, Erge is Mu Yang's dad, and no one can stop him from visiting. If he goes every day, we'll surely find out about the mushroom house. Besides, Luonin isn't home all the time. When Wang Fuyo mentioned Luonin, it made him feel uneasy. All right, I'll go find Erge later, Wang Posey finally decided. However, Wang Fugui's plan didn't work out. Lu Yu didn't even let him in. Luonin would take Zhuang with her when going into the mountains, but would leave him at home at other times. On the day Wang Fugui went, Luonin was indeed not there, but Zhuang was, and Wang Fugui ended up losing some hair from Zhuang's playful scratching. In the end, Wang Posey had to give up for now. The mushroom house in the village was thriving, and with village chief Zhou in charge, Luonin no longer worried about village matters. One day, Luonin arrived at a rundown courtyard not far from the county town. This courtyard had two sections. Aside from the walls being somewhat intact, more than half of the rooms inside had collapsed, and only a few rooms were barely livable. Pushing open the old wooden door, Luonin walked into the courtyard. Annen's sister, a little boy named Suantu, ran over with shoes that exposed his toes, his messy hair looking like it had been struck by lightning. Suantu,
Look at what I brought you,
Luinen said as she set down her backpack. The little boy tiptoed and stretched his neck to peek into the basket. Wow, and sister, delicious food. The girl is here. At that moment, an elderly man came out of the house, his clothes full of patches but neatly arranged. Crazy Grandpa, I came to see you and brought some food and daily supplies. When will Sheng go and the others be back? Luinen opened a large bundle from her backpack, revealing big, fluffy buns. Suanta was almost drooling. Luinen playfully poked Suanta's little nose and said, Suantu, go wash your hands, or you can't have any. Little Suanta giggled and ran off to wash his hands. Luinen sat on a bench in the courtyard, took out a piece of oiled paper, wrapped 2 buns, and handed them to Crazy Grandpa. Crazy Grandpa, these buns are still warm. Please try them. The old man trembled as he took the bun. Young lady, you are our savior. If it weren't for you, we would have lost our lives. It is said that Lian Sheng is the old man's grandson. They faced hardships and relied on each other while begging their way here. They settled in a broken courtyard outside the county town and took in several children over the years. Lian Sheng, feeling feverish and dizzy, accidentally bumped into a merchant on the street and was knocked unconscious by the merchant's men. Fortunately, Luinen happened to be in the county and took Lian Sheng to a clinic, saving his life. This is how Luinen got to know the old man and his grandson, as well as this group of young beggars. Luinen will eventually seek her own identity, and she needs people to help her. Begging on the streets, they hear all kinds of news and are skilled at reading people's expressions. The group led by the old man has survived in the county for years, which shows their resourcefulness. Luinen wants to use their skills, but she doesn't want to force them with her status as a benefactor. She simply wants to build a genuine relationship with them over time. Luinen openly shared her past with the old man, who said, Young lady, if you ever need our help, just ask. Lian Sheng's life was saved by you. Lian Sheng is 3 years older than Luinen. When he woke up in the clinic, he realized that a young girl had saved him. The first time he saw Luinen, her image was etched in his heart. Over the past few months, Luinen often visited them. Although their time together was short, the group of beggars had already accepted her, especially with the old man and Lian Sheng around. While Luinen chatted with the old man, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. A young boy named Swan Tu ran out holding half a bun. Lian Sheng, Anin is here. She brought lots of delicious buns, meat, and rice. A group of boys of different ages entered the courtyard, with Lian Sheng leading them. He had long, narrow eyes and a high nose. If you ignored his clothes, he looked like a handsome young man. The girl is here, Lian Sheng said with a smile, standing in the sunlight and shining brightly. Lian Sheng, you're back. Come, eat the buns. Luinen called out to everyone as the water in the large pot began to boil. A little beggar named San Hua brought a stack of bowls. Lian Sheng took one and rinsed it with boiling water several times, then filled it with water and handed it to Luinen. Luinen smiled as she accepted it, and everyone eagerly grabbed the buns and began to eat heartily. While Lian Sheng and the others were eating buns, Luinen said to the old man, Grandpa, I need to discuss something with you. Girl, feel free to say anything. Lian Sheng listened closely. I want to manage an inn in the county. I have my eye on the old Fugui Inn. The previous owner is going to live with his daughter, and you know inns have guests coming and going. I will need various information for my business. I wonder if you would be interested in helping me run this inn, while also providing these children with a stable place to stay. Girl, can we really be trusted? The old man's approving glance did not escape Luinen's notice. Since I mentioned it, I naturally trust you. All right, I agree. Don't worry, even though these children are homeless, they are all good kids. Those with bad character have already been sent away. Each trade has its own rules. Luinen was very happy to hear the old man agree. After all, she was just a young girl and sometimes found it hard to take the lead. She always felt that the old man had a story to tell, especially Lian Sheng. Although he was a beggar, some things about him were unchangeable. For example, when eating, others would gobble their food, dropping crumbs that they would lick up with their tongues. Liansheng ate quickly but with good manners, and the old man looked at him with a hint of respect in his eyes. However, Luonan noticed this but did not say anything or ask. Everyone has a side that others don't see. She could feel that both the old man and Liansheng had good character. Seeing that the old man agreed, Liansheng was secretly pleased, finally having a chance to repay his little benefactor. When the other children heard that the girl wanted them to help run an inn, giving them a place to stay, they were so excited that the buns didn't even taste good anymore. Luonan, seeing that the old man had agreed, wasted no time and immediately returned to the county. She found the old owner of the old Fugui Inn, and both sides smoothly completed the transfer procedures. The old Fugui Inn kept its name, which made the old owner very happy. This inn was his life's work, and now that he was getting older, his daughter had invited him and his wife to retire. Now the inn had successfully changed hands, and this young girl handled matters as well as any adult, which reassured the old owner. The previous staff had already left. After completing all the paperwork, the old owner and his wife took their luggage and left the county with their mute nephew. Luonan left some money for the old man and asked everyone to find a bathhouse to wash up and tidy their hair. Each person received 2 sets of clean clothes and shoes. The children were very obedient. Once everyone was ready, Luonan noticed that, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Everyone looked quite spirited after getting cleaned up, especially Liansheng, whose simple clothes couldn't hide his youthful charm. However, the old man had disguised Liansheng's face with a scar, and Luonan understood that it was to prevent unnecessary trouble in the future, as Liansheng was too handsome. Later, Luonan learned that the old man was worried someone might recognize Liansheng. Luonan had already discussed the inn with her mother. Lu Yu naturally supported her daughter, and when the inn reopened, Manager Fan and the third young master of the Chu family attended. Everyone in the county knew about the third young master of the Chu family. His father was a magistrate, and his grandfather was a high official in the capital. It seemed that the third young master had a good relationship with the owner of the old fortune. People's imaginations were strong, and Luonan unexpectedly gained an extra layer of protection. This turned out to be a beautiful misunderstanding. News about Luonan managing an inn spread in the village, and everyone was happy for Lu Yu. The Lu family's life was getting better, and their mushrooms were about to be ready for harvest. Good times were coming. During this period, even the village dogs seemed to run with joy. Of course, where there is happiness, there is also unhappiness. The unhappy ones were the old woman and her few pieces of fabric, which made her so angry that she slammed the table. What ungrateful creatures! They don't even think to include us in their earnings after we raised them for 10 years. Fugui, go to the county and ask Luonan to arrange a job for you at the inn. 5 taels of silver a month will do. After all, you are Mu Yang's biological father. Yes, second brother, go find them, said Wang Fukai, frowning. If Da Bao passes the exam, Mu Yang will benefit too. Even though he has the surname Liu, he is still related to Da Bao. Wang Fukai had been feeling quite frustrated lately. He wasn't a true member of the Wang family, but the second brother was too foolish to say anything. After all, they shared the same mother. However, the third brother always seemed to pick on him. Fortunately, the old woman still favored her eldest son, which made Wang Fukai feel a bit better. Mother, let's wait for Da Bao to come back before we say anything. If second brother goes without thinking, Luonan is not someone to mess with. She can turn against you faster than you can turn a page, said Wang Xiaochui from the side. She was the old woman's niece, and her aunt's happiness meant a good life for her, so Wang Xiaochui naturally sided with her aunt. Luonan didn't know any of this. The inn had just reopened, and with the crazy grandpa in charge, she felt very relaxed. She gave the crazy grandpa and his grandson enough respect and space, and they naturally returned the kindness. Speaking of which, Wang Pozi was finally happy to see Wang Debao's return. The family gathered around him, each sharing stories about what had happened during his absence. Wang Debao's had a gloomy expression, secretly blaming Lu Nen in his mind. Grandma, how do you manage in the village? Your reputation is so poor. No wonder when I entered the village, people were pointing at me. It's so embarrassing. Debeos, it's because they look down on our family. Everyone in the village is growing mushrooms with that girl, but they won't include us. If we were growing mushrooms too, life would be easier and your education wouldn't be a problem. Has Uncle even looked for Luyu?
Muyang is still part of the Wang family.
Wang Debeo shot a disapproving glance at Wang Fugui, thinking to himself that he was foolish for not being able to handle a woman. Wang Xiaotsue quickly said, Debeos, you can't blame your uncle entirely. Luyu is not the same as before. With Luanin supporting her, she doesn't care about their past relationship at all. Wang Fugui lowered his head, lost in thought. Wang Debeos glared at him in frustration. Grandma, I'll go visit her. I'm younger, and even if she hates the Wang family, I can bow to her. What else can she do? Besides, if I succeed in my studies, Muyang will benefit too. I don't believe she won't be moved. A woman who is independent and has money will always attract attention. If she admits her mistake, Grandma will let her return, and you can manage the household. The more Wang Debeos spoke, the more excited he became. The group of men and women around him felt lost, thinking that the money Luyu had would soon be theirs. Although Wang Posey had some silver, who wouldn't want more? She decided to keep most of the money for Wang Debeos, giving only 10 taels to each household. Wang Posey straightened up, adjusted her hairpin, and spoke with authority. Debeos is right. Fugui, if Luyu admits her mistake, you should forgive her. Then, I will help you manage the household. When she returns, we can renovate the house and hire some maids to help with the chores. In a few years, we can find a good match for Luanin and hopefully, Luyu will have another child. Then she won't be able to leave you. Wang Posey patiently persuaded Wang Fugui. Hearing this, Wang Fugui thought, Mother is right. That woman has changed completely. She used to be so timid that she wouldn't even cry loudly when hit, and that scar on her face was really frightening. Now, if you don't look closely, you can't even see the scar, and she looks almost like the wealthy ladies in town. Every time Wang Fugui sees her, he feels a fire burning in his stomach. He can't wait to see how he can make her cry and beg for mercy when she comes back. No one knows what Wang Fugui is thinking. A group of people is gathered around Wang Debeo, discussing how to win Luyu back. After their discussion, Wang Debeo hides outside the village. He doesn't dare go home because Luanin is there, and he is afraid of getting beaten. Finally, he sees Luanin leaving with that monkey. Wang Debeo dusts off his clothes and walks toward Luanin's house with his hands behind his back. The mushroom house is in the yard at the foot of the mountain. Luyu and her mother have been staying in the lower house during the day, and at night, they return upstairs. Sometimes they even sleep downstairs, since there are enough rooms for them. When Luyu hears someone knocking, she asks, Who is it? And quickly opens the yard door. Wang Debeo smiles and bows slightly, and it's Debeo. I'm here to check on you and your brother. Luyu is taken aback. To be honest, she doesn't want to see anyone from the Wang family, especially Wang Debeo. Despite his young age, he is not a good person and has caused trouble with the ghost marriage and the Sun family. Luyu's expression darkens as she coldly replies, What do you want? If you have something to say, wait for Anin to come back. She tries to close the door. Wang Debeo straightens up and takes a closer look at Luyu, surprised by her transformation. Not only is she beautiful, but her demeanor rivals that of the ladies in town. He puts his foot in the door and pushes hard, making it difficult for Luyu to close it. Aunt, even though you left my uncle, we lived together for 10 years. I have no bad intentions. My uncle regrets it deeply, and as his nephew, I feel for him. You are a woman, and living alone without a man is tough. Please come home, Aunt. Muyang needs a father. Even if you remarry, a stepfather can't compare to a real father, and in the end, it will be Muyang who suffers. Wang Debeo pleads with Luyu, and she coldly laughs, You're not wrong. Wang Debeo's face lights up with joy, Aunt. Do you agree to get back together with my uncle? Wang Daba, a stepfather can't compare to a real father. Otherwise, mine wouldn't have almost died at your family's hands. I was too foolish and weak in the past, enduring 10 years of torment from your family, causing my children to suffer too much. I don't want to see any of you again. If you keep bothering us, I will ask the village chief for help." After saying this, Lu Yu slammed the door shut. If Wang Daba hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hurt. A glint of malice flashed in Wang Daba's eyes. Through the half-open door, he saw that the Lu family's yard was quite spacious. Although the house wasn't made of fancy bricks and tiles, it was sturdy. The winding path, the small flower beds, and the bamboo table and chairs under the begonia tree, all of this should belong to him. Wang Daba left the Lu family feeling frustrated. Instead of going back to the village, he headed toward the town. When Luanin returned in the afternoon, Lu Yu told her about the encounter. "Mom, the Wong family must have noticed that we are doing better now and are trying to take advantage of us. When I'm not home, please don't let them into the yard. I'm worried you won't be able to handle them." Luanin understood her mother's personality. She had changed for the better. She didn't want her mother to be like her, but a woman must be strong to protect her family from trouble. "Mom, I hired someone from the pawn shop. Her name is Aunt Hua. She used to work for a wealthy family, but after her husband died, they thought she was unlucky and she left in anger. I invited her to help with chores and to protect you while I'm away. Also, there's a little beggar at the old Fu Inn named Garlic. He's a year older than Muyang, but still quite young. I want him to come and keep Muyang company. When Muyang starts school, he can be his study buddy. We need to prepare for the future." Luanin shared her plans with her mother. Lu Yu understood that her daughter wouldn't be staying here forever. That was fine. She couldn't help her daughter much, so she would fully support her and not hold her back. "Okay, I'll listen to you. When will they arrive?" "Aunt Hua is at the inn now. She will bring Garlic with her tomorrow." "Mom, here's Aunt Hua's contract. Please keep it safe." After their conversation, the mother and daughter took Muyang back to the mountain. Lu Yu busied herself with dinner while Luanin wrote and drew, focusing on her own tasks. Zhuang and little Muyang played happily in the yard. Lu Yu turned from the kitchen to look at her children, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as warmth spread in her eyes. Luanin looked up and met her mother's eyes. It was rare for Luanin to be playful. She made a peace sign with her fingers and stuck out her little tongue like a puppy, making Lu Yu laugh. After dinner, it was still bright outside. Muyang took Zhuang to the yard at the foot of the mountain, where Hu Zi and Taidan had agreed to come and play after their meal. Luanin reminded the three children not to run around and to play in the yard. They all listened, so she went into the mushroom room. About half a tea time later, she heard Hu Zi scream from the yard, "Sisternin, come quick." Luanin ran out of the mushroom room. Hu Zi was covered in dirt, and one of Tai Dan's shoes was missing, but Muyang was nowhere to be found. "Sisternin, someone took Muyang away, and Zhuang went to chase them." Hu Zi, who was 7 years old, spoke clearly. The yard gate was wide open, and a letter was stuck to the wooden door with a dagger. "I'll go find my dad and the village chief," Hu Zi said before he and Tai Dan ran toward the village. Lu Yu heard the commotion and ran down from the mountain. "And what's wrong?" Luanin's heart raced as she tried to calm herself and open the letter. 5,000 taels of silver to get your brother back, or you know the consequences. You have 3 days. Prepare the silver and place it under the 3rd locust tree outside the county's Guandi temple, Sanshijai. Lu Yu swayed and almost fell. "Mother." Luanin quickly supported her. Lu Yu pinched herself hard to force herself to stay calm. She couldn't break down now. What would happen to her son and daughter? "Renan, who is targeting our family." "Mother, early this morning, Wang Debao came to find you and left empty-handed. Now Muyang has been taken. It's obvious who did it. I will kill them." Lu Yu turned and rushed into the storage room, grabbing a cleaver and preparing to run out. "Mother, calm down. It's not that simple. We have no proof that it was the Wang family, and if they deny it, we have no way to fight back. I'll go to the inn and ask Grandpa Fong about Sanshijai. I will definitely bring my brother back safely." At that moment, the village chief, Uncle Chong Sua, Aunt Tao Hua, Hu Zi's dad, and Aunt Tian all rushed over. Luonan explained the situation to everyone. This is simply inhumane. They are worse than animals. Village Chief Zhou was so angry, he was breathing heavily, but there was currently no direct evidence to prove that this was related to Wang Debao, and everyone was anxious. Grandpa Zhou, I'll go to the county. Aunt Tao Hua. Aunt Tian, please stay with my mother. I'll stay at the inn tonight. Luonan took care of everything at home and turned to leave. Zhang Sua, follow Inan and Fu Tian. You go watch the Wang family's wall tonight to see if you can hear any news. Zhang Sua and Fu Tian quickly nodded in agreement, and Zhang Sua ran out to catch up with Luonan. Dad, if Wang Debao is really causing trouble this time, we should report it to the authorities and deal with the Wang family properly, Taohua said to the village chief. Yes, the Wang family is as annoying as flies. We can't let them off easily this time. Aunt Tian said angrily. The village chief nodded, Anan's mother. I will write a complaint for you, and we will go to the county office to seek justice. We have already severed ties with the Wang family. Lu Yu wiped away a tear. Uncle Village Chief, I will go. I must seek justice. Meanwhile, Luonan was walking quickly, thinking of how scared her 5-year-old brother Mu Yang must be after being taken away. Her heart felt heavy. Wang Debao, she felt so weak and helpless for the first time. And don't worry. There will always be a way, Zhang Sua quietly comforted her, knowing this girl was carrying too much for her age. Uncle Zhang Sua, I understand, Luonan replied, appreciating his kindness. They hurried along and soon arrived at the inn. Next to the inn was a small courtyard, also part of the inn, where the old innkeeper and his wife used to live. Luonan had made some changes, so there would be a place to stay when they went to the county. When the old man saw the girl arrive and noticed her worried expression, he quickly came out to greet her. Luonan asked the old man to prepare a room for Zhang Sua to rest and some food, as it was getting dark outside. Zhang Sua understood that Luonan and the staff had something to discuss, so he nodded and followed the young worker. The old man called over Lian Sheng and a few older children, while the other kids continued with their business as usual. Grandpa Feng, brother Lian Sheng, I've run into a problem, Luonan said, explaining everything in detail, including her suspicions about Wang Debao. Sanshizhai? The old man repeated the name several times. I know that place. The leader is called Chang Eru, a man in his 30s, and his younger brother, Chang Sanhu, is the second in command. Luonan listened carefully as the old man talked about Sanshizhai. This Sanshizhai had been a stronghold in the Wang mountain outside the county for many years. It is said that the Chang brothers also fled here due to a flood in their hometown. They found a land temple on Wang mountain, which became their home. At first, the two of them begged for food, but as more people joined them, they formed a small group. Among them was a young beggar who was beaten to death by a wealthy family because he accidentally bumped into their young lady. The Chang brothers sought revenge for the young beggar by robbing the wealthy family. At that time, the wealthy family's relatives, who were officials in another place, got into trouble, leading to their house being raided. Otherwise, the Chang brothers and their group would have been hunted down by the authorities. Since the wealthy family did not report the incident, the officials were unaware of it. With some money, the Chang brothers built houses on the mountain, gradually forming a small stronghold with dozens of followers. Although they had turned to a life of crime, the Chang brothers were honest people. They did not accept those with bad intentions or engage in wrongdoing against the common people, nor did they rob the wealthy. They farmed and conducted legitimate businesses to support their stronghold. As a result, Sanshizhai had a good reputation, and the authorities turned a blind eye, leading to years of peaceful coexistence. If this matter is related to the Wang family, how did Wang Daba connect with Sanshizhai? Crazy Grandpa, I want to visit Sanshizhai to meet the Chang brothers. No way, my girl, it's too risky. Although they are not real bandits, the stronghold is mixed with all kinds of people. We have never interacted with the Chang brothers, and while they have a good reputation, who knows if it's just a facade? Crazy Grandpa disagreed with Luonan's idea, and even Sheng and Mao Chun opposed it. Crazy Grandpa, I must go. I feel there is something we don't know, and time is limited. I will set off early tomorrow morning. Even if they disagree, I will have time to gather money to rescue someone. If they are indeed connected to Wang Daba, crazy grandpa, there's a saying that a thief can't be guarded against forever. We must use this opportunity to report Wang Daba to the authorities and resolve the Wang family's issue once and for all. Once Lu Anin made up her mind, she would not easily change it. Crazy grandpa knew he couldn't change her mind, so he finally said, "My girl, I will accompany you, but you must not go alone." Crazy grandpa. Lu Anin's eyes turned red, and tears almost fell. Crazy grandpa felt sorry for the young girl, who was not yet 13 but already carrying the burden of supporting her family. The young brother, the weak mother, and I have hidden my identity for many years. Today, for this child, I will break the rules just this once. Lian Sheng wanted to follow but was refused by the old man. Lu Anin also left Uncle Chong Sua at the inn. Early in the morning, after a quick breakfast, the old man and Lu Anin left the county and headed straight for De Wang Mountain. De Wang Mountain is about 40 to 50 miles from the county. Both rode horses, and Lu Anin had ridden in her previous life, so it was easy for her. The old man was surprised but didn't ask. Lu Anin didn't hide her ability to ride, so it didn't take long for them to reach the foot of the mountain. They walked up the relatively smooth mountain path. From a distance, they saw a large area of houses at different heights and a tall gate, which should be the San Shijai. Today, Lu Anin was dressed as a young man, looking quite handsome. The old man had some gray hair, but was still a lively old man. Before they reached the gate, the guards noticed them.
Stop. Who are you?
What are you doing here? The old man shook the reins and replied, I am the manager of the Lao Fugui Inn in the county, and this is our young master. We have come to pay our respects to the chief, Chong Er-yi. Please let your brother know. After saying this, he took out a silver ingot and tossed it up.
Wait.
The guard ran into the stronghold. In less than a tea time, the gate opened and a few people came out. The chief wants you to come in. Lu Anin glanced at the old man. They dismounted and handed the reins to a man, then followed the others into the stronghold. Lu Anin carefully observed the few people leading them. Although they all had serious faces, their eyes were clear. It seemed the Chong brothers had a good reputation outside. They quickly arrived at the loyalty hall of the stronghold. The Chong brothers were on the mountain today. When they heard that the manager of Lao Fugui Inn and the young master had come to visit, they exchanged glances. Elder brother, this young master should be Lu Anin, the biological daughter of Wang Daba's aunt. Chong Er-hu nodded. Since she's here, let's meet her. I want to ask her why she stirred up trouble between her mother and stepfather. The Wang family is her savior. How could she be so cruel at such a young age? Lu Anin and the old man entered the main hall one after the other. They saw two men sitting at the main seat, one very strong and the other a bit weaker, like a delicate scholar. This is our chief, Chong Er-yi, and the second chief, Chong San-yi. The crazy old man clasped his fists and said, I am Crazy San, the madman from Old Fuji shop. I've met the big boss and the second boss. My name is Lu Anin from Kaoshan village. I've met the big boss and the second boss too. Lu Anin also clasped her fists confidently. The Chong brothers were a bit stunned. This girl was not only pretty but also had bright, shining eyes. They wondered if she could be a wicked girl. The Era brothers were uncertain. Miss Lu, have you received the message from San Shijai? Is the money ready? Chong San-hu asked. Second boss, there is still time. Lu Anin said as she casually pulled over a chair and sat down. Chong San-hu's eyes nearly popped out. This girl was quite bold. Did she know where she was? Chong San-hu slammed his hand on the armrest, his face darkening. Young lady, this is San Shijai. Why are you here if you haven't gathered the money? We don't have time to chat with you. The crazy old man watched quietly, but a sharp little knife had already slipped into his palm. Two bosses, since our young master is here, there must be a reason. It's said that when two countries go to war, they do not harm the messenger. We sincerely come to pay our respects. San Shijai is well respected by the people for its righteousness. Could that be false? Hey, you old man. That is true.
Really?
Whenever someone is in need, San Shizhai always lends a hand.
Fine, let you speak.
Chang San, whose nose flared with anger, while Chang Eru kept sizing up the crazy old man. Two bosses, let me tell you a story. Luanin said, then helped the crazy old man sit down. Grandpa Crazy, please rest a bit. My story is a bit long. Have some water first. Seeing Luanin pour a bowl of water for the old man, Chang San, who also boldly drank a big bowl and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Chang San, who swallowed hard and glanced at his brother. What was his brother staring at the old man for? Why was his gaze so intense? Could it be that this old man was their long-lost father? Oh my, could it be that my father is still alive? Luanin was too focused on her own thoughts to care about what the Chang brothers were thinking. She sat down comfortably and slowly talked about her 10 years with the Wang family, mentioning her mother and her younger brother, Xiao Muyang. In the hall besides the Chang brothers, there were also some brothers from the village. Luanin spoke freely, without sadness or joy, as if she were telling someone else's story. But everyone could feel a deep sadness emanating from the young girl. The more Chang San who listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He remembered how his mother had her leg broken by bad people and how his older brother, Chang Dahu, was killed by falling rocks, covered in blood. He also recalled how his second brother took him to escape famine and got injured while fighting for food.
San Hu cried.
Not only San Hu cried, but the men in the hall also had red eyes, and the younger boys were crying out loud. Big boss, second boss, this is how we lived in the Wang family. I came today to ask if a person named Wang Debao came to seek your help. Miss Liu, it was indeed Wang Debao who came to us, but his story is completely different from yours. He came up the mountain with a bruised face, crying, and we thought you were a cruel person, which is why we helped him, Chang Eru said. If you don't believe me, you can ask around in Kaoshan village. I can't bribe everyone in the village, or you can check with the old man from Dea village, and you'll see if I'm telling the truth. Luanin didn't expect the Chang brothers to fully trust her right away. Do you know the old man from Dea village? Chang Eru's eyes lit up. We are old friends. Luanin explained how she met the family. My goodness, you managed to impress the old tiger? Chang San-hu said, his eyes wide with surprise. Miss Liu, we trust the old man. He has helped us. I will send someone to verify your story. If Wang Debao deceived us out of personal anger, we will deal with him, Chang Eru said with a serious expression. Big boss, may I see my brother? Yes, your brother is calm and quiet. He even brought a monkey, saying his sister would come to get him. That boy will grow up to be strong, Chang Eru said, glancing at San-hu. San-hu, take Miss Liu to see her brother. You all go out. I need to talk to the old manager. Chang San-hu nodded and led Luanin out of the hall, while the other brothers also left. Old manager, this way please, Chang Eru said, standing up to invite the old man inside. Although the old man was puzzled, as soon as he entered, Chang Eru scrutinized him closely, counting every glance. Without saying a word, the old man followed Chang Eru into the back room. Once inside, Chang Eru knelt down, saying, Mr. Wu, I am Chang Qinghe. After speaking, he reached behind his ear and pulled off a mask, revealing a handsome young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The old man stepped back a few paces, staring at the leader. You are Qinghe? You're still alive? The leader, who was actually Chang Qinghe, bowed his head and said with a choked voice, Sir, I am not dead. I've been barely surviving for 14 years. The old man reached out to help the leader up. What happened? Weren't all of you from the Vanguard Battalion killed back then? Chang Qinghe wiped away a tear and helped the old man sit down. Sir, back then the Lord was falsely accused of treason. Our Vanguard Battalion was ambushed in Black Wind Valley by the enemy's dark cavalry, surrounded on all sides with no chance of survival. I was shot through the body and lost consciousness, which allowed me to escape. When I woke up, all my brothers from the Vanguard Battalion were gone except for Hailang and Xin Wang. We hid in the valley for 5 days before sneaking out. We intended to return to the main camp, only to learn that the Lord and the heir had been captured and taken back to the capital. We disguised ourselves and entered the capital to find out what happened. Before we reached the city, we heard that the Lord and the heir were executed on the orders of the late emperor before they even arrived. The Lord's entire family was slaughtered by men in black. We had no choice but to return home and live in hiding. Sir, the Lord never betrayed the country. Never. Changha pounded his chest and wept. Chingha, are there still people from the Lord's old battalion? The old man was also in tears. Yes, sir. Although the late emperor has passed, the Lord's injustice has not been cleared. Hailing, Wang, and I have managed to find some of our old brothers. We even rescued a few generals and their families. They are all hiding in the valley, waiting for the day the Lord's name is cleared. Seeing you again today gives us hope, sir. You must seek justice for the Lord. The old man, also known as Mr. Wu, held Chang Er's hand, both of them in tears. Chingha, how did you end up here? We didn't dare to stay near the capital, so we had to move far away. San Hu is my brother, and I disguised my appearance to avoid being recognized. We traveled to several places before finally settling in Dawang Mountain. Sir, how did you end up here? Chang Eru asked in confusion. The current emperor, who was the third prince back then, risked his life to send a message to the Lord's house. But before we could escape, the men in black arrived, and I was lucky to survive. Sir, is there really no one left in the Lord's house? Chang Era gripped the edge of the table tightly, feeling very anxious. He had endured for over 10 years, and now seeing Mr. Wu, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Chingha, the young master is still here, the old man said in a very low voice.
What?
Chang Eru couldn't sit still upon hearing this. He clasped his hands, unsure of what to say, laughed a couple of times, then began to cry softly. Is the young master doing well? He is well. We have been hiding for many years. Now, in the palace, Empress Li is still here, and the Li family's influence remains. The current emperor has spent 10 years eliminating most of the empress's power. How were those so-called treasonous letters forged back then? Who forged them? How were the Marquis's letters and seals stolen? These are all mysteries. We cannot go back yet, Chingha. We must be patient, and do not tell anyone about the young master and me. Chang Eru understood the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry, sir. We have waited for many years. Waiting a few more years is nothing. By the way, sir, how did you meet Luonin? How did you become the shopkeeper? The old man then shared how he met Luonin and told Chang Eru everything about her. Anan is the young master's lifesaver. She is truly a good child, and the young master treats her differently. We cannot explain the situation to Anan right now. She is very clever and won't say a word if it's not appropriate. You can rest assured. We were deceived by Wang de Bao. That rascal is too hateful. Sir, I will have Luonin take the child away. You can't get to know someone without a fight. This girl has some skills. Chang Eru didn't waste much time. He was pleasantly surprised to see the most trusted advisor of the Marquis by his side, and that his young master was alive brought him great comfort. There would be plenty of time to talk with the sir later. First, he needed to handle the matters at hand. Luonin was the young master's lifesaver, and she was his benefactor. He couldn't keep her brother from her. After putting on his mask again, Chang Eru and the old man came out from the back room. Chang Sanhu happened to be returning with Luonin. Sanhu, go get the child and prepare a feast in the kitchen. Sanhu is puzzled. My brother wants to host a feast for these two? Sanhu, this old man is my lifesaver from many years ago. He told me about Miss Liu, and that Wang de Bao deceived us. He is not a good person. What Miss Liu said is true. We cannot assist in wrongdoing, so we are hosting a feast to apologize to Miss Liu. What does she think? Upon hearing this, Luonin smiled and said, Of course, I would be delighted. The leader's loyalty is admirable, and Luonin greatly respects it. I am grateful to Uncle Eru and Uncle Sanhu for the influence of my crazy grandpa. Ha, all right, I accept that title. Anan, come visit us at San Shijai often. Sure, as long as Uncle Eru and Uncle Sanhu don't mind my lively nature, I'll definitely come by. Luanin was happy to make friends with the Chong brothers. Chong San-hu laughed widely and slapped the table, saying, "You're straightforward. Wait, I'll arrange a feast. Luzi, bring Xiao Muyang over." After that, he dashed out of Zhongyi Hall like a gust of wind. Soon, Xiao Muyang was brought over by Luzi, followed by Zhuang. The little guy was not scared at all and chatted away, making Luzi laugh heartily. Crazy Grandpa, hug. Xiao Muyang opened his little arms and jumped toward the old man, who was so delighted that his eyes nearly disappeared. He quickly picked up the little one and gave him a playful lift. "Muyang, this is Uncle The one who came with your sister to find you is Uncle San-hu. Say hello." Xiao Muyang climbed down from the old man's arms, cupped his little hands in a fist, and said, "Muyang greets Uncle Eru." Chong Era slapped the table and laughed. "Good boy." Soon, a table full of dishes was served, and several people of all ages gathered around. Luanin raised a cup of tea and said, "I toast to both uncles with tea instead of wine. I have a close friendship with Crazy Grandpa, and from today on, both uncles are my dear uncles, while Crazy Grandpa is my beloved grandpa. Since I was 2, my mother and I have faced many hardships. After 10 years of escaping danger, I feel fortunate. Village Chief Zhou and Grandpa Yi are my benefactors, and now I've met uncles, Grandpa, and Lianqing brother. I truly feel lucky." "Good child, this is called fate, ha." Chong Eru and Chong San-hu raised their bowls and drank heartily. The meal was very enjoyable, and Luanin left Sanshizhai with Xiao Muyang and Crazy Grandpa. On the way back, Crazy Grandpa said, "And my real surname is Wu. Crazy Old Man is a nickname given to me. There are some things I can't tell you yet, but I promise I won't harm you. When the time is right, I'll share everything." Luanin turned her head and smiled at the old man. "I understand, Grandpa. I know you are different from Lianqing brother and others. Everyone has their own struggles, including me. A kind aunt advised my mother to change her ways, or I might not get married in the future, but if I don't stand strong, I can't protect my mother and brother. The person who harmed my mother is still not found. I can only make myself stronger to deserve the truth. I know Grandpa and Brother Lianqing are good people, and that's enough for me." Seeing the little girl's bright smile, the old man felt that the days ahead wouldn't be too hard. After returning from the village, the group first went back to the inn. Before they reached the door, they saw Lianqing anxiously looking out. "Brother Lianqing, we're back." The girl's cheerful voice rang out, and Lianqing ran over. His delicate features looked even more charming in the sunlight. Luanin's heart raced. This boy was truly handsome. Lianqing hurried over, first picking up little Muyang, and then helping Luanin down. Finally, he turned to the old man and asked Grandpa, "Did you bring Muyang back? Was everything resolved smoothly?" The old man thought to himself, "How true it is that boys grow up too fast. The young master only noticed me last." "Humph. Brother Lianqing, let me tell you something," Luanin said excitedly. Lianqing smiled, listening carefully as the little girl animatedly waved her arms, her small mouth moving rapidly. "Haha, Brother Lianqing, this time we owe it all to Grandpa. By the way, in a few days, I'll take you to meet Uncle Eru and Uncle San-hu. You'll definitely like them." The old man noticed that the young master only had eyes for the little girl, which made his heart feel a bit sour. The young master carried too much, and Enin was still too young to understand. But with this chattering little girl around, the young master would surely feel happier. At that moment, the children from the inn came out, and Uncle Changshua also ran over. "Enin, little Muyang is back. This is great. Otherwise, your mother would have gone crazy with worry." Everyone went into the small courtyard next to the inn. Then, after you and Grandpa left, I had Mao Tsun take Aunt Hua and Garlic back home. With Aunt Hua there, you don't need to worry. Rest a bit before going back." Upon hearing this, Luanin raised her eyebrows and tiptoed to pat Lianqing's shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Lianqing." He. Lianqing's ears turned red instantly. "Oh dear. The boy is shy," Luanin thought, secretly amused. Little Muyang leaned in again, saying, "Brother, hug." Lianqing picked up little Muyang. For some reason, little Muyang especially liked Liansheng. Every time they visited the inn, she would follow him around like a little tail. Holding onto Liansheng's neck, she looked at him, then at her sister, and suddenly said, "Sister, let brother Liansheng be my brother-in-law." Luanin was just going to fetch some water to wash Xiao Muyang's face when she slipped and fell flat on her stomach, spilling a whole basin of water over her head. The courtyard fell silent for a moment, and then Zhou Chong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Muyang covered her mouth and crawled down from Liansheng, who looked stunned. She quickly ran behind the crazy grandpa to hide, while Mao Chun and the others laughed so hard they nearly rolled on the ground. Soaked like a drenched chicken, Luanin got up from the ground and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Lu Muyang, you troublemaker, just wait until I deal with you." Liansheng, seeing Luanin with water dripping from her hair, moved and suddenly had a tablecloth hanging on the line in the courtyard. He wrapped Luanin's wet upper body tightly and used his arm to guide her inside. Luanin protested loudly, struggling with her short legs. Laughter erupted behind them. Even the crazy grandpa was shaking with laughter, poking Xiao Muyang's little nose and saying, "You little clever one, do you really like brother Liansheng?" Yes, crazy grandpa, I really like brother Liansheng. I have to take care of my sister more." The little one's serious expression made everyone laugh even harder. Mao Chun picked up Xiao Muyang and tossed her high into the air, her ringing laughter echoing in the courtyard. Luanin, who was brought inside by Liansheng, looked confused. Liansheng gently set the girl down and said helplessly, "Your clothes are wet, and there are so many people outside. You can't let them see you like this. There are clean clothes in the cupboard. Hurry and change before you catch a cold." With that, he turned to leave. Luanin, realizing what was happening, looked down and saw her wet shirt clinging to her. She muttered, "It's fine. My little dumpling is not obvious at all." Just as Liansheng reached the threshold, he heard her say "little dumpling" and instantly understood, causing him to trip and fall spectacularly on the steps. The people in the courtyard couldn't stop laughing. Mao Chun was nearly peeling the bark off the crabapple tree in the courtyard from laughing so hard. Liansheng slowly got up, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you all so bored? Is there nothing happening at the inn?" Mao Chun and the others instantly dashed back to the next room like rabbits, and the air was filled with, "Boss, we're very busy, especially busy." Liansheng pretended to be calm as he walked to the next room, but his flushed ears betrayed his true feelings, making the crazy grandpa think his little master was still composed. Luanin was laughing quietly in the room, afraid that Liansheng would get angry, so she held back her laughter, which was quite difficult. After finding clean clothes in the cupboard and drying her hair, she finally came out of the room. Little Muyang knew he had caused trouble and walked up to his sister with his head down. He tugged at Luanin's clothes and said, "Sister, Liansheng brother fell down too. Please don't be mad, okay?" Luanin gritted her teeth and poked little Muyang's small head with her finger, saying, "You little troublemaker, if you dig a pit for your sister again, be careful or you'll get a good scolding." Worried that their mother would be anxious at home, Luanin took little Muyang, Uncle Changshua, and Zhuangzhuang back to the village. When Luyu saw her son return safely, she couldn't help but cry. Luanin brought some pastries she had specially bought from the county and thanked everyone in the village for their kindness. Aunt Hua and Garlic had strong adaptability, so Luanin arranged for them to stay at the foot of the mountain. As night fell, after arranging the matters at the inn, Liansheng returned to his room. After washing up, he lay on the bed, but couldn't sleep. Scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, each one causing him deep pain. Why had he been so foolish in his previous life, mistaking a thief for his father and failing as a son? He had caused Mr. Wu and Uncle Da, who had followed his father all their lives, to meet tragic ends. Tears streamed silently down his face as Liansheng closed his eyes in anguish, gripping the bedsheet tightly. In this life, he would no longer act recklessly. That deep autumn year, he had ignored the advice of Mr. Wu and Uncle Da, determined to go to the capital for his parents, his brothers and sisters-in-law, and for his tragically deceased little nephew, He sought justice for the old and young of the Vofu. Mr. Wu forbade him, but he sneaked out. Little did he know that as soon as he entered the capital, he was targeted by Empress Li's people. The Empress's brother was the current Prime Minister, Li Rini. He advised the Empress to use Lian Sheng to lure out his father's old subordinates who had escaped back then, setting a trap. The night after he arrived in the capital, he encountered assassins in the inn and was injured in the arm during the fight, getting poisoned. When he woke up, he learned that it was the virtuous prince who had saved him. The virtuous prince said to him, "Nephew, I had a close relationship with your father for many years. When the Hoyer faced trouble, I was powerless and could only secretly send a message to your family, but I didn't expect it to be too late." He thought the message had truly come from the virtuous prince, not realizing he had been deceived. It was not the prince who sent the message, but the third prince, who later was forced out of the capital by the Empress and the powerful families, never to return. It's regrettable that I was blind and didn't think carefully. The wise king only mentioned sending a message and didn't say anything else. If I had thought it through more carefully, the wise king would surely have revealed his true intentions, but I did not. The wise king told me to rest and recover at the manor. After I healed, he said, "Dear nephew, the matter concerning the Marquis is directly overseen by the Emperor. If you act rashly, it will surely anger the Emperor. It's better to observe the situation and plan carefully. For now, work under me to keep your identity hidden." To repay the wise king's kindness, I stayed in the royal manor. I handled many matters for him and gained his trust. Little did I know that this trust was a bottomless pit. Years later, a woman named Xinlingxue, the wise king's adopted daughter, came to the manor. By then, I was already past my youth and had not married due to family grievances. Xinlingxue was talented and charming, earning the wise king's favor. She had feelings for me, and the wise king intended to match us. I admired her grace and agreed to an engagement. Xinlingxue mentioned that her biological father had just passed away and that she needed to observe a period of mourning for 3 years, so we would not marry immediately. I accepted this. From that point on, I worked even harder for the wise king, hoping he would help me later. Xinlingxue was understanding and took care of me. A year later, I quietly left the capital with her to find Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu was surprised to see us together. Following the wise king's advice, I did not mention anything about him, only that I had found a job in the capital. Seeing my determination and Xinlingxue's good nature, he agreed to our union. After that, one by one, my close acquaintances were pushed into a living. Soon, Mr. Wu was assassinated, followed by the families of Uncle Da and Uncle Kowan. Within a year, none of my father's closest subordinates survived. I foolishly remained unaware. Under Xinlingxue's gentle care, I was misled, thinking that Mr. Wu and the others had been discovered by the Empress Dowager's faction, leading to their demise. One day, while running an errand for the wise king, I returned to the manor early. I went to the Green Qiyuan, intending to give Xinlingxue a carefully chosen hairpin. To my surprise, it was very quiet and I didn't see any maids. I entered the main room without paying attention and heard a voice that filled me with anger and shame. Frozen with shock, I stood there until the 2 people emerged. The man was none other than the 4th prince. The 4th prince looked at her as if she were foolish, and Xinlingxue's words made his heart bleed. "I have never liked you. I like the 4th prince. I am already his, and I will be his princess in the future." Then, why were we engaged? Because of my adoptive father's arrangement. My adoptive father's mother and the Empress both come from the Li family. How could he help you? He only used you to find the rebels hiding under your father, the Duke of Jingyuan. After saying this, Xinlingxue softly called out, "Your Highness, I don't want to walk." The 4th prince smiled and picked her up in his arms. Xinlingxue giggled and said to him, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, Su Zhao, my surname is not Xin. It's Li Lingxue." His mind went blank, and he didn't know how to leave the Green Qiyuan. He went to the study of the virtuous prince and asked, "Why did you lie to me?"
Why?
"I truly admire the Duke of Jingyuan, but he refused to pledge loyalty to the Empress. He insisted on protecting Prince Xian, so I had no choice but to eliminate him. His subordinates are loyal to him, and I could only use you to find them. However, I couldn't bear to cut off the Duke's line, so I let you leave the palace. Your fate is in the hands of heaven." After saying this, the virtuous prince waved his hand, and several hidden guards appeared. At that moment, he drew the soft sword tied around his waist and fought with the guards. In the end, he pierced the virtuous prince's chest with a sword, and he escaped the palace, injured. After escaping, he did not hide away. He felt he had no face to live in this world because of his foolishness and stubbornness that harmed so many people. In the end, he took his own life at his parents' graves to apologize. After death, his soul did not go to the underworld but wandered the human world. He drifted to the virtuous prince's residence and saw a maid putting something in the prince's medicine. The prince, who had barely survived, began to bleed from all 7 orifices and died. The maid also committed suicide, saying before she did, "Madam, Chuer has avenged you, but I couldn't kill the Empress.
I will go down to accompany you now."
It turned out someone still remembered his mother. He floated to the 4th prince's residence, where Xue, now the 4th princess, was attacked by one of the prince's concubines and lost a lot of blood. After waking up, Xue was ruthless and killed the concubine with a sword. The arriving 4th prince scolded Xue because the concubine's father was someone he wanted to win over, leading to a rift between them. Xue then poisoned the 4th prince, causing him to lose his ability to have children, and he took his own life. Later, he learned that the Prince of Xian had raised an army in his territory and quickly approached the city. The emperor, realizing his mistakes, issued a self-punishing edict, executing the Li family, who had caused chaos in the court, and cleared the name of the late Marquis Jingyuan. Empress Dowager Li hanged herself in Yongshou Palace. The emperor knew that the throne was obtained through the tampering of the late emperor's edict by Empress Dowager Li, so he abdicated in favor of the rightful Prince of Xian. He was overjoyed to witness all of this. Suddenly, someone kicked him hard, and when he woke up, Mr. Wu was carrying his young self out of the city. From that moment on, he vowed to treat Mr. Wu like a grandfather, protect his father's loyal subordinates, and personally seek justice for the souls of the Su family and the Su army. Meanwhile, Luonin was completely unable to sleep. She wasn't really a 12-year-old child. Besides, children in this era mature quickly, and at 12 or 13, they could already be seen as adults. As soon as she closed her eyes, Liansheng's face appeared to her mind, which was quite annoying. She had long noticed that the crazy grandfather and Liansheng were not ordinary people. Having read many novels and palace dramas in her past life, she wondered if Liansheng would be mistreated or plotted against by his stepmother. Or perhaps his biological father remarried and abandoned him. Or was he wronged? Sigh. If that were the case, Liansheng would truly be a poor child. But she wasn't in a much better situation. Her own father had also abandoned her and her mother, right? It seemed they shared a bit of sympathy for each other. Eventually, she dozed off, and the next morning, she was awakened by Xiao Muyang shaking her. "Sister, wake up. I'm already hungry." Luonin sat up, dazed, blaming that annoying Liansheng for not letting her rest. After washing up, she went to the main room, where Aunt Hua, seeing the girl was ready, quickly brought out the food. "Mother, if I haven't woken up, you don't need to wait for me, so everyone won't go hungry." Lu Yu smiled gently. "All right, I understand. Eat up. Aunt Hua's cooking is quite good." Aunt Hua initially didn't want to eat at the same table as the girl, thinking it inappropriate since she was a servant. But Lu Yu said, "Aunt Hua, you're a few years older than me, so I'll call you Sister Hua. Our family isn't a wealthy one, so there's no need for such formalities. Eating together is more lively." Luonin also invited Aunt Hua and Garlic to join the table, so Aunt Hua finally sat down with Garlic. However, they ate very formally, only picking from the dish in front of them, leaving Luonin with no choice but to follow their lead. After breakfast, village head Zhou arrived. Today, Luonan was going to the county office, and the complaint had already been written by village head Zhou. The Wang family did not know that Muyang had safely returned home. Village chief Zhou did not allow anyone to speak about it, and Wang Dabao had been at home these past few days, not at the academy. Just as they finished tidying up, Lian Sheng and Mao Chun arrived with a horse cart. Mao Chun stayed home to prevent Wang Dabao from hearing any rumors, and Lian Sheng went to pick someone up at the county office. They also sent people to invite the chief and the second chief from Sanshizhai to act as witnesses. Since village chief Zhou was the leader of the village, he naturally accompanied them, and the group quietly left. "Mother, don't be afraid or have any doubts. If we don't do this, we will have no peace unless we leave the village," said Luonan, worried about her mother. Her mother was good in every way, but her only weakness was being too soft-hearted. "Don't worry, Mother understands. I won't be weak anymore. If I continue to be weak, people will tear you siblings apart," her mother replied. Lian Sheng drove the cart quickly and steadily, and soon they arrived at the county office. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knocked on the drum for justice. Before long, the county magistrate entered. His surname was Fan, and he was in his early 30s. There were rarely any major cases in his jurisdiction, and the common people spoke well of him. In Luonan's impression, the office faced south, and the saying went, "No money, no entry." She felt a bit worried. But when she glanced at the magistrate sitting at the front of the hall, with a serious expression and clear eyes, her heart calmed down. The three of them, along with village chief Zhou, knelt in the hall. The magistrate spoke. "Who are the kneeling ones? What grievances do you have? Speak honestly." Lu Yu bowed her head and slowly said, "I am Lu, a villager from Kuaishan village. 10 years ago, I was kidnapped while visiting relatives with my 2-year-old daughter. I survived a fall from a cliff and lost my memory and was rescued by Wang Fugui. I stayed with the Wang family and lived with him, and we had a son who is now 5 years old. I suffered much bullying during my 10 years with the Wang family. A few days ago, my daughter fell seriously ill. The Wang family, for the sake of 10 taels of silver, tried to arrange a ghost marriage and almost killed her with a bowl of porridge laced with poison. Fortunately, she survived. The Wang family then plotted again, wanting to sell my daughter as a concubine for 100 taels of silver. By chance, my son was protected by heaven and escaped another disaster. For the sake of my children, I fought desperately to sign a separation agreement with Wang Fugui, vowing never to have contact again. But the Wang family still wouldn't let us go. The other day, Wang Dabao deceived the trust of the chief of Sanshizhai and kidnapped my son, Lu Muyang. Thankfully, the chief discovered the truth and returned my son home. Wang Dabao is a student who has wasted his education and is morally corrupt. The Wang family has repeatedly bullied my mother and children. I asked the magistrate to see the truth and bring justice for the Lu family. Do you have any witnesses to prove what you said is true?" Not only did Lord Fan show displeasure, but the crowd of townspeople murmured among themselves, feeling that the Wang family was truly unreasonable. "My lord, the village chief of Kaoshan, Zhou Xingfu, can testify for the women, as well as the leader of Sanshizhai, Chong Eru. Bring Zhou Xingfu and Chong Eru to the court." Soon, the village chief and the leader arrived. Village chief Zhou explained in detail the hardships that Lu Yuanyang and her family faced while living with the Wang family over the years. "My lord, as a village chief, I would never dare to deceive you. You can send someone to visit Kaoshan village. Many families there have secretly helped them. Otherwise, it's hard to say if Lu Yu or her children would have survived this long." Chong Eru added, "My lord, Wang Daba cried to us at Sanshizhai, saying that Lu's daughter disrespected her stepfather, forced her mother to divorce, and even hit her stepfather. He is a scholar and a student. I believed him and almost made a mistake. Please, my lord, investigate." After hearing from the village chief and Chong Eru, Lord Fan nodded. He arranged for officers to bring Wang Daba from Kaoshan village, and everyone waited in the court. Wang Daba, worried these past few days, had been keeping an eye on the situation at home. He didn't expect the officers to arrive, only to learn that Lu Muyang was fine and that Lu Yu had reported him. When the officers arrived, chaos erupted at the Wang household. Old Wang sat on the ground, crying loudly, as the officers took Wang Daba away, without any explanation. Old Wang got up and led a group of people to the Lu residence at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, they ran into Mao Chun, who was not alone. Chang Sanhu and a group of his brothers were also there. Knowing the Wang family would cause trouble, Lian Sheng had sent word through the mad old man to have Sanhu bring his men over. When old Wang saw so many people at the Lu house, she didn't recognize anyone from Sanshi Zhai and began shouting, "What a shameless girl Lu Yu is, openly seducing men. Everyone come and see. The Lu family has turned into a brothel." Old Wang shouted, but suddenly received a few hard slaps to the face, leaving her stunned. Aunt Hua, tall and strong, towered over old Wang. "Where did this old nag come from? Did you forget your face at home? Your mouth is full of nonsense. If you keep talking like that, I'll tear it apart." Aunt Hua scolded her fiercely, leaving old Wang speechless and furious. Wang Xiaotsue, seeing her aunt in trouble, stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Call Lu Yu out." "Who am I to you? You're nobody. If you want to cause trouble here, you have to get past me first." Aunt Hua stood at the gate with her hands on her hips, looking very imposing. Little Garlic held a stick and stared at everyone like a little wolf cub, not needing Chang Sanhu to step in. Wang Xiaotsue laughed and said, "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's just a servant from the Lu family. Tell your master to come out. You, a servant, are not worthy to speak to me." "Oh, I'm a servant, but I'm a servant of the Lu family. You in the Wang family want servants too, but you don't have the luck. You heartless people harmed my lady, and now you're trying to target the young master. Instead of causing a scene here, why don't you go to the county office and see how the magistrate deals with Wang Tongsheng? Get lost." Aunt Wang suddenly felt a chill. Wang Daba was taken away by the officials. He was her pride and the hope of the Wang family. Aunt Wang quickly ran off, followed by a group of men and women chasing after her. Wang Fugui was the last to leave, casting a deep glance at the people in the courtyard, his expression changing, but no one paid him any attention. Wang Daba arrived at the county office intending to deny everything, but Magistrate Fan, knowing about the situation in Sanshijai, favored the big boss, who ruled the mountain but never disturbed the common people. In recent years, the big boss had helped the county catch many wrongdoers, so Magistrate Fan naturally leaned towards his words. On the way to Sanshijai, Wang Daba passed a tea stall where the owner testified that he had indeed seen him at that time. Seeing that Wang Daba still wanted to resist, Magistrate Fan ordered him to be punished with 10 strikes. As a scholar, Wang Daba couldn't endure it. After a few strikes, he honestly confessed everything. The truth was revealed. Outside the main hall, Aunt Wang and the others happened to hear Wang Daba's confession. Aunt Wang let out a wail, nearly fainting. No matter how unreasonable she was, she didn't dare to cause a scene in the hall. Wang Daba was finished. Magistrate Fan finally announced the verdict. Wang Daba, as a scholar, had ill intentions and repeatedly harmed the Lu family, so he was sentenced to 5 years of exile. The big boss, Chang Eru, promptly uncovered the truth and voluntarily released the hostage, not pursuing further charges. Lu Yu led her children to bow to Magistrate Fan, while the mothers wept bitterly. After the magistrate left the hall, Lu Yu took her son and daughter out. Aunt Wang, in a frenzy, lunged at Lu Yu, just as an official going to the Wang family saw her. The official stepped forward to stop Aunt Wang, saying, "Ma'am, don't make things worse. If you want to end up in jail too, I can report to the magistrate and have your whole family go. There's plenty of room in there." Wang stared fiercely at Lu Yu and the others. Zhang Huahua cried with swollen eyes and pointed at Lu Yu, saying, "Lu Yu, you are heartless and will not have a good end. The ones who will not have a good end are you. You have harmed us repeatedly. Should we just accept it? It is your cruelty, greed, and heartlessness that led to Wang Dabao's downfall. Let me tell you, from now on you go your way, and we go ours. If you dare to plot against us again, there is plenty of room in the county jail, and I will make sure to send your whole family there. Luonan stood in front of her mother, her eyes coldly scanning the Wang family. Mother, Lien Sheng has come to take us. After saying this, Luonan helped her mother out of the county office. The big leader also saw Lien Sheng and felt very excited. Truly, the young master resembles his mother. Oh, young master, I even held you when you were a baby. After leaving the county office, Lu Yu turned back and bowed to the big leader. Madam Lu thanks the big leader. Tomorrow at noon, we will host a banquet for the brothers from San Shizhai. Please, big leader and second leader, honor us with your presence. Good. Chong Eru thanks the madam on behalf of the brothers. We will definitely come. Lien Sheng quietly watched from the side as Lu Yu and Luonan held little Muyang and got into the carriage. Lien Sheng turned his head and discreetly glanced at Chong Eru. Their eyes met in the air, and Lien Sheng slightly nodded. The big leader was filled with excitement, thinking, the young master knows they are all here. Lien Sheng and village head Zhou sat on the front of the carriage, and the blue cloth carriage moved steadily. Wang Po's hair was disheveled, and Zhang Huahua had cried all her tears. Her only son's future was ruined. If she had stopped Debao from going to kidnap Lu Muyang, would he not have been sentenced? The Wang family had pushed Lu Yu to her limits. It's all your fault. There isn't a good person in the Wang family. If you hadn't tormented Lu Yu and the others over the years, they wouldn't have accused my son. My son is ruined. Wang Futsai, give me back my son. Zhang Huahua grabbed Wang Futsai, hitting and scolding him. Seeing Zhang Huahua hitting her eldest son, Wang Po rushed over to pull them apart. Zhang Huahua turned and grabbed Wang Po's hair, giving her a hard slap that left Wang Po stunned. Wang Xiaotsue hurriedly stepped forward to pull Zhang Huahua away. Zhang Huahua fainted, and the Wang family argued and fought all the way home. Luonan only punished Wang Debao and did not involve the rest of the Wang family because Wang Debao was their hope. With their hope gone, the Wang family would naturally fall apart and even fight among themselves, so let them tear each other apart. Lu Yu and her companions arrived at the guest spring in a horse-drawn carriage. The brothers from the third stronghold planned to book the entire guest spring for lunch tomorrow, so they definitely needed to inform Manager Fan in advance. When Manager Fan heard this, he scolded Luonan for not mentioning the matter of her family going to the county office to file a complaint. Such a big issue should have been shared. The guest spring and Luonan were partners, and they couldn't just stand by. Luonan smiled and said, Uncle Fan, I can't trouble you with everything. The guest spring can collect mushrooms from Kaoshan village and provide a way for the villagers to earn money. I am already very grateful to you and the owner. I can't let you take on all the burdens. Manager Fan felt very pleased. Her words were comforting, like having a warm bowl of soup in the cold winter. Lu Yu also invited village Chief Zhou and Chang Shoa to the guest spring, and Chief Zhou agreed. He knew that Enan was young and that Lu Yu was a woman, and since the third stronghold was a mountain village, he and Chang Shoa needed to support them. Soon, everyone in the village knew about the Wang family's situation. Those families close to old lady Wang trembled at the news. They realized they should never provoke Luonan. The people from the third stronghold would testify for her. That girl was truly formidable. Luonan was unaware that her reputation in the village had risen, and she was now labeled as a fierce woman. When the Wang family returned home, they were all frowning. Wang Debao was their hope, and now that hope was gone, they felt as if they had been stripped of everything, slumping on the chairs in silence for a long time. What should we do now, mother? Wang Xiaotsue finally asked. What can we do? From now on, when you see the Lu family, especially Luonan, just avoid them. That girl is ruthless and doesn't care about anyone. The Lu family is no longer what it used to be. They have servants now, and they have businesses in the county. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Lady Wang spoke slowly, feeling defeated. Zhang Huahua started crying again. Old Lady Wang glanced at her. You're the eldest, so stop crying. At least in a few years, Debao will be back. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Yu. If it weren't for her, Debao wouldn't be in jail. Why should I blame Lu Yu? I've realized now that I bullied her for so many years. What was she to me? I tormented her for a decade, and even her child. This is all karma, pure karma. Zhang Huahua stumbled out of the main room. Wang Futsai remained silent and followed Zhang Huahua out. The sins of the family were now being borne by his son alone, which was truly a ridiculous situation. The older couple has started to hate me, Wang Pozi whispered. Wang Fugui and Wang Fuyo remained silent. Wang Xiaotsue took Wang Xiaobao to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the family. The sky above the Wang family's courtyard was filled with dark clouds. Wang Fugui returned to the second house and looked at the messy yard. It used to be tidy at all times. As soon as he got home, his younger son hugged his leg and called him Dad, even though he hadn't treated him well. But he noticed that at some point, his son looked at him with fear and disgust instead of light in his eyes. The adopted daughter also stopped calling him Dad and became increasingly silent, while his wife's smile had vanished. He raised his hand to hit her repeatedly. At first, she would dodge and shout, but later she just curled up, covering her head and letting him strike her. When he stopped hitting her, she would get up and wash everyone's clothes by the river. When they were together, she was like a wooden doll, showing no reaction. After each time, she would scrub herself vigorously, as if trying to wash away something dirty. One time, seeing her scrub so hard, he slapped her. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with hatred, her scarred face twisted like a demon rising from. That time, he felt a bit scared. Wang Fugui lay in bed, feeling regretful. His family was falling apart. Why did he listen to his mother? If he had treated them better, it wouldn't have come to this. Early the next morning, after making a pot of porridge, Wang Fuyo arrived. Second brother, mother wants to see you. Wang Pozi's eyes were red, clearly from a sleepless night. She looked at her 3 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, and a grandson. After a long pause, she said to Wang Fugui, Second, since Daba got into trouble and Lu Mu Yang is your blood, I need to give your older brother and sister-in-law an explanation. From today, you should start anew and establish your own family. Wang Fugui was stunned and couldn't respond for a while. Mother, are you expelling me from the Wang family?
Why?
What does Daba's situation have to do with me? Because I don't want to see you. Your son is the reason Daba is in trouble. That's the reason. Wang Futsai glared at Wang Fugui with red eyes. That's because Daba had bad intentions. If he hadn't targeted my son, this wouldn't have happened. He brought this on himself. Wang Fugui shouted back. Wang Fugui, I'll kill you. With that, Wang Futsai lunged at him, and the 2 brothers began to fight. Mother! Wang Fuyo called out to Wang Pozi, but she did not respond. While her 2 sons were fighting, she lowered her eyelids. The eldest son needed someone to take his anger out on, and no matter what, Lu Mu Yang was the second son's child, so it was the second son who deserved this. It's hard to understand Wang Pozi's way of thinking. Poor Wang Fugui got beaten up badly, and Wang Futsai was not much better off. His nose was broken by Wang Laonyo. The Wang family caused quite a commotion early in the morning. Village Chief Zhou did not want to get involved in the Wang family's issues, but fearing it might lead to something serious, he reluctantly went to their home. When Wang Pozi saw Village Chief Zhou arrive, she had many complaints about him but dared not show it. Chief, we're planning to let Wang Fugui start anew, while the eldest and youngest will stay together. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhou understood Wang Pozi's intentions. Sadly, Wang Laonyo was ultimately abandoned by the Wang family. Wang Fugui worked the hardest, while Wang Fuyo was charming, and his wife was Wang Pozi's niece. Wang Pozi always favored Wang Futsai, leaving only Wang Fugui to work like a donkey. After driving away his wife for the sake of the family, with no hope of reconciliation, he was finally kicked out by Wang Pozi. Village Chief Zhou did not offer any advice. He was not interested in the Wang family's affairs and quickly wrote up the separation documents. Wang Fugui left with nothing but the belongings of the second house and 3 acres of land. Wang Pozi didn't give him a single coin. The Wang family actually expelled Wang Fugui from the clan? This news spread quickly in the village, but no one sympathized with him, and Luonan naturally heard about it. However, who was Wang Fugui? Sorry, not familiar. A couple of days later, there was a knock at the Lu family's door. Aunt Hua opened it and saw Wang Fugui, pretending not to recognize him.
Who are you?
Who are you looking for? Wang Fugui felt a bit nervous upon seeing Aunt Hua and forced himself to say, I am Mu Yang's father. I came to see him.
Oh, what?
Do you want to kidnap my little master or sell him? Aunt Hua was not going to tolerate such behavior and confronted him without hesitation. Wang Fugui turned pale and stammered. I just came to see him. What's the matter? Your mother, Wang Posey, kicked you out and now you remember your son? You want Mu Yang to take care of you? Your son is only 5 years old and the Lu family is supporting Aranan. You don't have the Lu surname, so you have no right to take advantage of my girl. Mu Yang is my son. I have the right to see him. Who do you think you are to tell me? Wang Fugui shouted, his face red with anger. How dare a servant speak to him like that? This was outrageous. Aunt Hua has no say in this. I can handle it. Wang Fugui turned around to see Lu Anan standing behind him with a basket on her back. The monkey named Zhuang was showing its teeth and staring at him, making Wang Fugui instinctively cover himself. Anan, can I speak to your mother for a moment? Wang Fugui felt nervous. He had come to apologize to Lu Yu. He regretted his past actions and wanted her forgiveness to mend their relationship. Seeing Wang Fugui's anxious expression, Lu Anan understood his feelings clearly. What do you want to say? Lu Yu's voice came from the yard. Swan Tu and Mu Yang were playing in the yard below. When Wang Fugui arrived, Swan Tu ran up to inform Lu Yu. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up as he saw Lu Yu come out. Child's mother. Lu Yu waved her hand. Watch your words. Call me Madam Lu. I have no connection with you. I can't bear the title of child's mother. Lu Anan almost laughed, while Aunt Hua watched Wang Fugui cautiously. Wang Fugui was taken aback. He looked closely at Lu Yu. Despite her simple clothing, she stood there like a lady from a wealthy family. Lu Yu, I was wrong. I regret how I treated you. Can you give me another chance? I will take good care of you and the child. I will start anew. The Wong family won't bother you. We will live outside the village and have a good life away from the old house. Seeing Wang Fugui's strange confidence, Lu Yu frowned. Stop, Wang Fugui. Since I signed the severance agreement, I have no ties to you or the Wang family. Do you know what a severance agreement means? It means we will never have contact again. What gives you the confidence that I would forgive you? But we were once married. There's a bond between us, especially with Mu Yang involved. If there was a bond, it faded 10 years ago. Leave now and don't disturb our lives. I won't let you near Mu Yang. With that, Lu Yu turned and walked away without looking back. Late feelings are worth less than grass. Wang Fugui, take care of yourself. Don't provoke me. If I get angry, I might hurt myself and you can't defeat me. Aunt Hua, if he comes back, just throw him out. Understood, miss. Once the girl and Zhuang were inside, Aunt Hua slammed the door shut. Mother. Lu Anan looked at her mother with concern. Anan, I have endured a life without dignity for 10 years. Even if he truly regrets it, it doesn't matter to me. I am content with you and Mu Yang. Lu Yu turned to Aunt Hua and said, Sister Hua, keep an eye on Mu Yang. Don't let Wang Fugui get close to him. Since he can't find a way in with me, he might target little Mu Yang instead. Lu Yu's guess was correct. Wang Fugui felt a bit regretful, but he wasn't truly sorry. He always believed that men were the support for women, and he envied the life of the Lu family. All the family wealth should belong to Mu Yang. Lu Anan would eventually get married, and as long as Mu Yang acknowledged him, he could live openly in the Lu family. So, he came to the Lu residence every day, wanting the villagers to see that he wanted to meet his son, while Lu Yu and Lu Anan kept blocking him. He claimed to be genuinely remorseful and wanted to live a good life with Lu Yu. This behavior made village head Zhou very angry, but he couldn't say much. It was natural for a father to want to see his son, but Wang Fugui was being quite cunning. Little Mu Yang couldn't stay at home every day, which frustrated Lu Yu. Wang Fugui was like a stubborn adhesive that couldn't be removed. Lu Anen had been going out every day, even accompanying Lian Sheng to visit the head of the family. She had something very important to do. Once this matter was exposed, Wang Fugui would no longer bother Mu Yang. Lian Sheng learned about Wang Fugui's troubles with the Lu family. He initially wanted to beat Wang Fugui up, but Lu Anen stopped him. Brother Lian Sheng, that only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If you hit him, people might sympathize with him and say my mother won't let me recognize my father. I have a plan. What plan? Lian Sheng looked at the young girl, who was swinging her feet confidently, a slight smile on her lips and her bright eyes sparkling like stars. Lu Anen leaned closer to Lian Sheng and whispered, Brother Lian Sheng, I think Wang Xiaobao isn't Wang Fuyo's son. He might actually be Wang Fugui's. The girl was very close to him, her long eyelashes clearly defined, and her cute face was just inches away. Lian Sheng felt his heart racing. He must be sick. Why was his heart beating so fast? Brother Lian Sheng, what's wrong with you? Lu Anen noticed something was off with his expression and gently pushed him. Lian Sheng was startled and quickly regained his composure. Nothing, I'm fine. If it weren't for his red ears, Lu Anen might have believed him. What a shy boy he was. You think Wang Xiaobao might be Wang Fugui's son? How is that possible? Wang Fuyo is his real brother, Lian Sheng replied, getting back on track. I didn't think about this at first, but after thinking carefully last night about the Wang family, he clearly treats Wang Xiaobao better than Mu Yang. He even hit Mu Yang for Wang Xiaobao, causing Mu Yang's ear to bleed. His favoritism towards Wang Xiaobao is a bit excessive. He has a black mole on the inside of his elbow, and Wang Xiaobao has one in the same spot, but Wang Fugui does not. This is just one aspect and cannot fully determine the true relationship between Wang Xiaobao and Wang Fugui. Liansheng analyzed carefully, unless we find evidence of his secret relationship with Wang Xiaotsue. So, Liansheng, I'm planning to follow Wang Xiaotsue. If they really have something going on, they will definitely slip up. You should let Baozi handle the tracking. He is the best at it. Plus, he looks delicate and is slim, so it would be easy for him to disguise as a girl. Oh, I've never seen Baozi in women's clothes. I want to see it. Upon hearing this, Liansheng squinted his eyes. What's so interesting about that? Do you want to see me dress up for you? No peeking at Baozi. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the yard, picking up an axe to chop wood with such force that one might think he was chopping down an enemy. Lu Anen was a bit stunned. What was going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why was this boy so moody? After a while, Lu Anen finally reacted. He wants to dress up for me but won't let me see Baozi? Is this boy jealous? Wait, what is he jealous about? Suddenly, Lu Anen felt as if struck by lightning. With a determined look, she stepped out of the house, walked over to Liansheng, and gently tugged at his clothes. Liansheng, weren't you going to dress up for me? Liansheng swung the axe and nearly fell over. Lu Anen stood with her hands behind her back, tilting her head, her bright eyes sparkling, looking at him, which made Liansheng's heart soften. Tomorrow, I want to see you in women's clothes. After saying that, Lu Anen turned and leisurely walked next door. A smile spread across Liansheng's face, like a flower quietly blooming in the night, radiating unique brilliance. The next day, Lu Anen arrived at the inn and indeed saw Liansheng dressed as a girl in the small courtyard, along with Baozi. Ignoring the scar on Liansheng's face, he looked exquisite and beautiful in women's clothes. If it weren't for the cold air emanating from him, it would have been perfect. Baozi was frightened by the boss and shrank to the side, looking like a delicate little maid. Who looks better, the two of us? The boy clearly remembered what happened yesterday. Of course, Liansheng Gij looks the best. Liansheng Gij is the most handsome. Sure enough, flattery can get you anywhere. Liansheng proudly lifted his chin and walked into the house like a victorious rooster. Old Grandpa covered his eyes, realizing that Liansheng had fallen into the hands of and Liansheng didn't forget the main task. After changing clothes, they sat down to discuss following Wang Xiaotsue. Baozi had experience. Lu Anen wouldn't stray too far from home in the next few days. making it easy for Baozi to find her anytime. That day, Lu and En and Aunt Hua had just come out of the mushroom house when Baozi appeared, dressed in red clothes and green pants, with 2 little braids. Aunt Hua didn't dare to laugh, fearing it would embarrass Baozi, while Lu En was holding her stomach, almost laughing too hard. Baozi rolled his eyes and said seriously, "Miss, Wang Fugui and Wang Xiaotsue left the village one after another. It seems they are heading to the town." Lu En immediately stopped smiling and turned to Aunt Hua, saying, "Aunt, I'm going out for a bit." Aunt Hua understood that the young lady had something important to do and secured the courtyard gate as she saw her off. Both of them moved quickly and soon arrived at the town. In a deserted alley, they met their informant, Bado, who came around the corner. "Miss, those 2 went to a house belonging to a distant relative of Wang Xiaotsue. However, they don't live there. Wang Xiaotsue has the key, and they went in and locked the door behind them. Let's go take a look," Lu En said, and the 3 of them hurried away. "This is the house," Bado whispered. The yard was quiet, and though the walls were tall, they couldn't stop the 3 of them. The yard was somewhat secluded, next to a narrow alley. After checking that no one was around, they slipped into the alley. They jumped into the yard and quietly approached the window at the back of the house. The window wasn't high, and when they leaned in to listen closely, they could hear the sounds of a man and woman breathing heavily inside. Baozi and Bado turned red, while Lu En remained calm and poked a small hole in the window paper with her finger. Inside, 2 people were tangled up on the bed, with Wang Fugui working hard and Wang Xiaotsue's legs raised high. Suddenly, everything went dark as Baozi covered Lu En's eyes. If the boss found out they had brought the young lady to witness such a scene, they would be in big trouble. Lu En thought to herself that there was nothing new about a couple fighting. If she didn't want to see it, she wouldn't. The 3 of them crouched under the window, and just when it seemed to quiet down inside, they heard a voice. "You rascal, with Lu gone. How long have you been holding on to this fire?" Wang Fugui kissed Wang Xiaotsue passionately, saying, "That woman is like a dead fish. She can't compare to you. Come on, I know you want to get back together with her, but she doesn't care about you. I really want to reconcile with her. After all, Muyang is my son. I didn't treat her well before, but if she agrees to get back together, I will treat her better. Once that girl gets married, the family business will belong to Muyang, and I will have hope for my later years." Wang Fugui held Wang Xiaotsue with one arm and rested his head on his hand. Wang Xiaotsue pulled up the blanket, saying, "Don't forget, the family business should also have half for Xiaobao. He is your son too." "I know that. Once I move into the Lu family, it will be my decision at home. But you better not bully Lu. Otherwise, that girl will make things difficult for you." "I understand. Anyway, you and the second branch will have your own place, and I won't be living with Lu. By the way, when you move to Lu's place, we agreed that you would come here on the 5th day of every month. Otherwise, I won't agree." Wang Xiaotsue playfully punched Wang Fugui's chest, speaking sweetly. "Of course, Xiaobao is my son, and you are my woman. It's not my fault that Sendi always leaves you hungry." After saying this, Wang Fugui turned over, and a series of soft sounds followed. "What day is it today?" Lu En asked softly. "Today is the 5th day," Bado replied. "On the 15th, bring Wang Fuyo here. A mother should be with her child's father, and the Wang Xiaobao family should be together." Baozi and Bado exchanged glances, thinking that their girl was too understanding and did good deeds without seeking recognition. The 3 returned from the town. Baozi and Bado went back to the inn, while Lu En bought some daily necessities. After returning home, Lu En found her mother and told her about following Wang Fugui. "Mom, he is really terrible. No wonder he favors Wang Xiaobao. It turns out Wang Xiaotsue is his mistress." Lu En felt sorry for her mother, as 10 years of her life were ruined by this scoundrel. Lu felt no sadness upon hearing this. She was already dead inside regarding this man. She only pitied her son for having such a biological father. Seeing that her mother was calm when talking about Wang Fugui, Lu En felt reassured. The 10 years of hatred seemed to be resolved. During this time, Every family in the village was busy growing mushrooms, and with more money in their hands, everyone walked with a spring in their step, discussing plans to build new houses. Village Chief Zhou thought it was a good idea to build together, as Kuaishan village needed a makeover. Luanin discussed building a new house at the foot of the mountain with her mother. The yard down there is quite large, and Luanin has bought the whole area. She plans to keep the house on the mountain untouched. In case her grandfather returns someday, she wants to take care of him. Luanin took out her drawn plans. Mom, look, I want to build a 3-section courtyard at the foot of the mountain with 2 side courtyards. One will be for a mushroom house, and the other will serve as a guest house. The mountain house will stay as it is. I want to plant roses on the gentle behind the mountain to make perfume and essential oils. Wealthy ladies and young women in the county, city, and even in the capital care a lot about their looks, and I want to earn money from them. Luanin explained her plans in detail to her mother. She initially thought about planting grapes too, but then decided to take things slow and not rush. After listening, Luyu gently stroked her daughter's smooth hair. "Anin, go ahead and do it. I support you. Just tell me what you need, and if I don't know how, I will learn." Luanin hugged her mother's arm and nuzzled against her. "You're so wonderful, Mom. You don't mind me stepping out to do business. Maybe in the past, I would have worried, but not now. It's easy to say money doesn't matter, but without it, being proud won't feed you. As long as you earn honestly, I support whatever you choose to do. Mom, I'm going to talk to Grandpa Zhou about our house plans." Luanin took her plans and went to the village chief's house. When village chief Zhou heard her, he smiled widely. "And leave this to me. There are quite a few people in our village looking to rebuild their houses. I'll find an old friend who is a skilled mason. He has good workers and has done jobs in the city too." "Great, Grandpa Zhou. Thank you for your help." After discussing the plans with the village chief, Luanin left his house. She didn't waste time at home. She grabbed a small basket and went into the mountains alone. She arrived at a spot she had chosen long ago. This place had a stream and an ancient pine tree. She took out a small shovel from her basket and a pink dress. "Anin, we're building a new house at home. I should have set up a memorial for you long ago. I will come to visit you during Qingming and Hanqi festivals. I hope in the next life, you can live happily. Maybe you've gone to another world. Remember to be well, without sadness or resentment. I will take care of Mom and your brother, and I won't let anyone who bullies our family get away." A small grave stood up, and Luanin sat on the ground, sharing everything she had experienced during this time. The surroundings were very quiet, with only a gentle breeze blowing. A few days later, Grandpa Zhou brought a tall, red-faced old man to the Lu family. "And this is my old friend, Mr. Jiang. He is a well-known mason in our area. Many families, including Uncle Fu and Aunt Tian, want him to build for them. Old Jiang insisted on coming after seeing your drawings." Luanin looked at Mr. Jiang, his eyes sparkling, as if he thought she was made of gold. "Hello, Grandpa Jiang. I'm Luanin. Thank you for your help with my family's house," Luanin said with a smile. "You're welcome. And tell me about this house. Did you draw these plans? Can I meet your master?" Mr. Jiang asked in a flurry of questions. Luanin chuckled to herself. "My master?" She did have a friend who designed houses, but she couldn't see him anymore. "Oh, heavens. I hope my brothers can all be happy." "Grandpa Jiang, I do have a master, but he has passed away," she replied. Hearing this, Mr. Jiang noticed the girl looking down sadly and encouraged her. "Don't be sad, dear. Your master has surely become a spirit. You should carry on his legacy and make it even greater." Meanwhile, in a house in the capital, an elderly gentleman with a mystical air sneezed several times. The old servant hurried over. "Master, what's wrong? Should I call the royal physician, Dr. Pei, to check on you?" The old gentleman glared. "That old fellow will just eye my precious herb garden. What do you think I am? I wonder when that child will return to the capital. I want to see the excitement, haha." The servant looked at his youthful-looking master, who wore a mischievous grin, and smiled back. The old man and the young man got along very well and agreed that Mr. Jiang would bring people over in 3 days. Before they could leave, the elder of the Yi family personally came to visit. The Liu and Yi families had been visiting each other frequently. The mushroom farm of the Yi family was doing very well, and Mr. Yi was very grateful to the Liu family. A few days ago, they had hunted a deer and brought the best meat along with some pickled vegetables made by his daughter-in-law to the Liu family. When he heard that the Liu family would start building a new house in 3 days, Mr. Yi immediately offered to bring his whole family to help. Luonan quickly said, "Grandpa Yi, Mr. Jiang has many workers. You and Uncle Yi, along with Brother Chongqing, shouldn't have to do the work." When old Master Yi heard this, his eyes widened. "You girl, even with your good life, you haven't forgotten us. We're coming to help with the house. Your sister-in-law and Juanzi will come to cook, it's settled." Old Master Yi was firm in his decisions, so Luonan had to accept it. That's how relationships work. If you show me respect, I will return it even more. If you treat me sincerely, I will respond with honesty. 3 days later, old man Jiang arrived with people. The Yi family came out in full force, and familiar families from the village also joined. The leader brought a large group with him, and only a few stayed back at the inn under the watch of Crazy Grandpa. The cooking was handled by Aunt Taohua, Aunt Tian, who's Yi's mother, the sister-in-law from the Chongqing family, Juanzi, Lu Yu, Aunt Hua, and Luonan. Not only did the Liu family pay well, but the food was also delicious. There were big chunks of pork stew, large bowls of braised meat, and plenty of steamed buns. Once they were full, the men worked even harder, and Lianqing was busy nonstop. "Lianqing, have some water," Luonan said, bringing a big bowl of water to him as he was moving bricks. Lianqing took the bowl and tasted it. "Sweet? I added a bit of wild honey," Luonan whispered. Lianqing drank eagerly, and the leader, not far away, had sharp ears and smiled knowingly. He really liked this generous young girl. Their young master had good taste. The older women cooking noticed too. "Lu Yu, that boy Lianqing is not bad. He has a scar on his face, but he's still handsome." "What was it called?" "Right. Wild." Aunt Taohua nudged Lu Yu with her elbow. Lu Yu had heard Luonan mention that Lianqing's scar was fake and that he had been abandoned by his family. Seeing her daughter talk about Lianqing with sparkling eyes, Lu Yu, as someone who had been through it, knew her daughter liked him. But her daughter hadn't fully realized it yet, that little Mu Yang wanted to stick to Lianqing. Oh dear, such a good boy must be kept an eye on, and it would be up to her son to do that. Lianqing had no idea that his future mother-in-law was already planning to keep an eye on him. With many hands, the foundation was completed in just a few days, and everyone was working enthusiastically. Luonan insisted on building a big house with blue bricks and tiles, and the foundation was deep and strong. They first laid thick oilcloth to prevent moisture, covering not just the floor of the house, but also the courtyard with blue bricks. The begonia tree and several large flower beds decorate the yard, and a swing has been set up for little Mu Yang, making the entire yard look beautiful and cozy. Of course, Luonan's prized toilet and kitchen amazed the neighbors, along with a separate bathing area. The unmarried girls in the village encouraged their parents to follow Ann's example. Her parents happily agreed, as they had made quite a bit of money with Luonan lately, and they wanted to fulfill their daughter's wishes. Luonan funded the construction of a sturdy village road in Kaoshan village, which is lined with fine sand and runs through the entire village. The small paths in the village are also well maintained. Although the houses in Kaoshan village are not yet fully renovated, the overall spirit of the village has changed dramatically. The villagers are enthusiastically building new homes, and while Luonan helps with cooking, she also has her own tasks to attend to. Several aunts, feeling sorry for her, insisted she leave the kitchen. Juanzi took her hand and said, go do your own thing. There are too many people here. You can trust me." She patted her chest confidently. Luonan laughed and gave Juanzi a big hug. The wife of Chongqing saw her sister-in-law blushing and standing at the door, so she asked, "Little sister, what's wrong?" "Sister-in-law, Annan just hugged me. He he he." Seeing her sister-in-law's expression, Chongqing's wife was wide-eyed, thinking her sister-in-law was quite something. But she also really liked Annan. Yes, she really liked her. After leaving her home, Luanin went to the town. Today is the 15th, a special day for Wang Fugui and Wang Xiaotsue. Baozi and Badu had already arrived at their usual spot, waiting for their girl. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the couple to show up. Has Wang Fuyo arrived? Luanin asked quietly. He's here, and not just him. The whole Wang family is here. Luanin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Badu rolled his eyes. Miss, what's the point of Wang Fuyo coming alone to see the Spring Palace? Don't you always say we should learn to share? They are a loving family. How can Wang Fuyo enjoy it all by himself? Luanin covered her mouth and gave a thumbs up. Badu, you're amazing. She decided to reward Badu with a chicken leg later. Baozi looked at his girl with a sad expression. Baozi is also amazing. Luanin vowed to treat everyone equally, as it would help with team building. How did Badu manage to get the whole Wang family to come? It turned out that Badu and Baozi had been watching the Wang family, and when they saw them leave, Badu pretended to chat quietly with Baozi. Wang Fugui unexpectedly came into some money and rented a small courtyard in the town. Today, he went to the town, and it seems like he is making a good profit, but no one knows what he is doing. Just then, Zhang Huahua was leaving. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed, Wang Fugui, my son is ruined, and you are getting rich? Why should you enjoy this alone? No way. She went back and told Wang Pozi and a few others. When they heard, they immediately got angry and decided to lock the courtyard gate and rush to the town together. As they walked, Wang Pozi gritted her teeth, thinking that this money probably came from that little troublemaker Lu Yu. Wang Lair, I will make you pay for this. She completely forgot that Wang Fugui had been expelled from the Wang family. The group quickly arrived at the town and found the small courtyard based on what Zhang Huahua had overheard. The gate was locked from the inside, so Wang Laoda and Wang Laosen climbed over the wall, removed the latch, and the Wang family rushed in. Once inside, they were stunned. There was no one in the outer room, but what was happening in the inner room? Wang Pozi pulled down the door curtain, and they all squeezed to look inside. Wang Xiaotsue was there, exposed and riding a horse, making the bed creak. The horse looked so familiar. It was Wang Lair. With his eyes closed, Wang Lair was holding onto a big bun and shouting. Zhang Huahua covered her eyes and screamed as she ran out. Although she wanted to see, she knew Wang Fugui would be furious. Wang Fugui, Wang Lair, I will make you pay. Wang Fugui shouted, grabbing Wang Xiaotsue by the hair and pulling her off the horse. When Wang Xiaotsue looked up and saw the Wang family in front of her, she was terrified. She quickly grabbed her scattered clothes and put them on haphazardly. Wang Fugui raised his fist and struck Wang Lair, who took several hits. Wang Fugui, you beast. This is your sister-in-law. Wang Pozi cried out, sitting on the ground and slapping her thighs. Wang Fugui leaned against the door frame with a cold expression, watching the chaos unfold. Go ahead and fight. My son is ruined. You all should suffer together. Wang Fugui slowly put on his clothes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneered. Since you all saw it, I'll be honest. Wang Xiaobao is my child. You took my wife away, so you owe me a wife, right?
You are not human.
At that moment, Wang Pozi trembled, her mind blank. Yes, I am not human. I am a beast. Which one of you is a good person? A crow landed on a pig, and no one should judge anyone for being dark. I ruined Lu Yu with my own hands, and Muyang no longer recognizes me as his father. You all drove me away and made my life miserable. None of us will have it easy. After saying this, Wang Fugui grabbed Wang Xiaotsue and reached into her clothing. Let go. Wang Fugui. Wang Xiaotsue struggled to push him away, but Wang Fugui held onto her tightly, causing her pain and making her cry. Why act so innocent? 6 years ago, when I was bathing in the river, if you hadn't held on to me, none of this would have happened. Why do you think I kept hitting Lu Yu? Why did I hurt Muyang for Xiaobao? Wang Fugui was filled with anger. Suddenly, he squatted down, grabbing his hair and letting out a low growl like a trapped beast.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Fugui laughed crazily, staring at Wang Pozi with a tragic smile. Today, I call you mother again. Since I was little, I've worked hard. You cared for my older brother, my younger brother, and my little sister, but you were always so cold to me. Am I not your real son? I listened to you. You said to discipline my wife, so I hit Lu often. She obeyed, but she became like a soulless puppet. You wanted to sell Luinen, and I listened to you, but in the end, my family fell apart. You all are fine, but why? Wang Posey cried, reaching out her hands. Fugui, my dear Fugui, you are my real son. I didn't mean to neglect you. When I gave birth to you, I almost lost my life. They all said you brought me misfortune, so I didn't like you. I was wrong. Fugui, I was wrong. Wang Posey knelt on the ground, covering her face and crying, filled with regret. Wang Fugui stood up with red eyes, knelt in front of Wang Posey, and bowed 3 times. Mother, I don't want to stay in Kaoshan village anymore. Brother, please take good care of her for me. After saying this, Wang Fugui turned to leave. Wang Xiaotsui rushed over, grabbing his clothes. Fugui, where are you going? Wang Fugui looked down at the pale-faced Wang Xiaotsui. He truly liked this woman, and just last night they had shared a bed, but now he found out the child wasn't even his. How ironic. Dirty. Wang Fugui said just one word. Wang Xiaotsui, heartbroken, let go and watched as Wang Fugui disappeared at the gate. At some point, a crowd gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, and many of them were from Kaoshan village. The noise inside could be heard clearly from outside. It took Wang Posey a while to get up from the ground. She brushed her messy hair and walked out, looking dazed and unsteady. Following her were Wang Laoda and his wife, and Wang Xiaotsui, who was carrying the completely frightened Wang Xiaobao. Wang Fugui was the last to come out and remembered to lock the door behind them. The family hurriedly left the alley, feeling like they were being pointed at like rats crossing the street. Before they even reached the village, news about the Wang family had already spread back. Wang Xiaobao was not the son of Wang Laosan but of Wang Lair, which explained why Wang Fugui was so close to him. Wang Fugui's conflict with Lu was stirred up by Wang Xiaotsui. For the sake of Wang Xiaotsui and the Wang family, Wang Fugui let them criticize Lu. And an even bigger revelation came out. Wang Laoda was not actually Wang Laoda's son. Wang Laoda was the son of Lu Motzi from the neighboring village. Honest Wang Laotu had been wearing a green hat for decades. With the help of Lianxing, the news quickly reached Lishigo. When Lu Dineo heard this, he exclaimed, "What? My son? Wang Xiang married my son? I must get my son back." Lu Dineo gathered 30 or so people from the Lu family and marched to Kaoshan village, blocking the Wang family's door to demand a son. The Wang family was in chaos. In the end, fearing trouble, village head Zhou stepped in, saying they needed to ask Wang Futsai what he thought. Regardless, Wang Futsai was still respectful to Wang Pu. He told Lu Dineo, "My parents raised me, and I am a member of the Wang family. I don't know you, and I can't go back with you. After you die, I will burn paper money for you. But that's all." Lu Dineo realized his wish wouldn't be fulfilled easily and cried, asking Wang Futsai to visit him sometimes. Wang Pu looked up at Lu Dineo. "Do you really want Futsai to return to the Lu family?" "Of course. I have no children or daughters, and my wife has been gone for many years. If Futsai returns, everything will belong to him after I die. Mom, what are you planning?" Wang Futsai felt a bit anxious. Village head Zhou understood Wang Po's intentions. The Wang family could no longer stay in the village, and she needed a place to settle. "Futsai and his wife can go back with you, but you must ensure the Lu family will accept them. I promise. Otherwise, you can come along too. There's plenty of space at home." Although Lu Dineo wasn't the best person, he felt guilty towards Wang Posey, as it was his mother who had torn them apart. "Mom, if we're leaving, we should leave together. Otherwise, I won't go." Wang Futsai knelt on the ground, crying. "Son, I was wrong. I made too many mistakes. Village chief, please apologize to Lu Yu and the others for me. This is all karma." After saying this, Wang Posey began to pack her things, and Wang Futsai and Zhang Hua followed her inside. Wang Fuya was missing, and Wang Pozi had ended Wang Xiaozui's marriage on his behalf. But since she was his niece, and Wang Xiaobao was the second son, they might as well become one family. Wang Xiaozui knew her aunt wouldn't take her to Lishigu, so she resigned herself to her fate. From then on, she found herself on a path where she would often be mistreated. Fortunately, Wang Xiaobao was relatively lucky. Wang Fugui didn't take his anger out on him, so Wang Xiaozui had to bear it all. Not long after, Wang Fugui took Wang Xiaozui and Wang Xiaobao away from Kaoshan village. As for their departure, aside from Maizi Nyang, a few families like Lizi's felt it was a pity, as they lost another key person, Wang Pozi. However, they weren't foolish. Aside from occasionally making sarcastic remarks, they didn't dare take any further action. The Liu family had San Shizhai behind them, and even the county magistrate showed them some respect. Who were they to challenge that? The other villagers were quite happy. With one less troublemaker, the village felt much sweeter. The Wang family completely disappeared from Kaoshan village. With the Wang family's matters settled, Luonan felt relieved. As for the exiled Wang Daba, she heard from Baozi that someone had broken his legs. It was a miracle he returned alive. Luonan didn't want to wipe them out completely. She didn't care since she wasn't part of the Wang bloodline. But Mu Yang was, and even though he didn't carry the Wang surname, he was still part of the Wang family. Mu Yang needed to take the imperial examination in the future, and he couldn't have any blemishes on his record. People didn't know the truth, and if someone with ulterior motives revealed it later, it could greatly affect Mu Yang. As long as that group of people lived their lives honestly, she didn't want to pursue it further. However, Lianqing was worried. You can't change a leopard's spots. Given the Wang family's nature, they might cause trouble again, so he arranged for Demao to keep an eye on them every day. Demao reported back that Liu Denao was actually quite good to Wang Futsai. After returning to the Liu family, he was added to their family tree, and Wang Xiang, who was Wang Pozi, became Liu Denao's new wife. Lishiga was separated from Kaoshan village by several mountains, so news didn't travel fast. However, with Lianqing around, Liu Denao still learned about the Wang family's affairs. Liu Denao specifically told Wang Futsai, or rather Liu Futsai, I don't care what you did in Kaoshan village before. The Liu family has always been peaceful for decades. Although I, Liu Denao, am not a good person, I have never done anything immoral. What you did before won't work here. If you continue like that, the head of the Liu family will deal with you, and the Liu family women will still be soft-hearted. Old Lady Wang wiped her tears and said, I was wrong before. I caused a good family to fall apart. When Debao comes back, let's live our lives well. Liu Futsai listened to his mother. As long as his son returned safely, he would never provoke the Liu family or that troublemaker Luonan. Zhang Huahua also accepted her fate. Every day, she worked hard at home and outside, keeping Liu Denao's house clean, and the Liu family slowly accepted them. After hearing this, Luonan nodded. Liu Denao was a sensible person. As for Wang Fugui, Lianqing arranged for Badu to follow them. They returned to Wang Xiaozui's family home, which was also Old Lady Wang's family home. However, after a few days, Wang Xiaozui's sister-in-law somehow got wind of the situation and constantly quarreled with her in-laws. With a relative like Wang Xiaozui, who didn't follow traditional roles, the daughters in the family had no hope of marrying well, so they had to leave again. Where did the news come from? Luonan rolled her eyes. Lianqing, who kept his achievements hidden, continued to seriously gossip about Wang Fugui. Wang Xiaozui's mother, unable to bear it, let them stay with a distant relative. This relative lived far away in Xinhua Prefecture, where they wouldn't know about the Wang family's troubles, so Wang Lauer and the others went to Xinhua Prefecture. With Lianqing around, Luonan saved a lot of trouble. She was truly grateful for saving the right person. Heaven finally took pity on her and sent the handsome young man Lianqing to her side. Luonan secretly smiled, her eyes sparkling. Why are you so happy? Lianqing asked, looking at the young girl in front of him. Of course, because I suddenly realized I have a big treasure. What treasure? Lianqing asked, blinking in confusion. Far away in the sky, but close at hand. After saying this, Luanen darted out like a rabbit. Wow. She just teased the young man. The teased boy stood there in a daze, a blush quickly spreading from his neck to his cheeks. He hurriedly walked out of the makeshift shelter but accidentally tripped over his own feet and fell. This made the aunt who was picking vegetables laugh heartily, and the boy got up, seemingly calm, and walked out. Hey, why did Lianxing walk out like that? Juanzi asked foolishly. Aunt laughed heartily. Luyu shook her head helplessly, thinking that An would definitely keep Lianxing on his toes in the future. Lianxing truly cared for An. The happiness of the children was his greatest wish. The new house of the Liu family was finished and could be moved into after a few more days of drying. All the furniture had been delivered, and the pieces were designed by Liu and An, combining traditional and modern styles, making them both beautiful and practical. Aunt Taohua and the others also liked the furniture from An's house. Liu and An didn't mind. The woodworking was done by Master Chen. The old carpenter's skills were exceptional, and he only charged half the price for the design. Liu and An had enough money now, so she paid him fully and gave him the design as well. Master Chen praised the Liu family girl from Kaoshan village for her generosity and ability to earn money. In less than a year, she opened a shop and was the first in the village to build a large courtyard. Some families were tempted, realizing that finding a daughter-in-law like her was rare, so matchmakers started to visit. Liu Yu naturally refused, insisting that her daughter's marriage should be her own choice. A mother should not arrange it. The matchmaker tried to insist, just as Liu and in return from the mountains with Zhuang. The young girl was dressed neatly in black clothes, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing deer-hide boots, and carrying a wolf over her shoulder. Seeing the short knife spinning in the girl's hand, the matchmaker felt the urge to run to the restroom. So frightening. Was this girl still a little girl or a little demon? The people of Kaoshan village knew that Liu Yu liked a boy named Lianxing, and they understood that their son was not worthy of Luanen, so it was better not to mention it. Anyway, life at home was good, and a daughter-in-law would come eventually. After that, no more matchmakers came, and Liu and An finally had some peace. Lianxing also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew An was still young and would become even more outstanding in a few years. What if she didn't like him anymore? Lianxing worried and felt he needed to work even harder. That night, Lianxing slept restlessly, memories flooding back as if they had happened yesterday, and the girl's delicate features kept appearing in his mind. He decided to get up and sit in the yard. Can't sleep? Why are you out here? Lianxing turned to see his grandfather, wrapped in a blanket, standing behind him. Grandpa, I can't sleep, so I came out to sit. The old man picked up a small stool and sat down. An is a good child. She's still young and doesn't understand about boys and girls. You need to keep an eye on her. An is so outstanding. Don't let someone else take her away. Lianxing was momentarily stunned, and his smile grew wider. Grandpa, you don't mind? You rascal, why would I mind?
Just don't involve An in this.
Once things are settled, I'll help you propose to the Liu family, but you need to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, if someone else comes along, you'll have nowhere to cry. Don't worry, Grandpa. An can only marry me in the future. Lianxing raised his beautiful eyes, and an intense aura of determination surrounded him. If someone wanted to compete for An, they would have to face him. In his past life, he had worked with the wise king and had been on the battlefield. After years of life and death there, the wise king had said he was worried someone might recognize him, so he changed his appearance. He won the battles, but the credit went to the wise king. The old man couldn't help but feel a shock. Truly, he was the blood of a noble family. The young master had never been on the battlefield, but the fierce aura he just displayed was real. Heaven was watching. The grandfather and grandson talked for a while before they went to rest. Luanen had no idea that the matchmaker's visit had stirred Lianxing. It was a good day. The family happily moved into their new home, and everyone in the village came to celebrate. The head of the family, the second head, the old man, and Lianxing had all arrived early. Manager Fan from Chunqing brought Chef Wang and the staff, carrying ingredients and dishes to prepare for the feast. Old Master Yi's family brought 2 small wild boars, several large rabbits, and colorful wild chickens. The staff happily accepted the fresh game, which was rare and delicious. The big kitchen was set up without needing help from the villagers. 8 large round tables were arranged, each seating 10 people, and the aunts had already steamed white buns. Those who hadn't been seated weren't in a hurry. They chatted and enjoyed sunflower seeds in the shade, while the children bounced around with snacks and candy. Suanta followed little Muyang closely, wanting to protect him. Zhuang, dressed in bright red, hid in a flowering tree, keeping watch over the family as a secret guard. Village chief Zhou couldn't stop talking, and his laughter was comforting to hear. Other families in the village were also busy with their own homes. Although it wasn't a grand courtyard, it was still a solid brick house, and who wouldn't be happy about that? Cow Mountain Village was no longer the poor village it used to be. Some families were joyful, while others were worried. Mai's mother and Erguzi's mother sat together, sorting through yellow beans. Maid's mother looked at the house being built not far away and couldn't hide her hatred and jealousy. Erguzi's mother glanced at her. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Even if you are, you have to accept it. Look at Wang Posey. She lost everything to Luanin. What are we compared to that? Focus on your own life instead of envying others. Their money isn't yours. Maid's mother angrily threw the soybeans into the basket. Is being rich so impressive? They have a big courtyard and an inn. It's so unfair. Why doesn't a lightning bolt strike them? Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed, and a bolt of lightning struck right above her.
Ah!
Maid's mother dropped the basket and covered her head, trembling in fear. A strong smell filled the air, startling Erguzi's mother, who quickly turned and went into the yard. Maid heard her mother calling and rushed out. Mom, what's wrong? You slow girl, do you want me to die out here? Maid's mother raised her hand and nearly knocked the small maid to the ground. What are you doing? Why hit the child for no reason? Grandma Maid came out and pulled Maid away. Stop talking nonsense. If you weren't always following Wang Posey around, our family wouldn't be shunned by the villagers. Keep it up, and I'll send you away. Maid's mother glared at her mother-in-law and muttered, Old hag, one day I'll get rid of you. Who will you get rid of? A chilling voice came from behind, and Maid's mother jumped in surprise. Maid's father stood there with looking at her sternly. Maid's mother quickly ran into the yard, moving as if chased by a dog. Then, loud voices filled the Maid household, mixed with cries. What's going on over there? It's been days of this drama, a man working on the house at Tiger's place commented.
Right?
It's not just them. I heard other families at night with women screaming. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were just having fun, but really, the men are using their shoes to discipline their wives. That must feel pretty rough. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Get back to work and stop joking. If the women hear you, you'll be in big trouble. The foreman quickly intervened to stop the chatter. The thank you banquet at Lu's house was very lively. After dinner, the villagers quickly returned to switch places with the next group. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Life was getting better, and smiles were becoming more frequent. Village head Zhou drank too much at the thank you banquet, and Zhou Chengsu carried the old man back home. Everyone knew the village head was just happy. Days passed quickly, and as the new year approached, following Luanin's request, the family set up a heated bed. The location of Kaoshan village is not purely southern. Winter is not as snowy as in the north, but it can still be uncomfortable. So, Luanin changed the bed to a heated one. In winter, a few pieces of wood were placed in the stove, making the heated bed very warm. With a small table and pot set up, they could eat while sweating lightly on their foreheads. It was very comfortable. Almost every household in Zhou village, including Huzi's family, set up heated beds. Even the few troublemakers secretly hired someone to set one up. This new year was very important for Kaoshan village. It was their first year of prosperity. Therefore, village head Zhou suggested hosting a feast for everyone to celebrate together. Of course, the families of Mai Zinyang were not included, as they had no face to join in. This new year was also significant for Luonan. It was her first new year after leaving the Wang family and her first new year in this new time and space. Each household brought out their chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Chef Huang from the guest house was sure to come for such a big event, and the third young master from the Chu family insisted on coming too. However, his father, Governor Chu, insisted he must return home, as he had been out for almost a year. The third young master left in tears, but Manager Fan brought his family of 4 to celebrate the new year in Kaohsiung village, which Luonan welcomed warmly. The old Fugui Inn was also quiet for the new year. Guests, unless in special circumstances, hurried home with New Year goods, trying to arrive before New Year's Eve. So, Crazy Grandpa and his group also came to celebrate the new year with an inn's family. Luonan personally went to San Shizhai to invite the 2 uncles from the Chong family to the feast. The 2 heads of the family were especially happy and left the village with gifts without saying a word. The threshing ground in Kaohsiung village was filled with festive cheer, with big red lanterns hanging from the trees and large round tables neatly arranged on the flat ground. In front of the makeshift kitchen, Chef Huang and his team were busy cooking. The aunts and mothers were also hard at work, washing, preparing, cutting, and plating the vegetables, all working together. The boys gathered to play with the bean bags Luonan had sewn for Muyang, while the girls played a game of eagle-catching chicks, filling the air with children's laughter. Occasionally, the aunts and uncles looked up at their children playing wildly, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. Village Chief Zhou, Uncle Chong, and Uncle Futian were chatting with Grandpa Feng while the 2 heads of the family were enjoying sunflower seeds together. Luyu was cutting marinated meat and glanced around, not seeing an inn. She asked Aunt Hua, Sister Hua, where is an inn? Madam, the young lady is discussing matters with Lianxing and Mao Chun. From what I understand, she plans to open an old Fuji Inn in the capital after the new year, and she wants to open other shops too. Tao Hua, washing vegetables, laughed and said, an inn is really capable. Just look at those mushrooms. She can grow them. My dad said we will double the size of our mushroom house in spring. Our head of the family also said he wants to expand the mushroom house. Next year, he will help my eldest brother find a wife. Hey, Shida's mother, you need to be careful when looking for a wife for sure too. It's okay if the family is poor as long as life in our village is good. But the character of the person is important. Your family has a business. Otherwise, if you marry someone troublesome, it will be hard for you. Shida's mother slapped her thigh. Sister, you hit the nail on the head. My sister-in-law wants her niece to marry me, and my mother says it's a good match. I got upset, just hearing that. When life was tough, I didn't dare go back to my mother's house, afraid my sister-in-law would give my mother a hard time. Now that I'm doing well, she comes around eagerly. I gave my mother 10 taels of silver, and she insisted on taking 8. If it weren't for my brother caring for me, I would have confronted her. While they were busy and enjoying their conversation, Anen and the others were also in a lively discussion. Mao Chun, after the new year, take people to the capital. If you find a suitable place, just settle it without asking me again. An An's Inn is not just an ordinary inn, it will attract many merchants and serve as a place to gather information. Her mother's background will eventually be revealed, and since she is still weak, she needs to prepare for some things in advance. Lianxing understood An An's intentions. Among his younger brothers, those skilled in gathering information, like Baozi and Badu, had already been trained separately by Grandpa Feng. Grandpa Feng also understood the young lady's purpose. These people are being prepared specifically for an inn. While everyone was busy, a few horses arrived at the village entrance. Now, Liaoshan village has its own patrol team. Village Chief Zhou moved the original village entrance to an An's house, making it the first house you see when entering the village. Next to an inn's house is Village Chief Zhou's home, and at the village entrance stands a large stone with the impressive words Kaohsiung Village carved on it. As the festive season approaches, safety becomes even more important. So, even though it's New Year's Eve, the patrol team remains vigilant, taking turns to eat and rest. On duty at the village entrance is Uncle Liangtian's team. When Liangtian sees the county magistrate Fan, He remembers him from when he observed the Wang family case at the county office. Liang Tian quickly sends the young and swift Ji to deliver a message and hurries to greet the magistrate. Commoner pays respects to Lord Fan, Liang Tian says, kneeling and bowing his head. Magistrate Fan dismounts his horse and gently assists him, saying, "No need for such formalities." "My lord, what brings you here?" Liang Tian asks, unsure of the magistrate's purpose. "My family is not here, and I initially planned to go to Sanshi village. However, I heard from the guards that Kaoshan village is hosting a banquet, so I came to share a drink." Liang Tian smiles broadly and replies, "If you don't mind, we would be delighted to have you. The heads of Sanshi village are here as well." Due to the incident with Xiao Muyang, Anan became acquainted with the heads of Sanshi village. To thank Chang, Anan invited the head of Sanshi village to join us. Magistrate Fan nods, understanding Liang Tian's concern that he might suspect a secret connection between Kaoshan village and Sanshi village. In truth, no one knows that the Marquis Jingyuan is his lifesaver. That night, the crazy old man found him, and he immediately recognized Mr. Wu. When he learned that his benefactor still had descendants in the world, Magistrate Fan was moved to tears. He would give his life to protect the benefactor's child, and is well aware of the Chong brothers' background. Anan, being the benefactor's child's benefactor, now works with Mr. Wu and his group, so he naturally wants to protect that child as well. Moreover, Anan's achievements at such a young age make Magistrate Fan admire her greatly. Soon, Village Chief Zhou arrives with a group of people to welcome Magistrate Fan. For the safety of the young master, Magistrate Fan maintains a friendly demeanor with Sanshi village and Mr. Wu, just as usual. The villagers are excited, yet a bit reserved to see the magistrate celebrating the new year with them, as a county magistrate is a significant figure in their eyes. Magistrate Fan waves his hand and says, "Everyone, please relax. Today, I am not a magistrate. My wife and children are not here, so I am just a lonely man wanting to join in the festivities." Magistrate Fan is approachable and does not refer to himself as this official. A brave villager shouted, "Sir, there are 50 to 60 families in Kaoshan village. If you eat at one house each day, you won't finish until after the new year. We have prepared the best food and drink for you."
Great.
Magistrate Fan laughed heartily. Large bowls of meat were placed on the table, along with fine wine brought by the head of the family. Village Chief Zhou, Crazy Grandpa, the two heads of the Chong family, and several respected elders from the village accompanied Magistrate Fan. Lian Sheng, Mao Chun, and Baozi were together, while Lu Anin was with the village's sisters and young women. Lu Yu raised a bowl of wine and brought Lu Anin and Xiao Muyang to the table of Village Chief Zhou. Lu Yu lifted her wine bowl and said, "Sir, the two heads of the family, village chief, and all the uncles. This bowl of wine is a toast from the Lu family. We owe our good fortune today to everyone's support. Thank you all." After saying this, Lu Yu drank the wine in one go. Lu Anin and Xiao Muyang couldn't drink, so Lu Yu had her children bow to everyone. Village Chief Zhou quickly stood up to stop her. "Anin's mother, if we are to express gratitude, Kaoshan village should thank Anin. Without her teaching everyone how to cultivate mushrooms, where would our good days come from? Our best days are still ahead." "That's right, Lu's eldest sister. Thanks to Anin, we in Sanshijai have also built a mushroom house. Anin is our little lucky star." The Chong brothers laughed heartily. Now, the mushroom production in both Kaoshan village and Sanshijai was not enough to meet the demand from young Master Chu. After the new year, both the village and Sanshijai planned to expand their mushroom houses, but Luanin did not intend to expand. She had other plans. Young Master Chu had said that if there were good things, just bring them. Whatever she had, he would sell. In recent months, the profits from the guest house had soared thanks to the recipes provided by Luanin, not to mention the fresh mushrooms. Luanin gradually integrated her past experiences into this era, slowly building her own business empire. She believed she could make her mark here as well. During the new year, everyone was not busy, and the old Fugui Inn would reopen after the holiday. Mao Chun and his group, being homeless children with no relatives to visit, were trained intensively by crazy grandpa during this time. Mao Chun would lead a team to Suzhou after the new year to look for a place to open a shop. Suzhou has always been a wealthy place, and prosperous areas mean many potential business opportunities. Luonan held crazy grandpa in high regard and invited him to her home again on the 5th day of the new year, along with Liansheng. Since Lu Yu noticed that her daughter treated Liansheng differently, every time she saw him, she looked at him like a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, finding him more and more pleasing. Now that life at home has improved, they are still an ordinary farming family. She does not wish for her daughter to marry someone wealthy or powerful. Even if her own background is not ordinary, she hopes her child can live a safe and peaceful life. Crazy Grandpa could see from Lu Yu's eyes that she was very pleased with Liansheng. He also guessed from her words and actions that Annen's mother must have come from a wealthy family. However, whatever hardships she had faced that led her to this place and caused her so much suffering made her not want her daughter to follow the same path. So, Annen's mother is very satisfied with Liansheng's current status. But she wonders if she will still accept Liansheng when she learns the truth in the future. Crazy Grandpa expressed some concern. Lu Yu made 2 sets of new clothes for Crazy Grandpa and Liansheng held the new clothes with slightly red eyes. Although the clothes were not luxurious, each stitch contained a mother's love. Little Muyang was excitedly urging Liansheng to change into his new clothes, pulling his sister with one hand and Liansheng with the other, jumping with joy, making Garlic and Zhuang smile widely beside them. The children played in the yard. Today, the sun was warm, and the door to the main room was open while Lu Yu chatted with Crazy Grandpa. Aunt Hua sat nearby, making shoe soles. Uncle Wu, Liansheng is 16 this year, right? Lu Yu asked Crazy Grandpa. Crazy Grandpa thought for a moment and replied, yes, after the new year, the young master is 16 now. Yes, he turned a year older after eating dumplings. Liansheng is 16 now. Annen is 13 as well. Uncle Wu, I'll be direct with you. I have taken a liking to Liansheng. I see that Annen feels differently about him, and Liansheng seems interested in Annen too. If one side is not interested, I wouldn't have brought this up with you. You are Liansheng's grandfather, and I am Annen's mother. I would like to hear your thoughts. Lu Yu had nothing to hide. As a farmer, she spoke plainly. Crazy Grandpa smiled and said, Annen's mother, I really like Annen. My Liansheng is lucky to have her, and Liansheng likes Annen too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. You noticed too? I noticed long ago. Normally, I should have brought this up first, but I was worried that Liansheng might not be good enough for Annen. Annen possessed wisdom and grace that her peers did not have, and her ability to communicate and handle matters far exceeded that of others her age. Sometimes she would intentionally hide her talents, but with Crazy Grandpa's keen eye, how could he not see through it? Uncle Wu, we country folks don't worry about such things. If the kids like each other, let's just let them be together for now. When they grow up, if they still get along well, we can support them. Lu Yu thought it was important that her daughter was happy. As long as her daughter was willing, she would fully support her. Grandpa Feng smiled and nodded, Annen's mother, I couldn't agree more. We all understand this already, ha ha. Aunt Hua, listening nearby, couldn't stop smiling. She looked at the two involved in the yard and thought they looked perfect for each other. The two didn't even know that their future was already decided. Kowan wanted to eat dumplings, and Aunt Hua had already prepared the filling and dough. Lu Yu also made a few tasty dishes and a pot of stewed meat that the kids loved. When it was time to make dumplings, everyone joined in except for Xiao Muyang and Swan too. Luonan felt no pressure at all. Looking at Liansheng, he had long, beautiful hands, and his dumplings were hard to recognize as dumplings unless you looked closely. Luonan happily squatted on the ground, her bright eyes sparkling, making Liansheng's heart race. Seeing Liansheng's ears turn red, Lu Yu thought he was shy because he couldn't make dumplings. She shot a glare at her daughter and started teaching Liansheng how to make them. With 2 lives of experience, Liansheng was naturally clever and quick to learn. With Lu Yu's guidance, his dumplings turned out even better than Luonan's. Feeling a bit competitive, Luonan worked even faster, and soon Lu Yu, Grandpa Feng, and Aunt Hua decided to step back and let them be. These two little competitors unknowingly finished all the dumplings. Luonan looked at Lian Sheng and raised an eyebrow. Why did everyone stop working? Lian Sheng blinked. Who told us to have a competition? Luonan squinted. So we fell for a trick? Lian Sheng blinked. Now you get it. After exchanging glances, they both laughed. Aunt Hua, watching the two kids, felt helpless and quickly sent them off. Young lady, young Master Lian Sheng, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. As it got dark, Grandpa Feng and Lian Sheng returned to the county. That evening, Lu Yu found Luonan and told her what she discussed with Grandpa Feng. Luonan looked stunned. Mom, how old am I? Are you really arranging my future? Lu Yu's expression turned serious. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Then Mother will return to you, Grandpa Wu. No, Mother, I didn't say I was unwilling, I just… Then that means you are willing. It's settled. If such a good child is taken away by someone else, you can just cry. After saying this, Lu Yu stepped out of the house, leaving Luonan alone, feeling confused in the wind. On the other side, Crazy Grandpa and Liansheng were talking, and Liansheng's smile grew wider as he listened. Standing up, Liansheng bowed to Crazy Grandpa, saying, Thank you, Grandpa. Crazy Grandpa quickly helped the young master up, saying, Good child, as long as you are safe, I will have the face to meet the Marquis and his wife in the future. Liansheng silently vowed to protect the people around him in this life. Time flew by, and the new year passed. Everything returned to normal. Mao Chun led a group of people to Suzhou, and Liansheng, feeling uneasy, decided to go along until the shop officially opened. Luonan hurried to buy rose seedlings, planning to plant them as soon as spring arrived. Roses have a long history in our country and are not an imported item. In a poem by Wen Tingyun from the Tang Dynasty, it mentions roses brushing the ground in red, referring to roses. In Benchao Jingyi, there are records of the medicinal properties of roses. During the Tang Dynasty, roses were used to make sachets, and in the Ming Dynasty, they were used to make sauces. With enough silver in hand, the flower garden on the mountain was managed by professionals. Thanks to Manager Fan, they found a family of 8 who had previously worked as gardeners for a wealthy family, with the head of the family named Ge. The flower garden was entrusted to Master Ge and his family to manage. Master Ji's family was diligent and careful in their work. After observing for a few days, Luonan felt reassured. She planned to use the roses to make perfumes, toners, and other products for women. Women's money is always easy to earn. After the Lantern Festival, the third young master, Chu, returned home for the new year, accompanied by his grandmother, Old Lady Chu. Old Lady Chu, feeling tired of staying in the capital, came out with her grandson to relax. As a partner of the third young master, Luonan decided to pay a visit to Old Lady Chu. Manager Fan mentioned that Old Lady Chu was kind-hearted and very approachable, without the air of a high-born matriarch, making her easy to talk to. Luonan felt relieved. Otherwise, if she encountered a strict and harsh old lady as a country girl, she would surely be looked down upon. From Manager Fan, she learned that the old lady did not sleep well, possibly due to her age. Luonan suddenly remembered her childhood friend from the traditional medicine hospital who had given her several remedies. One of them is for improving sleep, and it actually helped my great-aunt with her insomnia. I could try it too, it might work for me. So, Luonan asked her mother to sew a sachet for her. She bought some traditional Chinese medicine from Chuanhatang and carefully mixed it according to her memory, placing it inside the sachet. The scent was very pleasant. The old lady of the Chu family didn't lack anything, so Luonan didn't prepare any supplements. Instead, she made some soft honey cakes, brought 2 small jars of her family's pickled vegetables, and wrapped up a good ginseng root that she had personally dug up. She then went to the Chu family's house in the county. When Chu Sanshao saw Luonan, he smiled widely, saying that she seemed to have grown taller since the last time he saw her. Following him to the old lady's room, they heard cheerful laughter coming from inside. The maids must be telling grandmother jokes, Chu Sanshao said with a grin. A good laugh can make you feel younger, And that laughter from the old lady is quite comforting. From the laughter, Luanin could tell that the old lady had a cheerful and straightforward personality. "Grandmother, I heard your laughter from far away. Did Tao Hong and the others tell you jokes again?" As Chu Sanshao spoke, he lifted the curtain, and Luanin followed him in. The maids in the room quickly greeted the young master and stepped aside. The old lady immediately noticed the pretty girl behind her grandson. "Who is this lovely girl? Let me see her." The old lady clapped her thigh and smiled, extending her hand. Luanin hurried forward to greet her, cheerfully saying, "I am Luanin," wishing the old lady happiness and joy. "Ah, good girl, come here, so I can take a good look at you." Luanin confidently approached, smiling at the old lady. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled like water, pure and shining. The old lady liked her even more for her innocent demeanor. "Grandmother's little grandson. Is this the girl you are working with?" the old lady asked with a smile. "Yes, dear grandmother, this is Luanin from Kaoshan village. She makes delicious food, grows mushrooms, and helps the whole village prosper. She even faced a tiger."
Gasp.
The room filled with surprised gasps. The maids widened their eyes, astonished that such a small and pretty girl dared to confront a tiger. The old lady had an exaggerated expression, her mouth wide open, and she gave a thumbs up. "Anan, you are amazing. Quickly teach me how to catch a tiger, and I'll give it a try later."
Huh.
Now it was Lu and Anne's turn to look surprised with her mouth agape. Chu Senshao laughed heartily beside her and said, "Anan, my grandmother fought in battles when she was young. She once wielded a beautiful sword that made the enemies tremble in fear." Lu and was shocked to hear this. Truly, women can be as brave as men. She didn't expect that Sanshao's grandmother was a seasoned warrior. Lu and bowed deeply and said, "In ancient times, Hua Mulan took her father's place in the army. Women are just as capable as men, and the beauty can surpass the boys. You are truly admirable, old lady." The old lady smiled and gently pulled Lu in closer, saying, "Well said. San Er told me about the Lu family. Such a young child has taken on the responsibility of supporting the family. You have worked hard." Luanin smiled. "Everyone has to strive in life. I especially thank Sanshao. I'm just a simple girl with a bit of cleverness. It's a privilege that Sanshao doesn't mind my background and is willing to help me."
Ha!
The old lady laughed joyfully. "You have a way with words. You rely on your brain. Those recipes and mushrooms don't just appear out of nowhere. You need to think to find them." Everyone in the room laughed. Lu and took out some items from her small basket. "Old lady, you lack nothing, so I didn't bring you any fancy fish or meat. These are some homemade pickled vegetables to whet your appetite, and these little cakes I baked myself. This ginseng I dug up from the mountains, and this sachet is specially made for you. If you hang it by your bed or place it near your pillow, it will help you sleep better." Luanwen didn't mention what the shopkeeper said about the old lady having trouble sleeping. It's a taboo to pry into someone's private matters. So she only said it would help the old lady sleep better. The maid, Tao Hong, brightened up and asked, "Anan, can this sachet really improve sleep? A lady in our village found it very effective. You can give it a try, old lady. It's filled with calming herbs, and even if it doesn't work, it won't do any harm, right?" The old lady took the sachet and smelled it. It really did smell nice. "All right, I'll give it a try." At noon, the old lady insisted on having Lu and stay for lunch. Without any hesitation, Lu and graciously accepted the invitation. During a meal, the old lady from the Chu family was very happy and even ate an extra half bowl of rice, which delighted the maids. After leaving the Chu family, Lu went to the inn. The old lady really enjoyed Nin's small pastries and dishes and had some more in the evening. When she opened the box containing the ginseng, her eyes widened. This ginseng was at least 200 years old. The third young master was also pleased. He thought it was funny that this girl put the ginseng in such a simple box. She was quite bold. The old lady appreciated Lu and even more. That evening, Tao Hong placed a sachet by the old lady's pillow, thinking it wouldn't hurt to try. Unexpectedly, The old lady only woke up twice that night. Not only were the maids surprised, but the old lady herself was shocked, as she usually woke up 4 or 5 times a night. To confirm if the sachet was the reason, the old lady kept it by her pillow for several days, and indeed, she woke up much less during those nights. The third young master was thrilled. His grandmother had been having trouble sleeping for years, causing worry in the family, and he never expected that a small sachet could help her sleep better. Clever as he was, the third young master immediately went to find Luanin. The third young master cornered Luanin at the old Fugui Inn. Seeing the sparkle in his eyes, Luanin smiled and said, "I won't sell this recipe. It's my family's treasure, worth more than gold." The third young master glared at her. "You stubborn girl, I'm not buying your recipe. How about we collaborate? I agree to whatever you want. I really want to open a sachet workshop. Not just this recipe, but different ones too. Refreshing scents for all seasons, mosquito repellent for summer, purifying indoor air, and even sachets to enhance intimacy between couples."
What?
Intimacy between couples? The third young master gaped. This girl was quite bold. Seeing his stunned expression, Luanin rolled her eyes. "I mean, you travel everywhere for business, yet you seem so shocked." "That's not what I meant. You're so young. How can you say such things?" The third young master's voice got quieter. Luanin laughed. "In business, you can't be shy. But I won't say anything inappropriate." The third young master scratched his head, amused. "And did you have this plan all along?" Luanin nodded.
Tell me about it.
She handed him the plan she had written a few days ago. "I bought a lot of land in the village, all next to my house, to set up a sachet workshop. San Xiao is interested, so we will work together, and you will be in charge of sales. I have another partner, who is also my newly appointed master, the brother of the manager of Chuanhetang Li. He used to be a royal physician but had to leave the palace after offending a noble." Upon hearing this, Chu San Xiao's eyes lit up. "Are you talking about Li Qian?" "Yes, that's Li Qian, my master." "Do you know him?" "Of course, I know him. Li the physician has excellent medical skills. I heard he offended a noble in the capital and was wrongly blamed. Li Qian even had his leg broken." Luanin felt a bit angry upon hearing this. "My master is a person of great character and skill. He was wronged and got involved because he accidentally discovered a noble secret. Li Qian, the brother of the manager of Chuanhetang, has no connection to the Li family of Xuanyang, which is related to the empress. The Li family has been practicing medicine for generations, and Li Qian is exceptionally talented. His grandfather was a royal physician, and his second uncle took over his grandfather's position, becoming the youngest royal physician, known as Little Li the physician. 5 years ago, when Li Eryi was treating a noble in the palace, he discovered that the noble was pregnant. This should have been good news, as a noble giving birth would elevate her status. However, Li Eryi found that the noble had secretly added safflower to her medicine, which made him suspicious about her pregnancy. People in the palace are very clever, otherwise they wouldn't survive. Li Eryi was the same. He kept his mouth shut and wouldn't say a word he shouldn't. But the noble, fearing exposure, falsely accused Li Eryi of prescribing the wrong medicine, worsening her condition, which made the emperor very angry. Li Eryi realized the noble wanted to get rid of him. His colleagues in the royal hospital pleaded for him, and the emperor knew that Little Li the physician had excellent skills and was a rare talent. However, the noble insisted on having him removed, and the emperor, annoyed by the commotion, expelled Li Eryi from the royal hospital. On his way home, he was ambushed by men in black. Fortunately, he was prepared, but his leg was broken. He could have fixed his leg himself, but he intentionally said it wrong, resulting in a limp. After returning home, he pretended to be mad. A person with a limp and acting half crazy is seen as useless, so he posed no threat to that noble, and she would not pursue the matter further. Only the Li family knows the truth. Li Eryi had to do this, otherwise, the Li family might also get implicated. The truth cannot be hidden. 3 years ago, a noblewoman tried to frame the queen to gain favor. When the queen saw through her scheme, It was clear that a woman who could be queen would have her own clever ways. In the end, the noble woman faced a terrible defeat, and old matters were brought to light. The emperor was furious, realizing he had been deceived. Of course, the noblewoman was sentenced to death, and while her family was not completely destroyed, they were all exiled. The emperor also understood that Li Qian had been wrongfully implicated back then. However, since it was a royal scandal, Li Qian did not know the details, and the matter was left unresolved. With the danger lifted, the second master of the Li family no longer needed to pretend to be mad. His illness gradually improved, and he returned to normal. However, he felt disheartened and stopped practicing medicine. His family cared for him and supported whatever he wanted to do. Luonen had heard some stories about the second master of the Li family. She didn't know the full truth, but knew that Li Qian had been wronged and unfairly blamed. Luonen planned to set up a sachet workshop, so she took some recipes to Chuanha Hall to see if they had the needed herbs. While she and the shopkeeper Li were searching for the herbs, the second master of the Li family, who was browsing the shop, overheard them. Upon hearing the recipes, he was impressed and wondered how such a young girl could possess such medical knowledge. Although he had stopped practicing, he still had the heart of a healer. Being sensitive to herbal medicine, he stopped Luonen and insisted on discussing the recipes with her. Luonen was knowledgeable about herbs and their properties, but she wasn't a doctor. These recipes were from her childhood friend. However, Luonen was clever and ended up having a great conversation with the second master, forming a bond despite their age difference. The shopkeeper Li was delighted. He hadn't seen his brother this happy in 5 years, and he felt that Luonen was a lucky charm. Luonen didn't want the second master of the Li family to remain idle, as that would be a waste of his talent. With such high medical skills, she thought of inviting him to join her workshop. To her surprise, the second master was genuinely interested, especially because he liked Luonen. He proposed a condition. If she would take him as her teacher, he would join her, otherwise he wouldn't. How could Luonen refuse such a good opportunity? She immediately knelt and bowed to accept him as her master. The shopkeeper, Li, was overjoyed. No matter what, it was a great joy that his brother was coming out of his low point. Moreover, he liked Luonen, and they truly felt like a family now. When Chu Senshao heard this, he gave a thumbs up and said, You are really lucky. You found a great teacher. Of course, my master is great, but he is no longer limping. He healed his own broken bones. The formula for the sachets is approved by him, so we can really get to work. After hearing this, third young master Chu raised his fist and said, Can I meet your master? Sure. My master wants to meet you too. He wants to see my partner because he worries I might be tricked by you. He said if you bully me, he'll give you a sharp jab. Haha. Luonen laughed heartily. Third young master Chu also smiled broadly, showing his big white teeth. How could I bully you? You are my lucky charm. Just yesterday, my grandmother said thanks to you, she finally got over her insomnia. Now she's full of energy and keeps asking you to visit our home. Okay, I'll go see the old lady in a few days and bring her some nice gifts. The nice gifts Luonen mentioned were mahjong tiles, which could be played for fun during leisure time. She made them from high-quality sandalwood, which felt great to the touch and had a calming scent. In this time, there were leaf tiles, but not yet complete modern mahjong. Luonen used to play often in her past life, so she made a few sets. She thought about gifting a set to Old Lady Chu so that the maids could play with her for entertainment. Luonen and third young master Chu were both action-oriented. After returning to the village, Luonen arranged for people to build a workshop. Not far from her home, they built a decent-sized courtyard, separated by a dozen peach trees. Master Li personally came to oversee the work. He had to keep a close eye on the workshop of his only disciple. Lu Yu respected Master Li greatly. He was once a royal physician, and it was quite lucky for her daughter to be his only disciple. Luonen was very fortunate. Luonen named her workshop Chilua Workshop, and the embroiderers would first rely on the people from Kaoshan village and nearby villages. Village chief Zhou fully supported Luonen's ideas. Now that Kaoshan village was prosperous, The village chiefs from 2 neighboring villages had approached him, wanting to grow mushrooms too, and asked for his help. Village Chief Zhou had discussed this with Luonan. Third young Master Chu needed a large quantity of mushrooms, and Luonan didn't want Kaoshan village to dominate alone. If one village dominated, it would cause jealousy and resentment from the surrounding villages. If those 2 villages teamed up against Kaoshan village, it would lead to trouble. It's better to share joy than to enjoy alone, so Luonan shared her thoughts. San Shao naturally agreed wholeheartedly. He could sell as many mushrooms as possible, especially with fresh mushroom powder available. So, Village Chief Zhou approached the heads of several nearby villages. He told everyone that Kaoshan village could teach them how to grow mushrooms, but the villages needed to sign a confidentiality agreement with Kaoshan village. As soon as the 2 village chiefs heard this, they quickly signed the confidentiality agreement. After all, it was Kaoshan village's method, and they were willing to share it with their villages, so they had to agree to any conditions. Thus, the nearby Zhao village and Guizhuang formed a partnership with Kaoshan village and established a cooperative there, named by Luonan. The growing, production, and sales were managed as a whole, with village chief Zhou as the leader. Xiao Luofeng quickly recruited over 20 embroiderers, who were managed by Aunt Taohua. Although Taohua was Zhou village chief's daughter-in-law, she was straightforward and fair, earning the respect of the village women. Village chief Zhou fully supported her. As the head of the cooperative, having such an important position was a matter of pride for him, bringing great benefits. Now he could even speak confidently in front of County Magistrate Fan. Magistrate Fan valued the cooperative highly and planned to use Kaoshan village as a model for promotion in the county if it proved successful, so Zhou village chief needed to manage everything well. Additionally, Anin was carrying a heavy burden, so he asked Taohua to pay extra attention and help the child oversee the small workshop. Taohua replied, "Dad, don't worry. Even if you didn't say anything, I was already thinking the same." Grandpa Feng felt increasingly at ease seeing Luonan's progress. At just 13, she had achieved so much. In a few years, she would be even more outstanding. His little master needed to keep working hard. Lian Sheng was also training his own people, preparing for future revenge, and to clear his father's name. He needed reliable information and support. Grandpa Feng was pleased to see Lian Sheng, so young yet so composed, thinking several steps ahead with every move he made. With the workshop being supervised by a master and Aunt Taohua, Luonan felt completely at ease. One day, invited by old Madame Chu, Luonan visited the Chu residence again. Chu Sanshao happened to be out, so Luonan brought mahjong and taught old Madame and a few maids how to play. Surprisingly, old Madame learned the fastest, and after a few rounds, the maids became familiar with the game as well. When Chu Sanshao returned, he found the room lively and bustling, while old Madame seemed to ignore her grandson, focusing entirely on the game at hand. When Chu Sanshao saw it, he realized this must be the gift for his grandmother that Luonan mentioned. It looked like a game piece, but not a card. Tao Hong quickly gave her seat to Sanshao. Chu Sanshao joined the mahjong game, excited to play. "I say, and in this mahjong is so fun. How did you come up with it? You could make money if you open a place for it." Chu Sanshao was full of business ideas, thinking of ways to start a shop for everything he saw. "I had a sudden idea. We usually play leaf cards just in a different way. It's all for fun, no money involved. But if we open a place, it might involve money, and that could lead to gambling." Hearing this, old Madame Chu immediately said, "That won't do. Little grandson, in our family, gambling and other bad activities lead to being disowned. We can't get involved in that. Gambling is a dangerous business. Once a man gets involved, it could ruin his family. And if he gets into bad activities, it could lead to broken families." Chu Sanshao suddenly remembered the family rules. "Grandmother, I was just thinking too much. Our family only does honest business." "Ah, that's right. This mahjong set is for me, because Anan was worried I might be bored. She often has Tao Hong, and the others play a few rounds with me. She's very thoughtful, and even taught me some moves." Old Madame Chu smiled, clearly fond of the girl. After Lu Anan left, old Madame Chu kept her grandson behind.
I want to ask you, little grandson, what do you think of Anan?
Chu Sanshao understood his grandmother's intention and smiled. She's smart, has her own opinions, and is a very generous girl. She's still young, but she'll be even more impressive in a few years. Yes, I think so too. Have you thought about bringing her into our family? Don't worry, our ancestors were common people. They say it's important to match backgrounds, but we shouldn't be too strict with old rules. She is a good match for you. Chu Sanshao smiled slightly. Noticing his expression, old Madame Chu raised an eyebrow. Grandmother, I really admire that girl, but I won't pressure her. We've had a great partnership. She sees me as a friend. She's still young, so let's see where things go. Old Madame Chu sighed, realizing this was true. This girl was different from others her age that she had met. She has the innocence and liveliness of her peers, along with a calmness and grace that is rare for her age. These different traits are all present in one person. Little son, you should work hard. I really like that girl. Chu Sanshao looked at his grandmother helplessly. All right, dear grandmother, I will try my best, but I hope the family won't interfere with my marriage. I want to find my own wife. How many young masters from noble families can truly decide their own marriages? The old lady sighed and added, but I promise you, dear son, we won't interfere with your marriage. Your elder brother and second brother had no choice. The grandmother and grandson talked for a while longer. Worried about his grandmother getting tired, Chu Sanshao instructed Tao Hong to take good care of her before leaving her courtyard. He planned to visit the workshop in Kaoshan village tomorrow to check on its progress and meet Luanen's master, Li Qian. The workshop was nearly finished, and the masters had been working overtime to complete it. The same old man, Zhang, who built the house last time, was in charge of the workshop. That day, after arranging things at the shop, Chu Sanshao went to Kaoshan village. Everyone in the village recognized him as the young master of the Chu family, and some villagers greeted him. He happily chatted with them for a bit. Luanen was waiting for Chu Sanshao at home and had specially invited her master from the workshop, as Li Er wanted to meet his young disciple's partner. Chu Sanshao finally met the famous Dr. Li Qian from the Imperial Hospital. Li Qian was in his early 30s, handsome and tall, with an air of scholarly elegance. Luanen busily introduced the two. Li Qian observed Chu Sanshao closely, and Chu Sanshao graciously allowed him to do so. Chu Sanshao didn't mention anything about the past, treating it as if it were their first meeting, but it truly was his first time meeting the legendary Dr. Li. The group sat together and began discussing the workshop. Luanen asked Chu Sanshao, "Do you know the Lin family?" "The Lin family? Is that the one from Qixin?" Luanen nodded. A few days ago, the eldest son of the Lin family came to the inn, wanting to buy the formula for the sachets, but I refused him. He didn't look pleased at all. Chu Sanshao frowned upon hearing this. The Lin family has a daughter in the palace, so they tend to be quite arrogant because of her. It's not surprising that they want our formula. Luanen thought to herself, this world is really unfair, and said, it's true that one person's success can lift everyone around them. But don't worry, the Lin family knows we are working together, and they still have these ideas. The Chu family is not easy to mess with. Li Qian thought for a moment and said, don't worry, girl. I'll reach out to an old friend from years ago. Even though I've been away from the capital for 5 years, he owes me a favor, and he will help. Master, no. You left the capital to live a quiet life in the mountains. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't come back. I don't want you to face any more dangers. Please listen to me. Seeing the pleading look in his young disciple's eyes warmed Li Qian's heart. Uncle Li, you don't need to get involved. I'm here. The Lin family can't control everything here. If they want to interfere with our business, they need to think twice. Chu Sanshao and Luanen are of the same generation, so he calls Li Qian Uncle Li. With that, Li Qian felt reassured. That evening, Sanshao did not return to the county, but stayed at Luanen's home. Uncle Li, being Luanen's master, had a place to stay at the Lu residence, so Sanshao stayed with him. Since Lu Yu did not have a husband and Uncle Li was only in his 30s, He moved from the inn to avoid any gossip. As night fell, the hardworking villagers of Kwaishan village had all gone to sleep. The villagers on night patrol had just returned to the village entrance. A special courtyard had been built at the village entrance for the patrolling villagers, with a few rooms for them to rest. Fu Tian, Tiger's father, urgently stepped outside to relieve himself. As he looked up, he noticed something alarming in the distance. There was a fire. Fu Tian quickly fastened his pants and shouted, "Oh no, there's a fire." The villagers who had just settled down quickly jumped up and rushed outside. "Where's the fire?" "It seems to be in In's workshop." "Quick, let's go." Without wasting any time, everyone ran out, and the young man Fengshuo rang the copper gong in his hand. The sound of the gong echoed far and wide, and lights in the village instantly lit up. Luonin was also awakened and saw flames rising from the direction of the workshop. Most of the villagers, except for a few families, rushed to help. Fortunately, the workshop had a well, and buckets of water were quickly carried by the men and thrown onto the fire. Thankfully, they discovered it in time, and the fire was extinguished before it could spread. With the villagers' torches, they could see that the workshop had been completely destroyed. "That scoundrel, come out if you dare." Peach Blossom was so angry that she was jumping up and down, cursing. The other villagers were just as furious. It was supposed to be a joyful day, and everyone was looking forward to the workshop opening. Many young women and wives worked in the workshop, and now it had been set on fire, which made everyone grit their teeth in anger. Luonin glanced at Chu Senshao, and they both understood that the arsonist might be from the Lin family. "Liang Sheng is back," someone shouted. Everyone turned to see Liang Sheng, accompanied by a few young men in black, holding two people. "Brother Liang Sheng." Luonin ran over, feeling particularly upset, and tears started to fall. "Slow down, don't fall." Liang Sheng hurried over and supported Luonin. "Brother Liang Sheng, the workshop was burned down," sob sob sob. Luonin felt very wronged at that moment. Liang Sheng quickly comforted her, "Don't cry, I already know. I caught the arsonist, and we will find out who is behind this. Don't cry anymore." Chu Sanshao watched Liang Sheng with a frown. Where did this guy come from? Why didn't I know? Seeing Luonin trust him so much made Chu Sanshao feel a pang of jealousy. Just when he thought he had finally found a girl he liked, someone else swooped in. Fortunately, it was night, and everyone was focused on the workshop, so no one noticed Chu Sanshao hiding in the pickled vegetable barrel. Elderly and crazy grandpa approached, looking at the two people thrown on the ground. Liang Sheng looked at one of the men in black and said, "Typhone, go interrogate them." "Yes, master." The man named Typhone took the two people into an empty room in the workshop. Seeing that the fire was out, village chief Zhou said to everyone, "You all can go home now. Tomorrow we will repair the burned buildings and won't delay the opening. Futian, you and your team work hard and stay vigilant." "Okay, village chief. Don't worry, I'll take my team right away," he replied and left with the patrol team. The other villagers gradually left as well. Village Chief Zhou and Chang Shua stayed behind to wait for the results of Liang Sheng's interrogation. Lu Yu also waited while Luonin managed to convince her mother to leave. It was unclear what methods Typhone used, but the two captured people quickly confessed. It turned out that the eldest son of the Lin family learned that the village had set up a sachet workshop, and Luonin had the recipe for the sachets, which had cured the Chu family matriarch's long-term insomnia. The Lin family, who also had their own business, wanted to buy the recipe from Luonin and had never considered collaborating with her. The daughter of the Lin family is in the palace. Although she is not a consort but just a low-ranking lady, the outside world does not know how favored she truly is. The Lin family uses her presence in Qi County to gain respect, and few dare to provoke them. Therefore, Luonin firmly rejected the Lin family's request, which made the head of the Lin family very angry, and he decided to teach Luonin a lesson. The head of the Lin family did not know that Luonin was working with a third young master of the Chu family, but the eldest son of the Lin family was aware. However, he looked down on the third young master of the Chu family, as there were no daughters from the Chu family in the palace. Typhone asked about everything. Luonan kept a serious face. She was usually strong but now felt helpless. She thought she was too weak. In her previous life, she often faced betrayal in business, but that was a lawful society. In this time, with powerful people around, how could she compete? Liansheng noticed Luonan's anger and frustration and quietly reassured her, "Don't worry, I will handle everything. Brother Liansheng, I just feel so useless. I can't even protect a workshop," Luonan said, lowering her head. Liansheng felt a pang of sympathy. He had always seen her as a bright and cheerful person, and it was the first time he witnessed her looking so lost. He himself felt troubled, carrying a family grudge and unable to reveal his identity, but he could secretly deal with the Lin family. Liansheng glanced at Typhon, who, along with a few others, were the secret guards left by his father. He had met Uncle Da, who was saved by Chongqinghe, along with Shen Wang and Hai Lang. They were his father's most trusted subordinates. He was currently gathering strength, developing his team, and looking for evidence against the Li family for framing his father, so he could eventually overthrow them at the right moment. Typhon understood his young master's intent from his expression, nodded slightly, and stepped outside. The third young master of the Chu family sensed something. Liansheng was not simple. Although he wasn't an expert in martial arts, he could tell that the young man in black leading the group was skilled. Since Typhon called Liansheng master, he must be one of Liansheng's secret guards. Who else could have such guards? It seemed Liansheng's background was also impressive. However, the third young master was not one to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has their own mysteries, and Sinsanen's relationship with Liansheng was different. As long as this young man didn't harm Anan, he would pretend to know nothing. He thought for a moment and said, since the Lin family doesn't regard our Chu family, we don't need to show them any mercy. Now that we have caught 2 arsonists, we should hand them over to the county office." Luonan nodded. It was late at night, so they had to keep an eye on the people and go to the county office early in the morning. After talking for a while, everyone went to rest. Seeing that the young master had let Typhon and the others show themselves, Grandpa Feng knew that the young master had started to make plans. At this point, Luonan calmed down and asked Liansheng, "Brother Liansheng, why are you rushing back in the middle of the night? Mao Chun and the others are fine now, and the inn is opened. I hurried back because I was worried about things at home." Luonan felt touched. If Liansheng hadn't returned just in time, they wouldn't have caught the arsonists, and the person behind it would remain unknown. "Brother Liansheng, is Typhon one of your people?" Luonan asked curiously. Liansheng nodded, and then, "There are some things I can't tell you yet about my background. I will tell you everything once this is all over, okay?" Luonan understood that Liansheng was trying to protect her from danger, but she wasn't someone who would hide away in tough situations. "Brother Liansheng, Grandpa Feng, I'm not the kind of person who hides when trouble arises. My mother's situation might involve the capital, and I must find an answer. Since I have decided to stand by you, I hope to be by your side in the future, not hiding behind you. So please don't keep anything from me that I can know." Liansheng and Grandpa Feng exchanged glances. There were some things this girl needed to know. "And then my father was the Duke of Jingyuan. More than 10 years ago, he was framed and executed by the late emperor. The entire household was wiped out by men in black, and many soldiers from the Su family lost their lives. Grandpa Feng was my father's advisor who saved me, and I regard him as my grandfather. The leader of San Shizhai was also my father's subordinate. Typhon and the others are the secret guards my father left for me. My surname is Su, and Liansheng is my courtesy name. My real name is Su Zhao. The person who framed my Su family is the current Empress Li." Liansheng briefly shared some information with Luonan, not everything, but enough to shock her. So Liansheng was the last descendant of the Duke of Jingyuan. Her master had told her about the capital and mentioned the Duke of Jingyuan, who was a legendary general. There were rumors that the Duke of Jingyuan had betrayed the country and was punished by the late emperor, but her master said that the Su family had always been loyal, and the Duke was framed. The late emperor favored the Li family, and the throne was obtained under unclear circumstances. Luonin is a modern soul, and she knows how sad it is to encounter a suspicious emperor when one is too capable. Brother Lianqing, is the Empress Dowager's Li family the same as the Prime Minister Li Rennie's family? Yes, how didn't it know? Because my mother's situation might involve the capital. I asked my master about some things in the capital, and he told me a few. Old Grandpa Feng was quite surprised. He thought Annen's mother likely came from a wealthy family, but he didn't expect it could be related to the capital. Thank you for telling me this, Brother Lianqing. I can't help you much right now, but to take revenge, we need people, and to support people, we need money. I will earn silver, and I will take care of it. There are other ways to make money besides opening a shop. Seeing Luonin's sincere expression, Lianqing smiled, and old Grandpa Feng chuckled as well. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, Luonin ran into her room and soon came out. She handed Lianqing a bulging pouch. When he opened it, he found a stack of silver notes, 20,000 taels. Even old Grandpa Feng was shocked, realizing this girl was quite wealthy and had unexpectedly taken out so much at once. 20,000 taels of silver was a significant amount, even in the previous Marquis's residence. Noticing Lianqing's stunned expression, Luonin softly said, I just mentioned that I will earn silver, and there are other ways besides opening a shop. I can't spend your money. Lianqing hurriedly tried to return the pouch to Luonin. Luonin's face became serious. Whose money do you want to spend? Which girls? No, that's not what I meant. Lianqing's ears turned red, and he became stammering, while old Grandpa Feng watched the scene with amusement. You are mine, and you are responsible for being beautiful, while I am responsible for earning money to support the family. It's settled. If you don't listen, I'll break your legs. With that, Luonin walked out with her hands behind her back. Seeing the still-dazed young master, old Grandpa Feng said, Don't let Annen down in the future. Lianqing tightly grasped the pouch in his hand, suppressing his feelings, and said, Grandpa, I swear by the Su family that I will never let her down. This little girl offered him her sincere heart. How could he ever betray her? In the evening, Luonin found her mother. Mom, I want to buy a lot of land. I want to build a farm, or if there's a ready-made estate nearby, that would work too. Luyu was quite surprised. Annen, are we taking too big a step? Our family's income has increased a lot now. Mom, I need money, a lot of money. Our family's current income is not enough. Don't worry, I won't waste it. Luyu naturally believed her daughter. She knew her daughter had her reasons and nodded in agreement. Luonin planned to ask Leopard to gather information quickly about the estate. Now that she knew Liansheng's background and considered him the one for her in this life, his matters became her own. Moreover, Jingyuan Ho, the war god of Deqi, should not be forgotten by the world or carry such a disgraceful name. Therefore, Luonin decided to speed up her efforts to earn money. Lin, the head of the Lin family, proved to be adaptable. After learning the details, he personally brought his son to the county office to apologize to Luonin and Chu Sanshao. For Luonin, as an ordinary girl, the head of the Lin family held a significant status and was older. When he sincerely apologized, scolded his son, and offered compensation, what more could she say? Luonin understood the importance of not offending good people while avoiding trouble with bad ones. The Lin family was not known for their generosity. If it weren't for Chu Sanshao's status, they wouldn't have bowed down like this. So, Luonin did not take advantage of the situation. Mr. Lin, it was my fault for not explaining things clearly to your son, which led to his misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Lin was impressed by the young girl who took responsibility for the situation. She was certainly remarkable to gain the favor of the Chu family and stood out among her peers. Lin spoke with Chu Sanshao for a while, both sides probing each other, but they would not have any further interactions. After accepting the compensation from the Lin family and punishing the arsonist with 20 strikes, the matter was settled. Mr. Li and village chief Zhou also arranged for the burned workshop to be rebuilt.
Annen dear.
Luonin was talking with her master when she heard someone call her Uncle Watersheng. Luonin turned to see it was Ning Watersheng. Watersheng was a young man from the nearby village, around 27 or 28, and still unmarried. He was usually not very noticeable but was known to be honest and hardworking. He had previously been engaged, but the girl passed away before the wedding, leading people to say he brought misfortune to his wives, which delayed his marriage. He only had a mother, who was quite kind and had secretly given Luanin food before. Watersheng was holding 2 plump rabbits. I caught these early this morning in the mountains. Take them home to add to your meal. Uncle Shuisheng, you worked hard for these, so you should give them to Grandma Ning to cook. We have enough at home. Luanin felt shy about taking Uncle Shuisheng's rabbits. I still have some at home. Take them, said Shuisheng, forcefully handing the rabbits to Luanin before turning and leaving. Luanin had no choice but to take the 2 rabbits home. Once inside, she told her mother about it. Luyu felt embarrassed too, so she took a small jar of pickled vegetables and packed some honey cakes for her daughter to deliver to the Ning family. Luanin then went to the Ning family. When Ning's mother saw Anan, she was happy. Anan, it's been a while since you visited Grandma Ning. Luanin smiled. Yes, Grandma Ning. I've been busy with the workshop lately. Uncle Shuisheng just brought 2 freshly caught rabbits to our house, and my mother asked me to bring you some pickled vegetables and cakes. Ning's mother cheerfully accepted the items. Look at this, your mother's pickled vegetables are so delicious. I can never make them as good. If Grandma wants some, just ask Uncle Shuisheng to bring some home. That sounds great, Ning's mother said with a big smile. After chatting for a while at the Ning house, Luanin left. Just as she was going out, Ning Shuisheng was coming in. They exchanged greetings before he hurried off. Once inside, Shuisheng asked, Mom, why are you so happy? Ning's mother replied with a smile, Anan is such a good girl. Whoever marries her in the future will be very lucky. Shuisheng laughed. Yes, she has really changed in just a year. She's living a good life now. Son, you're not getting any younger. Our lives are better now, and we have a new house. You should find a matchmaker. It's time to think about your marriage. Now that life is good, Ning's mother was only worried about her son's marriage. Her son was almost 30, tall and handsome, but still single. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. What do you mean you're not in a hurry? You're 27. Futen is the same age as you, and Huzi is almost 8. Aren't you worried? Hearing her son was not in a hurry made Ning's mother even more anxious. Shuisheng lowered his head and said nothing. Ning's mother thought, could it be? Son, tell me, do you have someone in your heart? You can share with me. I won't interfere with your choice. Ning's mother was quite open-minded. Shuisheng remained silent, looking blankly at the trees in the yard. After a while, he quietly said, she might not be interested in me. Ning's mother was confused and didn't know who she was. No matter how many times she asked her son, he wouldn't say anything, only insisting not to ruin the girl's reputation. Ning's mother had to give up. She thought she would observe later to find out who the girl her son liked was. A few days later, Ning Shuisheng sent a big fat wild chicken to the Lu family and Luanin returned the favor. The workshop was completely finished, and everyone helped clean up and organize things inside. Shuisheng was also helping out. His carpentry skills were quite good, so Luanin asked him to assist with some woodworking tasks. He had helped when they built a new house before. The woodworking tasks in the workshop didn't need to be fancy, they just had to be practical. So, Shuisheng worked in the workshop for several days. One day, Luyu came back from the workshop holding a small wooden horse. Mom, who made this? It's really nice. Luanin took the small horse and was surprised at how well made it was. Your uncle Shuisheng made it for Muyang. Luyu replied with a smile and went into the house. Luanin's mind started to race, and Aunt Hua, who was nearby, overheard and looked at the girl with the wooden horse, wondering what she was thinking. Miss, can you come here for a moment? I want to talk to you, Aunt Hua said quietly. Luanin nodded and followed Aunt Hua into the kitchen. Miss, I shouldn't be saying this given my position, but have you noticed something? Aunt Hua asked cautiously. Luanin replied softly, Uncle Shuisheng has brought game twice now, and this time he made a small horse for Muyang. I won't think too much of it for an occasional gift. Even though our families are close, it's usually Aunt Tao who handles the gifts. Uncle Shuisheng is still unmarried. I can't help but worry about what people might say. I don't want my mother to suffer any embarrassment. I've been to the workshop a few times, and I've noticed Shuisheng looking at your mother a bit longer. He seems shy and sincere. I didn't think much of it, but now I'm wondering if Shuisheng has feelings for her.
Really?
Luonan was taken aback. In her past life, she was a confirmed bachelor, and in this life, she only liked one person. She had no experience. Did Uncle Shuisheng have feelings for her mother? She realized she had overlooked her mother's situation since her mother left the Wang family. At only 29, her mother was still young. Luonan felt a bit frustrated and tapped her head. "Aunt, I'll go ask my mother." Hua auntie couldn't hold on, and Luonan had already run away. This child. Hua auntie stomped her foot and started to think. Waterborn is a good person, clear-eyed, not someone with bad intentions, and his family is quiet, just an elderly mother. I have talked with Ning's mother a few times. She is cheerful and straightforward. The lady is still young, and Enin will marry in a few years. With Muyang still small, having a man around would provide some support. Sigh, I just don't know what the lady is thinking. Luonan ran to her mother's room. When Luyu saw her daughter enter, she put down her embroidery. "You, as a young lady, why do you run around? Can't you walk properly?" Luyu said with a smile while teasing Luonan. "Hee Mom, I'm still young." Seeing her daughter's cute appearance, Luyu smiled brightly. "Mom, can I ask you something?" Luonan leaned closer, her beautiful eyes blinking. Luyu reached out and playfully poked her daughter's little nose. "Go ahead, what is it?" "Mom, what do you think of Uncle Shuisheng?" "Why are you asking about Uncle Shuisheng?" Luyu asked curiously. "Oh, nothing, just asking to know him better." Luyu thought for a moment and said, "He is honest, hardworking, and responsible, not someone with bad intentions." Listening to her mother's opinion, Luonan felt that Uncle Shuisheng was indeed like that. "Mom, there's something I want to say directly." "You silly child, I'm your mother. What can't you say directly to me?"
Luyu said, amused.
"Mom, it's been a year since we left the Wong family, and life is getting better. You're still young. Have you thought about your own happiness? Don't worry, as long as you're happy, I will agree. As long as he treats you well, you don't need to worry about me and my brother. My brother is a good kid, he will agree too." Seeing her daughter's sincere eyes and serious expression, Luyu chuckled. "No wonder you asked about Ning Shuisheng. Do you think I have feelings for him?" "Mom, it's not that you like him. I feel that Uncle Shuisheng likes you. Look, he brings us rabbits and wild chickens, helps us with work, and even made a little wooden horse for Muyang. Uncle Shuisheng is really nice, and if you—" Before Lu Anen could finish, Luyu interrupted her. "Anen, I don't have those feelings. Uncle Shuisheng is a good man, and his family is quiet, making him a great husband in the future, but I have no interest in him." "Mother, is that you?" Luonan looked at her mother with confusion. "Anen, there are some things I should have told you earlier. Although you are not yet of age, you are much more mature than other children your age. I had no choice but to stay with the Wang family. I accepted my fate after being taken advantage of by Wang Fugui. My heart has been dead for 10 years, so all I want is to take care of you and Muyang. I won't fall for anyone else." "Mother." Hearing her mother's words, Luonan's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. She wasn't her mother and couldn't understand the feeling of despair or what it meant for the heart to feel so empty. "Don't cry, my child. I am happy now, with you and Muyang by my side. I am content." "Mother, I'm sorry. I won't bring this up again. I will stay with you and won't get married." "Silly girl, don't say such things. If you don't marry, how will you have children? I can't bear to let such a wonderful child be taken away by someone else. Then you can live with us. I won't leave you." Luonan held onto her mother's arm tightly. The door opened, and little Muyang ran in. Seeing his sister hugging their mother, he also rushed over to snuggle into her arms. Luyu held her two children, smiling happily. After learning that Shuisheng might have feelings for someone, Luyu decided to clear the air to avoid misunderstandings. In the afternoon, Lu Yu went to the embroidery workshop. The small workshop was tidy, and Tao Hua was leading a group of female workers to get familiar with the place. After finishing the last bit of carpentry work, Lu Yu settled the payment with Shui Sheng and handed him the money. Lu Yu smiled and said, Shui Sheng, when will you bring a bride home for Aunt Ning? Now that life is better, you should start thinking about your own marriage. Before Shui Sheng could respond, Tao Hua chimed in, Yes, Shui Sheng, there's a girl from my village who is really nice. She's in her early 20s. She hasn't married yet because she is the eldest daughter. Her family had a tough time, so she helped raise her younger brothers and put her own life on hold. Her 2 younger brothers feel guilty and have been saying sorry to their sister. Now that their situation has improved, her parents are eager to find her a match. Should I help you out? If Tao Hua says she's a great girl, she must be capable, caring, and respectful to her elders. Shui Sheng, don't miss this chance. Lu Yu added in agreement with Tao Hua. Shui Sheng opened his mouth and looked at Lu Yue. Seeing her calmly looking back at him, he understood in his heart. Lu Yue must have seen through his feelings and rejected him in this way. Shui Sheng felt a bit sad, but he quickly let it go. Peach Blossom, I need to ask my mother what she thinks, he said, scratching his head shyly. Peach Blossom couldn't help but laugh. All right, go ask your mother. If you want to meet her, just let me know. When Shui Sheng returned home, his mother, Ning, noticed he seemed distracted and asked, What's wrong? Mom, Peach Blossom wants to introduce me to a girl. Ning immediately clapped her hands in delight and said, Great. A girl introduced by Peach Blossom must be good. Which village is she from?
Did you ask?
Mom, she's the eldest daughter from Peach Blossom's family. Her family wasn't doing well before, so she had to help raise her younger brother. Helping her parents raise her brother is a good girl. Why don't we just meet her? I trust Peach Blossom, Ning said softly. Shui Sheng didn't reply and lowered his head, lost in thought. Ning sighed and added, Son, both people must be willing to marry each other. I won't force you to marry someone you don't like. Mom, Shui Sheng struggled to continue. Ning understood her son's feelings. She had noticed that the person he cared about was an. If Lu Yue liked Shui Sheng too, she wouldn't oppose it. Lu Yue was a good girl, and Anna was capable. Shui Sheng was lucky to have her interest. However, everything Shui Sheng sent to Lu Yue was returned with even more gifts from Fenin, showing that Lu Yue didn't want to owe Shui Sheng anything. Everyone knew about the relationship between Peach Blossom and Lu Yue, and since Peach Blossom introduced a girl to Shui Sheng, Lu Yue must have known. Lu Yue's lack of interest was a clear rejection of Shui Sheng. Ning naturally hoped her son would settle down soon but worried he might get stuck on his feelings. That's why she mentioned that both must be willing to marry. Shui Sheng felt uneasy, knowing he had worried his mother. Mom, I understand. My feelings for someone are my own business, but whether they like me back is their choice. I know I can't expect someone to like me just because I like them. Son, it's good that you understand. Just continue to treat each other well, but don't have any other thoughts, okay? Shui Sheng smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. If you agree, I'll ask Sister Tao Hua to help arrange a match. Sister Tao Hua said that the girl's brother is already married and life is better now. Great. That's just right. The sooner they get married, the sooner I can hold a chubby grandson, huh? Mother Ning happily clapped her thighs. At that moment, Shui Sheng found Tao Hua, who noticed Shui Sheng blushing like a young girl. Tao Hua and Lu Yue couldn't help but laugh. With only a few days left before the workshop opened, Tao Hua took Lu Yue back to her family home. Lu Yan wanted to join, insisting on coming along. If Lu Yan was going, then Lianxing had to go too, which made Lu Yue feel overwhelmed. Seeing this, Tao Hua decided to bring them all along since the 2 kids were as close as her own. Tao Hua's family home, Zayukan, was over 100 miles away from Kaoshan village. After settling their home affairs, they set off early in a mule cart. Tao Hua smiled and said, Ayu, your son-in-law is really great. He takes such good care of Anan. Lu Yue was naturally pleased and replied, Lianxing spoils Anan so much that she feels like she can reach the sky. When Anan wants fire, Lianxing rushes to get her flint. Ha ha ha. Tahua laughed heartily, and Lianxing smiled too. They weren't in a hurry, so they took breaks when tired, and it was the next afternoon when they finally arrived at Zayukin. As they entered the village, they heard a commotion ahead, as if someone was arguing. "Tahua auntie, mom, let's go take a look," said Lu Yan, pulling Lianxing off the cart and running ahead. Lua had a good relationship with Tahua, and they later became sworn sisters, so Lu Yan called Tahua auntie. The driver was Uncle Wong from the village, who parked the cart in a safe spot and waited for the two kids. Lu Yan and Lianxing rushed over and squeezed into the crowd. They saw a mother and daughter sitting on the ground, their clothes torn and hair disheveled, looking like they had just fought. The young girl was holding a woman, crying and saying, "Mom, please wake up. Don't scare me." "Ingzi, stop crying. Dr. Li is here. Everyone, please make way," an older woman said. The crowd parted, and the doctor with a medicine box hurried in and crouched down to examine the woman. "What happened?" Lu Yan quietly asked an older woman nearby. The older woman looked at the young girl and boy. The girl was very pretty, like a little fairy. The boy was also handsome, but wait, he had a scar on his face? What a pity. Otherwise, this young boy would have no flaws at all. In a short time, the woman had thought of so much. "Excuse me?" Lu Yan looked at the woman in front of her, who was alternating between smiling and frowning. Was there something off about her mourning? The woman finally came to her senses and quietly said, "You two are from another village, right?" Sigh, the Zhang family is really lacking in virtue. It turned out that this mother and daughter were from the main branch of the Zhang family. The young girl was named Zhang Yingzi, and the woman was her mother. Gah. What a coincidence. Zhang Yingzi was the girl that Tao wanted to introduce to Shuisheng. Old man Zhang had 3 sons. Yingzi's father was the eldest, while the second and third sons were born to his second wife, Jean. As the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Old man Zhang was somewhat okay with his eldest son at first. Although he favored Jean and didn't show much affection for his son, it was understandable since he was his firstborn. Jean was also fortunate to have 2 sons, which allowed her to have more say in the family. Over time, old man Zhang's feelings for his eldest son began to fade. Yingzi's father was a quiet and straightforward man. As time passed, old man Zhang treated his eldest son more indifferently. When old man Zhang's parents, Yingzi's grandparents, were still alive, Jean was more restrained. However, after they passed away, Jean took control, and Yingzi's father began to live a difficult life. He worked the hardest but ate the least, and Jean would often speak ill of him. It was not easy for him to marry Yingzi's mother. Yingzi's mother, Go, was chosen by Yingzi's father himself. If he hadn't begged old man Zhang, he would have remained single for life. They didn't even hold a wedding banquet. The day after they married, he was separated from the family. After the separation, Yingzi's parents were hardworking people. From a drafty shack, they gradually built a few thatched houses, and later, Yingzi was born. As the first daughter, Yingzi brought joy to the eldest couple of the Zhang family. Although she wasn't a son, she was their first child. However, Jean came out to cause trouble again, claiming that Ge couldn't give birth to a son. As a mother-in-law, she pressured Yingzi's father to divorce Ge and marry her niece instead. Old man Zhang also pressured his eldest son, but Yingzi's father firmly refused and pleaded with the village chief. With the village chief's intervention, Jean finally relented and sent her niece back to her family. However, Jin's bullying of Ge only intensified, and she seemed to want to block the main house's door and insult them every day. Even after the separation, she made Yingzi's parents do chores and wash clothes for the family. The honest eldest son of the Zhang family and his wife endured a lot for the sake of their child, which unintentionally encouraged the Jean family's arrogance. It wasn't until Yingzi's younger brother was born that the Jean family calmed down a bit, but just a little. With the birth of Yingzi's brother, the Ge family struggled to keep up with nutrition, and life was tough. Yingzi's father went to the river to catch fish to make soup for his wife to help her recover. However, the fish he caught was taken away by the son of the second son of the Zhang family. As the uncle, he couldn't take it back from his nephew, even though they had different mothers. He had to return home empty-handed. This was all instigated by Jean, who stayed in the background and let the younger generation act. There were many small incidents like this. In short, for many years, Ingzi's father worked hard for the second and third branches of the family. One year, to send the second branch's son to school, Jean almost sold Ingzi's younger brother. If Ingzi's father hadn't picked up an axe, the buyer would have taken him away. When Lu Anan and the others encountered this situation, it was Jean causing trouble again. Jean pressured the main family to provide 10 taels of silver as a betrothal gift for her eldest grandson from the second branch. Although Ingzi's 2 younger brothers also got married, 10 taels of silver was a lot, enough to support a whole family for a year or 2. Where would Ingzi's family get 10 taels of silver? Jean then brought a group of her sons and daughters-in-law to the Zhang family's main house to cause a scene. Coincidentally, Ingzi's father and younger brother were not home, so this group took advantage of their numbers to vandalize Ingzi's house and even hurt Ge. After hearing what Andy said, Lu Anan looked at Lianqing, and they both sighed. The eldest son of the Zhang family was indeed very patient. Even after splitting from the family, they still carried the Zhang surname. Jean was a stepmother and also a mother, making things quite chaotic for Ingzi's family. At that moment, the doctor had already revived Ingzi's mother, Ge, and treated her head injury. Ingzi helped her mother sit up and thanked the doctor, saying, "Dr. Li, I don't have any money right now, but I will pay you once I do." Dr. Li shook his head and said, "Ingzi, it's fine. Just take good care of your mother. I will have Xiao-san bring some more medicine later." After saying this, Dr. Li picked up his medicine box and was about to leave. Lu Anan stepped forward and stopped Dr. Li, saying, "Dr. Li, please wait." Dr. Li and the others looked over and noticed a pretty young girl and a handsome young boy. Although they weren't dressed in fine silk, their clothes were still nice and better than what most village children wore. "Miss, what can I do for you?" Dr. Li asked, puzzled. "Dr. Li, could you please take a look at this sister's injury as well? Here's the payment. I hope it's enough." While talking, Luanan took out a silver ingot, which weighed 5 taels. Everyone's eyes widened. Who is this young girl? Why is she so generous? "This young lady, we are not related, so we cannot accept your silver," said Gusher. "Aunt, my name is Luanan. This is my brother Liansheng. We came to visit your home today. My mother and my aunt Tao Hua are also here. They are close sisters. Please don't be polite. They are at the village entrance and don't know what has happened, so we came to check first," Luanan said with a smile. "Tao Hua? Has Sister Tao Hua returned?" Gusher quickly adjusted her clothes upon hearing this. Tao Hua lost her mother at a young age. When Gusher married into Shiwu village, Tao Hua was only 10. Gusher was kind-hearted and once found Tao Hua crying alone on the mountain, realizing she missed her mother. She took Tao Hua home, washed her face and hair, and even mended her torn clothes with some flowers. From that day on, Tao Hua called Gusher sister and often visited Ingzi's house. Gusher treated Tao Hua like a sister, which led to some gossip from Jean Shi. After Tao Hua got married, life became difficult for her family, and it was not easy for her to return home, so she had not visited in many years. Once her family's situation improved, she sent letters and money home. A few days ago, Tao Hua's brother and his wife visited Kaoshan village. Otherwise, Tao Hua would not have known about Ingzi's unmarried status. Tao Hua's brother and his wife were not gossipers and did not say much about Ingzi's family, only mentioning that they had faced a lot of trouble from Jean Shi over the years. The 2 villages were far apart, so news from Shiwu village did not reach Tao Hua. She had no idea that Gusher was struggling. People in Shiwu village knew that Tao Hua had married far away, and in the past 6 months, her family had improved a lot. They heard that Tao Hua's family started a small business. Her brother did not share the details, but mentioned that her husband was running a small business, and the villagers did not think much of it. Kind villagers quickly informed Tao Hua's brother. Luanan paid the medical fees, and Dr. Li accepted them in the end. Gusher had lost too much health and needed some nourishing medicine, otherwise her life could be shortened. Both Ingzi and Gusher cried and bowed to Luanan, promising to repay the Lu family's kindness slowly in the future. Luanen went up to support Gushi, and the group hurried to the village entrance, where Tao Hua and Lu Yu were looking around. Gushi recognized Tao Hua at a glance and cried out, "Sister Tao Hua, Jie Kai Lian." Peach Blossom ran over and hugged Gushi tightly. Seeing the white cloth wrapped around Gushi's head, stained with blood, and her swollen face, Peach Blossom's expression darkened. "Sister Kai Lian, what happened?
Who hurt you?
Tell me, and I will deal with them." Gushi wiped away her tears and said to Ingzi, "Ingzi, don't you recognize your Aunt Peach Blossom? Call for help." Ingzi also cried and called out, "Aunt Peach Blossom." Luan and quickly explained what had just happened, which made Peach Blossom very angry. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to go into the village to find Jean Shi, but Lu Yu stopped her. "Sister Peach Blossom, don't be impulsive. No matter how bad Jean Shi is, she is still Sister Kai Lian's mother-in-law. We should think carefully before acting. Let's go into the village first." Gushi also tried to stop Peach Blossom, not wanting her to get involved in the Zhang family's troubles. At that moment, Peach Blossom's older brother Baoliang, his wife Lanny, and several nephews came running over. "Sister."
Aunt.
Seeing her family made Peach Blossom happy. Gushi was also glad and said, "Peach Blossom, you should go home first. You haven't been back in years, so stay for a while. We have plenty of time to chat." Peach Blossom thought about it and agreed, saying, "Okay, Sister Kai Lian, I'm heading home. By the way, I came mainly for Ingzi today. It's good news." Gushi immediately understood it was about Ingzi's marriage and didn't want to waste any more time. Peach Blossom's brother and sister-in-law had met Lu Yu's family, so Lanny took one hand of Peach Blossom and the other of Lu Yu as they headed home. The mule cart was loaded with many things bought from the nearby county or town, including rice, flour, oil, and meat, very practical items. There were also several pieces of fabric and some jewelry for Lanny from Lu Yu. Peach Blossom's family name was Yu, and her older brother Baoliang was the only son. Peach Blossom's mother passed away early, but her father Yu Lao was still strong, though he had a slight limp. He was making his way from the far north of the village toward the entrance. On the way, he met Peach Blossom. After many years apart, they were both emotional and shed tears. Peach Blossom introduced her father, saying, "Dad, this is my close sister from Kaoshan village, Lu Yu. This is her daughter, Anen, and this young man is her fiancé." Peach Blossom's introduction made everyone laugh. Even Lian Sheng's ears turned red, but he felt happy inside. Lu Anen shot him a glance. Everyone in Kaoshan village, and even Uncle E-Man's family, knew that Lian Sheng was her future husband. Sister Wanzi had teased her about it several times. "There's no helping it. My daughter has set her heart on Lian Sheng, and the little rascal Mu Yang even secretly calls him brother-in-law." Lian Sheng looked at Luanen's cute appearance, and his heart felt like it was bubbling with joy. If he had a tail, it would be wagging so much that dust would fly everywhere. The family then entered the Yu household. The Yu family's house was newly built, of course, funded by Taohua's money. They had also bought 20 acres of good farmland and raised chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Life was looking better and better. After Taohua and the others got home and freshened up a bit, they sat in the living room chatting. Several nephews were unloading things from the mule cart. When sister-in-law Lanny saw this, she exclaimed, "Oh my, little aunt, are you moving your shop here? You can't spend money like this. You've already given the family enough. What about your own life? What will Zhang Suo think?" Lanny scolded her, and Old Man Yu and Yu Baoliang also spoke to Taohua. Luanen, watching from the side, thought to herself that the Yu family was quite decent and not greedy. Taohua smiled and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, I haven't been back in so many years. You've been managing the household all this time. Now that life is better as a daughter, I should contribute a little, right? You really shouldn't. Just this once. Don't do it again next time. It's great that you care for the family, and I'm happy about that, but you can't keep taking things from your family. Your father-in-law hasn't said anything, and Zhang Suo hasn't either, but we shouldn't do this. Listen to your sister-in-law." Taohua stuck out her tongue and pointed to some fabric, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't blame me. This fabric wasn't bought by me. It was bought by Yume, and she even got you a few pieces of jewelry. Luonin took out a jewelry box from her bag and handed it to her mother. Luyu opened the box to find a pair of beautiful silver earrings, a pair of smooth silver bangles, and a silver hairpin. Sister-in-law, I don't know if you'll like it, but try it on. Sister-in-law Lanny was stunned when she saw it. After a while, she said this, Yume, what can I say? Lanny wiped her tears and began to cry. She didn't have a single piece of jewelry. What woman doesn't like gold and silver jewelry? The only silver hairpin she had was one she brought from home when she got married, and it was nowhere near as nice as what Luyu bought. A few years ago, her father-in-law injured his leg, and they had to sell it due to financial difficulties. That's why Lanny cried. Everyone quickly comforted Lanny. Yu Baoyong said, don't cry, dear. Just accept what Yume has given you. When Anin gets married, we, as elders, will add more to her dowry. Big sister, we're not strangers. I heard from Sister Tao Hua that your cooking is great. You have to show us your skills tonight, Liu said with a smile. Lanny also smiled. All right, let's have a good meal tonight. I'll go get everything ready. You all keep chatting. After saying that, Lanny hurriedly went out. That evening, Lanny really prepared a big feast. The Yu family hadn't been this happy in years, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, they gathered together to chat. Big sister Lanny sighed and shared the troubles of Yingzi's family over the years, which nearly made Taohua slam the table in frustration. Everyone was extremely upset with old man Zhang. If he had cared even a little for Yingzi's father, he wouldn't have let the Jin family bully them for so many years. The root of all the problems lay with old man Zhang. If he didn't value his son, how could he expect his stepmother to care? Taohua also mentioned that she wanted to talk to Yingzi about a marriage proposal during this visit home. Since the Zhang family was like this, Yingzi couldn't stay in Zayukin any longer. If things went poorly, the Jin family might target Yingzi again. When a grandmother proposes a match for her granddaughter, no one can stop it. The grandson almost sold himself, let alone a girl. Lianqing thought for a moment and said, Aunt Taohua, we need a permanent solution. If the Zhang family finds out that Yingzi is living well in Kaoshan village, they might continue to exploit Aunt Salian's family. Aunt Salian's family will have to serve the Zhang family for life. Even after the division, the Zhang family grandmother is still Aunt Salian's mother-in-law. Taohua slapped her thigh. Lianqing is absolutely right.
We forgot about that.
Salian only separated from the family, but no matter how far she goes, Granny Jean is still Yingzi's grandmother. If she complains to the authorities, we won't have any way out. Luonin glanced at Lianqing. Lianqing, you're quite clever. Lianqing looked back at Luonin. This is about cutting off the roots. Luonin shot him another look. You're young, but you have so many ideas. Lianqing didn't dare to respond this time, thinking to himself, in my past life, I lacked wisdom and ended up losing everything. In this life, I won't be naive again. I might as well just hit my head against a wall. But how can we help Sister Salian? Lu Yu asked. Do you trust me? Lianqing raised an eyebrow and asked everyone. Hey, you kid. Taohua patted Lianqing on the shoulder. Aunt Taohua trusts you. Do you have a good plan? Lianqing smiled, while Luonin covered her face with her hand. She couldn't stand Lianqing's smile. It was just too charming. Tomorrow, let's invite Aunt Salian and Sister Yingzi. I have a great idea that will make the Zhang family willingly break off this engagement, and it will also show that Zhang family's true nature to that uncle of theirs. To put it bluntly, the uncle from the Zhang family is also at fault. His blind loyalty and tolerance have caused Aunt Salian and Sister Yingzi to suffer for so many years. A man who can't protect his wife and children isn't much of a man. After Lianqing finished speaking, his expression darkened, and his demeanor changed suddenly. Nearby, Luonin was startled by his strong presence. Lianqing noticed the change in Luonin and quickly toned down his demeanor, returning to his usual warm self. Everyone decided to follow Lianqing's lead. The night passed without a word, and the next day, Gusher brought Yingzi to the Yu family. Taohua spoke directly. saying she wanted to introduce Yingzi to a potential match from Kaoshan village, explaining Shusheng's situation. Tahua said, Sister Lian, Shusheng was previously engaged. If you mind, I can find other young men for Yingzi. I will definitely find her a good family. Yingzi's mother shot Tahua a glare upon hearing this. How can I not trust you? You know that before I married into Zyukin, I had another engagement that ended before it even began. They even said, I bring misfortune. Yingzi's father doesn't mind at all. We've been together for over 20 years without any issues. We don't believe in those superstitions. Aunt Tahua, I don't believe it either. As long as the person is good, life is what we make of it. Yingzi added, showing no hesitation. Tahua, you decide. As long as the person is good, we won't be picky. I don't ask for much. I just want Yingzi to have a good family, not like me. Gusher said, wiping away tears. Yingzi followed suit, dabbing her eyes. Aunt Tahua, it's not that I'm greedy. If possible, I want to take my parents and brothers away from here. Otherwise, we'll eventually suffer at their hands. Yingzi, you can't say that. If the engagement happens, how can you bring your whole family with you? They're not obligated to support your family. We can't be too greedy. Don't worry, once your two brothers are married, your grandmother won't dare to do anything to us. Just listen, and don't say such things again. I must say, Yingzi's mother is truly a sensible person. At this point, Lianqing spoke up. Sister Yingzi, Aunt Lian, I have an idea that can make the Zhang family matriarch willingly break off the engagement. But I need to know if you really want to end this engagement, or if you still care about that family bond. Family bond? Yingzi was filled with anger. Lianqing, if they understood family ties, they wouldn't have treated us like servants all these years. They wouldn't want to sell my brother, and they wouldn't force me to marry as a concubine to a wealthy man in town. They wouldn't pressure us to give 10 taels of silver to the second branch. What? They want you to be a concubine? When did this happen? Yingzi's mother looked stunned. Mom, I didn't dare to tell you. The other day, my grandfather found my father and said that family has no sons and offered 100 taels of silver for a strong girl. Grandma forced my father to agree for the sake of that money. Woo! My father begged on his knees, but Grandpa said as long as I carry the Zhang surname, I must follow his plans. Yesterday, they pressured us for 10 taels of silver. Isn't that clearly forcing my father? Mom, think about the life we've lived these years. Let's cut ties with them. Yingzi covered her face with her hands, trembling all over, and Ge almost fainted. Ge gritted her teeth, took Lianqing's hand, and suddenly knelt on the ground. Aunt Lian, what are you doing? Please get up. Luanin and Lianqing pulled Ge up with all their strength. Lianqing, good child, I agree. I will cut ties with them. If Yingzi's father doesn't agree, I will leave with Yingzi, no matter what. Aunt Lian, Yingzi, I was thinking. Lianqing quietly shared his plan, and everyone looked surprised after hearing it. Lianqing, you're amazing. Thumbs up for you. Lu Anin praised Lianqing, giving him a thumbs up. Lianqing's ears turned red, making everyone laugh, and Ge and Yingzi also smiled through their tears. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's old house, the second and third branches were gathered together. Jean glared with her triangular eyes, angrily scolding Yingzi's family. How dare they argue with me? I'll sell this troublesome girl sooner or later. Mom, does that stubborn Yingzi agree or not? What about the 100 taels? Zhang's second son asked anxiously. If she agreed, would I waste my breath? That stubborn girl won't agree. After saying this, Jean picked at the food stuck in her teeth and smelled her fingers. Traditionally, parents decide. If her parents can't make decisions, how can she? Mom, you're in charge here. The speaker was Zhang's third son, one foot in a shoe and the other on a stool, rubbing his toes and occasionally smelling his fingers. The two daughters-in-law were fanning the flames on the side. 100 taels of silver. With my mother-in-law's personality, she won't give a single copper coin to the main house. In the end, we can still benefit a little. If it doesn't work out, we can go directly to the Li family. We are the grandparents, so we can make decisions about our granddaughter. The Li family can come to carry her away. A thin-faced old man made the decision. This thin-faced old man is Yingzi's grandfather, Old Man Zhang. Father is right. We agree, said Zhang's second and third sons in unison. Jean nodded. Let's settle this quickly. Taohua is back, and even came on a mule cart. I wonder what business they're doing at home. Things seem to be going well. The Yu family has built a new house and raised so many chickens, ducks, and pigs. Taohua and the eldest daughter-in-law have always been close. She might have given her some ideas. We need to act soon. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, the eldest son of the second house, Jin's eldest grandson, Zhang Dagui, rushed in. Grandma, are you calling for spirits? Dagui's mother shouted. Jean was upset and slapped Dagui's mother. What are you saying about my grandson? Dagui's mother shrank back and didn't dare to speak again. Grandson, what's wrong? Jean truly cared for her grandsons, Dagui to Wugui, 3 from the second house and 2 from the third. Grandma, I have my eye on a girl. I want to marry her, Dagui said, half squatting in front of Li, grinning widely. Weren't you supposed to talk about the girl from Wang's family in the downhill village? Have you found someone else?
Li fronat.
Grandma, that Wang Pundi isn't pretty. I don't like her. This girl I saw today is beautiful, like a little fairy. I want to marry her. A little fairy? Which girl in our village looks like a fairy? I haven't seen one, said the mother of Sigui, the daughter-in-law from the third house, pouting. Everyone looked at Dagui. Dagui's eyes sparkled as he blushed and said, It's the girl who came back with you Taohua today. Grandma, you didn't see her. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also generous. She gave the main house 5 taels of silver for medical expenses.
What?
5 taels of silver. This foolish child. With money, he doesn't think of his mother. 5 taels for medicine. Isn't he afraid of wasting it? Thinking of the 5 taels spent on Ji's medical care, Jin's anger flared up. Seeing his grandmother focused on the 5 taels, Dagui quickly shook her leg. Wow, that girl is quite impressive, offering 5 taels right away.
I wonder how much silver this family has.
If I marry her, all that money will be ours in the future. It would be great if she helps us manage our little home. Indeed, Dagui had found the key point about Jinshi. When Jinshi heard this, she smiled widely and said, That's wonderful. My dear grandson, go change your clothes. I'll take you to the Yu family to finalize the engagement quickly, huh? Jinshi didn't mention anything about Wang Pandi. Luan and was unaware that Zhang Dagui had chosen her to be his bride. After Gushi and Yingzi discussed their plans, they returned home. Not long after they left, there was a knock at the Yu family's gate. Lan and I opened the door and saw Jean Posey and Zhang Dagui. What did this mean? With a big smile, Jinshi said, Lan and I heard that Taohua has returned. Oh my, it's been so many years since she came back. Taohua, I'm here to see you. As she spoke, Jinshi pushed past Lan and I into the yard. Taohua had no choice but to step out of the main room. Oh, it's my aunt. What brings you here? Haha, just a warm breeze. Oh, who is this lovely girl? Jinshi immediately noticed Liu and in the main room. Jinshi was quite friendly, pushing Taohua aside and walking into the main room, with Zhang Dagui following her. Lian Sheng's face darkened. If it weren't for being on Yu's territory, he would have kicked them out already. Taohua, why don't you introduce her? Jinshi's eyes were fixed on Liu, and Lu Yu felt displeased and said, and Lian Sheng, go out for a walk. Lan and I quickly followed in and said, Zhuzi, take and Lian Sheng out for a walk. Zhuzi was Taohua's eldest nephew, about the same age as Lian Sheng. The kids quickly rushed out. Jinshi didn't care about that and continued smiling. Taohua, who is that young lady? Taohua replied, That girl is my god-sister's daughter, and here is my god-sister. Jinshi clapped her thigh. I thought she looked so beautiful. Your god-sister must be a great beauty too, haha. Everyone in the room watched Jinshi talk to herself, while Lu Yu glanced at Taohua. Taohua frowned, starting to understand Jean Posey's intentions. Jinshi twirled her beads and said, I'm telling you, Taohua, this is my grandson. I won't hide it anymore. My grandson has taken a liking to your daughter. My eldest grandson is 18, and he looks good. He would be a good match for your daughter. Don't worry, when the two kids get married, our Zhang family will treat her like our own daughter. Luyu smiled. Auntie, my daughter is already engaged.
The boy who just went out with her is my son-in-law.
After saying this, Luyu stood up and left the room without looking back. Jin Shi realized it was hopeless. Tao Hua looked at Luyu leaving and said to Jin Shi, Auntie, their daughter is already engaged, so you should stop thinking about it. Jin Shi thought about it and realized there was nothing she could do. Looking at Tao Hua's reaction, even if there was no engagement, the boy didn't seem interested in her son, De Gui. After leaving the Yu family, Jin Shi remained silent. De Gui was secretly grumbling, that boy. Besides being good-looking, he isn't as strong as I am. I should teach him a lesson to make him back off. Yes, that's the plan. De Gui didn't expect that he would almost end up with a black eye. After Jin Shi left, Lan and I advised Luyu, Sister Yu, don't be angry. That old woman is just clueless. Really a frog trying to reach for a swan. Luyu smiled. Sister-in-law, I'm not angry. It's not worth getting upset over people like that. Exactly. When Jin Shi returned home, her family noticed her expression and knew things hadn't gone well. De Gui's mother was unhappy and muttered, what a thing. She doesn't even want my De Gui, humph. De Gui remained silent, thinking about how to deal with Liansheng. Later, as it got dark, De Gui was wandering near the village and actually ran into Liansheng. Seeing Liansheng walking alone on the road back to the village, De Gui quickly stepped in front of him and said, Hey, stop right there. Liansheng sneered inwardly. What do you want? De Gui put his hands on his hips, glaring fiercely. I like that girl named Inan. If you know what's good for you, let her go to me, or I'll break your legs. Liansheng glanced at De Gui and turned to walk away. De Gui, seeing Liansheng's back, gritted his teeth and swung his fist at Liansheng's head. Liansheng seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, suddenly ducking to avoid De Gui's punch and grabbing his arm. De Gui yelled in pain, feeling like his arm was broken. Before he could catch his breath, Liansheng's punches came down like rain, leaving De Gui dazed. Overwhelmed, De Gui collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Liansheng leaned closer to him and said, How dare you have ideas about my wife? Do you think you can just do whatever you want? If you don't behave, I'll make you regret it. A strange liquid seeped out from under Zhang Dagui, and Liansheng frowned, disgusted, and turned to leave. Fortunately, there was no one at the village entrance at that moment. Zhang Dagui didn't dare go home directly. Instead, he went to a nearby river to wash up and returned home in wet clothes. He startled Jin Shi, who asked what happened, and Zhang Dagui lied, saying he accidentally fell into the river. The Zhang family believed him, since he had no visible injuries. Only Zhang Dagui knew how much pain he was in. Jin Shi, fearing that things might get worse, sent Zhang Lar to the town to deal with the matter. However, Zhang Lar didn't get far before he tripped and broke his leg. It was a real break. He cried out in pain, and kind villagers helped carry him home. The family was busy taking care of Zhang Lar's leg and had no time to go to town. Dr. Li treated Zhang Lar, and his cries were louder than a donkey's. The humble doctor thought to himself, I'm doing this on purpose, just to make you suffer, Zhang Lar. Jin Shi stood in the yard, hands on her hips, scolding for a long time, not really knowing who she was yelling at, and no one paid her any attention. Before the Zhang family's troubles could settle, another issue arose at the main house. 3 people came to collect a debt. The leader was a young man, around 26 or 27, tall and handsome, with a small mustache and a scar on his face. 2 young men in black clothes and half masks followed him, their eyes sharp. All 3 were on fast horses. It turned out that Pingur, Ingzi's younger brother, accidentally broke a valuable jade piece worth 300 taels of silver while working in the county a few days ago. They had come to demand payment. This news sent shockwaves through Xiu village, 300 taels of silver. Selling Ingzi's family wouldn't be enough to cover it. Gushi was so anxious that she sat on the ground crying, while Ingzi and her 2 younger siblings huddled together, also in tears. The yard of the Zhang family was in chaos. Yu Baoyang glanced at Zhang Dage and stepped forward to advise, Zhang Dage, go find Zhang Debo and see if you can gather some silver. At least try to collect a little and talk to them about the rest, asking for some time. Zhang Dage was at a loss too. Even selling himself wouldn't raise enough silver. So, he held on to a glimmer of hope and went to the old house. The village chief of Xiu village learned of the situation and, along with Yu Laoda and a few kind neighbors, went with him.
What?
300 taels of silver? Zhang Dashuan, why don't you just rob someone? Jean exclaimed, jumping up, her finger nearly poking Zhang Laoda in the eye. Dashuan is Zhang Laoda's name. Mom, please help me. Just give me a little, or they'll take Pingu away. Zhang Laoda cried. This truly was a difficult situation, especially for honest Zhang Dashuan. What do you mean help? I raised you to honor your late mother, and I have nothing. Not even a single coin. Jean firmly refused to give any silver. Zhang Laoda knelt and begged Zhang Laohan, who lifted his eyelids slightly, Dashuan, you've separated from the family, and yet you still ask your parents and siblings for money? Aren't you ashamed? If it comes to that, just sending girl to that wealthy family. It would be a good place for her, and could save Pingu.
Dad? How can you say that?
Girl is my own daughter. Zhang Laoda, a simple man, looked at his father in disbelief. At this point, Girl is the only one who can still bring in some silver. I have no extra money for you, so that's it. With that, Zhang Laohan walked away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Laoda left the old Zhang family home in despair. The village chief of Xiaojin also looked disappointed. Fortunately, the chief was kind and helped Zhang Laoda go from house to borrow silver, asking the whole village to pitch in. The people of Xiaojin were generous. The Zhao family contributed half a tael, the Yang family gave 200 won, and the chief carefully noted everything down. The Yu family contributed the most, totaling 40 taels including Lu Yu. After going around, they only managed to gather a little over 60 taels, still far from the goal. The Zhang family didn't contribute a single coin, leaving Zhang Laoda feeling cold inside. After Zhang Laoda left, Jean called the family together to discuss how to cut ties with the first branch of the family. Dad, Mom, we can't let the first branch hold us back. 300 taels of silver. We'll never pay that back in our lifetime. I have 3 sons to raise, and I need money for my leg too. Zhang Laodi was the first to speak up. Zhang Laosan naturally echoed this sentiment. Husband, let me tell you, raising your son wasn't easy for me. I owe him nothing. He didn't come from he's not my responsibility anymore. He's separated from the family, so his life and death are no longer our concern. Jin's meaning was clear. She didn't want to help Zhang Dashuan with money. She wanted to get money from him. Zhang Laohan squinted, thought for a while, and said, to completely solve this issue, we need to sever all ties with the first branch of the Zhang family. Expel them from the family? Cut off all ties? Jin's eyes lit up. Yes, otherwise if that man finds the Zhang family, we won't be able to escape. Old man Zhang forcefully tapped his smoking pipe. All right, let's do it. Hurry and find the village chief. Jean urged Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang got up and left the house. What? Old Man Zhang, you wanted to Son to Xuan? The village chief of West Wu looked incredulous, checking his ears to confirm. Yes, the eldest son's wife disrespected her mother-in-law and even hit Jean last time. A daughter-in-law like that is not worth keeping. Our family has had enough misfortune, and we can't raise Pingu well. But De Gui and the others still have to live their lives. I have no choice. Old Man Zhang was in tears. The village chief of West Wu wanted to slap him to wake him up. Last time it was Yingzi's mother who got hit, right? Your family ganged up on them, didn't you? You even broke their water jar. The village chief didn't want to agree, but remembering what the young boy said, if Old Man Zhang wanted to disown his eldest son, he had to agree and act quickly. He wasn't sure what the handsome young boy meant, but since Yu Baoyang came along, the village chief believed him a bit more. Have you thought this through? Don't regret it later. The village chief asked with a serious face.
No regrets.
Even if we have to eat simple meals, we will never go to old man Zhang's house again. Just then, Jean barged in. The village chief swallowed his anger. He wanted to kick Jean out, preferably off the planet. This was infuriating. The village chief sent his grandson to call Zhang Dazhang, and the little one quickly ran off. Before long, Zhang Dazhang arrived. Upon hearing that his father wanted to disown him, he cried, saying he couldn't abandon his family and had to sacrifice himself. The last glimmer of hope in Zhang Dazhang's heart was extinguished. He bowed 3 times to old man Zhang and severed all ties from then on. Jean, holding the disownment document, felt pleased and walked away with a sway. Old man Zhang didn't even look at Zhang Dazhang, as if avoiding something dirty, and left with his hands behind his back. Zhang Dazhang had no tears left to shed. His heart was broken. This was his father and stepmother, along with his brothers and nephews. He had let his wife and children suffer for so many years for them. He felt so foolish. The village chief patted Zhang Laoda on the shoulder and said, "Dazhuan, this is good too. You won't have to work like a horse for them anymore. Just think positively. As long as we are alive, there will always be a way to get through tough times." Zhang Laoda nodded. "Chief, I'm fine. I actually feel lighter in my heart, really." After saying this, he took the severance letter and walked away from the chief's house with big strides. When Zhang Laoda returned home, he saw that Taohua and the others were there, and the 3 debt collectors had not left. "Dad, you're back. Did the chief need something from you?" Ingzi asked carefully, noticing her father's serious expression. Zhang Laoda pressed his cracked lips together and took out the severance document, saying, "We have no ties with them anymore." Ingzi took the document from Zhang Laoda's hand. She couldn't read, so she didn't know what it said. Luonan stepped forward, took a look, and said, "Sister Ingzi, it's a severance letter. You have been removed from the Zhang family and are now an independent household. You will have no connection with them from now on." Zhang Laoda sat silently to the side, his expression unreadable. Gusher said angrily, "This is your grandfather. Good. It's a good severance. I wanted to leave that fire pit long ago. I've had enough of working like a horse." Zhang Laoda looked up at Gusher. "What? Are you still thinking about them? If you want to kneel and beg your father and stepmother, I won't stop you, but I and the children will never go back." As soon as Gusher finished speaking, her 2 sons and Ingzi said in unison, "Right. We won't go back. We will stay with Mom, even if we have to beg." Zhang Laoda sighed helplessly. "Where are you all going with this? It's my fault for letting you suffer all these years. The bond of father and son and brotherhood has long been worn away." After saying this, Zhang Laoda stood up and looked at the 3 debt collectors, saying, "Gentlemen, I will not default on the money I owe you. I will repay it, even if I have to sell everything I own. Please give me some more time. If it really comes to it, I am willing to sell myself as a servant to work off the debt. Please spare my wife and children." As Zhang Laoda was about to kneel and bow to the men, the 3 young men jumped up, and the leader nearly stumbled. Someone laughed first, and soon everyone in the room was laughing. Zhang Laoda was confused and had no idea what was going on. Why were his wife and children also laughing? He was even more bewildered. Peach Blossom stepped forward and pulled the tallest young man over, saying, "Brother Zhang, this young man is Shui Xing from Kaoshan village. He's the one I picked for Ingzi. What do you think?" Shui Xing quickly called out, "Uncle," and pulled off his small mustache, rubbing his face to remove the scar. Isn't he here to collect a debt?" Brother Zhang was completely confused at this point. His father, "Here's what happened. Go explain the situation in detail. In the end," she added, "if you want to blame someone, blame me. This was my idea. I don't want the children to end up working like we did." After hearing this, Brother Zhang smiled widely and patted Shui Xing on the shoulder. "Shui Xing, good, good. My Ingzi is very lucky." It turned out that Lingxing had sent someone back to Kaoshan village quickly to bring Shui Xing and Ning's mother here. Shui Xing and Ning's mother met Ingzi and Go at Brother Da's house. Ning's mother immediately liked Ingzi and quickly arranged the marriage with Go. Shui Sheng and Yingzi also liked each other, which made everyone happy. So, Shui Sheng pretended to be a debt collector, while the other two young men were Lingxing's secret guards, Tai Feng and Tai Yu. Go brought out a small red bundle from the back room and opened it in front of everyone. Inside were 2 pieces of fabric, a complete set of silver jewelry, 2 boxes of pastries, and 10 silver ingots. Brother Zhang looked at this and exclaimed, "What is this?" Gus smiled and said, "This is from the mother of the bride for Yingzi." This is too much. This won't do. Brother Zhang's first reaction was that the betrothal gift was too heavy. "Uncle, Yingzi is worth it. I had a previous engagement, but that girl passed away before the wedding. I was aiming too high with Yingzi," Shui Sheng said sincerely. "Child, we don't have so many formalities. Don't feel pressured. By the way, where is the bride's mother?" Brother Zhang quickly comforted Shui Sheng and asked where Ning's mother was. "The bride's mother is at the Baoyang family. I can't let her come to our house until the issues with the Zhang family's old house are resolved." Ji's eyes were filled with tears. Her Yingzi had found a good match in Shui Sheng, and Ning's mother was a straightforward person. She finally felt at ease. Shui Sheng then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Brother Zhang. "Uncle, since Yingzi will be marrying into my family and will be far from her home, she won't be able to come back often to take care of you too. I spoke with the village chief and bought 20 acres of good land for the family. With this land, my brothers will have a better life. Also, there are 20 taels of silver notes to renovate the house. My brothers are starting their own families now, and it won't be convenient for them to all live together when they have children." Don't mention Zhang. Even Yingzi, her mother, and her brothers were all stunned. However, when the 2 sisters-in-law heard this, they were very happy. They overlooked the silver and were shocked by the 20 acres of good land. Although the 2 sisters-in-law were pleased, they didn't dare to show it. Without this older sister-in-law, Shui Sheng wouldn't recognize them. They were taking advantage of her. Yingzi and Gusher were both crying, and Zhang and his sons and daughters-in-law wiped their tears too. "Yingzi, listen. After you marry Shui Sheng, you must respect your mother-in-law. You should cherish your blessings, work hard, and make your home a good place. Don't think about your old home. You are now a daughter-in-law of the Ning family, and you must put your in-laws first. Do you understand?" Gusher repeatedly reminded Yingzi while crying. Yingzi was naturally touched. She didn't expect that this man, who she wasn't even married to yet, would think so carefully. Tahua clapped her hands and laughed. "Oh, Shui Sheng, you already care about Yingzi before she's even married? Pingge, look how good your future brother-in-law is to you." Yingzi and Shui Sheng exchanged glances, both blushing. Lu Yu laughed and said, "Today is a good day. Yingzi and Shui Sheng are a great match, and their future will surely be bright. Come on, Brother Zhang. Let's all go to my house. Brother Zhang hasn't met the mother-in-law yet. Let's have a nice meal together." Tahua urged everyone to go to the Yu family. When everyone heard this, they happily agreed and went to the Yu family. Zhang was grateful to meet Ning's mother. Ning's mother smiled and said, "In-laws, we are family now, so no need to be formal. I liked Yingzi the first time I saw her. My Shui Sheng is lucky." As the matchmaker, Tahua said to Gusher, "Sister Tsilian, we will return in a couple of days, and your whole family should come with us. I will let Yingzi leave for my house." "Yes, mother-in-law, you don't need to worry about anything. Shui Sheng will handle everything at home. Yingzi has Tahua and Lu Yu to help her. You can stay for a while and see Yingzi get married," Ning's mother said, holding Yingzi's hand, her joy evident. Gusher opened her mouth to decline, but Tahua stopped her, saying, "Sister Tsilian, if you keep being polite, it will seem like you are being distant." Luan added, "Aunt Tsilian, we can't hide Yingzi's marriage from that family. We are marrying her openly, so there's no need to cover it up. But once we start building the house, we need to be cautious of that family." Yingzi realized that her sister Ainan's reminder was very correct. So he said to Zhang Lauda, "Dad, remember, no matter how much they regret it, you mustn't be soft-hearted again." Zhang Lauda nodded. "Don't worry, Dad won't be confused anymore. If I am soft-hearted again, How can I face all these people who care and work hard for our family? If I keep being soft-hearted, I won't even have the face to see my in-laws." Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Zhang Laodao's daughter, Yingzi, is set to marry in a village over 100 miles away called Kaoshan. Gushi did not hide this news from the villagers. The groom's family bought 20 acres of good farmland for Yingzi's family, gave a bride price of 50 taels of silver, a set of silver jewelry, high-quality fabric, and even offered to help repair Yingzi's house. This news spread throughout Xiaoqin like wildfire. In a few days, Yingzi's whole family would go to Kaoshan for the wedding and would return afterward, with the groom's family taking care of everything. The unmarried girls in the village were envious, saying Yingzi was lucky to marry so well at over 20 years old. When the Zhang family heard this, they were all stunned. 20 acres of good farmland? Such a heavy bride price? Moreover, it was said that the issues with the wealthy family had been resolved, as all the money borrowed had been returned. This idea came from Sheng, and since it was done, they decided to let it be. There was no need to explain the beautiful misunderstanding. The villagers also noticed Shueisheng, a tall, handsome young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Old Mrs. Jean was so angry that she saw stars, thinking it was unfair that after breaking off the engagement, Yingzi's family encountered such good fortune. Mrs. Jean felt she might explode with anger. This couldn't happen, absolutely not. So, Mrs. Jean dragged Zhang Laohan and stormed into Yingzi's house. "Hey, Uncle Zhang, Auntie, what are you doing?" At this moment, Gushi was quite confident. They had already broken off the engagement, so what was there to fear? "It's none of your business. Where's Zhang Dashwan? What do you want with him? Talk to me." Gushi didn't even let Mrs. Jean and Zhang Laohan enter the courtyard. Mrs. Jean was taken aback, nearly losing her breath. Zhang Laohan cleared his throat and said, "I heard Yingzi is engaged, and as her grandfather, I didn't even know. Were you planning to tell me?" "Oh, Uncle Zhang, we're not related, so why should we tell you? I am Xuanji's father and Yingzi's grandfather." Zhang Laohan shouted. "Bah! We have already broken off the engagement, okay? It's in black and white. Have you forgotten, Uncle Zhang? Or should we go to the village chief and discuss this?" Gao knew what the couple was planning, and it turned out that Lianqing's words were spot on. Their faces were thicker than city walls. "Don't waste time. The new 20 acres of good land we bought. Give De Gui 10 acres as a wedding gift from me, and also give 50 taels of silver. If not, I won't leave." After saying this, Jean sat down right at the entrance of the yard. Gao was so angry that her vision blurred, and she nearly fell over. "Oh, whose dog is barking so loudly?" A woman named Ning stepped out from the yard. Zhang Laodao was not home. He had taken Yingzi and their 2 sons, along with Shueisheng, to the town to buy new clothes for the family. When visiting relatives in Kaoshan village, they needed to dress nicely. At this moment, only Gao, Ning, and Yingzi's 2 sisters-in-law were at home. When Jean saw this woman, who was dressed very well and looked radiant, she didn't recognize her and said casually, "What's it to you?" Ning smoothed her clothes and replied, "Of course, it concerns me. I am Yingzi's mother-in-law, and the 20 acres of land is Yingzi's dowry. What right do you have to ask for it? Who do you think you are? Besides, your Zhang family and Yingzi's family are from different villages. You must have lost your mind to come here." Ning would not hold back with Jean. At that moment, Yingzi's 2 sisters-in-law also came out, one supporting their mother-in-law and the other holding a stick. "We have severed ties, but I am still Dajwan's father. This is what he owes me, and he should give it to me." At this point, Zhang Laohan had lost all shame. "Neighbors, come and see. The Zhang family, who have severed ties, is demanding land and money from Yingzi's family. This land and money are part of the dowry. They want to take Yingzi's dowry to marry off their grandson." Ning's voice carried far, and soon villagers gathered around. The village chief also arrived, furious. He had never seen such shameless people. They had cut ties and still came to demand things. "Zhang Laohan, Jean, what are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Causing trouble at Dajwan's house?" The village chief shouted. "I am his father, and wherever I go, I am still his father. This is what he should honor me with. Zhang Laohan shouted angrily. The land and money should belong to him, and Zhang Dezhuan did not deserve these things. Do you think severing ties is a joke? They have already signed everything, and Dezhuan has opened a separate account. The authorities have it on record. Are you denying it now? Do you want to go to jail? The village chief, they regret it because they see that Ingzi's family is doing well now. That's right, they regret it after seeing Ingzi's land and money, but it's not because of Uncle Dezhuan. The villagers exchanged words, and old Zhang bit his lip hard. He regretted it. 20 acres of good land and so much silver. How could Zhang Dezhuan have all this? He is the elder of the Zhang family. Jean was also stunned. No matter how much she could scold or cause trouble, she feared being taken to jail. The village chief sighed and said, Old Zhang, there is no medicine for regret in this world. From now on, you all live your own lives, and I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. Those 2 handsome children have guards with them. Only wealthy families have guards. That child's mother is the younger sister of Taohua, and the matters of the wealthy family in town have been settled.
What do you think you are to them?
You all know the relationship between Ingzi's mother and Taohua. Ingzi's family has someone backing them. If something happens later, I can't protect you. After saying this, the village chief shook his head and turned to leave. The village chief was of a certain age. He had seen those 2 children, and their words and actions were not like ordinary kids. Especially that boy. His eyes showed a calmness and competence beyond his years, which is why the village chief spoke this way. In the end, old Zhang left Ingzi's house with his head down, and Jean scolded a few times before following behind. When Ingzi and the others returned from town and heard from Ning's mother about what had happened at home, they were very angry. It seemed they really had to be cautious of the Zhang family from now on. Everyone packed their things, and the next day, they hired a few mule carts. Tiexing and Tieyu rode their horses alongside as they left Xiuqin in a grand procession. Just like when they came, they didn't rush the carts and returned to Kaoshan village by noon the next day. As soon as Ingzi's family arrived at the village entrance, they were amazed by how beautiful Kaoshan village was. Coming down from the official road, a straight path ran through the entire village, with well-arranged courtyards, white walls, and gray tiles. The willows along the road had already sprouted small buds. The men patrolling the village saw Taohua and Liyue returning, and all rushed over to greet them. Ingzi's family also got off the mule carts, which then turned around and left. The sturdy wooden fence at the village entrance was lifted by a few men, and everyone entered the village. Everyone was a bit tired along the way, so Shuixing took Ingzi and her family to his home, while Ingzi went to Taohua's house. Since they hadn't held a wedding ceremony, Ingzi couldn't go directly to Shuixing's home. Liyue took Anan and Lianqing back to the Liu family. 3 days later was a good day for weddings, and Ingzi and Shuixing would hold their celebration then. Anan was really looking forward to Ingzi and Shuixing's wedding, as she had never seen a wedding from this era. When Ingzi and Shuixing got married, the village was lively, and Anan got to see a traditional wedding. Lianqing noticed how Anan was running around, looking curious and cute. He leaned in and whispered, "And when we get married, it will be even more lively. I will bring you home with a grand wedding." Anan's heart raced, and when no one was watching, she playfully pinched Lianqing. He smiled foolishly, protecting the little girl from the crowd. After a whole day of excitement, everyone returned home as the sun set. In the evening, Aunt Hua noticed that everyone wasn't very hungry, so she made some dumplings for a late-night snack. The next morning, everything returned to normal, and the fragrant pouch workshop officially started working. Taohua was in charge of managing the female workers. Master Li Er was responsible for overseeing the herbal formulas in the pouches and also took care of his little disciple, Anan. However, he knew that her interest wasn't in medicine, but he just liked the child. Anan had thought about this too. She liked things related to traditional Chinese medicine, but she didn't want to be a doctor. It would be a pity if no one inherited her master's medical skills. Use rhubarb for stomach regulation, along with mirabolite and licorice. Anan was discussing herbal formulas with her master when they heard little Mu Yang's clear voice singing a soup song in the yard. Masterly Heir's eyes lit up. Anan, did you teach this to Mu Yang? No, I was just reciting it in the yard while Mu Yang and Zhuang were playing. Maybe Mu Yang heard it and remembered it on his own? Masterly Heir clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Master, what's wrong? Anan was confused. You, my disciple, don't want to practice medicine. Isn't it a shame for me to take my skills to the grave?
Oh, hee.
Anan giggled. Master, there's already a ready-made disciple at home. Mr. Lee Heir raised his hand and tapped the little disciple on the forehead. Don't think you can slack off. You need to learn properly. Skills are valuable, understand? Lu Anan nodded repeatedly. She understood that learning more would make her stronger. Little Mu Yang was still unaware that his sister and her master had their eyes on him. However, he did have a talent for this area. The effects of some herbs that Lu Anan had told him about were firmly remembered by the boy. The key was that little Mu Yang really enjoyed it. When Mr. Lee Heir mentioned this to Lu Yu, she was very happy, and so little Mu Yang became Mr. Lee Heir's closed-door disciple. Mr. Lee, the shopkeeper, was also very pleased when he heard the news. None of his children had this talent, and now Anan and Mu Yang had both become disciples of his second brother, which made him happy for his brother. Mr. Lee Heir was relieved, knowing that his teachings would be passed on. However, little Mu Yang still needed to attend school to learn the necessary knowledge systematically. It was important for him to communicate and interact with others. He couldn't just dive into medicine without knowing anything else. Lu Anan's brother was not just a medical enthusiast, he was destined to be a true healer. When Lu Anan shared her thoughts, Mr. Lee Heir agreed wholeheartedly. He himself came from a scholarly background and had a talent for medicine. Although he didn't make it to the top ranks, he did well enough to be appointed to the Imperial Medical Bureau. At 6 years old, it was time for Mu Yang to start school. Mr. Lee Heir wanted his closed-door disciple to attend Qingshan Academy. Mr. Zhao, the teacher at Qingshan Academy, had once been Mr. Lee Heir's mentor and also came from a scholarly background. However, he had suffered an injury while saving a child, which prevented him from holding an official position due to strict government rules. Mr. Zhao didn't regret saving the child and returned to his hometown to open a school, sharing his knowledge with students. Since he was recommended by a mentor, Lu Anan felt assured. They chose a good day and, along with her master, took little Mu Yang to visit Mr.
Zhao.
Mr. Zhao's home was in Lu Town, not far from Kaoshan village. They had a mule cart, and soon they arrived. The house was made of blue bricks and had a spacious yard. Since it was a private school, the backyard served as the classroom for the students. In addition to Mr. Zhao, there was also Mr. Ding. Mr. Zhao had 3 sons, the youngest being just over 3 years old, while the other 2 were around 12 or 13. Mr. Zhao had married late, so his children were quite young. When Mr. Lee Heir arrived, Mr. Zhao was very happy. He patted Mr. Lee Heir on the shoulder and said, "Ah Qian, you've finally come out." Master Lee Heir also smiled and said, "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, sir." Mr. Zhao's wife was a woman with a round face and big eyes, several years younger than Mr. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao also smiled and said, "Ah Qian, the sir has been quite worried about you these past few years, but now he can finally relax." Master Lee Heir thanked his mentor and mentor's wife again, then brought over little Mu Yang to explain his purpose. Mr. Zhao saw that the child had grown very well. He immediately asked a few questions, and little Mu Yang answered them fluently, which surprised Mr. Zhao. Master Lee Heir said, "This child knows these things because his mother and sister taught him, but he still needs to learn from you, sir." Mr. Zhao looked at Lu Anan. "Ah Qian, is this your eldest disciple? The girl Anan you mentioned in your letter?" Lu Anan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed again. Mrs. Zhao smiled and stopped her. "Good child, no need for so many formalities. Ah Qian, your disciple is truly impressive. At such a young age, she has achieved this level. Not just any girl, but even ordinary boys would feel ashamed." "You flatter me, madam. She's just a child from a poor family who has had to grow up quickly," Lu Anan replied graciously. After chatting for a while, Masterly Heir took his leave. The materials for Mu Yang's studies were already prepared, and he could start studying tomorrow. Garlic Head had been accompanying Mu Yang, so Lu En decided to make Garlic Head his little study buddy, and they would go to Qingshan Academy together. Garlic Head was very happy. However, as a study buddy, he couldn't keep the name Garlic Head. Lu En gave him a new name, Lu Kongping, hoping he would grow up healthy and safe. After Masterly Heir and the others left, Mrs. Zhao asked Mr. Zhao if Lu En had mentioned anything about herself. Mr. Zhao smiled. Are you interested in Lu En? I do have some intentions. Our Wuge is already 13. You wouldn't mind that girl being in business, would you? What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. Qian said that girl is already engaged, so you don't need to worry about it. Mrs. Zhao shook her head a bit regretfully. Lu En was unaware that so many people were thinking about her. Of course, this was just a small episode. The next day, Lu En personally came to send little Mu Yang off. Since it wasn't far from home, Mu Yang could go home with Kong Ping every day. Lian Sheng also arranged for someone to accompany Mu Yang, a middle-aged man named Cixi, who would follow him every day. Cixi had once fought alongside the Jing Yuan Marquis on the battlefield, injured his leg, and walked with a slight limp, but he was very capable. Many years ago, after being found by the big boss, he stayed here, and Lian Sheng asked Cixi to protect little Mu Yang. Cixi knew that the young master was the future son-in-law of the Lu family. He was curious about what the young master's wife was like, as she must be someone special to earn praise from the head of the family and Mr. Wu. After meeting her, Cixi realized that Lu En and the young master were truly a perfect match. Mu Yang successfully entered school, and every day after class, Master Li would tutor him in medicine, which made Lu Yu feel quite worried. However, she understood that this was a necessary process for Mu Yang to succeed, so she focused on preparing meals for the children. Lu En was also doing very well. The various scented pouches from Xiluo Workshop were in high demand, selling not only in nearby counties, but also in the capital. This was certainly thanks to the sales skills of young Master Chu. Tao Hua was busy every day but always wore a smile, and Ingzi had also joined the workshop. Ingzi worked quickly and spoke openly, making her popular among the seamstresses. She and another young woman, Hualing, became the team leaders. The rose seedlings in the back mountain were thriving. At the old Fugui Inn, Lu En arranged for a second manager for the crazy grandfather. Once she learned his true identity, she knew she couldn't keep him tied to the inn. The crazy grandfather had more important things to do, and Lian Sheng was busy with his own matters. Lu En often took Zhuang into the deep mountains to search for medicinal herbs. She needed quick money, and having enough silver would give her and Lian Sheng more confidence in their future plans. At first, the crazy grandfather and Lian Sheng were shocked by Lu En's ability to find medicinal herbs, especially the rare ones. Eventually, they became numb to it, and when they saw Lingji mushrooms, they would act as if they hadn't seen them at all. It became normal for Lu En and Zhuang to find anything in the mountains. One day, little Mu Yang came back from school looking a bit down. Lu En noticed her little brother's expression, pulled him onto her lap, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Yang shook his head and buried his little head in his sister's arms, remaining silent. Little Kong Ping, on the side, said angrily, "Sister En, someone is spreading rumors." Upon hearing this, Lu En frowned and asked, "What happened?" It turned out that during recess, some older kids had gathered to talk about the Wang family from Kaoshan village. They claimed that Lu Mu Yang did not recognize his biological father and that his sister, Lu En, was ungrateful, driving the Wang family away from Kaoshan village and forcing them to leave their home. Xiao Kongping finished explaining everything in detail and then said, "Sister En, I remember what those older kids looked like, but I don't know their names." Kongping did very well. "Tomorrow you quietly help Uncle Sushi identify them. You don't need to do anything else, understand?" Xiao Kongping nodded vigorously. Lu En carried Xiao Mu Yang into the small study, placing him on a chair while she sat across from him. "Mu Yang, let me ask you, are the Wang family good people?" Xiao Mu Yang shook his head. "They are bad. They hit Mom, don't give us food, and want to sell sister. Mu Yang, Wang Fugui is your biological father. Is he good to you?
No, he is not.
He is good to Wang Xiaobao. He hurt my ear and kicked me last time. I hate him. Xiao Muyang wiped his tears. Luanin didn't want Xiao Muyang to know too much. Hatred can blind a person and lead them to make extreme judgments. She also didn't want Xiao Muyang to grow up with hatred. Muyang, you don't really reject your biological father like they say. You want him to play with you, just like Uncle Futian does with Tiger. But Wang Fugui can't do that. He is not a good father. He gave you life but didn't take on the responsibilities of a father. It's not that you don't want him. It's that he doesn't want you.
The fault is not yours.
The Wang family wasn't driven away by me. They made too many mistakes and the villagers couldn't accept them anymore. They not only want to sell sister but also force her to be a concubine for a wealthy family. They bully mom. Luanin talked a lot with Xiao Muyang. No matter if he fully understood, she didn't want him to carry any burden in his heart. More importantly, Wang Fugui is Mu Yang's biological father, and she didn't want him to resent her when he grew up. After finishing the conversation, Luanin called for sushi. As soon as Sushi heard, he understood right away. When the young master returned, he seemed a bit unhappy. I thought it was because of schoolwork, but now I see it's something else. You haven't been to the school, so you don't know the truth. Tomorrow, go with Kongping to identify the kids and see which families they belong to. These words don't come out of nowhere. Miss, I understand. After a nap, Xiao Muyang returned to his usual self. Luanin noticed that the little guy had absorbed what she said yesterday. Sushi quickly found out about the kids, and one of them was from the Lin family, which made Luanin's heart skip a beat. The Lin family? It turns out there are indeed people spreading these rumors on purpose. It shouldn't be the head of the Lin family. It's probably the eldest son of the Lin family behind this. This child is the eldest son of Lin, and it seems the lesson from Typhoon didn't make him back off. My successful sachet business has made the eldest son of the Lin family even more unhappy, so he wants to use these dirty tricks to ruin my and Mu Yang's reputation. Luanin was thinking about how to handle this when Lian Sheng came in. And something happened with the Lin family.
What?
What happened? Lian Sheng snorted. Greed leads to downfall. They actually used a fake pregnancy to frame the queen. The queen has been with the emperor since he was a prince, facing many challenges together. How dare a mere beauty compete with her? What happened to that beauty? What do you think? Lian Sheng made a gesture across his throat.
Dead?
Luanin raised an eyebrow. Just a beauty, with no notable background. The queen has 3 sons, and the crown prince won't let anyone who harms his mother go unpunished. That Lin beauty won't survive. God won't spare those who do evil. They deserve it. Luanin muttered quietly. Indeed, they deserve it. Luanin raised an eyebrow and shook her leg, saying, Lian Sheng, how did you find out about this? Lian Sheng squinted, gently tapped Luanin's forehead, and said, Little girl, trying to trick me?
My family isn't wiped out yet.
If I didn't have some skills, my grandfather and I would have been forgotten long ago. Seeing the hidden anger in Lian Sheng's eyes made Luanin feel uneasy. Not everyone can bear years of patience, and she suddenly felt a deep sympathy for this burdened boy. Lian Sheng, the Su family's revenge will be taken. Uncle and aunt are watching over you from somewhere. I think they want you to be safe. Looking at the girl's bright eyes filled with concern, Lian Sheng slowly calmed down. I'm fine. We'll all be safe. To shift Lian Sheng's attention, Luanin told him about the Lin family's rumors at Qingshan Academy regarding the Wang family. I was just thinking about how to deal with this, and now it seems like heaven is helping me. I have nothing to worry about. Since the Lin family is playing dirty, we won't be afraid of them. Lian Sheng squinted. Don't worry. They won't even dare to leave their house anymore. They'll have to live with their tails between their legs. When Xiaomuyang returned in the afternoon, Cixi said that today the Lin family's child tried to frame Mu Yang for stealing a classmate's money. While no one was watching, he slipped a pouch into Mu Yang's backpack, but Mu Yang discovered it. Cixi quickly put the pouch into the Lin child's backpack. The child who lost the money reported it to Mr. Ding. When Mr. Ding checked, He found the pouch in the Lin child's backpack. The child who lost the money said it was a mistake, and only then did Mr. Ding realize that the Lin child had teamed up with a few others to set up a trap for Xiaomuyang. Mr. Ding reported the situation to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao was very angry. He would not keep students with such poor character. These children were all sent back by Mr.
Zhao.
The next day, news spread that several children's parents confronted the Lin family, and the head of the Lin family realized that his son had caused trouble again, almost getting into serious trouble. At that time, news from the capital also reached the Lin family. For some reason, the whole Qixian County knew about the Lin family's situation. Since the Lin family in Qixian was only a branch, they were not implicated by the emperor, so they escaped disaster. However, the Lin family was now too afraid to even open their front door. Luonan knew that the whole Qixian County quickly learned about the Lin family situation because of Lian Sheng. When she mentioned this to Lian Sheng, he casually said, "It's better to share joy than to enjoy alone. You must learn to share." This made Luonan laugh and clap her hands, as she had said the same thing before, not expecting Lian Sheng to use it here. The Lin family's future would naturally be difficult because they had been too showy before, and now that they had fallen, many people would take the chance to step on them. But this had nothing to do with Luonan anymore. Lian Sheng was worried about Luonan going out alone, so he strictly ordered Bazi to ensure the young lady's safety when he was not around. One day, Luonan took Baozi, who was dressed as a girl, to the county. Baozi looked very pretty, like a girl, so when Lian Sheng was away, Baozi accompanied Luonan. The villagers thought Baozi was a girl, but Baozi did not explain, as it was more convenient. He did not want to ruin the girl's reputation. The county where Kaoshan village was located was large, with two main streets that were very lively. Luonan was very familiar with the county. The old Fugui Inn and the Sanshao family's Chunchun were in the East Market, while manager Li's Chuanha Hall was in the West Market. Today, Luonan wanted to stroll around the West Market. Just as she reached the entrance of the West Market, she heard cries and sounds of scolding coming from inside. Luonan glanced at the leopard, and it quickly ran away. Before long, the leopard returned and whispered, "Miss, it's the rouge shop in the West Market. I heard it's the shop owners and causing trouble." Luonan remembered the small rouge shop. "Is it called Wenxiang Pavilion? The owner is a girl with the surname Gao." "Yes, I heard that Miss Gao's father passed away early, and she lives with her widowed mother and younger brother. This shop was left to her by her father. The trouble is from the Gao family's main branch, and it seems they want to force her to give the shop to them." Luonan frowned. How could this happen? They were openly trying to take away someone's livelihood. "Let's go take a look." After saying this, Luonan walked in, with the leopard following closely behind. There were many people gathered outside Wenxiang Pavilion. A plump woman was sitting at the shop's entrance, crying loudly and complaining. "Oh, heavens! My poor second brother. You left behind a widow and orphans, and this ungrateful girl is bringing shame to the Gao family. A girl in her 20s refuses to marry and insists on being a concubine." The onlookers whispered and pointed, discussing the scene. Nearby, a young woman looked pale and trembled. "Aunt, do you have to ruin me to be satisfied? I, Gao Qing, have never spoken ill of anyone behind their back, yet you insist on throwing dirt on my name. You have your eyes on my family shop, ruining its reputation for over half a year. Now you're trying to ruin my name too. Even if I have to burn the shop down, I won't give it to you. You little brat, this shop belongs to the Gao family. Since your father is gone, it should belong to your uncle." The plump woman jumped up, her finger almost poking Gao Qing in the eye. "Aunt, we have long since split our family. This shop was established by my father after the division, and it is not the Gao family's property. I don't care. I say it is, so bring the deed here, or you'll regret it. Sister, come quickly, mother is spitting blood." A child ran out of the shop. Upon hearing this, Gao Qing hurriedly turned to run inside, forgetting about the plump woman. "Go fetch Dr. Fong," Luonan quietly said, and the leopard immediately ran off. When the plump woman heard that Gao Qing's mother was spitting blood, she hesitated, dusted off her clothes, spat, and turned to leave. Soon, Dr. Fong arrived. Upon seeing Lu Anin, he asked, where is the patient? Dr. Fong, the patient is inside the shop. It's the mother of Miss Gao from Wenxiang Pavilion. Dr. Fong nodded and entered the shop. In the back room, the sound of a child crying could be heard. Baozi quickly walked a few steps, lifted the curtain of the back room, and Dr. Fong and Lu Anin entered one after the other. Gao Qing turned around upon hearing the noise and saw it was Dr. Fong from Chuana Hall. Dr. Fong, what brings you here? Gao family's girl, let's not discuss how I got here. I need to see how your mother is doing. Dr. Fong didn't have time for many explanations. Saving lives was urgent. After a short while, Dr. Fong finished treating Gao Qing's mother. Your mother can't be stressed anymore. She needs to rest and recover, or else. Dr. Fong didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood that if Gao Qing's mother faced more stress, it could be dangerous. Gao Qing's younger brother was quietly crying by the bedside. Gao Qing also knelt down in tears. Thank you, Dr. Fong. Please save my mother. Once I sell the shop, I will pay you. Dr. Fong sighed. Let's talk about payment later. You should thank Lu Xiaodong. She sent for me. Come with me to get the medicine. Only then did Gao Qing notice Lu Anin, a very pretty young girl, accompanied by a girl with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Gao Qing immediately bowed to Lu Anin. Thank you, Lu Dongjia, for your help. Xiao Kong, quickly bow to our benefactor. Xiao Kong, the little boy, came over to bow, but Lu Anin quickly stopped him. Sister Gao, please get up. Baozi, go help get the medicine for Gao Danyang. Baozi nodded and left with Dr. Fong. Baozi? Gao Qing was a bit confused. Why was a good girl called Baozi? Lu Anin quickly explained, Sister Gao, Baozi is my little assistant. I raised her like a boy since she was little, so that's how she got her name. Gao Qing turned and walked to the shop entrance, closed the door, and hung up the closed for today sign. Lu Dongjia, come in and sit for a while. Lu Anin followed Gao Qing into the small back courtyard of the shop. The shop wasn't large, but the back courtyard was quite spacious. The front was for selling goods, while the back was a workshop, so the yard was bigger. Sister Gao, was it your aunt who caused the commotion earlier? Lu Anin sat down and started chatting with Gao Qing. It turned out that the Gao brothers had split off and started their own families a few years ago. Gao Qing's father was a craftsman who had once worked in a cosmetic shop in the capital. Seeing that Gao Qing's father was smart and hardworking and having no sons of his own, the master passed the craft to him. After taking care of his master in his old age, Gao Qing's father left the job with Gao Qing's mother, traveled back to their hometown in Lin County, and opened this cosmetic shop. The quality of the cosmetics at the fragrance pavilion is indeed good. Although the shop is small, it has a great reputation. After Gao Qing's father passed away, she took over the management of the shop. For some reason, the Gao family's main branch set their sights on the shop and insisted on taking it over. Gao Qing naturally refused, and the Gao family caused a lot of trouble, ruining the shop's reputation. The workers in the workshop are still there, but they are almost out of money to pay them. Gao Qing is unsure of what to do next. Worried that her aunt will continue to create problems, Gao Qing considers selling the shop. However, no one dares to buy it because her aunt's family is causing disruptions to force Gao Qing to hand it over to the main branch. Today, the main branch came to cause trouble again, just as Lu Anin arrived at the West Market. Otherwise, Gao Qing would have been on the verge of breaking down. Lu Anin thought for a moment and said, Sister Gao, do you really want to sell your shop? Gao Qing nodded. Lu's sister, to be honest, I have managed to keep the shop as it is, but I lack the ability to expand it. It would be better to sell it to someone who knows how to run it well, rather than let it fail in my hands. That way, I can honor my father's memory. Gao Qing lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Lu Anin understood that while Gao Qing could maintain the business, her lack of innovation and management skills had led to the current situation. Sister Gao, would you consider selling the shop to me? I can offer you double the price, and I won't change the name. If you agree, you can stay on as the shopkeeper. You don't have to answer right away. You can think about it. Gao Qing's eyes lit up. She had heard of Lu Anin from Xiang village, who managed to help several villages earn money at just 13 years old, far more capable than herself. If the shop were in her hands, Gao Qing wouldn't worry about its management. The fact that the name wouldn't change made Gao Qing very interested. After thinking for a moment, she made up her mind. Rather than let the shop go bankrupt or be taken by the Gao family, it would be better to entrust it to Luonan. Lu's sister, I agree. Thank you for being willing to help me. Gao Qing stood up and bowed to Luonan, who quickly stopped her. She felt grateful to Luonan for her kindness, even though they were not related. This favor would always be remembered by Gao Qing. Big sister, Mom is awake. Gao Qing's younger brother, Shao Kong, ran out of the room. Lu's sister, please wait for me. With that, Gao Qing hurried back inside. At that moment, Gao Qing's mother was fully awake, and Shao Kong told her what had just happened. After Gao Qing entered, she sat on the edge of the bed and cried, "Mother, I'm useless. I'm sorry for making you suffer." Gao Qing's mother struggled to sit up and said with effort, "Qing girl, you should thank Lu Xiaodong's family. If they hadn't helped, I would have lost my life. It's rare to find someone who helps in times of need." "Mother, I remember. Don't worry, Lu Xiaodong's family can take over our shop." Gao Qing then told her mother about Lu Anan wanting to buy the shop. After hearing this, Gao Qing's mother nodded repeatedly. Just the fact that they want to keep the shop's name and let you manage it shows they are kind-hearted. If we hand the shop over to them, I will feel at ease. Just work well with Lu Xiaodong's family. Gao Qing's mother kept reminding her, and Gao Qing naturally remembered everything. Dr. Fong treated Gao Qing's mother with acupuncture several times, and she took some herbal medicine. Her condition was visibly improving. A few days later, Luonan and Gao Qing transferred the ownership of the Fragrant Pavilion, making it Luonan's shop, with Gao Qing in charge. Qing Jia, for now, the Fragrant Pavilion will focus on rouge. After we stabilize the market, I will introduce lip balm, perfume, and ointments gradually. Today, I want to meet the workshop staff. Luonan wanted to organize the workshop staff for better management in the future, and the staff needed to know that the shop had a new owner. Okay, I had Brother Lu Yuan inform everyone yesterday. This afternoon at the hour of Shen, everyone should come to the workshop. There have been many family matters lately, so I gave the staff some time off. The Lu Yuan mentioned was the most experienced staff member at the workshop. He had been there since Gao Qing's father started the shop, and after Gao Qing's father passed away, Lu Yuan continued to help her. Gao Qing trusted Lu Yuan, and they had a good relationship. Everyone knew that these two would become like family in the future. In the afternoon at the hour of Shen, most of the staff from the Fragrant Pavilion arrived. Luonan followed Gao Qing to the back of the shop. Gao Qing looked at the number of people and her expression changed for the worse. "Qing Jia, what's wrong?" "Owner, not all the staff are here." "Was everyone notified?" "Owner, I informed each one personally and no one was missed," said Lu Yuan. Luonan glanced at the young man in front of her, who seemed honest and reliable. "It's okay, Qing Jia. The staff who didn't come don't need to return. We'll settle their wages up to today. I understand everyone's choice. After all, no one knows how the shop will do in the future." "Owner, that might not be right," Luonan said, looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan then said, "The new owner just took over the shop, and the few workers have been here for several years. If we let them go, won't they feel that the owner is being unkind?" Luonan replied slowly, "I notified everyone a day in advance to give them time to think it over. The first rule for workshop staff is to follow the workshop's arrangements. Those who think they can ignore instructions just because they have experience will not be hired again." After that, Luonan confidently stood in front of the workers, glanced at them, and said loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Luonan, the owner of the Laofuji Inn, and now also the new owner of the Wenxiang Pavilion. Gao Qing is my manager. I appreciate everyone's trust in Wenxiang Pavilion for those who choose to stay and continue working. The wages that Wenxiang Pavilion previously provided will remain unchanged for now. There will be some adjustments in the future based on the shop situation, but I have added a reward system. Gao Qing will explain it to everyone shortly. In short, if you work hard, you will earn more. Feel free to share any good ideas. If your suggestions are adopted, you will be rewarded. The better the shop does, the better we all do. If the shop fails, we all lose our meals. If we want to eat well, we need to unite and make our shop better. The workers were all happy to hear this. Who wouldn't want to earn more? They had felt a bit anxious before, but seeing the young owner being so generous made them feel reassured. And although the young owner looked small in age, her way of handling things was impressive. The few workers who thought they could be let go were clearly trying to take advantage of the young owner's age, but they didn't expect to be dismissed so directly. "Owner, we will work hard." "Yes, owner," said an older woman. "Miss Ching has always treated us well and never owed us a penny. Now we have a kind young owner, and we feel very secure." Everyone laughed and started chatting excitedly. Lu Anin glanced at Lu Yuan, noticing the unease and urgency in his eyes. She didn't want to think the worst of him. After all, Lu Yuan was the longest-serving person in the shop, and Gao Qing had an interest in him. But Lu Yuan's expression was hard to read. Starting tomorrow, they would organize the shop and clean the workshop, and the shop would officially reopen the day after. It was getting late, and Gao Qing read out the reward system to the workers, who left happily. At that moment, Lu Yuan approached with a worried expression and said, "Xiao Qing, what if your aunt comes to cause trouble again? The shop now belongs to the owner, and there's no point in her causing a scene again. Qing, she is still your aunt. If this gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Why not give her some money?" Lu Yuan quietly advised Gao Qing. Lu Anin perked up her ears, wondering if Lu Yuan was trying to mediate. "Sister Qing, you don't owe the Gao family anything. You have already separated, and there are no elders to care for. I've never heard of a niece being responsible for her uncle's family. If anyone should be taking care of someone, it should be the Gao family taking care of the second branch. The main branch has ruined the shop's reputation, and now wants to ruin Sister Gao Qing's reputation too. How can they still have a say in this? Owner, I just want to prevent Sister Qing's aunt from causing trouble, which is why I thought of giving her some silver. If you give once, there will be a second time. If you don't give, she will cause a scene, and every time she does, it will cost money. This is a bottomless pit. Unless Sister Gao Qing's family leaves Lin County, it will never end." Lu Anin looked at Gao Qing and said, "Sister Qing, I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, I'm not a Gao family member. But if they keep causing trouble, affecting the shop's business, I won't tolerate them." With that, Lu Anin turned and left. "Brother Lu Yuan, the owner is right. The main branch has never treated us as family. It's better to cut ties. Dr. Fong said my mother can't handle any more stress, and I can't back down anymore." Lu Yuan sighed and didn't say anything else. Lu Anin returned to the front of the shop and quietly told Baozi, "Keep an eye on Lu Yuan. I feel something is off with him. It seems strange. I hope I'm just overthinking." Baozi nodded and went out. In the evening, Lu Anin returned home just as Lian Sheng was coming in. "Is everything set up at the shop?" Lian Sheng poured Lu Anin a cup of hot water and handed it to her. "Yes, everything is arranged. Tomorrow, I'll tidy up the shop and workshop, and we will officially open the day after. By the way, Brother Lian Sheng, can you send a few people to help maintain order during the opening? I'm worried the Gao family might cause trouble. Let's get the county patrol to help. I'll go find Brother Chiu." With that, Lian Sheng ran out. "Hey, it's almost dark. Can't you go tomorrow? This kid." Lu Yu stomped her foot in frustration as Lian Sheng disappeared. Brother Chiu is the head of the county patrol, and Lian Sheng has somehow become friends with him. "Mom, don't worry. Brother Lian Sheng is riding a horse, and Tai Fong and Tai Yu are with him." Lu Anin quickly reassured her mother. Lu Yu shot her daughter a glare. This child. Lian Sheng spoils you too much. You're getting too carried away." "Jia, are you getting carried away? I'll go get you a ladder," said Xiao Muyang. Lu Yu, annoyed, poked Xiao Muyang's head with her finger and said, "You two are getting really bold, aren't you?" Grandpa Fong and Li Eryu laughed with their eyes squinted. After a while, Lian Sheng returned, having already arranged with Brother Chiu to bring people to the store to help keep order during the opening. When Aunt Hua saw Lian Sheng and the others come back, she quickly set the food on the table. Lu Yu often said that there weren't many rules at home, but Aunt Hua and Tai Fong insisted on not eating at the same table. Lu Yu had no choice but to go along with them. They set up another table in the kitchen, which was spacious enough. So, the main room had only Lu Yu's family, Grandpa Feng, Lian Sheng, and Li Eryi. Now that Li Eryi and Tao Hua were keeping an eye on things at Xiao Luo Feng, everything was going smoothly. Luan focused all her energy on Wenxiangge, planning to handle other matters once it was up and running. The cooperative was well managed by village chief Zhou and Zhou Changshua, so Luan didn't have to worry at all. Besides, she wasn't involved in the cooperative's operations. It was meant to support the village, and the mushrooms from her mushroom house were collected by the cooperative, which directly connected with customers. Village Chief Zhou understood Luan's plans and admired her. Soon, the opening day of Wenxiangge arrived. After some initial promotion, Luan hired several children and shop assistants to distribute flyers for 2 days. The entire county knew that Wenxiangge had a new owner and was reopening. Moreover, Baozi was keeping an eye on Lu Yuan and discovered his connection to the Gao family. Lu and didn't mention this to Gao Qing, who trusted Lu Yuan completely. Without seeing it for herself, she wouldn't believe it just based on Lu An's word. So, Lu planned to find an opportunity for Gao Qing to witness everything firsthand. Wenxiangge had special events for the opening. Although the shop's reputation had suffered before, the strong promotions attracted many customers. Brother Chiao and a few officers sat in a corner of the shop, making customers realize that the young owner had even hired county officials for support. Seeing this, everyone thought the young owner was impressive. They also heard that she was Luan from Kaoshan village, praised by County Magistrate Fan, which made them regard her even more highly. Gao Qing and the staff introduced Rouge to the ladies and young women selecting products. Everyone knew that the Gao family was causing trouble, which had affected the shop's business. However, the Rouge at Wenxiangge was already good, and with the opening day activities, the shop's situation quickly improved. The lively atmosphere lasted for half the day. Upon seeing the sales for just half a day, Gao Qing realized that even at the best times, her shop couldn't compare to this half-day's sales. She truly admired Luan. She was much better at business than Gao Qing. At noon, to reward everyone, Luan had Leopard order food from the restaurant and invited Brother Chiao and his group to join them. Captain Chiao praised this Lu family girl, saying she was very thoughtful in her actions. In the afternoon, the customer flow did not decrease, and the shop was lively. Just then, there was a commotion at the shop entrance. As expected, people from the Gao family arrived, not just the plump woman, but the entire Gao family. When Captain Chiao heard the noise, he immediately stood up and went outside with a few brothers. The plump woman, whose maiden name was Diao, noticed that the men coming out of the shop were wearing official uniforms, which made her a bit nervous. Lu Yuan hadn't informed them about this. Even Gao Qing didn't know about Captain Chiao's arrival until he showed up at the shop early in the morning. At this moment, Lu Yuan couldn't leave the shop, and Luan wouldn't give him the chance to do so. Diao gritted her teeth and said with a smile, "Sir, I am Gao Qing's aunt. This shop originally belonged to the Gao family. Gao Qing sold it without our knowledge, and that's not acceptable. So we are here to demand an explanation. At the very least, we want half of the money from the sale," shouted a young man. This young man was Gao Kai, the eldest son of the Gao family. Gao Qing wanted to step out, but Luan held her back, telling her to continue with her work in the shop. Luan then took Leopard and stepped outside. The Gao family was surprised to see a young girl come out of the shop. She was quite pretty. Gao Kai was taken aback by her beauty. Luan, with a serious expression, stepped in front of Diao and said, "Aunt, I am the owner of the shop. As far as I know, the Gao family has been separated for over 10 years. This shop opened only 8 years ago, and there are records in the county. You claim it's a family property. Do you have any evidence?" "I don't care. I say it is, so it is. If the shop is sold, Gao Qing must give us the money," Diao insisted. Luan tilted her head and replied, "Aunt, are you trying to be unreasonable? Today is the opening of my shop, and you're affecting my business. Isn't that inappropriate?" At that moment, Gao Kai stepped forward, showing off his greasy face and said, "Are you Luinen?" "Yes, it's me. What do you want?" "You, a young girl, shouldn't be so bold in business. Here's the deal. I'm not married yet, so marry me, and I promise not to cause trouble for your shop. Otherwise, this won't end well." "Cousin, you're going too far." Gao Qing couldn't hold back any longer. How could this cousin, who usually doesn't do anything productive, speak like that and tarnish the reputation of the young lady? Luinen smiled. When the young girl smiled, even the onlooking ladies were mesmerized. Her smile was more dazzling than flowers in March. Only the leopard knew that her smile didn't reach her eyes. Someone was going to be in trouble. Sure enough, Luinen clenched her fist and suddenly threw a punch. Gao Kai let out a yelp, not having time to react, and Luinen followed with 2 kicks, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Leopard, go. The leopard rushed in and delivered a flurry of punches, leaving Gao Qing's cousin Gao Kai rolling on the ground, quickly losing his composure. The onlookers were stunned. Even Captain Xiao was momentarily speechless. These 2 girls were too fierce. Madame Diao was furious, sitting on the ground and crying out, almost rolling around in distress. Captain Xiao waved his hand, and several officers came up to drag them away. Luinen clasped her fists and said, "Captain, this woman caused trouble in front of my shop, affecting my business. I ask you to take charge." Captain Xiao nodded and said, "Take them away." Several officers came forward and took the entire Gao family away. Gao Qing hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Shopkeeper, this was my fault. I will go to the county office and ask the magistrate to seek justice." Luinen waved her hand. "Not so fast. There's something else you need to know." "Shopkeeper, what is it?" "Don't rush. You go back to work, and I will call you when the time comes." Gao Qing had no choice but to turn and go back to the shop to continue serving customers. Soon, the afternoon passed, and the grand opening event came to an end. The results were very good, and the staff were genuinely happy. A successful shop meant a more secure life for them. After dinner, Luinen kept Gao Qing behind while the other staff went home to rest. Since the shop was sold to Luinen, Gao Qing's family wanted to move out, but Luinen did not agree. Gao Qing's mother had just started to recover, and moving could worsen her condition, which would be troublesome. So Luinen suggested that after some time, when the shop was running smoothly, Gao Qingyang should take care of her health first. Gao Qing's family was very grateful. Before long, the leopard returned and nodded at the girl. Luinen looked at Gao Qing and said, "Sister Qing, come with me. I want to take you somewhere." Although Gao Qing was full of questions, she didn't ask anything because she trusted that the young master had her reasons. The 2 followed the leopard to the edge of the county town, where they found a fairly intact land temple. The 3 of them quietly approached the temple entrance, where a few people were gathered. Gao Qing took a closer look and realized they were the daytime constables. Luinen whispered to Gao Qing, "Sister Qing, don't say anything. Let's go inside first. I want you to see something." Then, Luinen nodded to Captain Xiao, and they quietly entered the small temple, hiding in the shadows. After a short while, someone walked in, talking as they came. Gao Qing's expression suddenly changed. It was her aunt. What bad luck. Why didn't that scoundrel Lu Yuan tell me there were constables at the shop? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone. Not only was I fined, but I almost got beaten too.
Lu Yuan?
Gao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief.
How could it be Lu Yuan?
Luinen gently patted her. Gao Qing bit her lip tightly, fighting the urge to rush out. "Mother, that little girl is too ruthless. I must get my revenge. It's all Gao Qing's fault." That was Gao Kai's voice. "Don't worry. This won't end here. We'll talk once Lu Yuan arrives. He won't be able to escape so easily." Diaosher was fuming, having worked hard to ruin the shop's reputation, only to find that Gao Qing could turn things around. They waited a short while until Lu Yuan arrived. "Lu Yuan, what's going on?" "There are constables at the shop, and you didn't warn me? I almost got beaten." Diaosher immediately complained upon seeing him. "And I didn't know either." The young master didn't give any hints, and Captain Xiao showed up suddenly. "I didn't have a chance to come out. You can't blame me for this."
Lu Yuan, we're in this together now.
Gao Qing has her eyes on you, thinking that once the shop is ours, we would share it. But now, it seems we've lost everything. I didn't expect Gao Qing to sell the shop to Luanen. After all that effort to ruin the shop's reputation, Luanen really turned things around. What are we going to do now? Diaosher's thoughts were simple. She couldn't let Lu Yuan escape. Lu Yuan was getting anxious. I can't do anything right now. Xiao Qing trusts Luanen very much, and the recipe is in Luanen's hands. Maybe we should just forget about this. The shop has nothing to do with your family anyway. Forget it? At this point, you want us to let it go? Gao Qing should give us half of the money from selling the shop. After all, the shop belonged to the Gao family, and even if the family split, she is still my niece. The Gao family's elder spoke up. What do you suggest we do? Lu Yuan said irritably, shaking his arm. Since Gao Qing has feelings for you, you should hurry and get engaged. Once Gao Qing is yours, what can a girl do? Luanen will definitely protect her. That girl is about 13 or 14, right? Find a way to make Kair be with her. Then not only the Yanji shop but even the old Fugui Inn and the big courtyard in Kaoshan village will belong to the Gao family, ha ha ha. Dad, you have a great idea. That girl is really beautiful. I've never seen anyone so pretty. Gao Kai rubbed his chin, squinting, and licked his lips. Dad, Mom, if Luanen becomes mine, you have to treat her well. Then I can bring Xiao Taohong home, haha. At this moment, Gao Qing felt a metallic taste in her mouth. She almost put her benefactor in danger. Luanen noticed Gao Qing trembling, her hands cold, and she could only grip Gao Qing's hand tightly. She couldn't comfort her. Some things she had to bear. Just as the Gao family was discussing how to scheme against Gao Qing and Luanen, a voice came from behind. You think I'm so easy to bully? I, Luanen, am not that simple. The Gao family was startled. Gao Kai jumped up with a shout. The courtyard was suddenly lit with torches, and Xiaobu Tu and his subordinates, along with Luanen and Gao Qing, stood behind them. Xiao Qing? Lu Yuan exclaimed. Gao Qing slowly walked up to Lu Yuan, holding back her tears. Lu Yuan, my father has treated you well, and I see you as my future partner.
Why?
Why are you scheming against me with them? Lu Yuan pressed his lips together tightly. After a while, he finally said, I'm sorry. Your father has been good to me, and I have feelings for you too. But why won't he give me the recipe? Is he still wary of me? I've tried so hard, yet he still doesn't trust me. I'm not willing to accept this. Lu Yuan whispered angrily. He had been devoted to the Gao family's second branch, but why did Gao Qing's father still have to be cautious of him? Recipes are the lifeblood of the shop. Besides, I have a younger brother. How could my father give the recipe to us? I only know half of it. The complete recipe is with my mother. I knew it. Your father is using me. Your brother is only 6. Once he grows up and takes over the shop, I will be of no use, right? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. He worked hard, only to end up in this situation. That's not true. The shop is meant for Shao Kong, but my parents discussed that we can open a branch in the future. Also, the profits from Wenxiang Pavilion will be given to me. My father knows he can't give us the recipe, so he compensates in other ways. Then, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Yuan shouted in frustration. Yes, that's my fault. If I had told you sooner, you wouldn't have plotted against my family with them, right? Gao Qing smiled faintly, wiping away a tear, feeling a deep sadness inside. Of course, if I had known everything, I definitely wouldn't have worked with them. Lu Yuan tried to grab Gao Qing, but she avoided him. Lu Yuan, unwilling to give up, said urgently, Xiao Qing, now that I know, can you forgive me? Let's go back to how we were before. Don't worry, after we marry, I will treat you well. Lu Yuan, do you know why I didn't tell you? Because my father said you tried to get the recipe from him and that your intentions weren't pure. I didn't believe it at first, but my father wanted me to observe you. I hesitated to tell you everything several times, but I was afraid you might really be that kind of person. Luckily, I held back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen your true colors.
Ha!
Your father is quite the schemer. Lu Yuan glared fiercely at Gao Qing. Gao Qing, I won't let you off the hook. Tomorrow I will let the whole county know that you and I have been involved. Lu Yuan placed his hands behind his back and looked Gao Qing up and down. You have a red mole on your chest.
Huh.
I saw it secretly. This is solid proof. You can never marry anyone else. You can only marry me, or I will ruin your reputation. Gao Qing pressed her hand against her chest, her face pale. She didn't know when Lu Yuan had seen it. Lu Yuan, you won't have it tomorrow. You think you can escape after plotting against my Wenxiang pavilion? Lu Yinan supported Gao Qing. Hearing Lu Yinan's words, Lu Yuan took a few steps back. Captain Xiao, I leave this to you. Sister Qing, if you have any concerns, you don't need to step forward. Tomorrow, I will go to the county office. I won't let anyone who plots against me get away. No, landlord, I want to go. I want to seek justice for my family. The head of the autumn hunt, along with his men, took the Gao family and Lu Yuan back to the county office. Diao tried to resist and shouted angrily, but the officers kicked her twice, and she immediately fell silent. Early the next morning, Lu Yinan and Gao Qing arrived at the county office. County Magistrate Fan already knew what had happened the night before. Soon, Magistrate Fan opened the court and brought the Gao family and Lu Yuan into the hall. Diao was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she would never have caused trouble. At first, Diao insisted that the fragrant pavilion was the Gao family's property, not the second branch's. However, Magistrate Fan pulled out the records from the year the shop was established, and Gao Qing's mother had the division document from back then, showing that several years had passed since the family split, proving that the fragrant pavilion was indeed the second branch's property. Diao then argued that Gao Qing's father had promised half of the shop to his nephew, Gao Kai. But she had no evidence or witnesses, just her words. Magistrate Fan knew she was lying, so he did not believe her and ordered her to be punished with 10 strikes. After the punishment, Diao gave up. Diao and her husband argued, revealing the truth about Gao Qing's father's death. It turned out that he did not die of illness, but was poisoned slowly by his own brother. The Gao family had long wanted to take over the second branch's shop. Gao Qing cried in court, almost losing her breath, but Magistrate Fan did not blame her. It was unfortunate to have such an uncle. After all, a life was lost, and the Gao family had conspired to kill Gao Qing's father, leaving no hope for the couple. Gao Kai was unaware at the time and escaped the death penalty, but he was found guilty of participating in the trouble and attempting to ruin someone's reputation, receiving a 1-year prison sentence. Lu Yuan, out of personal anger, colluded with the Gao family against the fragrant pavilion, causing its business to stagnate. He showed no remorse and continued to assist in wrongdoing, receiving a 3-year prison sentence. Gao Qing asked Magistrate Fan to help her separate from the Gao family in her father's name. After returning from the county office, Gao Qing told her mother the outcome. She could not hide the truth about her father's death, but Gao Qing's mother held strong. She could not drag Gao Qing down any longer and had to survive. Gao Qing vowed never to marry, and Lu Yinan could not persuade her, so she let her be. Gao Qing only wanted to raise her child well and care for her widowed mother. Lu Yinan understood that Gao Qing was heartbroken and decided to wait for the right time to encourage her. The Gao family's issues finally came to an end, and the fragrant pavilion got back on track. Lu Yinan didn't rush to launch new products. Instead, she decided to let the market settle a bit, reconnect with old customers, and then introduce new items to attract more new customers. The situation with the Gao family spread throughout the county. Everyone felt sympathy for the second branch of the Gao family. Their father was harmed by their uncle, leaving behind a widow and an orphan, almost forcing them out of their home. Anyone in their position would struggle. Thankfully, the Gao family met Lu Yinan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The Gao family was very grateful to Lu Yinan. Gao Qing vowed to help the young owner manage the shop well, or she would feel ashamed. Gao Mu's health had improved significantly, so Gao Qing decided to move out of the shop, and Lu Yinan respected her choice. In Lu Yin Alley, Gao Qing bought a small courtyard. It wasn't large, but it was enough for their family of 3. The staff from Wenxiang Pavilion helped out and chose a good day for Gao Qing to move into her new home. Lu Yin Alley wasn't far from Wenxiang Pavilion. After arranging things at home, Gao Qing would come to the shop early each day. However, she didn't show up for 3 days in a row. A clever young staff member went to the La Fugui Inn to ask them to inform the owner. Lu Yin hadn't been to the county in a few days, so she was unaware of Gao Qing's situation. The inn staff quickly relayed the message to the Lu residents. Lu Yin was startled upon hearing it. What had happened to Gao Qing? She hurried to the county with the lively girl, Baozi. Everything at the shop was normal. Although Gao Qing was absent, the staff worked diligently, which is why the clever young staff member informed Lu Yin. So, Lu Yin and Baozi went to Gao Qing's home. Gao Qing was indeed unwell, but she seemed to be hiding something. Lu Yin felt that asking her directly wouldn't yield results, so she discreetly asked Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong was nearly 7 years old and spoke very clearly, so he told her everything. 3 days prior, Lu Yuan's parents and siblings from Wujia village in a neighboring county heard about Lu Yuan's situation and came to confront Gao Qing, nearly causing a scene. If it weren't for the neighbors' protection, Gao Qing might have been harmed by Lu Yuan's sister-in-law. Lu Yuan's mother and sister-in-law used very harsh words, claiming that Gao Qing was tied to the Lu family and had already been with Lu Yuan as a couple. Gao Qing's mother was nearly driven to illness again, and Gao Qing herself was also very upset. After hearing this, Lu Yin felt helpless.
What kind of people were they?
It was simply unreasonable. Seeing Gao Qing looking listless, Lu Yin said, "They've hit and scolded you, and now they've left. You're the one who is upset. I didn't expect my shopkeeper to be so weak. If they come at you, won't you fight back? Today they step on you. Tomorrow they slap you. How will you protect Xiao Kong and Aunt Gao?"
Think about it.
After saying this, Lu Yin lifted her leg and walked out. If Gao Qing couldn't stand up for herself, Lu Yin could only help for a moment, not forever. At that moment, Gao Qing shed tears. She was still caring too much. She truly liked Lu Yuan, but now he was imprisoned. When the Lu family came to cause trouble, she thought they would just vent their anger, but she never expected her mother would almost fall ill from it. Her own retreat didn't satisfy the Lu family. The harsh words from Mother Lu and sister-in-law Lu were enough to ruin her reputation, and her way of handling things was getting weaker. Gao Qing wiped her tears, picked up the medicine bowl from the table, and drank it down. She still had her mother to care for and a young brother to raise. She needed to pull herself together. Lu Yin saw Gao Qing sit up and drink the medicine through the half-open window, knowing she had come to her senses. Just after finishing the medicine, the gate of the small courtyard became noisy again. The Lu family had come back. Lu Yin whispered a few words to Leopard, who understood and left through the back door of the courtyard. Mother Gao struggled to get up, but Lu Yin supported her, saying, "Aunt, leave this to me. You can rest here. Xiao Kong, stay inside and be good." After saying this, Lu Yin stepped out of Mother Gao's room. Gao Qing also came out of the room. Although her legs were still a bit weak, she couldn't hide now. Mother Lu and her daughter-in-law, Xiao Yu, barged in, followed by several men from the Lu family, the eldest of whom should be Lu Yuan's father. Lu Yin squeezed her fingers and shook her wrist. It was time to see how tough the Lu family really was. "Gao Qing, my son is in jail now. Our family won't leave. We will stay here. Since you and my son are already married, we in the Lu family won't fuss about it. You are now my second daughter-in-law. Arrange a room for us. When my son gets out, we will return to Wu family village."
It was Mother Yu speaking.
Gao Qing looked coldly at Mother Yu. Xiao Yu, seeing this, became upset. "I'm telling you, Gao Qing, how can you treat your in-laws like this? You have no family values at all. Only my Lu Yuan would want you, a worthless piece of trash. Ms. Yu, did you drink something strange before leaving? You know very well what Lu Yuan did on his long journey. Even if he wasn't the mastermind behind my father's death, he was aware and didn't report it. He conspired with the Gao family to scheme against the Fragrant Pavilion. The county magistrate sees everything clearly. He deserves all that he gets. Ms. Yu, if we're talking about trash, you're the real trash here. You had a baby just 6 months after entering our home.
Who knows whose child that is? You still have the nerve to talk to me. Ugh.
Gao Qing stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Ms. Yu fiercely. Luanin watched with wide eyes, constantly giving Gao Qing thumbs up. Hearing Gao Qing's words, Ms. Yu quickly looked at her mother-in-law. Du. Sure enough, Yu's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and her husband's gaze toward her was also different now. Ms. Yu felt a surge of anger, thinking, Gao Qing, you rude person. I'll make you pay for your nonsense. She rushed forward to hit Gao Qing. Luanin couldn't let Ms. Yu attack Gao Qing and stepped in to block her. The Lu family finally noticed a young girl stepping out from behind Gao Qing, who was quite pretty. Yu's eyes lit up. She must be Gao Qing's employer. This young lady must be Gao Qing's employer, right? Ms. Yu asked with a smile. Not wanting to be rude, Luanin nodded. Miss, you may not know, but my son and Gao Qing have feelings for each other. Now that my son has met with misfortune, he can't stop worrying about Gao Qing, which is why we came here. She then began to cry softly. Luanin scoffed inwardly, thinking, what a convenient excuse. If you truly felt guilty, you wouldn't be out here slandering Gao Qing's reputation. Aunt Lu, if Lu Yuan truly had feelings for Gao Qing, he wouldn't have plotted against the Gao family with others. You wouldn't be out here ruining Gao Qing's name. Making false accusations can lead to legal trouble. Luanin glanced at the Lu family. Who are you trying to scare? Gao Qing has been my brother's for a long time. Otherwise, how would my brother know she has a red mole on her chest? The speaker was the eldest son of the Lu family, glaring at Gao Qing with a fierce look. By now, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the courtyard. Gao Qing let out a cold laugh and said loudly, Ladies, the Lu family is unjustly tarnishing my reputation. Lu Yuan was once my family's worker. My father initially thought highly of him, but later realized he had bad intentions, spying on our family's cosmetics recipe and conspiring against the fragrant pavilion, which led to his punishment by the county magistrate. I, Gao Qing, am innocent. I kindly ask the ladies and sisters here to check if I have the red mark they mentioned and restore my reputation. Among the neighbors watching at the door, many were sympathetic. Gao Qing's family usually got along well with everyone, and the Lu family was being unreasonable, bullying a widow and her child. Several ladies quickly entered the house with Gao Qing, while the Yu family hesitated, wondering if Lu Yuan was mistaken. The ladies entered the room with Gao Qing, and the Yu family squeezed in as well. Gao Qing calmly opened her clothing. The Yu family was shocked. There was no red mark. Gao Qing's chest was completely clean. How could it not be clean? After Lu Yuan mentioned this, Luanin used her master's secret recipe to help Gao Qing remove the red mark. One of the ladies, who had experience as a midwife, looked at Gao Qing and then glared at the Yu family. She is a young lady. Have you lost your minds? You are ruining her reputation without fear of consequences. This lady was straightforward and kind-hearted. She spoke loudly. She is clearly a respectable young lady, and you nearly tarnished her name. Mrs. Yu was stunned. Could her son be wrong? Gao Qing was clearly clean. She had looked closely. The other members of the Lu family were also unsettled by this. Mrs. Yu gritted her teeth and said, Let's go. The Lu family turned to leave, but Luanin spoke up. Are you just going to leave after ruining Gao's sister's reputation? We're not leaving. Who will feed us? A young man from the Lu family scoffed. I won't feed you, but someone will, Luanin replied coldly. At that moment, Baozi entered and announced loudly, Boss, the head of the autumn hunt has arrived. The Lu family was startled. The head of the hunt? Gao Qing had actually called for him? Mrs. Yu's face darkened with anger as she glared at Gao Qing. Gao Qing, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. My son ended up in prison because of you. Do you want to drive us to despair? Do you have no conscience? Seeing Baozi and the head of the hunt come in together, Gao Qing realized that the boss had intervened. Aunt Lu, am I being cruel, or are you just causing trouble? Lu Yuan brought this on himself. You came to my house to make a scene and tarnish my reputation. Who let the dogs out of their conscience? Who is trying to wipe us out? 3 years ago, When Lu Yuan's father was dying, my mother paid for his treatment and even gave your family 20 taels of silver. My mother was truly blind to have helped your family. Everyone was surprised to learn about this. The Lu family really are ungrateful. No wonder Lu Yuan was secretly plotting against us. It turns out this whole family is no good. Captain Xiao, the Lu family is causing trouble at my home and ruining my reputation. My mother is sick from their harassment. I ask you to help me. After saying this, Gao Qing bowed to Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao waved his hand. Take them all away. His men quickly surrounded the Lu family and tied them up. Mrs. Lu started to shout, but a constable kicked her hard. The Lu family fell silent and were taken away obediently. Gao Qing turned to Luanin and said, "Thank you for your help. I will go to the county office now. Please take care of my mother." Luanin nodded and signaled for Baozi to follow. Gao Qing left with Baozi. Once at the county office, the Lu family was compliant, crying and complaining to Gao Qing, but she did not feel sorry for them. Master Fan saw that the Lu family was unreasonable and gave each of them 10 lashes. He also warned them that if they caused trouble again, Lu Yuan would receive an extra year in prison. This made the Lu family quiet down. After being punished, they were sent out of the county office, helping each other back home, and they never came out again. Gao Qing had completely resolved her worries and became more focused, dedicating herself to the shop, which Lu Anin noticed. In the rose garden on the back mountain, the roses were growing very well. The climate in the area was suitable, and they should bloom by late April. It was already March. Once the roses bloomed, Lu Anin planned to make rose cream, rose water, and rose oil. The rose oil would be made using traditional distillation methods, where the oil would evaporate with the steam, creating a mixture of oil and water. After cooling, the oil and water would separate, allowing the rose oil to be collected, with the remaining being natural flower water. Once the products were ready, the fragrance pavilion would have them for a while, and the new items could be put on the shelves. The third young master could also sell them in other provinces. Without the distribution rights, he would be left clinging to your leg, crying. Luanin found that sometimes San Xiao was as smart as Xiao Muyang. One day, Luanin was talking to Grandpa Fong in the small courtyard of the inn when Leopard ran in and said, "Miss, there's a house for sale in the north of the city. It has a 2-entry courtyard and a garden. I checked the price and it seems reasonable. Would you like to take a look?" Luanin really wanted to buy a house. The inn had many people, and the small courtyard was too cramped for her large family. Since she would be spending more time in the county, she decided to have Leopard inquire about it, not expecting to hear back so soon. Without wasting time, Luanin followed Leopard to the house in the north of the city. Although it wasn't on the main street, there were still a few shops on the street. The street was clean, and there were quite a few residents, which made Luanin quite satisfied with the environment. The previous owners had taken great care of the house and courtyard, so everything was clean and tidy. Entering through the main gate, there was a wall with a beautiful peony painting. A row of 5 rooms formed the main building, with a flower gate and a corridor leading to the front courtyard. Beyond the flower gate was the second courtyard, which included the main room, side rooms, and additional rooms on both sides. Passing through the hall, there was a small garden in the back courtyard with a patch of bamboo, a stone table, stone benches, and a few small flower beds. Leopard was right. The previous owner was an old scholar, so the courtyard had a cultured feel. The steward who came along noticed Luanin's satisfaction and happily said, "If you like it, we can set a date to handle the paperwork." The old scholar insisted on finding a careful family. He would rather sell for less. Luanin smiled and replied, "Uncle Nyo, just ask for the right amount of silver. You can assure the old gentleman that I really like this house." Steward Nyo Air was very pleased to make a deal, especially since the young lady had given him a 5-tael silver tip right away. After taking a look around, Luanin began to think about her renovation plans. She had high standards for the restroom and wanted a separate washing area. She also planned to buy new furniture. Now that she had some savings, Luanin didn't want to compromise on her comfort. When she returned to Kaoshan village, Luanin told her mother about the house. Lu Yu was also very happy. Wherever her daughter was, she would be there with Mu Yang. On the day they agreed to handle the paperwork with Neo Air, Luanin took her mother to the county. Xiao Muyang couldn't join them since he had work. The mother and daughter, along with Leopard and Anhua, arrived at the second courtyard, where steward Neo Air was already waiting. Luanin asked her mother to wait for her at the inn while she and Neo Air went to the county office to handle the buying procedures. About half an hour later, Luanin and Bazi returned. Lu Yu and Anhua had thoroughly checked the inn and were very pleased. Luanin handed the property deed to her mother, and when Lu Yu looked at it, she saw the name Lu Mu Yang written on it. "And then what is this?" "Mother, this is for my brother." "No way. Your brother can earn his own when he grows up. The family shop and workshop will be your dowry." Both children were Lu Yu's treasures, but she favored her daughter a bit more. Her daughter had suffered for 10 years, and even though the Wang family treated little Mu Yang poorly, they never harmed him or sold him, while her daughter nearly lost her life. At that moment, Lu Yu held the property deed with tears streaming down her face. "Mother, you don't need to worry about me. Your daughter has many ways to earn money. I only have one brother, and I will protect him as he grows up. He won't have to suffer like I did. Even if he doesn't achieve much when he grows up, I will make sure he lives a worry-free life. If he doesn't succeed, let him fend for himself." Lu Yu slammed the table. Little Mu Yang, who was still studying, sneezed several times. Xiao Kongbing quietly asked, "What's wrong with the young master?" Mu Yang rubbed his nose and replied softly, "It's nothing. It's just that my sister misses me, hee." Luanin had already drawn up the renovation plans for the inn and decided to ask old man Jiang to do the work. Additionally, she wanted to turn the 5-room back house into a pastry shop. In her past life, she had studied baking and enjoyed making small breads and cakes in her spare time. Recently, she had made some honey cakes and given them to the grandmother of the third young master, who really liked them. There was also a pastry shop in the nearby county that Luanin had visited a few times. The taste was good since it was an old shop, but the variety was limited. Her advantage would be in offering something new. When Lu Yu heard her daughter wanted to turn the back house into a pastry shop, she said, "Anan, can I manage the pastry shop? I believe I can do a good job." Luanin looked at her mother, who was eagerly looking at her, and laughed. "Sure, mother. If you manage it yourself, I will have a much easier time." Luanin noticed that her mother had changed a lot recently. They say a mother becomes strong for her children. She wasn't afraid if her mother couldn't stand tall. She would protect her for life. If her mother could stand tall, she would be even happier. She hoped her mother could have a wonderful life of her own. Looking at her daughter's delicate face, especially her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lu Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. Something flashed through her mind, but it was too quick for her to catch. Liansheng knew that Luanin was coming to see the house, so he brought along several people, including Deepening. With wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Liansheng's 4 dark guards were given names by Luanin for easy recall: Deepening, Eryu, Sanlei, and Dian. The 4 dark guards smiled, and seeing that their young master didn't object, they accepted their new names. Lu Yu was very happy to see Liansheng, which made Luanin want to ask her mother several times, "Who is your real child?" Looking at Liansheng's proud expression, Luanin felt like kicking him. However, Lu Yu shot her a glance, and Luanin helplessly looked up at the sky, while Deepening, Eryu, and the others secretly laughed. Having lived a dangerous life, the Lu family now felt like home to them, and Lu Yu treated them like her own children. Therefore, Deepening, Eryu, Sanlei, and Dian respected Lu Yu greatly. After staying at the inn for a while, they all went to Wenxiang Pavilion. Old man Jiang would start renovating the courtyard tomorrow, and it would take about 10 days to complete. During this time, Luanin planned to teach her mother how to make a few types of pastries. The name for the pastry shop was also decided: Luji Duo Wei Xiaofang, simple and easy to remember. She hadn't found a helper yet, so Luanin planned to post a job notice at the entrance of Wenxiang Pavilion, but hadn't finished writing it when the head of the Autumn Patrol arrived. Brother Chiu. When Liansheng saw the Autumn Patrol had arrived, He quickly went forward to greet him, and the patrol head smiled and patted Lian Sheng on the shoulder. Lu Yu and Lu Anin also greeted the autumn patrol head, and a foam brought over a small stool. Once the patrol head sat down, he said, "An, I have something to ask you." Lu Anin smiled. "Brother Chiu, just tell me what you need. I'll help if I can." During this time, Lu Anin had interacted with the autumn patrol head quite a bit. He was honest, loyal, and clever, earning the respect of Lord Fan. "I want to ask if you need more help at your shop. My sister is divorced and struggling to raise her child alone. She refuses to come home, fearing she would be a burden to me and worried about affecting my future marriage. She's currently washing clothes for wealthy families, but she's too proud to take my money. So, I want to help her find some work so she and her child can have a better life." After saying this, the autumn patrol had shyly rubbed his hands together. "If it's inconvenient, it's fine. I can ask other shops. Brother Chiu, I actually need help right now. You've really helped me a lot." Lu Anin immediately agreed upon hearing this. On one hand, she needed help, and on the other hand, she wanted to thank Captain Chiu for his assistance several times. She remembered his kindness. So, Lu Anin told Captain Chiu about her plan to open a pastry shop at Xiao Erjin. Captain Chiu was delighted and said, "That's great. My sister works hard and is very capable. Thank you, and I'll let her know right away." After saying this, Captain Chiu stood up and rushed outside. Just a few steps out, he almost bumped into Gao Qing, who was coming in. Seeing Gao Qing, Captain Chiu's face turned red and he stammered, Gao Qing, I hope I didn't bump into you." Gao Qing was momentarily surprised, but then smiled. "No, Captain Chiu." "That's good," he replied, and then hurriedly left. Somehow, he almost tripped over the threshold as he exited. Lu Anin rolled her eyes, glancing at Lian Sheng and then at Gao Qing. Lian Sheng understood and smiled. "What happened to Captain Chiu?" Gao Qing asked, confused. Lu Anin pulled Gao Qing closer and, noticing Lian Sheng looking at the others, he turned and left the small courtyard. "Captain Chiu wants his sister to work at the shop. She is separated from her husband and is struggling to take care of her child. Since I'm opening a pastry shop, I thought she could help my mother," Lu Anin explained to Gao Qing. Gao Qing nodded, sighed, and said, It's tough for women who separate and have children. It's easier if they have family support, but for those without close relatives, life can be very hard. Not everyone has a good daughter like you." After leaving the inn, Captain Chiu went to the temporary house where his sister, Chiu-ing, was staying. Chiu-ing had separated from her husband due to issues with her cousin. When her cousin, who was pregnant, came to confront them, Chiu-ing, in anger, left with her daughter. Captain Chiu was naturally upset and confronted the man, giving him a good beating. Chiu-ying's in-laws, aside from the irresponsible man, treated her well, partly because of Captain Chiu's influence. They wanted her to return, suggesting her cousin could be a secondary wife, but Chiu-ing, being strong-willed, was determined to separate. After leaving her in-laws, she rented a house in the county and supported herself and her young daughter by doing laundry and odd jobs for wealthy families. When Captain Chiu arrived, Chiu-ing had just finished washing a large basin of clothes and was sitting in the small yard, sorting green beans. "Uncle." Chiu-ying's daughter, Fugui, saw her uncle had arrived and ran over with her little hands outstretched. Chiu Butu picked up his little niece. "Yang is here. It's not a holiday today. Why did you come?" Chiu-ing put down her work and poured a bowl of water for her brother. "Sister, do you remember Lu Anin, the girl I told you about?" "Of course I remember. You said she is young, runs a shop, and has helped her village get rich. Even the adults praise her. How could I forget?" Chiu-ing smiled brightly. "I went to find Anin. She wants to open a pastry shop and needs help. Sister, don't do laundry for her anymore. Come work at the shop. I trust her mother. She is very nice, and we can leave Fugui with our mother." "Yang, you didn't pressure that young girl, did you?" Chiu-ing frowned. Her brother should not be someone who takes advantage of others. Chiu Buta laughed and scratched the back of his head, saying, "Sister, I'm just a small captain. Anin can speak for herself with the adults. I wouldn't dare." Besides, my reputation is good. If I bully the townspeople, the adults wouldn't let me get away with it. Xiaoying smiled too. She believed her brother was a good young man. All right, I'll listen to you. Fujia will be a bit of a burden on our mother. I can finish the clothes by noon, and after I deliver them to Lord Li's house, I won't take any more work. I can start tomorrow. Xiaoying knew her brother cared for her, but she couldn't rely on him for everything. Once he had a family, she didn't want to cause any distance between him and his future wife. It must be said that Xiaoying was thoughtful and a good sister. The next morning, Qiu Butu brought Xiaoying along. Xiaoying also met Lu Xiaodong's family and Aunt Lu. She immediately bowed to Luanin, who then jumped onto Lian Sheng's back. This made everyone in the yard laugh, and Xiaoying laughed too. Lian Sheng was careful not to drop the little girl as he carried her. Lu Yu quickly pulled her daughter down and tapped Luanin on the forehead. Luanin stuck out her tongue, and Lu Yu hurriedly said, Miss Xiaoying, this girl has been spoiled at home, and my son-in-law dotes on her too.
Please don't mind.
Xiaoying had heard about the Lu family from Qiuliang, so she knew Liansheng was the future son-in-law of the Lu family. She smiled and said, Anan is such a lovely girl. I like her already. I will work with Aunt Lu from now on, and please don't think I'm clumsy.
Not at all.
I'm so happy you can come. A few people sat down and started chatting. Xiao, the head of the guard, looked around calmly, but didn't see Gao Qing. Luanin, with sharp eyes, cheerfully said, Brother Qiu, Sister Gao Qing is in the shop.
Ah?
Qiu was taken aback, and his neck instantly turned red. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. He quickly walked out as if chased by a dog, almost tripping over his own feet. Everyone in the yard, except for Qiuoying, started laughing, and Qiu bumped into the door frame again. Luanin laughed so hard she held her stomach, while Lu Yu gently patted her, saying, You shouldn't tease Brother Qiu like that. Qiuoying looked a bit confused. Lu Yu had to whisper to Qiuoying, It seems Brother Qiu has some feelings for Gao Qing. Then she explained Gao Qing's family situation in detail to Qiuoying. Qiuoying's eyes lit up. Auntie, that's great. My mother and I have been worried about Liang's marriage. He's in his 30s and still doesn't have a wife. If Miss Gao Qing is willing, our families could become one. Gao's mother and younger brother would also have support. Auntie, we need your help to ask about this. Tell Gao Qing that I can support Fujia, and we won't be a burden to Liang. Luanin was also moved by Qiuoying's words. It seemed that Brother Qiu had a sensible sister, and good things were on the way for him. After finishing her tasks, Lu Yu found time to meet with Qiu's mother and asked about Qiu's feelings before seeking out Gao Qing. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Gao Qing was a bit stunned. She actually felt grateful to Qiu, as he had helped a lot with her family's matters. She never expected that he would have feelings for her. But what about her feelings? Auntie, I appreciate Brother Qiu, but my current situation. Gao Qing didn't finish her sentence and lowered her head. Lu Yu gently patted Gao Qing's shoulder. Shao Qing, if you have no feelings for Brother Qiu, I won't force you, and I believe Brother Qiu wouldn't either. However, Brother Qiu is a good person, and Lord Fan values him highly. His family is quiet, and Qiuoying says she can support Fujia and won't be a burden to him. You're in your 20s now. Do you really plan to never marry? Shao Kahn will grow up one day and have his own family. He will take care of you, but I believe he would also want his sister to have a home. You and I are different. I have Anan and Muyang, and I want to find my roots. I have no intention of marrying again, but you are different. Your mother hopes for your happiness. Gao Qing's eyes turned red. She knew her mother's thoughts well. Aunt, Captain Qiu is a good man, but will he care about my past experiences? Gao Qing felt worried that her relationship with Lu Yuan had become widely known, and she wondered if Captain Qiu and his mother would mind. Lu Yu laughed. You don't need to worry. I've met Qiu's mother and asked about Captain Qiu's feelings. Your father was also a scholar, and now you are a shopkeeper. Qiu's mother said her son is a rough man and might not be good enough for you, huh? Gao Qing's face turned slightly red. If she truly didn't like Captain Qiu, she wouldn't be putting herself in a difficult position just to repay a kindness. Seeing Gao Qing's expression, Lu Yu understood. Why don't you two get to know each other better first? Gao Qing nodded, feeling shy and unable to lift her head. Lu Yu left happily to share the good news with the Chiu family. Before long, Captain Chiu arrived. Gao Qing felt embarrassed, her hands twisting as her face turned red, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Captain Chiu, being a man, knew he should speak first. He gently said, "Xiao Qing, trust me. I won't say too many sweet words. I may not be able to offer you a wealthy life, but I will treat you well. We can take care of Aunt and Xiao Kong together." Gao Qing's eyes turned red as she looked up at the tall man before her. "Brother Chiu, Captain Chiu understood her concerns. He interrupted her, saying, "If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have let you suffer so much. But we should thank Anin. She is our little blessing." Gao Qing nodded vigorously. Lu Anin was a benefactor to her family and their little lucky star. A couple of days later, Lu Yu, the matchmaker, accompanied Chiu's mother and Chiu Ying to Gao Qing's home to propose. Normally, a matchmaker would handle this, but Chiu's mother valued Gao Qing highly and came in person. Gao Qing's mother was very grateful that her daughter had found a match. Having seen Captain Chiu due to the Gao family's matters, she quickly agreed when Lu Yu spoke to her. When the two families met, they naturally chatted warmly. Gao Qing's mother was aware of Chiu Ying's situation and stated that once Gao Qing married Chiu Liang, their families would become one. Even if Chiu Ying did not remarry, Gao Qing would take good care of her older sister. That's how relationships work. You respect me a little, and I will return it tenfold. The Chiu family always thought about Gao Qing, and naturally, Gao Qing's family sincerely returned the kindness. This way, they could get along without conflicts. Later, after Gao Qing married Captain Chiu, Chiu Ying did not stay at her parents' home but worked hard to buy a small courtyard not far from them. It wasn't that she didn't want to live with her brother and mother. She knew that Gao Qing respected her as the older sister, so she felt she should act like one. Of course, that's a story for another time. When Gao Qing and Captain Chiu were engaged, Lu Anin was very happy. Liansheng teased the little girl. "Gao Qing and brother Chiu are engaged. Why are you even happier than them?" "Of course. Look, Shui Sheng and Sister Yingzi got married, and now Sister Yingzi is expecting a baby. Gao Qing and brother Chiu are also engaged. They are all close to me, so their happiness makes me happy." Seeing the little girl's sparkling eyes, Liansheng reached out and ruffled her fluffy little head. She was always so kind. Lu Anin puffed out her cheeks, feeling like a little puppy. She then playfully messed up Liansheng's neatly styled hair, and he let her have her fun. When Chu Sanshao arrived, he happened to see this scene, and it made him feel a bit sour inside. Feeling uneasy, Chu Sanshao awkwardly took out the account book from the past few days. Lu Anin took it and instantly transformed from an innocent girl into the capable Lu Dongjia. Recently, the income had been quite impressive, and she loved the feeling of counting money until her hands ached. After reviewing the account book, Lu Anin took out her skincare set: cleansing soap, rose water, rose balm, and precious rose oil. Chu Sanshao's eyes widened in surprise. "Anin, I want the exclusive distribution rights. My fragrance pavilion will open branches in the capital and future cities. I will only sell at Fragrance Pavilion. You can sell elsewhere as long as our prices and promotions match. Those ladies can buy from whoever they want. Also, I won't be making the cleansing soap. You can handle that completely." Lu Anin knew the profit from the cleansing soap was huge, and her formula didn't exist in this time. With her current abilities, she couldn't manage it, so she let Chu Sanshao take charge. "Okay, no problem." Sanshao understood and felt very grateful. This girl was willing to let him handle the cleansing soap without hesitation. She could have kept the formula to herself, but how could he not like her? After discussing business, Sanshao hurriedly left, and Lu Anin thought he was just eager to get back to work. Who would have thought that the next day, the old lady Chu came to visit in person? She wanted to adopt Lu Anin as her goddaughter for her son, the Governor Chu, who is the father of the third young master. This news shook the entire Kaoshan village. Even Lord Fan was surprised. But he was genuinely happy for Lu Anin. Village head Zhou was even more delighted. Kaoshan village held a recognition banquet, and Luanin respectfully knelt down to the old lady Chu and called her grandmother. The third young master Chu grinned widely, proudly asking Lian Sheng to call him big brother-in-law, which made everyone laugh heartily. The old lady Chu was so happy that she even shed tears of joy. Although she regretted that her beloved grandson didn't bring the girl home as a daughter-in-law, having her as a sister was just fine. After all, the Chu family was full of grandsons, with several great-grandsons, but no lovely granddaughters. Now that they had Unin, the old lady was very pleased. The recognition banquet in Kaoshan village was lively all day, and of course, Lord Fan also attended. Although Governor Chu and Madam Chu couldn't make it to the event, they sent gifts for their goddaughter a few days later, arriving in several carts, and asked the third young master to take the girl home to meet them. The third young master naturally agreed, and Luanin was sure to go. So, in the following days, they began preparing gifts for the Chu family, and the little shadow guard, Zhuang, started a wild treasure hunt. One day, old lady Chu was preparing to take a nap. Tao Hong carefully tucked the blanket around her, but suddenly, the old lady opened her eyes. "Old lady, what's wrong?" Tao Hong was startled and quickly asked softly. Seeing the old lady's serious expression and furrowed brows, she called out to her again. Old lady Chu sat up and instructed Tao Hong, "Quickly, go get the third young master to come here right away." Tao Hong knew from the old lady's demeanor that it must be something important. Usually, the old lady would call her beloved grandson, or the little third, and it had been a long time since she heard the title third young master. Tao Hong didn't dare to delay, and immediately sent a girl to fetch the third young master, while she helped the old lady put on her outer garment. Soon, the third young master Chu arrived. "Tao Hong, stay outside," the old lady said in a serious tone. Tao Hong responded and took all the little maids out, standing guard outside herself. "Grandmother, what's the matter?" Seeing his grandmother's serious demeanor, the third young master felt anxious. Third, old lady Chu called her grandson by his childhood name. He was the third child and the youngest, and both of his older brothers doted on him, often affectionately calling him third. "Sanner, I suddenly remembered who Anin's mother, Lu Yu, resembles," the old lady whispered. Young Master Chu had also told his grandmother that Lu Yu and her daughter had come from another place and were not locals. When Luanin was 2 years old, she was kidnapped while visiting relatives with Lu Yu. Lu Yu jumped off a cliff with her daughter to escape, but was injured and lost her memory. They wandered until they were rescued by the Wang family in Kaoshan village. Lu Yu had mentioned that she had some scattered memories. She remembered having maids and going to the palace for a flower banquet. Lu Yu must have come from a wealthy family, and not just any wealthy family. Those who could enter the palace were from distinguished households. "Grandmother, who does Aunt Lu resemble?" "The late lady and of the Rongwa Duke and Nianqiu."
What?
Young Master Chu was stunned. The Duke of Rongwa, Lu Cheng, was about the same age as his grandfather, but Lu Yu was not even 30.
How could that be?
Seeing young Master Chu's astonished expression, the old lady continued, "I have met Nianqiu a few times. She had a daughter late in life, and I remember seeing that child at a flower viewing event many years ago when she was just a few years old." The old lady thought carefully for a long moment. "That's right, Lu Yu looks just like Nianqiu did when she was young. A few days ago, when I saw Lu Yu, her manners showed she had been well taught from a young age. If I'm not mistaken, she must have been educated by a palace nanny. Grandmother is right. Some things are ingrained and cannot be changed. Aunt Lu can read and write. I have seen her writing. It takes years of practice to write like that." Young Master Chu recalled many details about Lu Yu. "Let's not tell Anin about this for now. That girl can't stand any disturbances. If Lu Yu really is from the Duke of Rongwa's family, why has no one looked for her all these years? And why hasn't anyone from the Rong family come to find her?" "The Rong family? Are you talking about General Rongju?" At that moment, young Master Chu felt overwhelmed. General Rongju was a legendary warrior in the Qi dynasty and after the passing of the Marquis of Jingyuan, he was the only one who could be compared to him. The old lady nodded. I later heard that Nunchio's youngest daughter married Rongju, but now, Mrs. Rong is the daughter of the Duke of Rongwa's second wife, Lady Wang. No, grandmother, I'm a bit confused. The daughter of the Duke's second wife? Young Master Chu was indeed confused. If Lu Yu was the daughter of the Duke of Rongwa, then the daughter of the second wife, Lady Wang, would be Lu Yu's half-sister. Madame Chu glared at Chu Senshao with annoyance. Wang is the stepmother. I said she has a daughter, but I never said she is the daughter of Duke Rong. She is Wang's daughter, and she seems to be about the same age as Duke Rong's biological daughter. Chu Sanshao shrank his neck, realizing that Wang's daughter is not related to Lu Yu by blood. Grandmother, I heard Anan mention something about Aunt Lu. From what Anan said, the situation with Aunt Lu being kidnapped is not simple. San heir, Anan is now a daughter of our Chu family. We must protect this girl. I genuinely like her. Your elder brother is in the Ministry of Justice. Send him a letter to investigate what happened 10 years ago. If Lu Yu and her daughter were indeed taken by someone, then their 10 years of suffering should not be in vain. Madame Chu's expression was not good. She had been through too much. Although the inner courtyard of the Chu family was quiet, it didn't mean she was unaware of its complexities. Chu Sanshao shared the same thoughts. Anan is his sister, and the Chu family will protect her. Since Anan has caught their grandmother's attention, with her personality, she will surely seek justice for Anan and her mother. He, as her brother, cannot stand by idly. After talking for a long time, Chu Sanshao finally left his grandmother's room. He must not let Lu Anan know about this. With her temperament, she might rush to the capital with a weapon. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly wrote a secret letter to his elder brother and sent it to the capital. Lu Anan had already packed her things these past few days. Her adoptive parents wanted Sangge to take her to Songjiang Prefecture to recognize her roots, and she was determined to go. She also planned to stop by Suzhou. Mao Chun had done well with the old Fugui Inn, and as the owner, she wanted to visit and encourage everyone. Lian Sheng wanted to go along, but the crazy grandfather stopped him. Lu Anan also didn't want Lian Sheng to go. If he were recognized by someone with ill intentions, it could cause trouble. Lian Sheng understood the situation. He couldn't accompany Lu Anan on a long trip, which made him a bit regretful. Lu Anan joked with Lian Sheng. I'm with my brother and with you as my third uncle. What do I have to worry about? As soon as Lian Sheng heard the term uncle, his mood brightened and a smile spread across his face. Lu Anan rolled her eyes at him. This guy gets jealous easily, and the boy dressed as a girl is almost driven mad by Lian Sheng. However, Lu Anan also had an additional maid with her. Since the boy was a man, some things were still inconvenient, especially when traveling far. The maid was named Cui Hua, small in stature, but very strong, specially requested by Sanshao from his second brother. Lu Anan wanted to work hard to earn money because her current wealth was not enough to compete with the powerful in the capital, especially regarding revenge. So, she had been looking for new business opportunities. She also needed to buy a lot of land. In this era, having plenty of land made one feel secure. One day, village head Zhou came to her house with good news. He told Lu Anan that there was a ready-made large farm near Guizhuang, with 1,000 acres of fields, plus large orchards and vegetable gardens. However, a few days earlier, the owner's chicken farm had lost all its chickens in a short time, and the owner felt the farm was unlucky. He wanted to sell it and the price was reasonable, but because of the bad luck story, no one was willing to take it over. Village head Zhou believed that luck was just a matter of perspective. He didn't believe in ghosts or gods, so he came to tell Lu Anan. Lu Anan, being a modern young person, thought that just because others were afraid didn't mean she had to be. Without wasting time, she quickly followed village head Zhou to Guizhuang. Upon seeing the large farm, Lu Anan was as excited as a puppy seeing a bone. She loved it. However, she did not show her excitement. Although the price was within her range, as a skilled negotiator from her past life, she had to put her skills to use. The farm owner was very happy to see someone interested in the farm. He had been worried that if no one wanted it, he would be stuck with a large property that cost a lot of money. Lu Xiaodong, my fields are of the best quality, 7 taels per acre, and there are 100 acres of orchards and 10 acres of vegetable gardens. Just the good farmland alone is 1,200 acres. A ready-made farm is available. If you want it, you don't need to add anything. It's almost time for the wheat harvest. I have always charged the tenants half of the rent, and I only want the season's wheat. I don't want anything else. Luanin nodded and said clearly, Mr. Su, I truly want your farm, but I heard it's not very lucky. Not only did all the chickens die a few days ago, but someone also died. When Mr. Su heard this, he started to sweat. Lu Xiaodong, it's not that serious. Someone did die on the farm. Luanin found out privately that it was a widow who hanged herself. The widow had bad luck with people and took her own life. She just happened to work at the chicken farm, and rumors spread that she was haunting the place, claiming that all the chickens died the night she passed away. What nonsense! How could a widow seek revenge on chickens? I'm also worried that something strange might happen if I take over. After all, you never know with these supernatural matters. Xiaodong, can we discuss this further? Lu Anin remained silent, tapping her fingers on the table. Mr. Su felt nervous. This young person was not easy to fool. After a while, Mr. Su couldn't sit still anymore. Xiaodong, how much silver do you want? We can negotiate. Lu Anin held up a finger, and after a moment of silence, Mr. Su gritted his teeth. All right, but can you go to the county office today to handle the paperwork? Mr. Su was worried that Lu Anin might change her mind later. He wanted to sell the farm quickly. Otherwise, rumors might spread that the widow was seeking revenge. Sure, Mr. Su. I'm actually going to visit my relatives in Songjiang Prefecture in a few days, so we can go now. Do you have relatives in Songjiang? Mr. Su asked casually. Lu Anin nodded. My adoptive father is in Songjiang. Your adoptive father is in a high position in Songjiang? I have a friend there. Perhaps they know each other. My adoptive father is the governor, Lord Chu, Lu Anin replied. What? Mr. Su almost fell over. The governor? Lu Xiaodong's adoptive father? My goodness. Xiaodong, the price can be lower. Before Mr. Su could finish, Lu Anin waved her hand. Mr. Su, to be honest, you're not losing out at this price. I sincerely want this farm. I won't use my adoptive father's name for personal gain. He has lived a clean life, and I cannot tarnish his reputation. Mr. Su secretly gave her a thumbs up. If Lu Xiaodong's family relies on Governor Chu as support to lower the price, he still has to sell, even if it means losing a lot. However, the price offered by Xiaodong today is not a loss for him. It's just lower than he expected. Both sides happily completed the paperwork at the county office, and the large farm became Lu Anin's property. The next day, Lu Anin took Leopard and Suehua to the farm, with Lianqing and Dafu, along with Eriu, following closely behind. There were quite a few tenants on the farm. With a sudden change of ownership, Anin was young, and there might be troublemakers among the tenants, which made Lianqing uneasy. The group quickly arrived at the farm. The head steward was a distant nephew of Master Su, who had been working with him, and the second steward was still there. As soon as they entered the farm, they heard a commotion inside, and Lu Anin frowned. Lianqing glanced at Dafu, who immediately ran inside with Eriu. Once inside, they saw several people fighting a young man. The young man was bare-chested, with disheveled hair, desperately fighting back against several attackers. A few onlookers were present, and a middle-aged man was trying to break up the fight, but the crowd kept blocking him. Stop it! Dafu shouted. The fighters paused and turned to see 2 young men in black. Who are you? This is none of your business. You better leave, said a middle-aged man with triangular eyes, looking quite displeased. As he spoke, he waved his arms. Keep hitting him. How dare he challenge me? The bare-chested young man had blood at the corner of his mouth, but still held his fists tightly, refusing to back down. The attackers moved to charge again, but Dafu and Eriu quickly stepped in, causing the attackers to fall to the ground. The man with triangular eyes glared. Oh, daring to meddle in my business. Do you know who I am? Dafu sneered. I don't know who you are. Nor do I care, but I know you're in trouble. With that, he placed a long sword against the man's neck. The onlookers stepped back in fear, and the middle-aged man who had tried to intervene, along with a few other farmers, took the opportunity to help the beaten young man. The triangular-eyed man turned pale. "Sir, let's talk this over. I'm the second steward of the farm." At that moment, Leopard ran over, shouting, "My lady has arrived. My lady is the new owner of the farm. It's Lu's family. Lu's family is here. Lu, don't be afraid. Ask the owner to help you." A middle-aged man shouted loudly to block the way. The young man, shirtless, immediately asked when he heard that Lu Dongjia had arrived, "My name is Lu. Where is Dongjia? Please help my sister. Put on your clothes quickly. How can you face my daughter like this?" the man said urgently. Lu then realized that Dongjia was a girl. Someone nearby threw him a coat, and he hurriedly put it on. At that moment, Lu also walked over. Everyone looked and thought, "Oh, this young girl is Lu Dongjia?" The second steward rolled his eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. Lu walked in with a serious expression. "What are you all doing? Can someone tell me?" Everyone noticed that the young Dongjia was quite beautiful, like a fairy from a painting, but her gaze made them feel a bit uneasy. And the young boy beside her had a sharp look in his eyes. Lu stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Dongjia, I am Lu. Please help my sister." He kept bowing his head. "Get up. What happened? What's wrong with your sister?" Lu wiped his tears. "Dongjia, my sister was taken by the second steward's son and is hiding in their yard. Please save her." Lu glanced at the second steward, noticing his shifty eyes, which made her suspicious. "Lead the way quickly." Before Lu could take a step, the second steward blocked her path. "Young Dongjia, he is lying. My family doesn't have a sister. You shouldn't listen to his nonsense. Whether it's true or not, we can check. If you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of the truth." The second steward tried to stop her again, but Lu frowned and kicked him hard, sending him rolling several times. Lu was anxious, and the group quickly followed him toward the estate. After a while, they arrived outside a courtyard. Upon entering, Lu saw a typical small courtyard with blue bricks, a rocking chair, a grape trellis, and 2 canaries hanging in the corridor. It seemed the second steward enjoyed a good life. "Get away." A woman's voice came from the east room. "Girl, you're asking for trouble. You think Lu can save you? If you agree to me, my father is the second steward of this estate. Even if the new Dongjia is just a little girl, what does she know? She will have to rely on my father. How dare he look down on me?" Lu was furious. Stepping forward, he kicked open the door and pulled out the whip at his waist, striking down. "Who the heck hit me?" The man jumped up and turned around to see a young girl in front of him. His eyes lit up. The girl was really pretty. "Look again, and I'll take your eyes out." Lianqing drew his soft sword and held it to the man's neck. "Sister." Lu took the chance to rush over and hugged the girl, who was cowering in the corner. "Brother." The siblings cried together. "Take him away," Lianqing said coldly. Dafeng stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him outside, tossing him to the ground. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" the man shouted. "Shut up, you beast." The second steward limped in. "Dad, are you scolding me?" The man glared unhappily. "This is Lu Dongjia," the second steward whispered to him. The man was stunned and fell silent. Suehua brought out 2 chairs, and Lianqing helped Lu sit down. "You are the second steward of the village. What is your name?" Lu lightly tapped the whip in her hand. "Lu Dongjia, I am Pang Hu, the second steward of the village. This is my son, Pang Ertsai. He likes Lu He's sister, Lu Xiang, and we genuinely want to marry her." "You're talking nonsense. Your son, Pang Ertsai, has 8 mistresses outside, indulging in drinking and gambling. My family may be poor, but I won't marry my sister to your son. He used force to take her away." Lu He's eyes turned red. "Is what Lu has said true?" Lu asked Pang Hu. "He's lying. Lu Xiang was the one chasing after me. She offered herself. Pang Ertsai jumped up to argue. Boss, I didn't. He's lying. Lu Xiang cried, struggling to catch a breath. You little brat, you. Before Pang Ertsai could finish, Luanen's whip moved. Pang Ertsai, I heard everything at the door. The truth will come out, and if you don't tell the truth, we will go to the authorities. Lu Ha, do you dare to go to the county office to seek justice for your sister?
Idare.
The siblings said in unison. You disgraceful fool. You're embarrassing me. Apologize to Miss Lu Xiang. Pang, who suddenly remembered what the head steward had said before leaving. Don't provoke the new boss. You can't handle it. Could the new boss have connections in the county? Thinking this, Pang, who felt a bit scared. Boss, I know I was wrong. I will make sure to discipline Ertsai properly from now on. Please rest assured. With that, Pang, who kicked Pang Ertsai. Pang Ertsai quickly said, Miss Xiang, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Miss Xiang, he didn't hurt you, did he? Luanen asked. Lu Xiang shook her head and softly said, Thank you, boss. You came quickly, and he didn't hurt me. Pang Hu, your son brought the girl home. This can't just be overlooked. You can either pay 10 taels of silver or receive 10 lashes at the county office. You choose. Pang Hu gritted his teeth and took out 10 taels of silver notes from his pocket, handing them to Lu Ha. Seeing that the boss was helping him get 10 taels, and since his sister was fine, Lu Ha didn't want to pursue the matter further. After all, the boss had helped him, and he didn't want to trouble her anymore, so he accepted the silver notes. Luanen glanced at Pang Hu. How you discipline him is none of my concern. You have 15 minutes to pack your things and leave.
Boss?
What do you mean? Pang Hu looked confused. It's my estate, and I make the decisions. Someone like you is not fit to be my second steward. And those who just hit someone, please leave immediately. Boss, I've been here for over 10 years. I've been here longer than you've been alive. If I leave, you might not manage this estate well. That would make your silver wasted. Pang Hu narrowed his eyes, no longer calling Lu Hao a petty person, looking quite arrogant. Oh, now he's threatening me? Luanen sneered inwardly. I have plenty of money. I can do as I please. Do you have a problem with that?
You?
Fine, we're leaving. Don't regret it. Pang Hu said, going inside to pack. In reality, there wasn't much to pack. He had already moved the important things. Before long, Pang Hu and Pang Ertsai came out with 2 small bundles. Several people who had participated in hitting Lu Ha, along with 5 or 6 others who were just watching, also left with them. Is anyone else leaving? Speak up now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Luanen scanned the remaining people. Boss, those who left were Pang Hu's people. They often bully us with their power. We are just honest tenants who want to eat and stay warm. Please don't drive us away. It was the middle-aged man who spoke. Yes, boss, we will work hard. Thank you for saving us, boss. Lu Ha will repay your kindness. Lu Ha and Lu Xiang knelt and bowed. Get up. Luanen signaled for them to rise. Lu Ha, how many tenant families are there on the estate? How many people are in the orchard and vegetable garden? Returning to the estate, I came to the village with my parents and sister when I was 10, so I know the village well. Currently, there are 102 households in the village. The family with the most people has 15, while my siblings and I are the least with just 2. There are 46 children under 12, 72 people over 60, 60 people in the fruit orchard, and 20 in the vegetable garden. Lu Haching clearly explained the details of the village, and Luanen nodded continuously. Master, Lu Hao is quick-witted, has good character, and works fast and steadily. He is a great person, said a middle-aged man. What do you do in the village? Luanen asked the middle-aged man, who was the first to rush in to help Lu Ha when he was being attacked. Master, I am Wang Si. I work in the orchard with my father. Our family has been growing fruit trees for generations, but we faced a flood at home and came here over 10 years ago. Lu Ha, the village needs a manager. If you dare to take on the challenge, you can try. Luanen noticed Lu Ha had a strong determination, and based on what he had just said about the village, she was happy to give him this opportunity. Lu He's eyes lit up. Thank you, Master, for this chance. I will take 3 months to prove myself. If I cannot do it, you can replace me. I'll give you 6 months. After all, the village is large and has many tasks. You will be in charge, and you can choose a few people to form a team. Are there any managers for the orchard and vegetable garden? Master, the managers for the orchard and vegetable garden just left with the second steward, Lu He replied. Luonin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wang Si, your family has been tending fruit trees for generations, so you will be in charge of the orchard. Wang Si was very excited to hear this. Thank you for your trust, Master. I will do my best. Wiping away tears, he added, my grandfather always worried about our small orchard before he passed away. If he knew I am now in charge, he would be so happy. Go back and light a stick of incense for him, and tell him this good news. Work hard, and he will be more at ease in the afterlife. Wang Si knelt down again and bowed his head. Luonin actually disliked how people in ancient times often knelt, but there was no choice. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Hadn't she knelt before the county magistrate as well? Sigh, the evils of the old society. As for the manager of the vegetable garden, you two can discuss and choose a reliable and hardworking person. Lu He and Wang Si nodded in agreement. Previously, Master Su collected 50% of the rent. After paying taxes on the surplus grain, will you have enough to eat? Luonin wanted to understand that she did not want to be a bully landlord. If you want the horse to run fast, you must also feed it well. Otherwise, the horse might kick back at you. Wang Si sighed and said, Boss, to be honest, there are not enough people at home to fill our stomachs. With too many people, we really can't eat enough. Without extra money, we have to borrow grain from Mr. Su every year. Luonin nodded, thought for a moment, and slowly said, I will only collect 30% in rent. If there is extra grain at home and you want to sell it for money, you can sell it directly to the farm. I will pay 3 coins more than other places for it. Is what you said true? Lu He and Wang Si stared in disbelief at the young boss. Of course, it's true. On behalf of all the tenants, I thank you, boss. Lu He and Wang Si knelt down and bowed repeatedly. Luonin looked up to the sky in silence and smiled slightly. You two can get up now. Just work hard from now on. Lu He and Wang Si stood up. After this batch of wheat is harvested, I want to plant soybeans. What do you think? Luonin suddenly thought that she had only had sesame oil and vegetable oil since she arrived and had never tried soybean or peanut oil. Soybeans are one of the oldest crops in China, but it wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that they were pressed into oil for the common people's tables. This also relates to the immature pressing technology of nut crops like peanuts and sunflowers. But she could give it a try. At least she could change her taste. Boss, no problem. Previously, after harvesting wheat, we would plant soybeans, Lu He replied. Lu He, go inform all the tenants that the new boss will only collect 30% rent from now on. In years of disaster, there will be no rent. If they want to sell extra grain, the farm will buy it at 3 coins above the market price, and the next crop will be soybeans. And if the farm has a good harvest at the end of the year, the new boss will build a private school on the farm so that everyone's children can attend school, and the tuition will only be 60% of the outside rate. Yes, boss. Lu He grinned widely and responded loudly, his booming voice echoing, prompting Lian Sheng to quickly cover Luonin's ears. Everyone present burst into laughter. Some tenants who had just arrived were so excited they felt like they were walking on clouds. Today was truly a happy day. Lu He scratched his head, bowed slightly, and then turned to run off. Lu He knows how to be sensible and understands the rules, Lian Sheng praised. Luonin raised her beautiful eyebrows. My judgment is pretty good, right? Looking at the little girl's proud expression, Lian Sheng's eyes were filled with affection. Wang Si, take me to see the orchard and vegetable garden, Luonin said as she stood up. The group arrived at the orchard. From Wang Si's introduction, Luonin learned that the orchard had pear and peach trees, and surprisingly, there was also a vineyard of nearly 50 acres. Old Master Su was truly remarkable to have such a large vineyard. Luonan loved wine in her past life, especially grape wine, which she enjoyed occasionally for its health benefits and beauty effects. China has a long history of grape cultivation. Historical records show that in the early Western Han Dynasty, the grape planting area was only over 4,000 acres, but by the time of Emperor Wu, it had expanded to over 100,000 acres. However, in Luonan's current time, grape wine was only consumed by nobles. She decided she would earn money from the wealthy. She envisioned producing high-end grape wine and pairing it with premium wine utensils. The vineyard needs stricter management. I can be of great help. We need to find ways to increase the yield, size, and sweetness of the pears and peaches. Boss, there's no problem with the grapes, but pears and peaches are also widely grown in other places, so they aren't unique fruits. I know, I'm not selling the fruits. Once the weather cools down, there will be fewer fruits in the north, and that's when pears and peaches can shine. Wang, being experienced, quickly understood her point. Boss, are you saying there's a way to store the pears and peaches and sell them when there are fewer fruits in winter? Luonan smiled and nodded. That's close, but they will be transformed into a different form. That form would be canned fruit. At that time, we can buy a large quantity of fruits from other places, Wang responded swiftly. You will be in charge of this in the future. As for the orchard, your father will help you with it, but you might have to work a bit harder. I'm not afraid of hard work. Wang felt energized, as if he could run from the farm to the capital in one breath. Liansheng looked at the little girl with growing admiration. How many more surprises could she bring him? She would use grapes to make wine and preserve fresh fruits in cans. In the northern winter, there were hardly any fruits available, and only the wealthy had some. He was curious about how she planned to can the fruits. He increasingly felt that his little girl was like a fairy who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world, and he was so fortunate to meet her again in this life. She is his salvation, and also his motivation to move forward. With the strong wind and rain, Cuehua looked at the young lady from his family, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After Luonan discussed the orchard with Wang and checked the vegetable garden, she returned to the courtyard at the village. Upon arrival, she saw Lu He's sister, Lu Xiang, leading several women and girls who were cleaning the courtyard. Lu Xiang quickly approached when she saw the master, saying, "Master, this courtyard was previously occupied and needs to be cleaned properly before the young lady can use it. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Lu Xiang had already regained her composure, allowing Luonan to take a closer look at her. She was a girl with a round face, tall stature, and big eyes, clearly someone with a pure heart and capable hands. Luonan couldn't help but like her a bit more. "Lu Xiang, please take care of matters in this courtyard from now on. I have many things to handle lately, and after I arrange everything at the village, I will be away for a while." "Yes, master, you can rest assured. I will take good care of the courtyard." Lu Xiang's eyes turned red. Without the master, her life would have been ruined by Pang Ertsai. The master was her savior. "Lu Xiang, you are not a servant, so you don't need to call yourself that." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang knelt down, saying, "Young lady, I swear I am willing to serve you for life and will never marry. Please allow me." "What?" Luonan quickly helped Lu Xiang up. "Have you thought this through? Does your brother Lu He know? Does he agree? I can make my own decisions." Lu Xiang replied stubbornly, "You are really a foolish girl. I saved you not for you to become my servant. Just do your work well to repay my kindness." "No, I want to stay with you." "Such a stubborn girl. Go back and discuss it with your brother. If he agrees, you can come. If he doesn't, just do your work well. That will still repay the master's kindness." Liansheng said from the side. Lu Xiang stood up, but she had already made up her mind. Her brother could not stop her. Meanwhile, Lu He quickly gathered all the heads of the tenant families. Since a few tenants had already met the new master, they had heard what he said. Now, everyone was gathered in the threshing yard, discussing excitedly. "Brother Dea, is it true that the master only takes 30% rent? Dea, is it true that the master wants to open a school?" Several heads of families surrounded Lu He, asking questions all at once. Lu had jumped onto the large stone mill and said loudly, "Brothers, listen to me. Starting next season, our landlord's daughter will only collect 30% rent, and it's true. Also, there will be a school built here in the future, and during bad years, rent will be waived." The crowd erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness, we have a great landlord." Some elderly men even knelt down. Nearby, a man quickly helped the elderly men up. An older man named Dong, who was respected among the tenants, said loudly, "Everyone, since our landlord's daughter is so kind, we should work hard and be honest." Luanin didn't expect that this move would quickly win the tenants' hearts. "Don't worry, sir. We are not ungrateful people." "That's right, sir. In the past, we could barely fill our stomachs, but now the landlord's daughter ensures we eat well and our children can learn to read. If we are ungrateful, we won't be able to face our ancestors." Dong looked seriously at Luha and said, "Dahi, the landlord's daughter values you. You must work hard and not bring shame to your parents, understand?" Luha nodded vigorously. "Uncle Dong, you are an experienced man. I need your guidance." The landlord's daughter said I should form a team to discuss the best solutions together. "Right now, the team includes me, Brother Wong, and you. You can't refuse. The landlord's daughter knows you are experienced."
Really?
"The landlord's daughter knows me?" Uncle Dong was surprised. "Of course. Don't underestimate our landlord. She may be young, but she is very capable." Luha was quick-witted and worked hard to establish the landlord's authority and win people's hearts. Uncle Dong nodded. "All right, if the landlord's daughter thinks highly of me, I will do my best." "Uncle Dong, there's more good news."
What?
Everyone perked up, curious about the good news. "The landlord will ensure we eat well, and if we have extra grain in the future and want to sell it for money, we can sell it to the farm, which will pay 3 coins more than the market price." "The landlord is truly a good person," everyone exclaimed in unison. Luha raised his hand. "However, the landlord's daughter said we must not sell all our grain for money. If anyone does that and runs out of food, they will have to let others eat at their door and watch them."
Ha ha ha.
The crowd burst into laughter, and Uncle Dong laughed until he had tears in his eyes. After Luha finished speaking with everyone, he left with Old Man Dong, and everyone rushed to the wheat field with great excitement. The wheat was about to be harvested, and they needed to hurry to collect it before immediately plowing the land to plant soybeans. That evening, Luanin stayed at the village to quickly write the plan. The courtyard and house had been cleaned up very well by Lu Xiang and a group of people. After Lu had finished his tasks, he returned home. After dinner, Lu Xiang stopped her brother, who was about to go find Old Man Dong.
"Brother, I need to talk to you about something."
"What is it?" "Brother, I want to follow the young lady from the family." Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Lu Ha frowned. "No, if you follow the young lady, you will have to become a servant. Our lives are tough, but if you stay with the young lady, things will gradually get better. You are my only family. This cannot happen." Lu Ha remembered their parents' last words, asking him to take good care of his sister. He felt guilty since his sister had almost been harmed by Pang Ertsai. "Brother, the young lady is capable. I want to follow her not out of a rash decision. I know I can repay her without becoming a servant. Brother, do you know? When I saw the young lady kick the door open, it felt like I saw a ray of light. I've never felt anything like it before. That light felt so warm to me, and I want to follow it. But you'll have to become a servant? Brother, even if I have to be a servant for life, I would be happy. I was taken by Pang Ertsai, and although I didn't lose my dignity, I don't want to marry anyone. I just want to follow the young lady. You can't stop me." Seeing the determination in Lu Xiang's eyes, Lu Ha found it hard to say more. "If you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Since you choose to follow the young lady, you should work hard by her side. Also, although our family is poor, our parents taught us not to do anything against our conscience. Since we recognize the young lady as our master, we cannot betray her. Otherwise, even though you are my sister, if you betray her, I won't forgive you. Brother, do you agree?" "I don't agree, but can I really stop you?" Lu Ha helplessly ruffled Lu Xiang's hair. "I will go find the young lady first thing in the morning. Lu Xiang excitedly ran out. The next morning, after Lu Anin had breakfast, Suehua came in and said with a smile, "Miss Lu Xiang is here with a small bundle." Lu Anin leaned back, and Sheng reached out to support her, softly saying, "It seems Lu Hao agreed." Lu Anin shrugged.
"Let her in."
A little while later, Lu Xiang came in. Without saying a word, Lu Xiang knelt down and said, "Miss, my brother agreed. Please accept me. I, Lu Xiang, am willing to follow you for a lifetime." Lu Anin looked at Lu Xiang with a determined gaze and nodded, saying, "All right, then you can follow me from now on. Suehua, go get the contract." Suehua quickly brought the contract and read its contents to Lu Xiang. Without hesitation, Lu Xiang pressed her handprint on it, and Suehua handed her 20 taels of silver. Lu Anin thought for a moment and said, "Lu Xiang, you can follow Suehua and learn well. I will arrange tasks for you whenever I have something to do." The servant understands. Suehua took Lu Xiang away. "Then, congratulations on gaining another helper," Lianxing said as he poured a bowl of warm water for Lu Anin. "The Lu siblings are both good." Lu Ha has already formed his team. He brought in the respected Dong Laohan from the tenants, and Tang Taizhu has been chosen to manage the vegetable garden. Their team is now established. "Anin, do you want to build a winery and a canned food factory?" Lu Anin blinked her beautiful eyes and playfully tapped Liansheng's shoulder, saying, "Liansheng, you really get my thoughts right away." Liansheng puffed out his chest, feeling proud. Lu Anin covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into lovely crescents. Liansheng quickly composed himself and said, "I'll leave the workshop matters to Dafeng. I will select key workers from the valley, especially for the winery, as the profits there are significant. Additionally, I have asked Wang to set up a grocery store in the capital. Although it's just a grocery store, it will sell unique or scarce items, many of which are imported. The relevant personnel have already arrived in the capital to better understand the situation." Lu Anin nodded. She had known that Liansheng was already making plans. "Is there any risk for Wang and the others?" "Don't worry, they are not high-ranking military officers, so no one recognizes them. When the wine is ready, I don't plan to let my brother represent it. We will manage it ourselves. The profits from the beauty soap are already substantial, and the value of the fruit cans is not very high. If he wants it, he can take the general agency." Lu Anin did not want to give all the products to Chu Sanshao for general agency. Since he monopolized the beauty soap, she would monopolize the wine. In the future, she would also introduce her previous life's direct chain and franchise system into this time and space. She believed she could establish herself here. In the afternoon, Lu Anin met with the tenants on the farm again. These tenants are not from Guizhuang. They are refugees who have fled here from various places, forming a small village near the farm. Lu Anin waved her small hand, and a huge stone was erected at the entrance of the farm, with the words Sunshine Farm prominently displayed. "Wherever the heart is sunny, everything in sight is bright," Lu Anin said, pointing at the farm. She hopes that everyone around her carries sunshine in their hearts and walks toward the light, so they are not afraid of the hardships of the world. After returning from Sunshine Farm, Lu Anin arranged everything at home and prepared to visit the Chu family. The small second house has been completely repaired, and Xiao Muyang is learning from his master and studying at school, so he will stay at the Lu residence in Kaoshan village. With Aunt Hua and the master taking care of him, there is no need to worry. During his breaks, Si will bring Muyang to the county. Crazy Grandpa moved into the small second house, and Lianxing, his future son-in-law, naturally came along. The back house was renovated according to Lu Anin's plans, and staff were hired. The front hall was organized by Chiuying with a few young helpers, while the kitchen was managed by Lu Yu with 2 pastry chefs. The pastry chefs were found by Lianxing and are under contract. They were once cooks for a nobleman and were rescued by the big boss years ago. Lu's multi-flavor bakery quietly opened for business. Lu Anin did not promote it widely. She offered a few types of pastries, cookies, bread, honey cakes, and red bean rolls to test the waters. Bread, in particular, was something that was not available here. After arranging everything at home, Lu Anin set off with Baozi, Suehua, and Lu Xiang, quietly leaving Lin County with her brother-in-law, Chu Sanxiao. Songjiang Prefecture is not close to Lin County, and the carriage journey takes half a month, but Sanxiao has guards. Both Baozi and Suehua are skilled fighters, and with the border stable in recent years, the journey was quite peaceful. Around noon one day, the group entered the territory of Songjiang Prefecture. Not far along, a few fast horses approached, led by someone Sanxiao recognized, Dajiang, the captain of his father's guard. Seeing Sanxiao, Dajiang quickly dismounted to pay his respects. Dajiang came at the request of the governor to welcome his son and daughter. The prefecture city is still some distance away, and they should reach it by tomorrow afternoon. Sanxiao is familiar with Dajiang, and after the guards greeted the young lady, they rode ahead and behind the carriage for protection. In the evening, they stopped at a nearby inn to rest for the night. The next morning, after packing up, they continued their journey. Around the time of Shin, which is about 3 in the afternoon, the group successfully entered the city. Songjiang is a prosperous place, and the city is bustling. The wide streets can fit 3 carriages side by side, and there are many shops along the sides, with people coming and going. Anan, let's go home first. Tomorrow, third brother will take you out to explore, said young Master Chu, riding beside the carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing a bright little face. Okay, I will listen to third brother. Young Master Chu smiled widely, feeling very happy inside. The Jiang family sent someone ahead to the house. After the carriage traveled for about 15 minutes, it came to a steady stop at the Chu family's entrance. Mr. and Mrs. Chu had been waiting at the door. Young Master Chu got off his horse and quickly approached to greet his parents. The carriage behind slowly stopped, and Suehua and Lu Xiang jumped down first, while the footstool was set up. The door was pushed open, and a lively young girl leaned out from the carriage. Wearing a pink dress, her delicate and beautiful face was adorned with a sweet smile, and her clear eyes seemed to sparkle. She had minimal decoration, just a pure white jade hairpin. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the girl, making her look like a fairy emerging from the light. Mrs. Chu instantly smiled, and even Mr. Chu couldn't help but sigh. What a lively little girl. Anan greets my adoptive father and mother, Luanin said cheerfully as she stepped forward to bow to Mr. and Mrs. Chu. Mrs. Chu reached out to pull Luanin close and said warmly, "We've finally been waiting for you. Your adoptive father, and I have been thinking about you. Was the journey difficult? I'm sorry to worry you, but third brother took great care of me. I wasn't tired at all. Instead, third brother has worked hard for many days." Let the child in quickly, Mr. Chu reminded. Mrs. Chu laughed and playfully rolled her eyes at Mr. Chu, saying, "We have 3 sons, and the eldest and second have several little rascals. After waiting for so long, we finally have a good daughter in the Chu family. You don't know how much I treasure her, haha." Mrs. Chu was truly happy from the heart. Her eyes, the windows to her soul, revealed that this little girl had bright and sincere eyes, full of authenticity and warmth. The group then proceeded to the main courtyard. Upon entering the hall, Luanin formally bowed to Mr. and Mrs. Chu again. Madame Chu asked Luanin to rest first, as the journey had been tiring and staying at an inn was not as comfortable as home. She was busy arranging dinner for the evening. Luanin obediently agreed, and Madame Chu sent her maid, Yuji, to accompany her to the Fugui courtyard. As soon as they entered, Luanin noticed how thoughtful her adoptive parents were. They had even set up a small swing for her. The room was filled with pink decorations, and the wardrobe had no less than 20 outfits, along with a box full of jewelry, all very exquisite. Yuji smiled and said, "Miss, these were all personally selected by Madam. She said if you don't like them, we can change them. Mother is so considerate. I really love it." Seeing the sparkle in Luanin's eyes, Yuji believed that she genuinely appreciated Madam's arrangements. She had been a bit worried before, thinking that since Luanin was from a village and hadn't seen much of the world, she might just be clever enough to catch the old lady's attention. But today, observing Luanin's every move, she realized that she was no less than the daughters of wealthy families, and perhaps even more outstanding. This made Yuji happy, and she naturally felt closer to Luinen. Suehua, please bring a set of skincare products for Sister Yuji, Luinen instructed. Soon, Suehua took out a delicate wooden box from her bag. Sister Yuji, this is a set of skincare products for women. A beauty soap for washing the face, rose water, and rose balm. After using the rose water, apply a little balm on your face. It makes the skin soft and fragrant. This is lip balm. Luinen carefully explained the use and benefits of each item. Yuji listened intently, her heart racing. The products were sold at the shop of the family's third young master, and a single beauty soap could sell for 1 or 2 silver coins in the city. It felt like a gold mine, and wealthy ladies lined up to buy them. Luinen knew that Yuji was the most trusted maid of her adoptive mother, and since Yuji had chosen to remain unmarried, her adoptive mother relied on her greatly. Luinen had felt a connection with Yuji from their first meeting, which is why she gifted her the entire set of products. After thanking Luinen, Yuji took the gift back to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, Lord Chu and Madame were staring in disbelief at the gifts Luinen had brought. Not to mention the other gifts, just the box of reishi mushrooms and ginseng left the couple feeling dizzy. Especially since Chu-san remarked that even if you had money, there was nowhere to buy them. These were collected by Enin from deep in the mountains, priceless in the market. Lord Chu whispered, last year, during the Empress Dowager's birthday, the Leaf family presented a rare mushroom, said to have been bought for 10,000 taels of silver. I was in the capital with my father for the celebration and had the chance to see it. Its quality and size were even worse than this one, and it was just a single mushroom. Lady Chu glanced around and quietly added, we received 6 from Enin. And there's ginseng too. This child has to go deep into the mountains to find them. It must be very hard and dangerous. Yes, she is so thoughtful. Chu-san Shao laughed at his parents, whispering like they were up to something. What are you laughing at? Don't you care about your sister? Lady Chu said, playfully swatting at him. Exactly. A young girl taking such big risks in the woods. Lord Chu added, giving him a light smack as well. Poor Chu-san Shao was taken aback. It seemed his status in the family was in jeopardy. Chu-san Shao saw that his parents truly liked his sister Enin, and he felt very happy about it. Father, mother, my little sister is a lucky star. Whenever she goes into the mountains, she brings back treasures. Did you know? 1/3 of our family's income now relies on her. Just the profits from the beauty soap she gave me in a year are more than what our family earned in the last 3 years. What? Lord Chu and Lady Chu were stunned by their son's words and took a moment to process it. Sanner, we must take good care of Enin. She is generous and kind-hearted. Whether or not others give her things, we must remember their kindness. When Enin gets married in the future, we need to prepare a proper dowry for her as a daughter of the Chu family. Lord Chu and Lady Chu felt warm inside and were very pleased. Chu-san Shao nodded. He would protect his sister for life. Luinen rested for an hour before bringing Suehua and Lu Xiang to the main courtyard, leaving Leopard at Fugui courtyard. Yuji was in charge of the kitchen, while Lady Chu and Luinen chatted in the small flower hall. Chu-san Shao insisted on joining them, while Lord Chu went to his study. At that moment, a young girl announced from outside that the cousin had arrived. Lady Chu smiled and said, the cousin is the daughter of my younger brother. The third girl is named Tang Fu, she is 16, and the fourth girl is Tang Rong, who is 12. They are here to visit me and will stay at our house for a while. Since you are about the same age, you can play together. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 young ladies walked in through the door. The tall girl in front spoke first. Aunt, I heard your laughter from outside. What makes you so happy? Mrs. Chu smiled and pulled over Luinen, saying, let me introduce you sisters. This is Enin, my adopted daughter. She is 13 this year, younger than you and older than Rong Rong by 1 year. Luinen smiled and greeted Tang Fu and Tang Rong. Tang Rong, lively with big eyes, smiled and said, Sister Enin, I've wanted to meet you. You're really beautiful. Feeling the straightforwardness of Tang Rong, Luinen felt a bit pleased. Tang Fu, standing nearby, looked slightly disdainful and softly asked, Sister Nin, are you the Luonin from Kaoshan village? Luonin nodded, Sister Fu, I am indeed from Kaoshan village. Tang Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as she continued, I heard you forced your biological mother to separate from your adoptive father and drove his family out of the village. Is that true? Mrs. Chu frowned, and Chu Sanxiao's expression darkened. Even Tang Rong quietly tugged at Tang Fu's sleeve in disapproval. Luonin smiled slightly, Sister Fu. You really care about me. It's hundreds of miles from Suzhou Prefecture to Lin County, and you seem to know a lot about my situation. It's true that my mother's relationship with that man from the Wang family ended because of me, but the Wang family leaving Kaoshan village was not, because I drove them away. No matter the reason, the Wang family raised you for many years. How can you be so heartless? Tang Fu frowned, looking righteous. A Fu, don't speak carelessly. Mrs. Chu said sternly. Aunt, I'm not speaking carelessly. Sister Anan acted inappropriately. It's better to break 10 temples than to break one marriage. How can a child make their parents separate? Even if the adoptive father is at fault, he is still a benefactor. Chu Sanxiao was so angry he gritted his teeth, ready to speak, but Luonin gently patted her brother's arm. Sister Fu, you are not me, and you haven't lived my life. Don't advise others without knowing their struggles. You were born into comfort, but I fought with wild dogs for food. It wasn't that my family had no grain, it was that the Wang family wouldn't feed us. I gathered pig grass at 3, washed the family's clothes at 5, and after a day of work, I could only eat leftovers. If there were no leftovers, I drank the water used to wash the pot. I was poisoned with rat poison, and for 10 taels of silver for a ghost marriage, I was almost sold to a wealthy family as a concubine. My mother was bullied by a man from the Wang family, nearly losing her reputation. That man even forced my mother to kneel for his brother's family. My little brother, only 5 years old, is starving and has been hurt by our father, breaking his rib. The sons of the third branch are all children born from Wang Fugui's affair with his siblings. Not to mention how much my mother has suffered from beatings. If my mother doesn't leave, we will die in the Wang family. I don't care what others think. I just want to take my mother and brother out of there alive. So, when Sister Fu says I am heartless, isn't that unfair? If I weren't heartless, our graves would be overgrown with weeds. Tang Rong wiped her tears. Madame Chu's eyes also turned red. She knew the past of the Lu family and had even sent someone to inquire about it, nearly making herself sick with anger upon hearing the news. Tang Fu looked a bit pale. She truly didn't know these details. She had heard that her cousin had taken a rural girl as an adopted sister and treated her very well. Feeling uncomfortable, she secretly sent someone to find out about Luonin from Kaoshan village, and it happened that she learned about it from Maizi's mother. Maizi's mother hated the Lu family and twisted the facts on purpose. After hearing Luonin's words, although Tang Fu was shocked, she gritted her teeth and said, no matter what, you are younger. The Wang family has lost everything because of you. You are unfilial. Besides, enough. Madame Chu was truly angry, slamming the table, startling Tang Fu and Tang Rong. Their aunt had always been kind to them and had never lost her temper. Today, she slammed the table over a rural girl. Tang Fu felt intense hatred for Luonin. Although Tang Rong was also a bit scared, she felt her sister was being unreasonable. Aunt, I'm thinking of the family. I have no right to interfere with your adopted daughter, but aren't you worried that a daughter with poor character might harm the reputation of the Chu family? Tang Fu was completely using the reputation of the Chu family as her excuse. Luonin was just an adopted daughter, while she was the biological niece of Madame Chu. She simply didn't like Luonin. Why did her third cousin like her? Besides the main courtyard, the Fugui courtyard was the best. Before Luonin arrived, she had sneaked in and saw all the nice things her aunt had prepared. Why should a rural girl be treated better than her? She was 16 and had not been matched with anyone in the past 2 years. The person she wanted to marry was her third cousin, but now he was close to this adopted sister. Who knew what Luonin was planning? So, She had to stop her aunt, hoping to make her dislike Luonin and send her back to the countryside. Taking advantage of Cousin San's return home, the engagement was settled, and she became the third young lady. Just wait and see how she deals with a country girl. Madame Chu was so angry that she felt dizzy. This was her own niece, who had always been well-behaved. Her younger brother wanted Tang Fu to marry their third son, and Tang Fu had liked him since childhood. If the third son liked Tang Fu too, she wouldn't object, but he showed no feelings for her at all. While she wanted to strengthen family ties, she didn't want to make her son unhappy, especially since the old lady had sent a letter forbidding interference in the third son's marriage. Now, it seemed her niece was far inferior to Luonin. Cousin San, this is a matter for the Chu family. It's not for someone from the Tang family to interfere. My parents can choose whoever they want as a goddaughter. My grandmother likes An, and if you have the ability, make her like you too. At this moment, third young Master Chu spoke up, showing no tolerance for Tang Fu. He understood the intentions of the Tang family's fifth branch, but simply did not like Tang Fu. Since his maternal grandfather passed away, several of Tang's uncles were decent, but this fifth uncle was always scheming against him. Cousin San, how can you treat me like this? Tang Fu's tears immediately filled her eyes, and she covered her mouth as she ran out. Sister Anan, I'm sorry. Seeing her sister run out crying, Tang Rong quickly apologized and chased after her. Luonin turned and knelt before Madame Chu. Aunt, it's ultimately my fault. I did retaliate against the Wang family. If my actions bring shame to the Chu family, child, this is not your fault. Get up. As she spoke, Lord Chu entered the room. News from the main courtyard had already reached him, and he hurried over, hearing Tang Fu accusing Luonin of being unfilial. Lord Chu did not enter immediately, but listened outside for a while. When he saw Tang Fu run out crying and heard Luonin speaking to his wife, he stepped inside. Madame Chu quickly helped Luonin up, saying with concern, Dear, it was Tang Fu's mistake. She blamed you without knowing the full story. After you explained, she still insisted you were unfilial. She's 3 years older than you and acts this way. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. What others say about you has nothing to do with the Chu family. You are our daughter, and nothing can change that.
Aunt.
Luonin called out, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, biting her lip tightly. Lord Chu sat down, his expression also not looking good. But she still gently said, Girl, we are not you, and we haven't experienced your 10 years in the Wong family. So no one has the right to judge you. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. Anan will remember the teachings of my adoptive father. At this moment, Luonin truly felt grateful to the Chu family. The Chu family is a prestigious family with a long history, and she is just an ordinary village girl. Being recognized by the Chu family is a great fortune for her. Madame Chu asked the third young master to take Luonin around the Chu residence to help her get familiar with the surroundings. After the siblings left, Lord Chu said, I understand old Tang's intentions. He wants Tang Fu to marry our third son. However, our third son does not like Tang Fu, and with her temperament, if she really marries in, it will likely cause trouble later. Many servants are secretly discussing that Tang Fu is the future wife of the third young master. I don't know who spread this rumor. Madame Chu's expression worsened upon hearing this. Don't worry, my husband. I will have Yuji investigate and see who is spreading these rumors. This rumor hasn't spread outside yet, but once it does, due to Tang Fu's reputation, our third son will have to give the Tang family an explanation, even if he doesn't want to. Lord Chu reminded his wife, and Madame Chu understood. If the news spreads in the city, given her brother's nature, Tang Fu will definitely enter the household. The third son's stubbornness and Tang Fu will not get along well. Yuji acted quickly and found out in no time that the rumor came from the young lady's courtyard. As expected, it was Tang Fu's idea. She wanted to solidify her engagement to the third young master this way. Not only was Lord Chu furious, but Madame Chu was also embarrassed. Her fifth brother always put her in difficult situations, and that fifth sister-in-law was no better. Madame Chu called the steward and carefully instructed him on a few things, and the steward understood and left. Soon, the head steward gathered all the servants and informed them that the recent rumors about the young lady being the future wife of the third young master were false. He told everyone not to believe the gossip to protect the young lady's reputation, and anyone who continued to discuss it privately would be punished. The servants were frightened upon hearing this. Who becomes the third young master's wife was irrelevant to them. They just didn't want to face punishment. Some clever ones realized that the rumor seemed to have originated from the young lady's courtyard.
Oh.
So it was the young lady's own scheme. At that moment, Tang Fu was crying in her room. A little maid rushed in to tell her what the steward said, and Tang Fu was so angry that she almost tore her handkerchief apart, feeling even more resentment towards Luanen. Sister, you shouldn't say that about Anan. What will aunt and cousin think of you? You are wrong to do this. Tang Rong was not foolish. In fact, she was quite smart. She understood her sister's feelings and knew that cousin didn't care for her at all, which is why she kindly advised Tang Fu. What do you know?
I'm 16.
The person I want to marry is cousin. Anyone who stands in my way will regret it. Tang Fu said through gritted teeth. Tang Rong sighed, knowing that Tang Fu was stubborn. She couldn't understand why their parents insisted on marrying her sister into the Chu family. Was it because they saw the potential for profit from cousin? Little Tang Rong, you guessed it right. Tang Lao Wu indeed thought that way. The brothers of the Tang family were doing well, but only Tang Lao Wu was struggling. If Tang Fu married into the Chu family, it would strengthen the ties between the Tang family and the Chu family. Moreover, Chu Xian was a very shrewd businessman. As the third young lady, Tang Fu could occasionally influence things, and wouldn't Chu Xian take care of the fifth house? Then, life would be easier for the fifth house, and Tang Fu could support her family, making their lives better than the other houses. He knew that Chu Madam, his own sister, was not easy to persuade, and her son didn't like Tang Fu and wasn't close to their branch. That's why he was eager to bring Tang Fu to the Chu family, hoping to foster some feelings or gain his sister's favor. While Tang Fu was in a fit, Luanen was leisurely exploring the Chu residence with her brother, getting familiar with the surroundings. The siblings tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier incident, as the third young master knew that Anan didn't see Tang Fu as a rival. After all, it was rare for someone to do something so foolish. Soon, it got dark, and dinner was ready at the Chu family. The Tang sisters arrived at the main hall, where everyone was gathered. Yu Ji and a few maids were serving on the side. Tang Fu had composed herself, wearing a faint smile, warmly addressing Anan as sister repeatedly. Lu Anan responded graciously, not bothered by Tang Fu's behavior. Tang Fu personally peeled a small plate of shrimp and naturally offered it to Chu Senshao, gently saying, "Cousin, please stay longer this time. Anne has missed you." Chu Sanshao nodded and continued eating without even looking at the plate in Tang Fu's hand. Seeing her sister's awkwardness, Tang Rong quickly reached out to take the plate. "Thank you, third sister. I was too lazy to peel shrimp myself." Tang Fu forced a smile, lowering her head as a flash of unwillingness crossed her eyes. Everyone around understood, but no one spoke up. After all, a young lady who hasn't married yet still needs to save face. And in a few days, our family will hold a banquet. Your adoptive father and I are so lucky to have such a wonderful daughter, so we should celebrate. Also, your older brother and second brother's gifts should be arriving soon, Mrs. Chu said, serving more dishes to Lu and with a gentle voice. "Thank you, adoptive father and mother," Lu Anan replied, tilting her head and showing a big smile. "Thanks to you and sister, I can have fun again." Tang Rong, being young and lively, was at the age where she loved to play. Lu Anan genuinely liked Tang Rong and playfully poked her little nose, making Tang Rong giggle as she hugged her arm. Meanwhile, Tang Fu kept her head down, eating quietly, but inside, she felt a deep resentment. "Just wait, Lu Anan, you'll see what happens." After a lively meal, Tang Rong insisted on staying with Lu, and Mrs. Chu was happy to let the fourth young lady keep her company, as her own daughter was not much help. News from the Qingmei courtyard revealed that the third young lady had scolded the fourth for not supporting her family and instead siding with an unknown country girl. The fourth young lady retorted that the third was just looking for trouble and had ill intentions, leading to a standoff between the sisters. Mrs. Chu shook her head, thinking that the third young lady was hopeless, unable to understand why she was fixated on Luonin. It was Yu Ji who suggested that the third young master was kind to Anin, which might have led to the misunderstanding. Mrs. Chu replied, "The third son is good to An and because she is his adoptive sister. Besides, An truly cares for her brother. Just look at how she readily gave him the beauty soap business without a second thought. Even a real sister might not do that. Fu Er is such a disappointment." "Madam, perhaps the cousin thinks Anin is blocking her path," Yu Ji added, not fond of Tang Sen either, quietly fueling the fire. Mrs. Chu's expression darkened upon hearing this. If she had previously thought that no matter what the fifth son schemed, marrying Tang Fu to the youngest son would strengthen family ties, now she felt differently. Tang Fu had always been obedient and genuinely liked her third son, but now Mrs. Chu didn't want to risk the family's century-old reputation for the sake of a troublemaker. Her son was far more important than her niece. During this banquet, let's see if there are any suitable young men for the third girl. Xian doesn't like her, and as her mother, I can't force him to marry her. Yueji, please stay alert and have Yuegui keep an eye on her in the Qingmei courtyard. We don't want any more trouble from the third girl. Yueji nodded and made arrangements. Yuegui, the head maid of the main courtyard, along with Yueji and a group of maids, took turns caring for the lady of the house. Madame Chu is the head of the Chu family. She is capable but gentle and easy to get along with. As long as the servants do their work well, she never makes things difficult for them. Therefore, the maids and servants respect and are loyal to her. As soon as Yuegui understood Yueji's meaning, she quickly packed her things and went to the Qingmei courtyard. Soon, it was the day of the Chu family's banquet. The day before, gifts from the eldest and second brothers had already arrived at the Chu residence, packed in several boxes, clearly well prepared. Luonin was generous, allowing Tang Fu and Tang Rong to choose a couple of items they liked, but Tang Fu did not come to Fugui courtyard. Tang Rong happily arrived and chose a hairpin inlaid with pearls. After making her selection, she ran off joyfully. In the end, Luonin picked a piece of light pink fabric and had Lu Xiang deliver it to the Qingmei courtyard for Tang Rong. Lu Xiang returned saying that the fourth girl was so happy she almost cried. The girl was touched by her sister's genuine care for her. Madame Chu also heard about this and admired Luonin's kind heart, which made her think even less of Tang San. On the day of the banquet, the Chu family decorated the place early in the morning, and guests arrived continuously at the entrance. Mr. Chu had a great reputation in Songjiang, and many familiar colleagues and friends of the third young master came to the banquet. Madame Chu chatted with Luonin and several other ladies she was close to. The appearance and demeanor of her adopted daughter impressed them all. They all asked Madame Chu, "You have chosen well with this daughter. Where did you find her? We would like to adopt one too." Everyone laughed and felt closer to each other. Some ladies quietly inquired if the young girl was already engaged. When they learned she was already taken, they were quite disappointed. Madame Chu thought to herself, if Anin wasn't engaged, would it be her turn? Can't you see my third son is still watching her closely? Oh, my future daughter-in-law. After chatting for a while, Madame Chu let Luonin and the other young girls go off to play. The Tang sisters come almost every year, so with Tang Rong around, Luonin quickly became familiar with the young ladies. At that moment, Tang Fu was chatting with a few friends she knew well. A girl with big eyes, who was from the Gao family, asked, "Ah Fu, is that Luonin? She is really beautiful. It seems your aunt especially likes her." Tang Fu smiled and replied, "My aunt has no daughters, and my older and younger cousins also have no daughters, so my aunt finds her special. You come to the Chu residence every year. Doesn't your aunt treat you and Tang Rong well?" said a girl in a green dress. "Well, I am my aunt's niece, but Anin is her adopted daughter, and my third cousin really likes her." After saying this, Tang Fu lowered her head, nervously tugging at her handkerchief. "You have always admired young Master Chu. He has been nice to you over the years, so why is he treating you poorly now that Luonin is here? Has he fallen for her?
No.
My third cousin is very nice to me, Tang Fu hurriedly explained in a low voice, but her eyes were red, and she looked like she wanted to say more. The other girls quickly understood. It seemed Luonin had caused trouble and somehow captured young Master Chu's heart. That country girl really had no shame. The girls were immediately filled with righteous anger. Ah Fu, don't be afraid. Madam Chu and young Master Chu are just enchanted by that country girl. We will stand up for you. The girls gathered together, chattering about their plan. Tang Fu worriedly said, let it go. After all, she is my aunt's adopted daughter.
This doesn't seem right.
Oh, Ah Fu, they are bullying you, and you still have such a good heart? Don't worry about it, or we will be upset. Tang Fu tried to insist, but her friends wouldn't give her a chance. Her worried expression made them feel she was too kind-hearted. After lunch, everyone dispersed to enjoy their free time. The young ones grouped in 3s and 5s to play in the back garden. The boys were entertained by young Master Chu, while the elders were hosted by Mr. Chu and Madam Chu, chatting or playing cards together. The girl from the Gao family was quite charismatic and quickly gathered a large group of girls for a talent competition, allowing everyone to showcase their skills. This kind of activity was common, so the girls all agreed, and Tang Rong brought Luonin over. The butler reported to Madam Chu. Madam Chu didn't think much, and asked the butler to prepare some things the young ladies needed. The girl from the Gao family was the first to perform and played a beautiful piece. It was clear she had practiced hard, drawing the attention of the young men in the bamboo grove. A few other girls showcased their talents, and it was Tang Fu's turn. She held a brush, thought for a moment, smiled, and quickly created a painting of a girl playing the zither. That's me.
Ah Fu painted me.
The Gao girl exclaimed, pointing at the artwork. Everyone agreed that Tang Fu's painting was excellent, capturing the Gao girl's lively expression while playing. Hearing the compliments, Tang Fu's cheeks turned slightly red, and she gracefully bowed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. The Gao girl looked at Luonin and cheerfully said, Missinin, why don't you show us your talent? Tang Fu gently said, Sister Gao, Anin just arrived in the capital. Please don't tease her, or I won't allow it. She acted like a caring sister. Luonin felt a bit overwhelmed, realizing they had been waiting for her. Tang Fu softly suggested, and why not play a piece on the zither? Luonin shrugged and said, Sister Fu, I can't. I know the zither, but it doesn't know me. Everyone laughed, and a girl from another family chuckled, causing a ripple of laughter among the group. Luonin looked innocent with her beautiful eyes wide open. A young man in blue said, Missinin, it's okay. We just want to have some fun. Show us what you can do. It's not that hard. The Gao girl added, then how about a dance? I can't do that. The Gao girl suggested several things, but Luonin firmly said she couldn't do any of them, which frustrated the Gao girl. What can you do? Just show us anything. We won't be picky. Chu San Xiao glanced at Tang Fu and noticed her mocking and disdainful look, realizing what was happening. He looked at Luonin with concern. Luonin tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her quirky little demeanor made Chu San Xiao's heart soften, realizing she was about to surprise everyone. Then I'll paint something too. If it's not good, just bear with it, she said, feeling a bit shy as she walked to the table and struggled to spread out the paper. Tang Rong helped her from the side. Seeing the clumsy Luonin, Miss Gao let out a laugh. Chu San Xiao suddenly turned his head and shot her a cold glance. Miss Gao bit her lip and carefully took a step back. The talent show among the girls also attracted the attention of the elders, with Lord Chu and his wife accompanying them to watch. Miss Gao teased Luonin while Tang Fu occasionally added fuel to the fire. Tang Rong's anxiousness and Chu San Xiao's calm exchange of glances within did not escape Lord Chu's notice. He patted his wife's hand and whispered, Don't worry, that girl is not one to be easily bullied. Sanar is very protective, so let's just enjoy the show. Lady Chu had to patiently stand by, thinking about sending Tang San home soon. Luonin stood at the writing desk, but instead of picking up a brush, she prepared to use her hands. What is she doing? Is she going to paint with her hands? Everyone watched as Lu Anin dipped her fingers into the ink. She blocked out the whispers around her and focused on drawing with both hands on the paper. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Not only could Lu Anin paint with her hands, but she was also doing it with both hands at the same time. Even Tang Fu and Miss Gao were stunned. Even Chu Sanxiao was surprised. Where did she learn this? After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a beautiful garden scene appeared on the paper, depicting the Chu family's garden. Before anyone could react, Lu Anin picked up a brush with both hands. In the blank space of the painting, she wrote 2 lines of poetry, easily recognizing the face of the east wind. All the colors of spring are in bloom. After finishing, Lu Anin playfully blinked and said, "I'm sorry, I was rushed, so the painting isn't great. Please bear with it." The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lu Anin looked around and suddenly pulled Tang Fu, asking Sister Fu, "What's wrong with you all?" Tang Fu gasped, waking everyone up. "Great painting." Tang Rong was the first to applaud, and everyone's eyes turned excitedly to Lu Anin, while Chu Sanxiao's smile grew wider. Lu Anin shyly approached her older brother, blinking her big eyes and murmuring, "Sange, my painting is okay, right? I didn't embarrass myself. Little sister, if your painting were bad, then what we do wouldn't be called painting at all. Painting with your hands and writing with both hands, you are amazing." Chu Sanxiao felt particularly proud, looking quite pleased with himself. It was as if he was saying, "See? This is my sister, mine." Tang Fu and Miss Gao were completely dumbfounded. Other girls were surrounding Lu Anin, asking her various questions, and surprisingly, everyone started discussing her. Chu Sanxiao listened from the side, growing more astonished with each word. "Then how many secrets do you have that I don't know about?" Lu Anin was not only skilled at painting but also had her own unique insights on things. Lord Chu wore a bright smile on his face. He looked at the elders around him and said, "This girl is still young and might get too proud. Madam, you need to guide our daughter carefully." The crowd rolled their eyes, thinking, "Oh please, figure out yourself." Madam Chu gave Lord Chu a helpless glance, as if to say, "Dear, be a bit more discreet. Don't stand out too much." In a moment, Madam Chu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes crinkling with joy. Tang Fu felt a chill in her heart. Lu Anin was truly remarkable. At the Chu family banquet, Lu Anin gained fame through her art. After the banquet, Lu Anin made a few like-minded friends. Fong family's girl, Fong Yi, and Wang family's girl, Wang Yu, became her close friends, along with a little admirer, Tang Rong. After the banquet, Madam Chu called Chu Sanxiao over. What Tang Fu said to the girls from the Gao family reached Madam Chu's ears. Tang Fu's ambiguous words made Madam Chu very angry. If those words got out, her son's reputation would be ruined. How could her son have feelings for someone else? Who was he even interested in? What a troublesome Tang San. Just send Tang Fu back. Let Tang Rong decide for herself. This child is good. No need to tell Tang Wu. He and his wife are clueless. Lord Chu huffed, clearly frustrated. "Dad, Mom, I really don't want to send her. I might get tricked again." Chu Sanxiao was determined not to deliver Tang San. Madam Chu naturally agreed. It would take over 10 days to travel from the capital to Tang's county. Who knew what tricks Tang San might pull? What if her son lost his reputation? She would be heartbroken. So Madam Chu absolutely could not let her son take any risks. Be cautious of fire, theft, and Tang San. The next day, Madam Chu found Tang Fu and asked, "Fuer, at the banquet the other day, did you find someone you liked? You're at the age for marriage. If you have someone in mind, let me know soon." Tang Fu felt a wave of coldness. Her aunt would indeed not let her marry into the Chu family. "Aunt, I haven't found anyone." Tang Fu lowered her head, her hands instinctively clasped together, her knuckles turning a bit white. After a while, Tang Fu raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Aunt, I like my cousin San and I want to marry him." Madam Chu sighed and said slowly, "I understand your feelings, but Xian has no interest in you. I can't force you both together. Tang Fu's tears fell, and her face turned pale. I won't marry anyone but Cousin San. What if Xian never responds? Will you wait year after year? Madame Chu said patiently. Tang Fu suddenly knelt down. Aunt, I only want to marry Cousin San. Please help me. She bowed her head 3 times and refused to get up. Yuji stood nearby, looking unhappy. Was Tang San trying to force a marriage? Yuji stepped forward and pulled Tang Fu up with great effort. Tang Fu didn't want to get up, but Yuji was too strong for her. Miss, what are you doing? The old lady has made it clear that no one can interfere with the young master's marriage. Are you trying to put the lady in a difficult position? If the old lady finds out that the lady privately arranged a marriage for the young master, she will be furious, and even the master won't be able to handle it. How will the lady face the old lady's anger then? Tang Fu was taken aback. The old lady had spoken? How did she not know? It couldn't be. Miss, do you not believe me? I wouldn't dare to misrepresent the old lady's words. Besides, a couple must have mutual feelings to marry. A forced relationship will only lead to suffering for you. Tang Fu's tears flowed even more. She understood that Cousin San had no feelings for her. She just couldn't accept it. Crying bitterly, Tang Fu felt there was no way out. Madame Chu decided to send her back home in 3 days since she had been out for months. Tang Rong had no objections. It was time for her to return, and she could come back next year. So she happily packed her things. Tang Fu wanted Cousin San to take them back, but Madame Chu refused, saying Xian was busy with business and couldn't spare the time. Tang Fu felt completely crushed. She had hoped to spend those days alone with Cousin San, believing she could win his heart. But her aunt had extinguished her last glimmer of hope. Looking at her delicate fingers, Tang Fu's resentment grew stronger. If they didn't want her to marry into the Chu family, she would do it anyway. She would make it happen. I have become Chu Xian's person. Whether he wants to marry or not, he must marry me. I have secured the position of the Chu family's 3rd young lady. Tang Fu wiped away a tear and left the house with some silver. She didn't realize someone was following her. 2 days passed, and Madame Chu arranged for people to the Tang sisters. Gifts for the Tang family's brothers were also packed and ready to go. They would set off early the next morning. That night, Tang Fu went alone to the courtyard of the 3rd young master. The servant at the gate saw her and hurried into the study to deliver the message. Then, the servant led her to the study. The 3rd young master was organizing account books when Tang Fu gracefully entered. Is there something you need, cousin? He asked, putting down the book. Tang Fu smiled. Cousin, I'm going back tomorrow, and I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Cousin, since I was young, I have liked you. I dreamed of marrying you one day and becoming your wife. You can say I am shameless or thick-skinned, but I don't care. As she spoke softly, she took a few steps closer. But you always keep your distance and treat me like a sister. I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your wife. At this point, Tang Fu was in tears. The 3rd young master remained calm and showed no emotion. Cousin, I understand your feelings. You and the 4th cousin are both my sisters. I have no romantic feelings for you. We cannot be bound as husband and wife. You must face reality. No, that's not true. Feelings can be nurtured. I only like you. With that, Tang Fu raised her hand, and a cloud of white powder flew toward him. The 3rd young master instinctively dodged but still inhaled some. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't move, panic rising in his heart. Oh no, my dear mother and sister, where are you hiding? I'm about to lose my innocence. Please come save me. Ah! Tang Fu approached the 3rd young master, gently caressing his handsome face, her gaze becoming dreamy. Cousin, I am your Fuer. Everything about me belongs to you. With that, she began to slowly unbutton her clothes. The 3rd young master felt like he might faint. Oh dear, mother and sister. Don't just stand there watching. Just as Tang Fu unbuttoned her clothing and was about to remove her outer garment, the nearby screen was suddenly pushed open. Madame Chu stormed out, followed by Luanin Yuji and Yu Gui. Tang Fu was startled and took a few steps back, covering her chest with her hand. With a loud slap, Mrs. Chu struck Tang Fu.
Aunt!
Tang Fu truly cried this time. Don't call me aunt. I am not your aunt. What a shameful trick you used on my son. Who gave you the courage? Yuji, go call the family doctor to check on the third young master. Mrs. Chu glanced at Yugui, who understood, and stepped forward to tidy up Tang Fu's clothes. Tang Fu stood frozen, her head down and silent. Soon, the family doctor arrived, and Mrs. Chu instructed him to examine the white powder scattered on the desk. Upon seeing the situation, the doctor quickly understood. He knew that Miss Tang-san had feelings for the third young master and sighed inwardly, thinking how a good girl could cause trouble. Before long, the doctor identified the powder. It contained ingredients that could affect one's senses and some confusing components, which could lead to confusion and potential harm if used in large amounts. Mrs. Chu's anger grew. She wished she could tear Tang-san apart. Without waiting for the next day, she arranged for the Tang sisters to be sent home that night. Tang Rong was unaware of the events in the courtyard, as she was still young, and Mrs. Chu didn't want her to know. Tang Rong didn't ask either. She accepted whatever her aunt said, knowing Mrs. Chu still cared for her. After all, she was the youngest child of the Tang family and a good girl, so Mrs. Chu told her to come back next year, and Tang Rong happily agreed. Mrs. Chu sent Yuji along, as Tang Fu's situation needed to be reported to Tang Laowu to help him let go of his feelings. Later, after Tang Fu returned home, Yuji told Tang Laowu everything about Tang Fu's situation. Tang Laowu was furious and questioned Yuji, asking if the Chu family wouldn't give Tang Fu an explanation. Yuji didn't hold back, replying, "What explanation does fifth master want? Miss Sen almost harmed our third young master with her underhanded methods, and our master and mistress haven't asked you for an explanation yet. The Chu family has already spared fifth master some face. Otherwise, we would make it public for everyone to judge. Let's be clear. Even if Miss San had succeeded, the Chu family would never allow someone of her character to become a proper wife. Fifth master, be content. Miss C is a good girl, and our mistress will take care of her future marriage, but Miss San's matters will no longer concern our mistress. You should handle it yourself." Tang Lao Wu felt scared. He didn't dare to offend his sister and brother-in-law. Later, Tang Fu caused more trouble and ended up becoming someone else's concubine, constantly competing with the main wife. Strong as a cockroach, Tang Fu almost defeated the main wife. Of course, that is a story for another time. After sending Tang Fu away, Lu Anin finally enjoyed a few peaceful days. She wasn't afraid of Tang Fu, but her constant antics were getting in the way of her making money. San Shao understood her thoughts and laughed, cherishing this girl who faced challenges head-on without losing. But no one expected that danger was quietly approaching.